And wake up with the daily tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go, baby. Hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great Tuesday morning. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Final hour headed your way. We're going to start with Monday Night Football and that incredible comeback from J.J. McCarthy and the Vikings against the Bears. In 20 minutes, what is going on with the Baltimore Ravens and giving up these big leads again and again and again? We will chat with Tim Barbalace from 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore. And yes, Best Bets and the Dogster coming your way in 40 minutes. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium. Tip of the cap. Good to have you here for our final 60 minutes. You can stream the final hour of our show by downloading the Bally Sports Live app or just go to ballysportslive.com. Last night in Chicago, Bears fans booing their team off the field because they lose to the Vikings 27-24. The Vikings cover the 1.5 spread. They were minus 125 on the money line and the overhits. It was an under weekend, but the overhits with the total set at 43 and a hook. Chicago gets things going in the first quarter. Caleb Williams scores his first ever NFL rushing touchdown. Bears on top 7-0. J.J. McCarthy on the other side struggles early in his debut, but in the third quarter, Bears leading 10-6. McCarthy finds the wrong guy.
Play clock is at 1. They just got it away on third and long. Watch out! Picked off. There's Wright down the sideline. Gets a block. And now a touchdown. The former Viking. Pick 6.
Nahshon Wright makes it 17-6 Bears. But we go to the fourth quarter, and then McCarthy starts to get more comfortable.
Good protection over the middle. It's caught for a touchdown. Jefferson.
Calls courtesy of ESPN, so you get that pass to Justin Jefferson. It's 17-12 Bears. Then McCarthy adds a 27-yard touchdown pass to Aaron Jones, scores again on a 14-yard keeper. So that's 3 touchdowns in the final quarter of this game. Bears add a late one on a touchdown pass from Caleb to Rome Odunze, but it's not enough. McCarthy, in his hometown, leads the Vikings to a win. And this was kind of a combination of JJ coming together and figuring things out in the fourth quarter, and also the Bears collapsing late, which is why Chicago fans are up in arms today, Chelsea.
Yeah, oh boy. It feels like there are so many narratives that are coming out of this game. Like, it feels like it's a narrative special. Because you have the Caleb Williams narratives. You have the Bears, choking away games in the fourth quarter narrative. You had Ben Johnson, who was supposed to be the appointed savior to all of Chicago's problems. And then on the other hand, you have J.J. McCarthy, who during the offseason, I feel like a lot of people were super high on the Vikings and J.J. McCarthy, despite not starting in a single NFL game. And I think in the first half, we kind of saw some of the rust. Like, it's been a while since he has played in a meaningful football game, probably since 2023 when he played for Michigan. Yeah. But now, Jenks, I feel like the narratives are taking it a bit too far. J.J. McCarthy was very good in the fourth quarter, but now the memes are, oh, J.J. McCarthy turning into Tom Brady in the fourth quarter. J.J. McCarthy is the LeBron James of Monday Night Football. Oh, all right, let's pump the brakes. It was one quarter. I feel like people do this all the time where they get, all in a tizzy over one half or one quarter of football, because in the first half it was J.J. McCarthy is washed. I can't believe they drafted him. I can't believe they gave up Sam Darnold to have him be the starting quarterback. Now the pendulum has swung, and now he's the next Tom Brady. Did you see where the NFL even changed, their bio to the J.J. McCarthy era has started off with a win? So, Jenks, I feel like the truth, as always, is somewhere in between. He had a great fourth quarter. It showed a lot of poise. I think more than anything, it showed how good his head coach is and Kevin O'Connell. But of course, people love to run away with these hot takes.
God. The hot take society just wears me out. I mean, why not? Did we just see the second coming of Tom Brady last night? 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter? I don't know. I kind of feel like the Vikings might go undefeated this season. I feel like the Vikings might win the Super Bowl this season. I feel like J.J. McCarthy showed us some MVP action last night. I don't even know what I'm saying. This guy looks like he's going to go on a run here. Are we seeing the next dynasty in the National Football League, Chelsea? Is this the next dynasty? Look, he may well be the next great quarterback superstar in the NFL. It was one great quarter. It was a great quarter. Also, the Bears are not a great football team. So when people just lose their minds because of one quarter of play, it's huge. It's massive for Minnesota. This is exactly what you want to see. And Kevin O'Connell even said at halftime, I went up to J.J. McCarthy and I said, we're going to win this game. We're going to win this game, and you're going to lead us back. And J.J. McCarthy said he was very appreciative of that. He loved having a head coach who believed in him. And what did O'Connell say? It was the poise that he saw with J.J. McCarthy. Like, even through, all the mistakes that he made, the pick six and not playing well early on. And this is a tough place to play, right? Your first start ever at Soldier Field, Monday Night Football, divisional rival. O'Connell said, I still liked what I saw. I liked J.J. McCarthy's demeanor. He just didn't lose it. It didn't seem like the moment was too big for him. And it was not. And yet, it doesn't mean all of a sudden he's going to be the next superstar. This is what you want to see. It took him some time to put it together. He did it at the right time. But I'm like you in that I'm not suddenly putting him in the same sentence as Tom Brady or anyone else.
Yeah, what's funny is that, Social wants to clip that off and post it,
God.
and people are going to think you're serious.
I know.
People will agree with you, though.
Yes.
Like, that's the thing. People want to believe in J.J. McCarthy, and I understand, he's easy to root for. But I do think more than anything, if there is a correlating bet, because I think some people see this and say, oh, you need to bet on something on J.J. McCarthy right now. I think it more speaks to Kevin O'Connell and him as a coach. Like, you kind of mentioned it. And right now, Kevin O'Connell to win Coach of the Year is 40-1. 40-1.
Not bad.
If he takes this team with a rookie quarterback, and this is already a narrative that's in place, is that Kevin O'Connell is very good at doing the most with reclamation projects. Like, we saw this with Sam Darnold last year. So, if you see this again, you're like, oh my gosh, he's done it again. He's done it with a quarterback, which I know some people are super high on the skill set of J.J. McCarthy, but if you have a great season in a very tough division, which you look at the Lions, obviously they lost their coordinators. You look at the Bears, still look like a project. I feel like Kevin O'Connell at 40-1 Coach of the Year, you buying in?
Yeah. I mean, he is a great head coach. There is no question. Yeah. And your point is well taken about taking a guy like Sam Darnold and believing in him and saying, I'm going to give you a chance. And I think that's a big part of it. It's one thing to have the X's and O's part of it. It's one thing to have the schematic portion of bringing a quarterback along, and then it's quite another to believe and instill confidence in that quarterback and say, I know you've been put down, or I know you've been sitting out for a long time. I know you're a rookie, or I know you've had a tough 3 quarters, whatever it is, but I believe in you. You're going to get this done. Everyone has been in this situation, no matter what the job, where things aren't going your way, right? But then you have someone who is your superior, a coworker, whoever it is, and says, hey, maybe it hasn't gone the way you've wanted it, but we still got this. You still got this. And J.J. McCarthy said, yeah, it was huge for me to have my head coach say, I'm not worried about this. We got this. And so I think that's one thing that Kevin O'Connell does really well. Did it last year. I mean, think about taking Sam Darnold, considered a throwaway, right? Total bust. Yeah. And now he's making bank in Seattle. And now you've got a young guy coming along, and he's starting to come along. Just one game, but showing the signs, right? Putting it together. So for what he's done with those two guys and what we saw in game 1, if the Vikings continue to improve with McCarthy, at those odds, that's a good bet.
Yeah, and it's crazy everything that you were saying about Kevin O'Connell. It feels like the flip side is true for the Bears. Where like schematically, we have everything that you would ever want with Ben Johnson, running the ship for the offense and the Bears. But Caleb Williams, like, I don't know if it's a mental thing, but he certainly missed out on some throws last night. I'm not ready to blame the entire loss on him, though. Like, it was a sloppy game for the Bears. Had over 100 yards in penalties, didn't manage the end of the game very well either, where, they let some time off the clock that they should have, had in their back pocket. But where do you think the Bears go from here? Because I think this is a really tricky situation, because last year we saw the Bears absolutely implode. They had a few games where they looked good and Caleb Williams was showing flashes, and then the losses seemed to pile up. And it felt like a cumulative problem where the culture just went downhill, and it just felt like everybody was in this terrible mood. And they lost 10 games in a row. So I think that's the part where it's going to be on Ben Johnson now to make sure this is not a trend. Okay, it's the first game of the season. You played a really difficult defense, because we know Brian Flores is one of the best defensive coordinators in the entire NFL. There is still plenty of time to turn things around.
Sure.
But you need to be careful, because we've seen it with Chicago. Culture can be an issue.
Yeah, and it takes a while. Like, I understand the frustration. If you're a Chicago fan, you got to be like, you got to be kidding me. Like, we gave this away. We let a rookie come into Soldier Field and score 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter, and we lost this game. Like, what are we doing here, guys? But number one, that's not necessarily on Ben Johnson. I know he's the head coach, right? He has to take responsibility for all of this. But it takes time, too. When you're accustomed to losing, and last year, by all accounts, was just a total disaster, like an absolute disaster, it takes more than an offseason and one game to turn things around. It takes time. And this might as well be a rookie season for Caleb Williams, seriously. When you're a guy of that caliber and you've got Matt Eberflus as your head coach, and so you have to start from scratch, like, it doesn't surprise me that the Bears started off slowly this season, or that it may take some time for them to come together.
Yeah, because that's a complicated offense to run. And anytime you have a first-year head coach, like, there's going to be some bumps along the way. And also, they weren't favored in this game. They were not supposed to be the better team in this mix. And I will say the pieces around J.J. McCarthy are probably better. Like, the upsetting part, I think, for the Bears is that we were told this offseason that the offensive line was going to be better. Offensive line did not look good last night. Did not give much push for the running backs, and maybe some of that is because the matchup was just challenging. Again, Minnesota's defensive line is really tough, but I don't know for the Bears. Like, it just seems like we have this narrative, like, the Bears are the reigning off-season champs. We see it every year. People love to hype up the Bears, and then the regular season comes around, and we're like, oh... It's only for the offseason. The banner in the rafters is only for the offseason. It's not for the regular season.
No, exactly. You have to be very careful about getting caught up in narratives and getting caught up in teams that have shiny new toys, like a quarterback or like a new OC or like a new head coach. Because, look, it's just a long season in the NFL, and like these reactionary takes or people that just lose their minds after one game, seriously, try and enjoy the ride, relax a little bit, and understand that a turnaround takes time. And it especially takes time in the National Football League. This is not like college football where turnarounds can be quicker because of the portal, because of money involved, right? Like, you can empty out your roster and bring in players, hypothetically, if you spend enough money, and all of a sudden upgrade your team like that. You can't do that in the NFL because you have a salary cap, because you're restricted by just how the league works, and because the league is so competitive. So I think that if you're the Bears, this is not a reason to give up hope. I will say, like, at the end of that game, like, watching Ben Johnson's play calls are something. Like, even at the end of that game when Williams found Roma Dunze for that touchdown, like, that play call was beautiful, like, beautifully executed. That's what Ben Johnson brings to the team. But again, it's not just Caleb Williams. It's the rest of the offense that also has to learn that system as well.
Yeah, well, the bar set very low, luckily, because Matt Eberflus was actively losing them games. So, like, Ben Johnson, like, should be better than that. But, Jenks, I think I asked you this earlier in the show. Do you think Bears fans were warranted in booing the team in the final play of the game?
Yeah, I'd boo him. I'm not a big booer. Like I'm sort of like,
I'm not either.
I don't generally boo my teams. I don't lose my mind. Like I saw Giants and Commanders fans like yelling at each other in the restroom. I'm like, oh, God, what's going on here?
Ew.
I know. Like going back, I'm like, guys, I'm just trying to get in and get out here. But I think that's just years of frustration built up. Then you give up a lead like that and you just kind of lose it. And it's late. Probably been drinking a little bit. So I can see why that happened. Coming up next on the show, we'll continue looking at Chelsea's face here as we stream. What's next for the Ravens after blowing that lead on Sunday night? We'll talk to Tim Barbalace from 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore. Next.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Double D, I'm going to put Tim's.
The Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Michael Jenkins, she is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, what's going on with the Baltimore Ravens? They going to figure this thing out or what? After another blown lead, we will bring in Tim Barbalaise from 105.7 The Fan and talk about it. I just saw a video. God, I had to unfollow this guy. What's his name? Dove Kleiman, something like that. He's always...
Oh, man.
Dude, this cat...
All-time rage baiter.
Rage baiter, man. I was like, I thought I unfollowed this guy. And then I looked and someone else retweeted him. And it was, this relates to you because I know that your husband, Jake, is a Panthers fan. And it was during a TV timeout, Bryce Young watching something on the Jumbotron. And then I guess when the TV timeout was over, he threw an interception on the next play. And so the video's like, this is going viral. Look at Bryce Young not paying attention to the game and watching a helmet race on the Jumbotron instead. And people are like, no one is talking about this. This was during a timeout. I think a former player for the Panthers said, I've done this before. Like, it's not a big deal. So I finally had to say, you know what? I don't want to see any of this. The rage betting drives me bonkers.
That's not even the worst one in, like, the last 24 hours.
I know.
Did you see the one
just
about
the most recent.
Joey Bosa? Like, the one with Joey Bosa that was, like, him talking about the game after, like, the Bills game.
Mm-hmm.
And the tweet is, many fans are surprised by the size of his nose.
What?
What?
What are we doing? That was an actual tweet? Oh, for the love of God.
I'll have to show you it.
Yeah.
During the break.
Show me that. Okay. Well, let's bring in a guy who has an amazing face. No issues with his nose whatsoever, of course. We're talking with Tim Barbalaise, co-host of Inside Access on 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore. Tim, good morning to you. And let me just, little check on the panic level there in Baltimore after Sunday night. Certainly this is a very good football team, but how are you guys feeling?
You'd be shocked. Very much rational calls. No one calling for John Harbaugh's head. Everyone's still saying Ravens to the Super Bowl, breaking through this year. No, we took a couple calls yesterday. And, of course, people are pissed in Baltimore, man, because for them to get off to the start that they did, where it looked like they would run the Bills out of the gym and blow them out, and after that playoff loss, and the offense looks so great, the defense this year, okay, it's going to be different because they got off to the horrific start first 10 games last year, then settled in. You thought they'd start fast. They added Jair Alexander. He got healthy in time for the game. He was getting burned left and right. This secondary with 17 first-round picks in it, they were getting shredded by Josh Allen. And unfortunately, that narrative of the Ravens blowing double-digit leads in the second half continues to persist. That was number 17 under John Harbaugh.
Right. That is a fact. That is not a feeling. 17 blown leads since I don't know when it's been, but like it's the most by any coach since 1991. Since 2008. Like that's a lot of blown leads. So like these fans aren't making this up. Like this is something that is a thing. So do you think this all falls on John Harbaugh?
He got to wear it. I mean, you got to be the one to wear it. And we talked about it a lot yesterday during Inside Access where we've seen – so let's just go back to 2022 because the Ravens have 6 of those 9-point, two-score fourth-quarter leads that they have blown. The next closest team has 2. Ravens have 6. And in that time, we've seen different defensive coordinators. We've seen a Mike McDonald to a Zach Orr now. We've seen Roquan Smith come in. We've seen the Ravens add Derrick Henry. We've seen so much personnel and coaching staff changes, but it keeps happening. Why does it keep happening? And if you're John Harbaugh, you have to wear it. And in this season in which the Ravens, depending on what odds book you're looking at, they were the favorite or one of the favorites to win the Super Bowl, the pressure's on, and the pressure's really on this football team to begin this year because 5 of their first 6 games are against teams that won their division last year.
Talking with Tim Barbalais, co-host of Inside Access on 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore. So, Tim, I'm not one to overreact to a loss, but certainly there is a history here, like you talked about. Does this do anything at all to the Ravens' psyche, as far as getting over that mental hurdle, or is this more of an on-the-field X's and O's situation?
Maybe a little bit of both, Jenks, but quite frankly, I would say it's absolutely in their head. You can't tell me it's not. It's human nature to think inevitably, because this is a good football team, this offense is loaded, they're going to have a double-digit lead several times this year, and there's going to be a game or two or maybe more where the team's going to come back. Is there going to be that moment in those players' heads thinking, oh, geez, here we go again? But it's also not even just those double-digit lead instances. If the Ravens want to break through and get to the Super Bowl for the first time since 2012, you're going to have to go through Buffalo. You're going to have to go through Kansas City, and the Ravens play the Chiefs in Week 4. But now, including playoffs, the Ravens are 3-9 against Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes. You got to get over that mental hurdle as well. They've won in Buffalo. That was 2019, years ago at this point, but they haven't won at Arrowhead since Patrick Mahomes has been starting quarterback.
Have you attempted to put a positive spin on this? Because it feels almost impossible. But I will say this. It is the month of September. This is the regular season. This is the first game of the year. And it's not like the Ravens offense didn't have anything going. You still have so many great weapons at your disposal, and you outgained the Bills, pretty significantly. Have you tried to look at the silver lining, or is it just too impossible of a task?
Well, I think that's the tough part, Chelsea, where it's that offense did special things. Derrick Henry,
right?
He's just defying Father Time. I know he had the fumble at the end of the game, but you're talking about a 31-year-old running back that was averaging close to 10 yards per carry, was breaking off chunk run after chunk run, still stiff-arming people, still running away from the secondary. That's impressive. Derrick Henry doesn't look like he lost a step. Lamar Jackson picked up where he left off. I mean, how many jaw-dropping plays did he make in that game? The one in particular where he was going to get dropped for a 20-yard sack, and he ended up making it a 20-yard run for a first down on a 3rd and 10. Zay Flowers had the best game of his career. Went for over 150 yards in that one. DeAndre Hopkins had a vintage D-Hop catch. This offense is loaded. It is a loaded offense. And even defensively, Kyle Hamilton was all over the field. Now, unfortunately, the rest of his running mates didn't come to the party, but you got to get that defense fixed. There's still a lot of talent on that defensive side of the football, and there's a ton of pressure on them now. There's a ton of pressure on Zach Orr, their defensive coordinator. This has to be a get-right game for this Ravens defense against 40-year-old Joe Flacco.
Yeah. Tim, how crazy is it that Joe Flacco's still going after all this time, and now you're in a must-win against a guy who is a former Super Bowl MVP for Baltimore? It's just kind of bizarre to think about when you take a step back.
I'll admit I was rooting for this. I think it's going to be really cool to see Joe Flacco come back to M&T Bank Stadium, because if I would have flashed back to 2018, Lamar takes over, they trade him that offseason to the Broncos, and say, hey, 7 years later, Joe Flacco's going to be starting against the Ravens in their home opener, I would have said, you're absolutely insane. So from that aspect, it's really cool. Look, I think that Browns team is a really bad football team. I think it will end up being one of the worst teams in all of football. What I'm looking for this week against Joe Flacco is two things. Pass rush. They got 0 pass rush on Josh Allen on Sunday night. If you can't get after Joe Flacco in how he can't move, then you might really have to hit the panic button. And also forcing turnovers. The Ravens, they had just 17 turnovers forced last year. That was 20th in football. That's been a big point of emphasis by John Harbaugh, by Zach Orr, by all of the defensive players. You know Joe Flacco is going to throw a couple of balls up for grabs, and you got to come down with them.
Do you think Lamar Jackson ever wins a Super Bowl? Like, it feels like a crazy question to ask because he is so good, but he hasn't won one. Do you think he ever does it?
I mean, just playing the odds, like, I'd have to think he's going to break through at some point. He's 28 years old, but the thing that scares me is 2023, everything lined up for him. They were at home in the AFC Championship. He was an MVP. The Chiefs are vulnerable. Wasting that year, that definitely hurt more than last year. But this year, how many different lists were made? Ravens have the deepest roster in football. This is the most talented roster of the Lamar Jackson era, and all. Like, at some point, you can't keep squandering these type of opportunities. And they're only one game in. They could end up winning the Super Bowl for all we know this year. But this team's going to look a lot different next year. There's a lot of free agents. Lamar Jackson has a $74.5 million cap hit next year. That's going to really compromise the team building unless they get a contract extension. I just think the further along we get, it gets tougher. It gets tougher when you're paying a quarterback. It's tougher to have this talented of a roster, and they got to take advantage of it at some point. So, short answer, I'd say yes at some point. He's just too talented to not do it.
Tim, this is more of a general question in the AFC, but just maybe are we starting to see the Chiefs slow down a little bit?
I've been saying all offseason that, look, maybe the Chiefs end up still winning the AFC West, but I don't think this is going to be a runaway. I really don't. And that Chargers game was really impressive against them. And talking about psyche, look, the Chargers, they got the verb, chargering. You thought they were going to charger against the Chiefs, but they held on, won that game. Justin Herbert was extremely impressive in that one. The Chiefs looked very, very vulnerable. I know Bo Nix struggled week one, but I think that Broncos team is still pretty strong as well. The Raiders, we'll see. But I just think the division is a lot more competitive this year, to where I think they're really going to challenge Kansas City for that division crown. And who knows, maybe they could knock them off.
How much stock do you put in the Ravens defense giving up so many points, but the fact that it's Josh Allen? Because they keep coming back to this, is how do you defend Josh Allen? He's so good. And even on the other end, like, people are having their questions about the Bills defense, but, like, how do you defend Lamar Jackson and some of those catches that DeAndre Hopkins made? So how do we feel about the Ravens defense? We have about a minute left here.
Sure. I think the defense, from week 11 through 18, they were the number one defense in football after being one of the worst defenses in football the first 10 weeks. I was stunned that the defense was as horrible as they were against Josh Allen. I think you got to give Josh Allen, the Bills, a ton of credit there. Jair Alexander, he shouldn't have been on that football field. He missed close to a month of practice. He got rushed back. You'd expect him to be better. This Ravens secondary has way too much talent for them to perform that poorly. I still have concerns about the pass rush, but this Ravens defense should be an upper half of the unit league for defense for sure.
Make sure you check him out as co-host of Inside Access on 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore, also host on the BetMGM Network. And as well, it is our friend Tim Barbalice. Tim, always great to hear your perspective. Thanks for being with us.
Of course. Thanks, guys.
You bet. It's pretty funny. He was like, yeah, everything's fine. Everybody's calm here. Nobody's calling for John Harbaugh's job at all. Everybody's great. I mean, I can't even imagine being someone who follows a team on a day-to-day basis and then losing a game like that. The number of calls that you must get, the number of irate fans has to be just through the roof. You just spend all week calming everybody down.
Well, I think it's just tough to grasp because you feel like you have this generational team. And you feel like you have this generational talent at quarterback, and Lamar Jackson, who had 40 touchdowns to only 4 picks last year. And you would think, we are way too talented to not win a Super Bowl. Yeah. But here's the thing. Look at how talented Josh Allen is. He has 0 Super Bowl rings. So, like, that's the problem. It's just, it is really tough, especially at the top end of talent in the AFC. So, like, whether we like it or not, like, Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, one of those guys is going to end the season still not having a Super Bowl ring.
Which is wild to think about.
At least.
Right? And Josh Allen's riding high right now. I mean, this guy's just... Imagine that could have gone the other way and everything would have been flipped. And then instead, here we are. The Ravens are panicking and the Bills are, you know what? This is huge for us. Massive comeback win. We got the MVP. And now, at BetMGM, Josh Allen, the favorite to win the MVP. Coming up next year on the show, time to roll up our sleeves and get back to the grind so we can win you some cash, best bets, and the Donkster coming your way. It is here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. It's Tuesday. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Thanks for being with us. Coming up, Doctor's here. So our best bets. Chelsea went 2-0 last night, so I want to pay attention to what she has to say. Chelsea, I'm sure you've seen the viral video, which I think went viral last week, which is Philly's Karen. You know what I'm talking about. That maniac. Yeah. So, yeah, woof. So if you missed the video, search Philly's Karen. You can find it. There was a ball hit in the outfield, Citizens Bank Park, I believe. Is that where it was? And so, anyway, a ball is hit into the stands, right? And so there's of course, it's a home run ball, and there's a guy who goes over, finds the home run ball, and guess what? There's a woman there looking for the ball too, but he gets it. He takes it over to his son. They hug. It's a great moment. This woman, who just some reason believes she has a right to this baseball, comes over, gets in this guy's face, scares him, is yelling at him, just losing it. And so this guy wanted to de-escalate the situation and decided that he would take the ball out of his son's glove, give it to the woman, who stormed off, got her baseball. She got booed by the fans, and then she flipped off the entire section with what she did. So oh my God. So this was actually in Miami, by the way. Phillies game against the Marlins in Miami. Anyway, so this has gone viral. Everyone is trying to find who this woman is. Nobody can identify her. Now, some people thought it was a woman from Hamilton, New Jersey, and they responded that it was not a teacher in Hamilton, and that someone from Hamilton would have caught the ball with their bare hands. That's how they knew it was not her, which I thought was pretty funny. And then the Savannah Bananas did a whole bit on this. So watch this video. They have two people dressed up like Savannah Bananas, just two dudes who are clearly not baseball players. And they hug each other holding a baseball, and then an actual Grinch comes over and grabs the baseball from them. So it's all very well done. But will we ever find out the identity of Philly's Karen?
I feel like the internet is too good these days. Like,
right? Somebody's
going to find this out. Like, America's not good at, like, a lot of things anymore, including, like, education and, like, politics. But I do feel like internet sleuthing is one thing we are still very good at. Yes. Internet sleuthing and creating memes. So it does feel like this is America's specialty. If it was an Olympic sport, we would run away with the gold. So I do think we'll find her. If you're this person, what's the PR game plan? Like, how do you get yourself out of this? Because here's the thing. When you get your viral moment, it is very hard to, like, change the narrative on yourself. Because you're probably not going to get another, like, national spotlight moment ever again. And you can take it and you can run with it. Like, look at the Hawk Tua girl. Like, she ran with her moment and turn it into, like, that's, like, her job now. But how does Philly Karen get out of this and change the narrative? I'm not sure if she does.
You can't. She will get identified at some point. I mean, this video is pretty clear. And she has a very distinctive look, by the way. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you look at her haircut, she's not going to be hard to find. So they're going to find her. And here's the thing. Like, if you're applying, I always think about this. I used to tell my classes this back in the day. Like, just because people know who you are, that doesn't mean that's a good thing. Like, people might recognize you, and they can recognize you for the wrong reasons. Like, you know how it is now, if you're applying for a job, people Google your name immediately. And if you're this woman, what's going to be the first thing that pops up? This, once she gets identified. Would you hire this woman? Absolutely not. But she's going to get busted, and rightfully so. At least they've taken care of the kid. So he got to hang out with the Phillies after the game, got a bat. I think the family appeared on NBC Sports Philadelphia, so they're talking about this. A lot of people are all over the dad for giving the ball away. And he was saying, I was just trying to teach my kid to de-escalate the situation. whatever. At the end of the day, I hope they find Philly's Karen, and I hope she gets the infamy she deserves because this was a terrible look.
She needs to start an alliance with the fan in Buffalo. You know, the guy in Buffalo that hit the helmet of DeAndre Hopkins. Instead of like the Heisman House, they need like viral celebrities for the wrong reason. It's like viral rehab. It would be on VH1 if VH1 was still a network, which I don't know if it is, but it would be one of those reality shows.
It is. It's still around, still kicking. Video Hits 1, by the way. Isn't that crazy? I remember that came out. I was like, oh, Video Hits 1 to go along with music television. So many videos. We'll keep you updated. But check out the Savannah Banana sketch. It is really hilarious. Those guys do such a good job. Coming up next on Bet Sweats, a couple other guys do a great job each and every single day. Of course, I'm talking about Joe O and Sammy P. They react to last night's Monday Night Football thriller between the Vikings and Bears. I can't wait to hear what these guys have to say about this. Also, we're going to look at the NFL's future market as well. Michael Felder talk college football at 10 o'clock. Will Brinson is along to talk NFL at 11. All right, Chelsea, time to build on a successful Monday for you. So let's have our bets of the day.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea, what do you got for us?
All right, best bet of the day, which makes the most sense to me, is the Phillies on the money line at -127 over the New York Mets. Phillies won this game yesterday, and I feel like the pitching matchup was more in the favor of the Mets. Now you have a pitching matchup that seems to favor the Phillies in a big way. Ranger Suarez has been a beacon of consistency, at least over his last 3 starts, where he's given up just 1 earned run over his last 18 innings, along with 17 strikeouts. And then you look at the other side where Sean Manaea has an ERA over 5, and he hasn't gone to the 5th inning in any of the last 3 starts. So maybe he's decent in this one, but he's going to put more strain on the bullpen. And it's not a great thing when you go against this Phillies offense at home. At home, they are markedly better, a top 5 offense in baseball. And even over the last month, they've been better as well. Overall, a top 5 offense, because maybe that's the one sabotage factor is the Mets do have the best offense in baseball over the last month. But I will say this, on the road, they are not nearly as tough as they are at home. Mets this year at home, on the road, 31-41. And then you compare that to the Phillies, who are great in this position. At home, the Phillies are 46-23, and when the market gives them credit, when they're favorites, they're 68-44. So let's go Phillies on the money line at -127.
I will definitely be on that in a big way. I love that price, too. Love this price as well. Mm-hmm. Cubs on the money line against the Braves, -110. This is -110 on both sides. And look, if you're a Cubs fan and a Bears fan, then maybe the Cubbies can make you feel a little bit better tonight. You got Cade Horton going for the Cubs, Spencer Strider going for the Bravos. And I know you see Spencer Strider always capable of pitching a gem. We know that. But I'm going to fade him here because it just feels like he hasn't quite recovered fully from that offseason surgery. 5-12 this season, ERA of almost 5. Faced the Cubs last time out. Gave up 3 runs over 5 innings, and that is something that he has been consistent with, which is giving up runs, 3 runs or more in 7 of his last 10. Braves have lost 5 straight games with Strider on the mound. Braves bats have been better since the All-Star break, particularly over the last couple months, but Cade Horton going for Chicago, unbelievable this year. 9-4, 2.78 ERA. Maybe due for some regression because he's been so good, 2 runs or less in 9 straight appearances. But I have to take this price with Chicago, -110 in Atlanta.
Yeah, Chicago needs something to root for, don't they?
Yes, anything.
Ain't the Bears.
It ain't the Bears today. All right, Donkster. I don't think we're going to get Sammy P today. He's in Chicago. And aren't Sammy P and Joe O both Bears fans? Aren't they? I think that's right. Pretty close. Yeah. All right, Donkster. We'll figure that out. Get on in here. What's going on?
I don't need any of you guys because I have plenty of friends.
What?
Dude, now.
Wow, what are you... First of all, you're way low. You need to inch up your seat. But what are you talking about?
You guys barely pay attention to me, but it doesn't matter because I always have someone I can talk to.
What are you... Donkster, okay. What's going on here?
What I'm saying is I called California Psychics yesterday. I have some new best friends, and we talked all night long.
You know they charge for that, right?
What?
Yeah. It's like at least $1 a minute.
That's not true.
Yes. Yes, it is, Donkster. You had to pay for that.
Then you can stick it.
Oh, Donkster. How about a bet?
Braves, money line, against the Phillies.
Oh, going against us here.
Against the Phillies.
Okay, well, whatever you say. Well, no Joe O, no Sammy P today. Nothing on the docket.
Well, I did see where Sammy P was tailgating yesterday. Did you see some of the food that he was posting?
I did, yeah. I mean...
All right, everything looked amazing. Let me get your take on this.
Okay.
I saw somebody making a huge pasta dish that looked like Alfredo sauce.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's too heavy for a tailgate. Like, I'm not a huge fan of Alfredo sauce in general.
Yeah.
I just feel like it's like pure weight that's going to be gained in like 3 seconds. But I don't know. Pasta at a tailgate, I think that's a no for me.
Yeah. I mean, normally I would say, first of all, I'll eat anything at a tailgate, honestly. And you got to lay that base. I feel like if you're going to go into a Bears game, Monday Night Football, you're going to be boozing a little bit. You got to have some sort of sustenance there. Do you know what I mean? Like, you can't have something light. You got to have a heavy base to go to the game and to have some drinks and to watch it. I think that's where it comes from. The next time we have Sammy P on, we'll ask him.
Lay in the base. You got to have that heavy base.
You got to have that heavy base.
Most of these other girls are taking like Ozempic. You think I need to lay a heavy base? No, it's not even an even playing field. So no, thank you. I will not be eating Alfredo pasta to keep up with some of these girls.
If you were drinking for hours, you wouldn't lay that base? You just go straight booze? No? No.
I mean, I would eat something, but like a burger, not just pure carbs.
Oh, yeah. Okay. It's good to have someone who's health conscious on this show because I'm like, ooh, that sounds good. I'll have a second helping. That's it for us here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea Messenger, I'm Michael Jenkins. Thanks for being with us on this Tuesday. Bet Sweats is coming up next. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
Happy Tuesday. Welcome into Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glass. We got a great show for you guys coming up today on this Tuesday. We're going to talk top 25 matchups in college football. Good slate this week. We got a bunch of ranked matchups. We'll dive into all of those bets that I like. We will also talk Survivor Pool on this Tuesday. Just about everybody advances to week 2. Only 3 underdogs win outright. We'll look at the board this week and we'll give out some plays that we like. Our guy Nick Kenyon going to join us middle of the show. And then also we'll talk a little Heisman Trophy. Garrett Nussmeier is your favorite going into this week. He's got a big matchup against Florida. We'll look at the Heisman odds and break down some of the guys that we like there. And then we'll wrap up our favorite plays of the day. As always, any questions, any comments, best bets that you guys have for us, let us know. Chime in, anything that's on your mind, and we'll get to them over the next 30 minutes. And as always, if you guys miss any part of the show, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get locked and loaded on a Tuesday. Glasses in session, and let's start with a little gridiron glass. We look at the top 25 matchups that we have upcoming week 3 in college football. We'll start with the first game, which could be an interesting one. Noon Eastern time, 11 Central. Oregon Ducks travel to Evanston to take on Northwestern. Oregon right now a 28.5-point favorite, and the total in the game is 50.5. Oregon looked awesome this past Saturday, beating Oklahoma State 69-3. At Northwestern this week, and then Oregon State upcoming, and then Penn State the week after that. So is there a little bit of a look ahead for the Ducks with the rivalry game against Oregon State, and then a massive showdown against Penn State, the whiteout game for the Nittany Lions the week after that? Dante Moore, obviously still a young, inexperienced quarterback. And Oregon, we talked about it in the offseason, right? These Big Ten games where these teams have to travel through multiple time zones. Even though Oregon is going to win the game, they're way more talented than Northwestern. Are they going to cover 4 touchdowns on the road? These are those kind of games where Northwestern, I feel like, is going to make it ugly and low scoring and sloppy. It could be a great game to correlate with the side or total if you like the Ducks, or excuse me, if you like Northwestern. then take them plus the points and also take the under. I don't think Northwestern's going to cover a game like 42-21. They're probably going to cover like 31-7, somewhere in that neighborhood. So I think it's going to be a great game to correlate. If you like Northwestern plus the points, take the under in that one. What about number 12, Clemson, taking on Georgia Tech? Clemson's a 3.5-point favorite. The total in the game is 54.5. This is a real interesting one. Clemson was a 6.5-point favorite on the live line. They were actually, or the look-ahead line, they were a 9.5-point favorite in the summer. They lose the game to LSU, fine. But then it was last week's performance against Troy where they were down 16-0 in the first half, where everybody's starting to sound the alarm bells on Clemson. And is this team maybe a little bit overrated? Cade Klubnik has not looked good at all the first couple weeks. Now they go on the road and take on Georgia Tech, who was one of the teams in the ACC that maybe outside of Clemson we thought could compete, could be one of those teams to meet the Tigers in the ACC championship. I think this is a bad matchup for Georgia Tech, though. Their offense is really difficult to prepare for and go up against, but everything they do is predicated on the ground, especially with their quarterback, Haynes King. And Clemson's defensive line is fantastic, and their run defense is really, really good. I think Georgia Tech's going to have a tough time moving the ball in this game against Clemson's ground attack, right? So I understand why the line is moving, why it is. Clemson is 0-5 against their spread in their last 5 true road openers. They have struggled in this spot. But with that being said, I do think they cover the 3.5. I would probably just take them on the money line. I think they're a good money line parlay piece this week. I think it's too much steam on Georgia Tech, and I think it's a bad matchup for the Yellow Jackets. So I do like Clemson to take care of business this week. What about Wisconsin taking on number 19 Alabama? Bama's a 20.5-point favorite. The total is 46.5. Talked about it yesterday in the Bet Now games. I like the under. This feels like 27-3, 27-7 kind of game to me. I think Wisconsin's going to have a really tough time scoring the ball. Their starting quarterback, Billy Edwards Jr., is still questionable to play this weekend. Even if he plays, I don't really think it makes all that of a difference. Wisconsin, their offense is not built to score points against Bama. Bama struggles with teams that have mobile quarterbacks and run all these type of design runs. Wisconsin doesn't do that. They just want to line up, fullback, I formation, 2 tight ends, and ram it down your throat. You can't really do that against Alabama. I think they're going to have a tough time moving the ball. And defensively, they're always solid. So I think Bama's going to struggle a little bit on offense. I like under 46.5 in that game. Central Michigan and Michigan. Wolverines a 27.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 42.5. I do like Michigan in this game. I like Central Michigan in this game against Michigan. Michigan Sharon Moore, their head coach, is going to be suspended 2 games. He's out this game and next week at Nebraska. Biff Poggi is going to take over. Yes, that is his name, Biff Poggi. It's a bad spot for Michigan. Coming off that monster game against Oklahoma, at Nebraska next week, which kicks off Big Ten play. And all you have sandwiched in between is a home game against the Chippewas, who it's one of these in-state games. It's going to be their Super Bowl. They're going to get up for it. And Central Michigan went on the road in week 1 and beat San Jose State, that a lot of people think could contend in the Mountain West this season. So I think 27.5 is way too much, especially considering Michigan's going to be without their head coach, and it's a bad spot for them, sandwiched in between Oklahoma and Nebraska. I like Central Michigan. A team that has another bad spot this week is Auburn, and they're laying 24.5 at home to South Alabama with the total of 53.5. You look at Auburn, they got Oklahoma and Texas A&M coming up the next 2 weeks on the road. So they're saving it for that game. It's going to be 2 tough games on the road in SEC play. South Alabama just hung with Tulane. They lost 33-31, a very good Tulane team who could end up being the Group of 5 champion. Major Applewhite is the head coach for South Alabama. If you follow college football, you might remember that. Former head coach, former offensive coordinator at some big schools. South Alabama, I think, can keep this game close, but it's really a fate of Auburn with Oklahoma and Texas A&M upcoming. Georgia and Tennessee. Love Georgia this week. One of my favorite bets in college this week. Now Georgia's down to -3.5. Did not think it would get this low, but I love Georgia. Again, Georgia has done nothing so far this season that we normally don't see out of a Kirby Smart team. He's now 0-10 against the spread against FCF schools. He's 1-14 against the spread as a 38-point favorite or more against FBS teams. The look-ahead line was Tennessee -7. But because Tennessee has beaten up on a bad Syracuse team in East Tennessee State and Georgia struggled, now all of a sudden this line is down to 3.5. Kirby Smart has beaten Tennessee 8 straight times. They've covered in 6 straight games, 8 of the last 9. They've won 8 straight SEC road openers. Georgia always gets up for these games. They always play Tennessee well, and Josh Heupel usually has no answers for Kirby Smart. I like Georgia -3.5. How about South Florida and Miami? Top 20 matchup. South Florida been an unbelievable season for them so far. Upset Boise State week 1, upset Florida in week 2. Can they do it again in week 3 against Miami? Now, if you guys listened to the show last week, you know I loved Florida. That was one of my favorite bets of the week. And I think people that were on the Gators last week, it's going to be tough for them to go to the well again and bet against South Florida getting this many points. But put yourself in the shoes of South Florida, right? Again, you've had those 2 big upsets against Boise and especially Florida. If you saw some of the videos surfacing after that game, how fired up the players were, the coaches were, how could they not? They just beat Florida in the swamp. Can they regather and get ready for one of the most talented teams in the country? And Miami is not going to be sleepwalking in this game because of what South Florida did to the Gators. Miami beat them in Tampa last year, so the fact that they played South Florida I think is going to help them going into this game. I like Miami -17. Speaking of Florida, they're on the road this week taking on LSU. The Tigers are an 8.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 48.5. Every time in college football, when you have a matchup like this, star-studded matchup, big brands, and a team loses a look-ahead spot, like Florida did, losing outright to South Florida, I'm always going to back Florida in that next game. I don't know if they win this game outright, but I am going to take the Gators +8.5. And LSU's good, man, but are we sure they're as good as we think after what Clemson looked like against Troy last week? Finally, Texas A&M and Notre Dame, top 16 matchup. Notre Dame favored by 7. Total in the game is 49.5. I think this game's going to play very similar to the way Michigan-Oklahoma did. I think it's going to be low scoring. I think Notre Dame's going to win. They're going to be in control the whole game. But that back door is always going to be open for Texas A&M. So I don't want to lay the 7 with Notre Dame. I'd rather just bet them in a money line parlay. I think like Clemson, Notre Dame, very good money line parlay this week, something like that. But I like Notre Dame to win the game. I'd take them on the money line at -275. All right, you guys, let's keep it going. Let's talk a little Heisman Trophy here on Send It In. And we got some breaking news. The 49ers are placing George Kittle on IR, and they are waiving kicker Jake Moody. We're going to get into the NFL slate over the next couple days, but that Niners line that was once -7 because of the injuries, Kittle on the IR, Brock Purdy's banged up, now it is down to -4.5, and they get rid of Jake Moody as well. So very interesting there. Let's talk a little Heisman Trophy here on Send It In. And let's start with Garrett Nussmeier right now, who is your favorite at +800 to win the award. And he's got another great opportunity this week going up against Florida. Then you have John Mateer, +900. Carson Beck, 10-1. Dante Moore, 11. Arch Manning back down to 12-1. Lenore Sellers, Gunnar Stockton, Devin Dampier, 15-1. Drew Aller, Jeremiah Smith, Julian Sayin, Jackson Arnold at 20-1. Garrett Nussmeier for me would be the play right now. Even at +800, I still think Garrett Nussmeier is the play. LSU's got a very difficult schedule. They play Florida this week. They still have to go on the road at Ole Miss, at Bama, at Oklahoma. They still have to play Texas A&M. A lot of top 25 matchups for LSU this season. They still have to play South Carolina as well. Their schedule is very tough. So Nussmeier is going to get plenty of opportunity to show up, win some big games, play well in some of these big games. And I think he's one of the best quarterbacks we have right now in college football. LSU's always got a good offense under Brian Kelly, great receiving core. They got a good running back this season. And the big question mark for LSU coming into the season was all those new offensive linemen that they had. 4 new guys starting the season. Well, they arguably faced their toughest test in week 1 against Clemson and overall did a very good job. They're only going to get better and better as the season goes along. So I think Garrett Nussmeier +800. There's still value there for him to win the Heisman Trophy. I like that quite a bit. John Mateer is at +900 for Oklahoma. The Sooners, it still kind of feels the same for me. Michigan has a very good defense, but so does Oklahoma. And offensively, even though Ben Arbuckle came from Washington State to Oklahoma with John Mateer, and I think Oklahoma's offense will get better as the season goes on, they also have a very difficult schedule, and they're going to go up against a lot of very good defenses. And if Oklahoma doesn't make the college football playoff, I think the only way Mateer wins the Heisman if he puts up crazy numbers like Jaden Daniels did the year he won the Heisman, but LSU didn't make the playoff. So I'm staying away from John Mateer, especially at this price. You could have gotten it at like 25-1 in the offseason. I have no interest in that. Then you have Carson Beck at 10-1. I do think Carson Beck is interesting, but Miami's schedule, they do have to still play Florida State. They still have to play Florida next week. They're on the road at Pitt, at Virginia Tech at the end of the year. Carson Beck was the favorite to win the Heisman Trophy last year, but Georgia leads the college football in drop passes. He gets injured. He didn't turn out to have as good a year as a lot of people thought he did. But behind that Miami offensive line with Shannon Dawson as his OC, I think Carson Beck's going to put up some good numbers. I just don't know. I think he's going to have some stinkers along the way that's going to prevent him from winning the Heisman, so I don't want anything to do with Carson Beck there. Dante Moore, I don't want any part of Oregon. I know they've had a nice start to the season, but let's see what they look like against Penn State. Let's see what they look like against Iowa, against Washington, against USC. They still have some tough games coming up the rest of the year, and that's where Dante Moore is going to make his case. Look, the last couple of years, these Oregon quarterbacks have been towards the front. Bo Nix nearly won it. Dylan Gabriel has certainly put himself in the conversation. So why Dante Moore is off to a good start, I still think he has some bad games upcoming too. Arch Manning at 12-1. Again, we talked about buying the dip on Arch last week when it was 16-1 at 12-1. I'd probably stay away. And then Lenore Sellers, I wouldn't touch that. I don't think South Carolina is going to win enough games for him to win the Heisman Trophy. So as it currently stands, I wish I could give you guys a long shot, somebody to target. Maybe like the guy from USC, the quarterback, would be somebody to look at potentially in Maiyava. But that would be the only guy at 25-1. I think Garrett Nussmeier, even as the favorite, 8-1, 9-1, I still think there's some good value there on him to win the Heisman Trophy. All right, let's go to our guy, Nick Kenyon. See him waiting in the chat. Get to him, talk a little football with our guy, Nick, BetMGM senior writer. Give him a follow on X at Nick Kenyon. Nick, let's talk some NFL. My friend, week one in the books. What were some major takeaways that you had from week one?
Yeah, hi PJ. Good to be with you as always. I think the biggest takeaway for me and I'm happy as a Packers futures backer, I think the difference between the Packers and the Eagles in the NFC should not be as big as the market is indicating right now. It's basically odds makers are telling you it's a two-horse race for the NFC winner in that market. Eagles plus 350, Packers plus 450. I just think the way the Eagles are winning right now is a little bit unsustainable as you head into the deeper part of the season. Yes, I know they didn't have Jalen Carter, but they basically needed a red zone turnover against the Cowboys to survive in a 4-point win. I thought the Packers looked really good against the Lions, especially that offense. We can debate about the defense a little bit, but I just was so impressed with Jordan Love and that offense that I think this is a team that's really going to contend in the NFC and potentially make a Super Bowl run.
They did look really good and definitely an impressive statement. We'll see them on Thursday against Washington. Do you have a quick early thought on that game, Nick? Because Washington, their defense looked pretty good. Also a big win against the Giants. These Thursday night games tend to favor the home team. Green Bay laying 3.5. Any early thoughts on that one?
I liked the Packers a lot better when it was 3. It's still probably Green Bay or nothing at 3.5. I really worry about the Washington defense in this game. I think they only played something like 5 games against top 10 DVOA offenses last year. 4 of those 5 had at least 30 points. So maybe it's a Packers team total all to look on Thursday night, given they have back-to-back home games. Washington has to travel. The Commanders, I know it was 21-6 against Washington, but New York missed a couple of red zone trips that they couldn't convert once they reached the Commanders' red zone. So I think that scoreline's a little bit fluky. So I would be looking to sell the Commanders on short rest in Green Bay.
Fair enough. We got a Super Bowl rematch on Sunday, Nick, between the Eagles and the Chiefs. Right now, the Eagles are favored by 1. Who do you think wins that game at Arrowhead on Sunday?
If you're someone who has confidence picking this game, power to you. I'm sitting it out from a side standpoint, especially we don't know what is happening with Xavier Worthy. We also don't know what's happening with Jalen Carter. There's a chance he gets suspended. I'll say this, though. The total's too high. It's at 47 right now. I know the last time we saw these teams, it was this big run gun, point scoring fest. The Eagles put up 40. I don't see that happening. Like early in the season, I still have questions about this Eagles offense with the transition from Kellen Moore to Josh Grazer at offensive coordinator. And I think there are going to be some growing pains. I really wasn't that impressed with them against the Dallas defense. I know that sounds crazy, but on the flip side, you have a Chiefs offense that doesn't have Rashee Rice. Even if Xavier Worthy plays, he's probably going to be banged up. And they couldn't do anything for 2.5 quarters against the Eagles defense in the Super Bowl. So I don't know where the points are coming from for the Chiefs. In a game where you're probably getting a lot of run-heavy game script, I don't know how this total gets to 50. So it would be the under or nothing for me in the Philadelphia KC, but I want to wait on Jalen Carter's status.
Yeah, totally makes sense. Nick, when you look at the board for week 2, any favorites that you like right now at the current price to cover the spread?
Give me Denver. I mean, this is a crazy number, right, TJ? Like 2.5 against the Colts. I know the Colts looked like absolute world beaters against the Dolphins. I'll raise my hand and say I got that game completely wrong. But I think that game was more about the Dolphins and how bad they are than the Colts being actually good. I mean, I don't see how Daniel Jones is going to move the ball against the Broncos defense. And if you're a Broncos hater entering the season, you're like, oh my gosh, look at how bad they looked against the Titans. And I get that, but what's hidden in the box score from Miami, Indianapolis is that I get it's only on 12 carries. The Colts defense allowed 6.5 yards per attempt against the Miami run game. If Bo Nix, if you take the ball out of his hands, you take away some of those turnovers, and you just let this run game shine behind one of the league's best offensive lines, I just think it's going to be a bad spot for the Colts. And history backs me up on that. Like, if you look at early dogs who are coming off a big win, it's historically wise to just fade them immediately. So this is since 2003. Underdogs off a win by 21 or more points are 16, 34, and 2 against the spread. When they're at +3 or shorter, it's something ungodly, like 5, 23, and 2. I think this number is disrespectful to Denver. And I think anything under a field goal is good by me with the Broncos.
Talking with Nick Kenyon here on Send It In. Give him a follow at Nick Kenyon, BetMGM senior writer. We're talking week 2 in the NFL. Totally with you on Denver, Nick. We gave him out on the show yesterday. How about an underdog that could win outright this week? Our Raiders came through first, a nice start. We going back to the well with Vegas this week, or somebody else we like?
I have to, PJ. In for a penny, in for a pound on the Raiders. I mean, this line is crazy. So let's set aside the money line for a second here. This should be 3, right? I mean, this should not be sitting north of a key number in a divisional matchup where you have the Raiders feeling themselves, and everyone's going to be so in love with the Chargers after they beat the Chiefs, who everyone's hating on. I think this is a field goal game at minimum. I don't know if the Raiders are going to win outright, but one thing I'll mention, if you do like the Raiders to win the game on Monday night, Pete Carroll is 9-1 to win Coach of the Year right now. If you don't already have investment, I still don't think you've missed the worst of the number on Carroll, who I think this team could be a pesky playoff team. And maybe, just maybe, you get a Pete Carroll Coach of the Year win. So if you like the Raiders on Monday, I certainly do. I think you have to add some Pete Carroll Coach of the Year at 9-1.
Absolutely love that angle as well. Definitely going to be on the Raiders on Monday for sure. Any other bets right now, Nick, that you like for week 2?
Look, I'm going to be on an island. This is gross. Everyone brace for impact. Give me the Panthers +6.5 against the Cardinals on Sunday. This is a real stat. The Saints had more red zone trips than the Cardinals did in week 1. Kyler Murray, not very good against the spread as a market favorite, 14-19 ATS in his career as a favorite. And literally it's just classic buy low, sell high. Like everyone just saw the Panthers look horrible against the Jaguars, and everyone saw the Cardinals win outright against the Saints. This look ahead was something like 4.5. I grabbed it when it was +7. I still like it at +6.5. Obviously, if you want the 7, this is better. But the Panthers stayed within this number against the Cardinals last season. And I just think there's too much love for the Cardinals team that the Saints were 1 for 4 inside the red zone. They could have easily lost that game outright. And I just think this is classic overreaction. And look, if you look at the splits right now, all the money line bets are on Arizona. All the ATS bets are on Arizona. No one's going to be on the Cardinals, or the Panthers, excuse me. I will be the one person cheering on Carolina, so give me the Panthers +6.5.
I love it. Last week, Nick, we rolled with the masses. We took Denver in Survivor. This week, Ravens or somebody else for you in week 2?
Give me Dallas. I think there are very few opportunities to use them this year, and the Giants just looked really bad. What's even more concerning is the Cowboys have extended rest, and Dak Prescott actually pretty good straight up as a market favorite within the division. 29-5 straight up against fellow NFC East sides when he's a favorite. If you look at when he's -5.5 or higher, 19-1 straight up in those games. So when you pair that with the extra rest advantage, back-to-back road games for the Giants, even if Andrew Thomas plays, the matchup advantage for the Dallas defense here is along the interior, because that's where their strength is on defense, along the interior of the defensive line. So I worry about that Giants offensive line, and I don't even know how they defend CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. So I don't know if they cover, but I'm going to burn Dallas in Survivor this week. The Ravens feel like a trendy pick, but man, that Browns team looked pesky in week 1. So I'm going to stay away from that game, even though it's the highest spread on the board.
Nick, before we let you go, in about 30 seconds, we know you're locked into the NFL, also the English Premier League as well. That gets restarted over the weekend. Any early looks in any games that you like?
2 so far. Tottenham team total over 1.5 at West Ham. Second game, Manchester Derby. Give me Man City in the first half. You can find around +110, +115. And then I'm waiting to see on Jared Branthwaite whether he's going to play for Everton. If he does, I'm going to take a look at Everton as home favorites against Aston Villa on Saturday morning.
Outstanding. Nick Kenyon joins us each and every Tuesday here on Send It In. Give him a follow on X at Nick Kenyon, BetMGM senior writer. Great stuff as always. Nick, enjoy the rest of the week, my friend, and we'll see you next Tuesday.
Sounds good. Enjoy week 2, PJ.
All right, great stuff there from Nick. Let's continue talking Survivor in week 2 in the NFL here on Send It In. Okay, so obviously the masses, everybody was on Denver last week in week 1, and a majority of people are going to be on the Ravens this week in week 2. The Ravens are probably a good bet. We talked about it yesterday, how it's a very similar spot to what they faced last year and how they lost to the Raiders outright in week 2. And if you guys go to BetMGM, yesterday we gave out Browns +12.5. That line is now down to Browns +10.5. So the pro money, the sharps, are coming in on Cleveland, because that's not public money, moving the line 2 points on a Tuesday. That is sharp money. They like the Browns. I think that is very, very interesting and pretty telling. So a lot of people are going to be on the Ravens. If you think the Ravens are on upset alert, this might be a good week to go elsewhere. Nick brought up that the Cowboys might be a good play. I think that could be a good look. I also think the Green Bay Packers on Thursday could be a good look. Now, Green Bay looks like maybe the best team in the NFC and one of the best teams in all the football right now. But we don't know what's going to happen later on in the season. We don't know what guys are going to get injured. We don't know if maybe they're going to have some stumbles along the way. We know what an advantage it is to play at home on Thursday night, especially when your team is as good as Green Bay. And as awesome as Jaden Daniels is, and as great as the Commanders have been against the spread since he has been the quarterback, probably the worst game or one of the worst games they played last year was when they had to go on the road against Philly on a Thursday night. And now here they face the Packers on a short week on the road. I just think it's a tall task. And even though many people are going to want to save the Packers, I kind of think they're a really good survivor option this week in week 2. I also think the Bengals could be a good option in week 2 as well. Jags look awesome in their week 1 game against Carolina. The Bengals were fortunate to beat the Browns. Here we go again. Bengals struggling early on in the season, but they have a big opportunity to go 2-0 to kick off the year I think they win the game. So maybe if you're willing to bet Cincinnati, take them in Survivor. I don't think they're a bad look as well. Teams I would probably stay away from, the Rams. I would not be interested in them at the Titans. You have to travel multiple time zones from LA to Nashville. Eagles are on deck. Keep that in mind. And that Titans defense was really good against Denver. They made that game ugly and sloppy. Think they can do the same thing against the Rams. Lions, I would be careful against them against the Bears, right? Caleb Williams, a little disappointing last night after the first drive, but you know Ben Johnson's got a little something extra saved for the Lions. And boy, Jared Goff, I got my concerns for him and that Lions team at home against the Bears. The Niners, just too many injuries. George Kittle on IR, Brock Purdy injured. Yes, it's the Saints, but Kyle Shanahan and the Niners have lost games like this in the past, so I'd stay away from that. And then Nick talked about how much he likes the Panthers. I definitely would not touch the Cardinals again this week. Saints nearly tied up that game and send it to overtime. Kyler is a big favorite at home. I'm not touching Arizona this week, so I would stay away from them as well. All right, you guys, a promo from our friends at BetMGM. It's an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. BetMGM account holders will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with the Parlay Boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and same-game parlays. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Before we get to PJ's plays, Notre Dame fan in the chat, hey, PJ, any quarterbacks with one loss that you'd buy the dip on to win the Heisman? Arch, Klubnik, Underwood, Simpson, or CJ Carr? Honestly, at this point, it'd probably be CJ Carr or Ty Simpson, I think would be the two guys that I would look at. Klubnik, no interest. Underwood, no interest. And Arch, I think last week was the week to get him at 16-1. With Ty Simpson, again, they got the Georgia game upcoming in a couple weeks, and I kind of think Bama's going to win that game. If they do, man, his price is really going to shorten. CJ Carr's got a big opportunity off a bye against Notre A&M. I think he plays well, so I would look at those two guys. Real quick, got about 20 seconds left. We'll go through our favorite plays of the day. Lindor is going to be our guy today in going streaking. Kyle Bradish over 15.5 outs against the Pittsburgh Pirates. He's looked good in his return. Angels money line, our dog of the day at plus 105. And then the Athletics money line at minus 110 is going to be our best bet. So that's what we like for today. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Thanks again to Nick Kenyon. Preston Guy going to join us tomorrow. And Chase Kitty. We'll see you guys then. Happy Tuesday. Welcome into Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glass. We got a great show for you guys coming up today. On this Tuesday, we're going to talk top 25 matchups in college football. Good slate this week. We got a bunch of ranked matchups. We'll dive into all of those bets that I like. We will also talk Survivor Pool on this Tuesday. Just about everybody advances to week 2. Only 3 underdogs win outright. We'll look at the board this week and we'll give out some plays that we like. Our guy Nick Kenyon going to join us middle of the show. And then also we'll talk a little Heisman Trophy. Garrett Nussmeier is your favorite going into this week. He's got a big matchup against Florida. We'll look at the Heisman odds and break down some of the guys that we like there. And then we'll wrap up our favorite plays of the day. As always, any questions, any comments, best bets that you guys have for us, let us know. Chime in, anything that's on your mind, and we'll get to them over the next 30 minutes. And as always, if you guys miss any part of the show, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcast. Let's get locked and loaded on a Tuesday. Glasses in session, and let's start with a little gridiron glass. We look at the top 25 matchups that we have upcoming week 3 in college football. We'll start with the first game, which could be an interesting one. Noon Eastern time, 11 Central. Oregon Ducks travel to Evanston to take on Northwestern. Oregon right now a 28.5-point favorite, and the total in the game is 50.5. Oregon looked awesome this past Saturday, beating Oklahoma State 69-3. At Northwestern this week, and then Oregon State upcoming, and then Penn State the week after that. So is there a little bit of a look ahead for the Ducks with the rivalry game against Oregon State, and then a massive showdown against Penn State, the whiteout game for the Nittany Lions the week after that? Dante Moore, obviously still a young, inexperienced quarterback. And Oregon, we talked about in the offseason, right? These Big Ten games where these teams have to travel through multiple time zones, even though Oregon is going to win the game, they're way more talented than Northwestern. Are they going to cover 4 touchdowns on the road? These are those kind of games where Northwestern, I feel like, is going to make it ugly and low scoring and sloppy. It could be a great game to correlate with the side or total. If you like the Ducks, or excuse me, if you like Northwestern, then take them plus the points and also take the under. I don't think Northwestern's going to cover a game like 42-21. They're probably going to cover like 31-7, somewhere in that neighborhood. So I think it's going to be a great game to correlate. If you like Northwestern plus the points, take the under in that one. What about number 12 Clemson taking on Georgia Tech? Clemson's a 3.5-point favorite. The total in the game is 54.5. This is a real interesting one. Clemson was a 6.5-point favorite on the live line. They were actually, or the look-ahead line, they were a 9.5-point favorite in the summer. They lose the game to LSU, fine. But then it was last week's performance against Troy where they were down 16-0 in the first half, where everybody's starting to sound the alarm bells on Clemson. And is this team maybe a little bit overrated? Cade Klubnik has not looked good at all the first couple weeks. Now they go on the road and take on Georgia Tech, who was one of the teams in the ACC that maybe outside of Clemson we thought could compete, could be one of those teams to meet the Tigers in the ACC championship. I think this is a bad matchup for Georgia Tech, though. Their offense is really difficult to prepare for and go up against, but everything they do is predicated on the ground, especially with their quarterback, Haynes King. And Clemson's defensive line is fantastic, and their run defense is really, really good. I think Georgia Tech's going to have a tough time moving the ball in this game against Clemson's ground attack, right? So I understand why the line is moving, why it is. Clemson is 0-5 against their spread in their last 5 true road openers. They have struggled in this spot. But with that being said, I do think they cover the 3.5. I would probably just take them on the money line. I think they're a good money line parlay piece this week. I think it's too much steam on Georgia Tech, and I think it's a bad matchup for the Yellow Jackets. So I do like Clemson to take care of business this week. What about Wisconsin taking on number 19 Alabama? Bama's a 20.5-point favorite. The total is 46.5. Talked about it yesterday in the Bet Now games. I like the under. This feels like 27-3, 27-7 kind of game to me. I think Wisconsin's going to have a really tough time scoring the ball. Their starting quarterback, Billy Edwards Jr., is still questionable to play this weekend. Even if he plays, I don't really think it makes all that of a difference. Wisconsin, their offense is not built to score points against Bama. Bama struggles with teams that have mobile quarterbacks and run all these type of design runs. Wisconsin doesn't do that. They just want to line up, fullback, I formation, 2 tight ends, and ram it down your throat. You can't really do that against Alabama. I think they're going to have a tough time moving the ball. And defensively, they're always solid. So I think Bama's going to struggle a little bit on offense. I like under 46.5 in that game. Central Michigan and Michigan. Wolverines a 27.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 42.5. I do like Michigan in this game. I like Central Michigan in this game against Michigan. Michigan Sharon Moore, their head coach, is going to be suspended 2 games. He's out this game and next week at Nebraska. Biff Poggi is going to take over. Yes, that is his name, Biff Poggi. It's a bad spot for Michigan. Coming off that monster game against Oklahoma, at Nebraska next week, which kicks off Big Ten play. And all you have sandwiched in between is a home game against the Chippewas, who it's one of these in-state games. It's going to be their Super Bowl. They're going to get up for it. And Central Michigan went on the road in week 1 and beat San Jose State, that a lot of people think could contend in the Mountain West this season. So I think 27.5 is way too much, especially considering Michigan's going to be without their head coach, and it's a bad spot for them, sandwiched in between Oklahoma and Nebraska. I like Central Michigan. A team that has another bad spot this week is Auburn, and they're laying 24.5 at home to South Alabama with the total of 53.5. You look at Auburn, they got Oklahoma and Texas A&M coming up the next 2 weeks on the road. So they're saving it for that game. It's going to be 2 tough games on the road in SEC play. South Alabama just hung with Tulane. They lost 33-31, a very good Tulane team who could end up being the Group of 5 champion. Major Applewhite is the head coach for South Alabama. If you follow college football, you might remember that. Former head coach, former offensive coordinator at some big schools. South Alabama, I think, can keep this game close, but it's really a fade to Auburn with Oklahoma and Texas A&M upcoming. Georgia and Tennessee, love Georgia this week. One of my favorite bets in college this week. Now Georgia's down to -3.5. Did not think it would get this low, but I love Georgia. Again, Georgia has done nothing so far this season that we normally don't see out of a Kirby Smart team. He's now 0-10 against the spread against FCF schools. He's 1-14 against the spread as a 38-point favorite or more against FBS teams. The look-ahead line was Tennessee -7. But because Tennessee has beaten up on a bad Syracuse team in East Tennessee State and Georgia struggled, now all of a sudden this line is down to 3.5. Kirby Smart has beaten Tennessee 8 straight times. They've covered in 6 straight games, 8 of the last 9. They've won 8 straight SEC road openers. Georgia always gets up for these games. They always play Tennessee well, and Josh Heupel usually has no answers for Kirby Smart. I like Georgia, -3.5. How about South Florida and Miami? Top 20 matchup. South Florida been an unbelievable season for them so far. Upset Boise State week 1, upset Florida in week 2. Can they do it again in week 3 against Miami? Now, if you guys listened to the show last week, you know I loved Florida. That was one of my favorite bets of the week. And I think people that were on the Gators last week, it's going to be tough for them to go to the well again and bet against South Florida getting this many points. But put yourself in the shoes of South Florida, right? Again, you've had those 2 big upsets against Boise and especially Florida. If you saw some of the videos surfacing after that game, how fired up the players were, the coaches were, how could they not? They just beat Florida in the swamp. Can they regather and get ready for one of the most talented teams in the country? And Miami is not going to be sleepwalking in this game because of what South Florida did to the Gators. Miami beat them in Tampa last year, so the fact that they played South Florida I think is going to help them going into this game. I like Miami -17. Speaking of Florida, they're on the road this week taking on LSU. The Tigers are an 8.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 48.5. Every time in college football, when you have a matchup like this, star-studded matchup, big brands, and a team loses a look-ahead spot, like Florida did, losing outright to South Florida, I'm always going to back Florida in that next game. I don't know if they win this game outright, but I am going to take the Gators +8.5. And LSU's good, man, but are we sure they're as good as we think after what Clemson looked like against Troy last week? Finally, Texas A&M and Notre Dame, top 16 matchup. Notre Dame favored by 7. Total in the game is 49.5. I think this game's going to play very similar to the way Michigan-Oklahoma did. I think it's going to be low scoring. I think Notre Dame's going to win. They're going to be in control the whole game. But that back door is always going to be open for Texas A&M. So I don't want to lay the 7 with Notre Dame. I'd rather just bet them in a money line parlay. I think like Clemson, Notre Dame, very good money line parlay this week, something like that. But I like Notre Dame to win the game. I'd take them on the money line at -275. All right, you guys, let's keep it going. Let's talk a little Heisman Trophy here on Send It In. And we got some breaking news. The 49ers are placing George Kittle on IR, and they are waiving kicker Jake Moody. We're going to get into the NFL slate over the next couple days, but that Niners line that was once -7 because of the injuries, Kittle on the IR, Brock Purdy's banged up. Now it is down to -4.5, and they get rid of Jake Moody as well. So very interesting there. Let's talk a little Heisman Trophy here on Send It In. And let's start with Garrett Nussmeier right now, who is your favorite at +800 to win the award. And he's got another great opportunity this week going up against Florida. Then you have John Mateer +900, Carson Beck 10-1, Dante Moore 11, Arch Manning back down to 12-1, Lenore Sellers, Gunnar Stockton, Devin Dampier 15-1, Drew Aller, Jeremiah Smith, Julian Sayin, Jackson Arnold at 20-1. Garrett Nussmeier for me would be the play right now. Even at +800, I still think Garrett Nussmeier is the play. LSU's got a very difficult schedule. They play Florida this week. They still have to go on the road at Ole Miss, at Bama, at Oklahoma. They still have to play Texas A&M. A lot of top 25 matchups for LSU this season. They still have to play South Carolina as well. Their schedule is very tough. So Nussmeier is going to get plenty of opportunity to show up, win some big games, play well in some of these big games. And I think he's one of the best quarterbacks we have right now in college football. LSU's always got a good offense under Brian Kelly, great receiving core. They got a good running back this season. And the big question mark for LSU coming into the season was all those new offensive linemen that they had. 4 new guys starting the season. Well, they arguably faced their toughest test in week 1 against Clemson and overall did a very good job. They're only going to get better and better as the season goes along. So I think Garrett Nussmeier plus 800, there's still value there for him to win the Heisman Trophy. I like that quite a bit. John Mateer is at plus 900 for Oklahoma. The Sooners, it still kind of feels the same for me. Michigan is a very good defense, but so does Oklahoma. And offensively, even though Ben Arbuckle came from Washington State to Oklahoma with John Mateer, and I think Oklahoma's offense will get better as the season goes on, they also have a very difficult schedule, and they're going to go up against a lot of very good defenses. And if Oklahoma doesn't make the college football playoff, I think the only way Mateer wins the Heisman if he puts up crazy numbers like Jaden Daniels did the year he won the Heisman, but LSU didn't make the playoff. So I'm staying away from John Mateer, especially at this price. You could have gotten it at like 25-1 in the offseason. I have no interest in that. Then you have Carson Beck at 10-1. I do think Carson Beck is interesting, but Miami's schedule, they do have to still play Florida State. They still have to play Florida next week. They're on the road at Pitt, at Virginia Tech at the end of the year. Carson Beck was the favorite to win the Heisman Trophy last year, but Georgia leads the college football in drop passes. He gets injured. He didn't turn out to have as good a year as a lot of people thought he did. But behind that Miami offensive line with Shannon Dawson as his OC, I think Carson Beck's going to put up some good numbers. I just don't know. I think he's going to have some stinkers along the way that's going to prevent him from winning the Heisman, so I don't want anything to do with Carson Beck there. Dante Moore, I don't want any part of Oregon. I know they've had a nice start to the season, but let's see what they look like against Penn State. Let's see what they look like against Iowa, against Washington, against USC. They still have some tough games coming up the rest of the year, and that's where Dante Moore is going to make his case. Look, the last couple of years, these Oregon quarterbacks have been towards the front. Bo Nix nearly won it. Dylan Gabriel has certainly put himself in the conversation. So why Dante Moore is off to a good start, I still think he has some bad games upcoming too. Arch Manning at 12-1. Again, we talked about buying the dip on Arch last week when it was 16-1 at 12-1. I'd probably stay away. And then Lenore Sellers, I wouldn't touch that. I don't think South Carolina is going to win enough games for him to win the Heisman Trophy. So as it currently stands, I wish I could give you guys a long shot, somebody to target. Maybe like the guy from USC, the quarterback, would be somebody to look at potentially in Maiyava. But that would be the only guy at 25-1. I think Garrett Nussmeier, even as the favorite, 8-1, 9-1, I still think there's some good value there on him to win the Heisman Trophy. All right, let's go to our guy, Nick Kenyon. See him waiting in the chat. Get to him, talk a little football with our guy, Nick, BetMGM senior writer. Give him a follow on X at Nick Kenyon. Nick, let's talk some NFL. My friend, week 1 in the books. What were some major takeaways that you had from week 1?
Yeah, hi PJ, good to be with you as always. I think the biggest takeaway for me and I'm happy as a Packers futures backer, I think the difference between the Packers and the Eagles in the NFC should not be as big as the market is indicating right now. It's basically odds makers are telling you it's a 2-horse race for the NFC winner in that market. Eagles plus 350, Packers plus 450. I just think the way the Eagles are winning right now is a little bit unsustainable as you head into the deeper part of the season. Yes, I know they didn't have Jalen Carter, but they basically needed a red zone turnover against the Cowboys to survive in a 4-point win. I thought the Packers looked really good against the Lions, especially that offense. We can debate about the defense a little bit, but I just was so impressed with Jordan Love and that offense that I think this is a team that's really going to contend in the NFC and potentially make a Super Bowl run.
They did look really good and definitely an impressive statement. We'll see them on Thursday against Washington. Do you have a quick early thought on that game, Nick? Because Washington, their defense looked pretty good. Also a big win against the Giants. These Thursday night games tend to favor the home team. Green Bay laying 3.5. Any early thoughts on that one?
At least the Packers a lot better when it was 3. It's still probably Green Bay or nothing at 3.5. I really worry about the Washington defense in this game. I think they only played something like 5 games against top 10 DVOA offenses last year. 4 of those 5 had at least 30 points. So maybe it's a Packers team total alt look on Thursday night, given they have back-to-back home games. Washington has to travel. The Commanders, I know it was 21-6 against Washington, but New York missed a couple of red zone trips that they couldn't convert once they reached the Commanders' red zone. So I think that scoreline's a little bit fluky. So I would be looking to sell the Commanders on short rest in Green Bay.
Fair enough. We got a Super Bowl rematch on Sunday, Nick, between the Eagles and the Chiefs. Right now, the Eagles are favored by 1. Who do you think wins that game at Arrowhead on Sunday?
If you're someone who has confidence picking this game, power to you. I'm sitting it out from a side standpoint, especially we don't know what is happening with Xavier Worthy. We also don't know what's happening with Jalen Carter. There's a chance he gets suspended. I'll say this, though. The total's too high. It's at 47 right now. I know the last time we saw these teams, it was this big run-gun, point-scoring fest. The Eagles put up 40. I don't see that happening. Like early in the season, I still have questions about this Eagles offense with the transition from Kellen Moore to Josh Grazer at offensive coordinator. And I think there are going to be some growing pains. I really wasn't that impressed with them against the Dallas defense. I know that sounds crazy, but on the flip side, you have a Chiefs offense that doesn't have Rashee Rice. Even if Xavier Worthy plays, he's probably going to be banged up. And they couldn't do anything for 2.5 quarters against the Eagles defense in the Super Bowl. So I don't know where the points are coming from for the Chiefs. In a game where you're probably getting a lot of run-heavy game script, I don't know how this total gets to 50. So it would be the under or nothing for me in the Philadelphia KC, but I want to wait on Jalen Carter's status.
Yeah, totally makes sense. Nick, when you look at the board for week 2, any favorites that you like right now at the current price to cover the spread?
Give me Denver. I mean, this is a crazy number, right, TJ? Like 2.5 against the Colts. I know the Colts looked like absolute world beaters against the Dolphins. I'll raise my hand and say I got that game completely wrong. But I think that game was more about the Dolphins and how bad they are than the Colts being actually good. I mean, I don't see how Daniel Jones is going to move the ball against the Broncos defense. And if you're a Broncos hater entering the season, you're like, oh my gosh, look at how bad they looked against the Titans. And I get that, but what's hidden in the box score from Miami, Indianapolis is that I get it's only on 12 carries. The Colts defense allowed 6.5 yards per attempt against the Miami run game. If Bo Nix, if you take the ball out of his hands, you take away some of those turnovers, and you just let this run game shine behind one of the league's best offensive lines, I just think it's going to be a bad spot for the Colts. And history backs me up on that. Like, if you look at early dogs who are coming off a big win, it's historically wise to just fade them immediately. So this is since 2003. Underdogs off a win by 21 or more points are 16, 34, and 2 against the spread. When they're at +3 or shorter, it's something ungodly, like 5, 23, and 2. I think this number is disrespectful to Denver, and I think anything under a field goal is good by me with the Broncos.
Talking with Nick Kenyon here on Send It In. Give him a follow at Nick Kenyon, BetMGM senior writer. We're talking week 2 in the NFL. Totally with you on Denver, Nick. We gave him out on the show yesterday. How about an underdog that could win outright this week? Our Raiders came through first, a nice start. We going back to the well with Vegas this week, or somebody else we like?
I have to, PJ. In for a penny, in for a pound on the Raiders. I mean, this line is crazy. So let's set aside the money line for a second here. This should be 3, right? I mean, this should not be sitting north of a key number in a divisional matchup where you have the Raiders feeling themselves, and everyone's going to be so in love with the Chargers after they beat the Chiefs, who everyone's hating on. I think this is a field goal game at minimum. I don't know if the Raiders are going to win outright, but one thing I'll mention, if you do like the Raiders to win the game on Monday night, Pete Carroll is 9-1 to win Coach of the Year right now. If you don't already have investment, I still don't think you've missed the worst of the number on Carroll, who I think this team could be a pesky playoff team. And maybe, just maybe, you get a Pete Carroll Coach of the Year win. So if you like the Raiders on Monday, I certainly do. I think you have to add some Pete Carroll Coach of the Year at 9-1.
Absolutely love that angle as well. Definitely going to be on the Raiders on Monday for sure. Any other bets right now, Nick, that you like for week 2?
Look, I'm going to be on an island. This is gross. Everyone brace for impact. Give me the Panthers plus 6.5 against the Cardinals on Sunday. This is a real stat. The Saints had more red zone trips than the Cardinals did in week 1. Kyler Murray, not very good against the spread as a market favorite, 14-19 ATS in his career as a favorite. And literally it's just classic buy low, sell high. Like, everyone just saw the Panthers look horrible against the Jaguars, and everyone saw the Cardinals win outright against the Saints. This look ahead was something like 4.5. I grabbed it when it was plus 7. I still like it at plus 6.5. Obviously, if you want the 7, this is better. But the Panthers stayed within this number against the Cardinals last season, and I just think there's too much love for the Cardinals team that the Saints were 1 for 4 inside the red zone. They could have easily lost that game outright. And I just think this is classic overreaction. And look, if you look at the splits right now, all the money line bets are on Arizona. All the ATS bets are on Arizona. No one's going to be on the Cardinals, or the Panthers, excuse me. I will be the one person cheering on Carolina. So give me the Panthers plus 6.5.
I love it. Last week, Nick, we rolled with the masses. We took Denver in Survivor. This week, Ravens or somebody else for you in week 2?
Give me Dallas. I think there are very few opportunities to use them this year, and the Giants just looked really bad. What's even more concerning is the Cowboys have extended rest, and Dak Prescott actually pretty good straight up as a market favorite within the division. 29-5 straight up against fellow NFC East sides when he's a favorite. If you look at when he's minus 5.5 or higher, 19-1 straight up in those games. So when you pair that with the extra rest advantage, back-to-back road games for the Giants, even if Andrew Thomas plays, the matchup advantage for the Dallas defense here is along the interior, because that's where their strength is on defense, along the interior of the defensive line. So I worry about that Giants offensive line, and I don't even know how they defend CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. So I don't know if they cover, but I'm going to burn Dallas in Survivor this week. The Ravens feel like a trendy pick, but man, that Browns team looked pesky in week 1. So I'm going to stay away from that game, even though it's the highest spread on the board.
Nick, before we let you go, in about 30 seconds, we know you're locked into the NFL, also the English Premier League as well. That gets restarted over the weekend. Any early looks in any games that you like?
2 so far. Tottenham team total over 1.5 at West Ham. Second game, Manchester Derby. Give me Man City in the first half. You can find around plus 110, plus 115. And then I'm waiting to see on Jared Branthwaite whether he's going to play for Everton. If he does, I'm going to take a look at Everton as home favorites against Aston Villa on Saturday morning.
Outstanding. Nick Kenyon joins us each and every Tuesday here on Send It In. Give him a follow on X at Nick Kenyon, BetMGM senior writer. Great stuff as always. Nick, enjoy the rest of the week, my friend, and we'll see you next Tuesday.
Sounds good. Enjoy week 2, PJ.
All right, great stuff there from Nick. Let's continue talking Survivor in week 2 in the NFL here on Send It In. Okay, so obviously the masses, everybody was on Denver last week in week 1, and a majority of people are going to be on the Ravens this week in week 2. The Ravens are probably a good bet. We talked about it yesterday, how it's a very similar spot to what they faced last year and how they lost to the Raiders outright in week 2. And if you guys go to BetMGM, yesterday we gave out Browns plus 12.5. That line is now down to Browns plus 10.5. So the pro money, the sharps, are coming in on Cleveland, because that's not public money moving the line 2 points on a Tuesday. That is sharp money. They like the Browns. I think that is very, very interesting and pretty telling. So a lot of people are going to be on the Ravens. If you think the Ravens are on upset alert, this might be a good week to go elsewhere. Nick brought up that the Cowboys might be a good play. I think that could be a good look. I also think the Green Bay Packers on Thursday could be a good look. Now, Green Bay looks like maybe the best team in the NFC and one of the best teams in all of football right now. But we don't know what's going to happen later on in the season. We don't know what guys are going to get injured. We don't know if maybe they're going to have some stumbles along the way. We know what an advantage it is to play at home on Thursday night, especially when your team is as good as Green Bay. And as awesome as Jaden Daniels is, and as great as the Commanders have been against the spread since he has been the quarterback, probably the worst game, or one of the worst games they played last year, was when they had to go on the road against Philly on a Thursday night. And now here they face the Packers on a short week on the road. I just think it's a tall task. And even though many people are going to want to save the Packers, I kind of think they're a really good survivor option this week in week 2. I also think the Bengals could be a good option in week 2 as well. Jags look awesome in their week 1 game against Carolina. The Bengals were fortunate to beat the Browns. Here we go again. Bengals struggling early on in the season, but they have a big opportunity to go 2-0 to kick off the year. I think they win the game, so maybe if you're willing to bet Cincinnati, take them in Survivor. I don't think they're a bad look as well. Teams I would probably stay away from. The Rams. I would not be interested in them at the Titans. You have to travel multiple time zones from LA to Nashville. Eagles are on deck. Keep that in mind. And that Titans defense was really good against Denver. They made that game ugly and sloppy. Think they can do the same thing against the Rams. Lions, I would be careful against them against the Bears, right? Caleb Williams a little disappointing last night after the first drive, but you know Ben Johnson's got a little something extra saved for the Lions. And boy, Jared Goff, I got my concerns for him and that Lions team at home against the Bears. The Niners, just too many injuries. George Kittle on IR, Brock Purdy injured. Yes, it's the Saints, but Kyle Shanahan and the Niners have lost games like this in the past, so I'd stay away from that. And then Nick talked about how much he likes the Panthers. I definitely would not touch the Cardinals again this week. Saints nearly tied up that game and send it to overtime. Kyler is a big favorite at home. I'm not touching Arizona this week, so I would stay away from them as well. All right, you guys, a promo from our friends at BetMGM. It's an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. BetMGM account holders will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with the Parlay Boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and same-game parlays. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Before we get to PJ's plays, Notre Dame fan in the chat. Hey, PJ, any quarterbacks with one loss that you'd buy the dip on to win the Heisman? Arch, Klubnik, Underwood, Simpson, or CJ Carr? Honestly, at this point, it'd probably be CJ Carr or Ty Simpson, I think would be the two guys that I would look at. Klubnik, no interest. Underwood, no interest. And Arch, I think last week was the week to get him at 16-1. With Ty Simpson, again, they got the Georgia game upcoming in a couple weeks, and I kind of think Bama's going to win that game. If they do, man, his price is really going to shorten. CJ Carr's got a big opportunity off a bye against A&M. I think he plays well, so I would look at those two guys. Real quick, got about 20 seconds left. We'll go through our favorite plays of the day. Lindor is going to be our guy today in Going Streaking. Kyle Bradish over 15.5 outs against the Pittsburgh Pirates. He's looked good in his return. Angels money line, our dog of the day at plus 105. And then the Athletics money line at minus 110 is going to be our best bet. So that's what we like for today. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Thanks again to Nick Kenyon. Preston Guy going to join us tomorrow. And Chase Kitty. We'll see you guys then.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Well, Brinson coming up in just a few minutes. Always a fun visit with him to talk some NFL. We'll be doing that coming up. Joe O, Sammy P, thanks for hanging out here on Bet Sweats. Sam, I did want to pass this one along. This from our guy Tecmo. He tweets us at bet_sweats. A parlay that is very close to hitting. And I think the response on this one is quite different because every scenario is different. So he sends a screenshot of a 7-leg parlay. He hits on Eagles money line, Cardinals money line, Bengals money line sweaty, Niners money line sweaty, Badgers and Michigan State. The one that is outstanding is San Francisco minus 320 at the New Orleans Saints, a 4.5-point road favorite. Let it ride?
I'd probably let it ride, but I did see this morning,
grand.
Kittle out,
Yeah.
Purdy could be out week 2.
Yep. Okay, the Purdy one would change the conversation, and that's probably why the number is so low. But I would let it ride, even for a couple grand at this moment. That scenario could certainly change. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, and we bring on Will Brinson at Will Brinson on X, CBS Sports senior NFL writer, podcast, does the whole deal over there, all over their platforms. Will, what about your biggest sweat, week number 1? NFL is back. Love it. There were some games. If you're a live bettor taking big dogs for Sunday night, Monday night, maybe you looked really smart. Sam did with his live play on the Bills. What was your biggest sweat of the weekend?
I had I think it was 6-leg moneyline parlay. Well, I think it was like FanDuel had it was on Thursday night. Like they had a 100% money line boost or whatever, thing expiring. So I went Cardinals, which was not really sweaty. Commanders, not really sweaty. Colts, not sweaty at all. Had the Raiders in there. Didn't really sweat that one, which was kind of surprising, but yeah, a little bit. And then like the last leg, maybe there was one more in there, one more big favorite. I can't remember. Oh, I had the Eagles too. The last big one, the last leg of the parlay was the freaking Broncos. And I mean, like, why did you make me sweat that, Bo Nix? Like, what? That Broncos defense is so freaking good. And at the end, it wasn't like, it was really weird. The cash out they were doing for it was like, because I think it paid $1,000, and then the cash out was like, didn't move off of 573 the entire time. I thought the app was broken. I think Cam Ward and the Broncos defense broke like the cash out mechanism. Eventually it got home, but I think you have to be a little worried if you're backing the Broncos early in the season, if we get any kind of regression from Bo Nix, because quite frankly, like there was no reason for, and by the way, I think, I don't know if I'd bet it right now because it looks like it's coming down. I think 5.5, but the Rams have a really good defense, should take care of the Titans this week. I don't expect Matthew Stafford to make the mistakes. Bo Nix, terrible fumble where he didn't get rid of the ball down the field, 2 awful interceptions, and then they had a muff punt that set the Titans up in a good spot too. So, one of those games where it's probably a little bit closer. Like Broncos had no real chance. I mean, they almost backdoor to cover, but no real chance of covering. And it's one where my 2 takeaways are, one, I think Tennessee might not be great again. Might be a minute for Cam Ward to get to where he needs against really good defenses. I think they'll be frisky in some spots. Brian Callahan, just some horrendous coaching decisions in that game. And then 2, that I'm a little wary of the Broncos in a spot where like I need to see Bo Nix back up the play he had last season before I'm really like full bore on the Broncos, particularly as a road dog or road favorite this week.
2 worst graded quarterbacks at Pro Football Focus: Jared Goff, Bo Nix.
Yeah, but like, where's Bryce Young on that list? Like, I don't know, PFF. I don't know.
I know. I know, but of those two, which one's more concerning, Goff or Nix?
Oh, Nix for sure. Very correctable because you have Sean Payton. We've seen Bo Nix play well. He is a second-year quarterback, but he's like my age, right? And then with the Goff thing, I think what's really interesting is to kind of track how we react to the Lions offense. Against the Packers, you're like, oh, Ben Johnson is a thing. And then first drive out of the gate from the Bears, you're like, oh, the Lions are really hosed. And then the rest of the way, you're like, all right, maybe the Lions are fine. And the Packers defense is just elite. I think I put more of it on that. You are adjusting to a new play caller, somebody who's a little maybe less creative, less trick play. Like it's just an adjustment. I think the Lions are in a great spot against what might be a bad Bears team. Like, man, I mean, the Bears, all the hope, all the excitement. These fans were partying in the stands like the entire second half of the first half, and then just JJ McCarthy shivved them to the gut. Brutal beat for me. I should have gone 4-1 in the Circa Millions, 3-2 instead, thanks to Chicago being just, not very good.
Yeah, that line was 4.5 before these games this week. It's moving right now. It's 6.
Oh yeah.
Detroit -6. Yeah.
And
Ben Johnson.
it was
no
like
Ben Johnson revenge.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Dan Campbell is going to want to flex on Ben Johnson. And that Bears offensive line is really bad. The Lions are going to hear they heard all the talk that, the Lions are toast now. They don't have Ben Johnson. I mean, Caleb Williams, I think he was probably sacked. I don't know what the final total was, maybe 3. Could have been sacked like 9 times in that game. He had some great escapes. I am major red flagging the Bears in any situation where the opposing team has a decent pass rush at all, because wasn't really impressed with the offensive game plan. One, wasn't impressed with the offensive line. 2, wasn't very impressed with sort of Ben Johnson's game plan. Like, had some quick hitting stuff, but why aren't you, you got away from throwing the ball to DeAndre Swift, which was working early in that game. You felt like you needed, it felt like they got a lead and believed that their defense, which was down 2 starting cornerbacks, by the way, was just going to hold on for dear life against McCarthy, and DeAndre Swift was going to run to 2.5 yards of dust and glory. And he got going a little bit there in the third quarter, but ultimately it just felt like they played it safe, which is the opposite of what we saw Ben Johnson do when he was with the Lions and he would put his foot on the gas.
Would you pop the Lions to win the North at plus 450? Yes or no?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you want to take the Lions at 450 to win the North, you maybe do it on Friday and hope the Packers beat the Commanders and see if you get something like 5-1. Because if the Packers beat the Commanders, and by the way, Jaden Daniels and Jordan Love now the T3 favorites to win MVP, which is, pretty wild. Mm-hmm. I think there's a chance the Commanders win. That's the only issue. Like, I think the Commanders can go into Green Bay and beat the Packers. I don't think the Packers were that impressive on offense. I thought they were, reasonably efficient, but not like, they didn't. The defense was the big takeaway for me from Green Bay in that win over Detroit. So if the Commanders go in and win, the Lions number comes down. So I guess it depends on your take on who you think wins the North, or who you think wins on Thursday night. If you think the Packers can win, then you're probably getting 5-1 or more on the Lions.
Yeah, the Packers 3.5-point favorites, high total. It should be high, 48. Do you have a bet on that game or an early?
Yeah, I think you get the 3.5 now. I would. You see it on MGM. It's minus 115. I think it probably closes at 3 when people are all said and done. Because Jaden Daniels spotlight. He's incredible in big moments. All last year, looked great in week 1. Deebo Samuel, a nice addition. Defense should be able to, hold its own against the Packers a little bit, I think, to a degree. And maybe a little bit of overhype on the Packers offense after that first week. So, yeah, I like the Commanders to keep it within a field goal.
So in the ever-changing Coach of the Year market, coming into the season, we're talking about Mike Vrabel and Ben Johnson being the co-favorites because, of course, it's going to be a first-time coach or a new team with Vrabel. Now it's Liam Cohen. Now he's the guy. He's sort of outlasting the Ben Johnson and the Mike Vrabel hype. Are you a believer in Jacksonville? Is this a playoff team?
Yeah, I am. I like Jacksonville to win the division before the season. So not like a huge leap for me to back them now. I would say that if it's a little hard to discern completely whether or not the defense is legit, because the Panthers are going to be bad, right? I would get Arizona minus 6.5 too now before it jumps to 7, because that's crossing 7. The Cardinals are going to be able to run all day. Trey Benson looked really good. James Connors, as usual, James Connors will be running for 1,000 yards in 2055. I think that the Cardinals will have their way with the Panthers, force the Panthers to be one-dimensional, probably pick off some Bryce Young passes. He made some terrible throws, missed some wide-open guys, was hopping around the pocket a bunch. I think Pete Prisco was texting us, calling him Bryce the Bunny, Bryce Bunny, just because he was bouncing so much in the pocket. And that's a red flag. So with the Panthers, I say all that because I think with Jacksonville, you gotta, it's one of those week 1 grain of salt things. I think Trevor Lawrence is gonna have a great year. He looked awesome Brian Thomas, they didn't have to use him much, right? Him or Travis Hunter. Britton Strange is going to have a big season at tight end for them. If you're a Kittle owner, that's a guy you want on the waivers, I think, this week. But yeah, like I'm very high on Jacksonville. I just want to tamper my own enthusiasm a little bit because I think they were playing a borderline like minor league team in the Panthers, who's probably going to have the worst defense in football this year. So like let's see how Jacksonville looks against Cincinnati. I like them with the 3.5. That's one I would bet now too, because I think that ends up at 3 as well. We know the Bengals early season struggles, not great against the Browns in that first week. Home opener, yeah, but Jacksonville, I think, right on par with the Bengals in terms of where those two teams slot talent-wise.
A few more minutes with Bo Brinson of CBS Sports. Sunday afternoon, awesome game, I think. Philly, KC. Eagles, 1-point favorite. Chiefs in danger of starting 0-2, total of 47.
It's really weird. And I don't know if it's a mistake. Philly's a 1.5-point dog on FanDuel. And I know this is a BetMGM show, but I'm just letting you know that the market is like, because I looked everywhere when I was writing a story for CBS this morning about things I want to bet now. I mean,
there are some picks, but it's mostly Philly -1. But yeah, there are a couple that have KC as a favorite. Yeah.
Yeah, I think here's the play. If you like Philly to win, and I do, which don't get me wrong, I don't like doing this because you're betting against Andy Reid with extra time to prepare, Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce in a big time revenge spot, an improved Chiefs offensive line, and a Chiefs team that certainly doesn't want to start 0-2 with a loss to the team that whipped them in the Super Bowl last time. But the Eagles are just a better team right now. The Eagles are just a better team, and I think they're going to be able to run. You're going to get some squeaky wheel stuff with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. Jalen Hurts throws the ball down the field a little bit more maybe in week 2. And if you can go out there and get the Eagles at -108 versus you see 118 on the screen just to win outright, I think that's a pretty good bet right now.
I think I'm going to do something really dumb on Sunday. I think I'm going to bet the Dolphins -1 against the Patriots.
So am I.
It's dumb, but I think I'm going to do it. Why? It's so dumb, but I'm going to do it.
That line is sus as hell. Like, the Dolphins just got destroyed by Daniel Jones and the Colts, and they're favored. Part of that, I think, Sam, we were on the Raiders big coming into week 1. That paid off. Shout out Pete Carroll.
Bang.
And it wasn't even the Raiders'
bang.
best game offensively. I mean, just in terms of the run game, I thought Geno looked awesome. Jacoby Myers was great. Genty got in the end zone, but it was largely bottled up by the Patriots. I just don't think the Patriots are very good. And the offseason hype, like if you no offense, if you're holding the Patriots future right now, like if you laid -120 for the Patriots to make the playoffs, you are not feeling great. Like, I mean, I'm not telling you to cash it out because the value is probably shot, but like, I don't think you should be feeling very good. The Raiders manhandled them in at home, in Foxborough in week 1 under the new Mike Vrabel regime. The Dolphins are way more finesse, but it's going to be high 80s, low 90s, tons of humidity. You've been practicing in that crisp Foxborough weather all off season. Now you go down and you just step off the bus and start sweating. And there's got to be a little, like, I think this is a great overcorrection spot where the average bettor, and then, you look at like the consensus picks, which by the way, in the Circa Millions went 0-7 on the top. Maybe 1-6, something like that. Yeah, I mean, like it was bad. It was bloodbath out there. I think it's a spot where you have no one willing to take the Dolphins laying 1.5, and they just probably find a way to win.
That's Will Brinson of CBS Sports, at Will Brinson over on X. Thank you, Will. Talk soon. Best of luck with all your wagers coming up this week. We'll play Nickel or Dime, take a look at some other things. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning Bets, 20 minutes from now, Joe O, Sammy P. We'll get to nickel or dime in a few minutes. I did want to follow up with something that Will Brinson mentioned. First off, as far as the Survivor results, we haven't talked that much about it outside of that Denver sweat that most people had on Sunday. But unlike last year, most people got through. And I think that's a good thing for Survivor overall. Let people think they actually have a chance at winning this thing. I was looking at my high stakes pool, what Sam calls the rich people pool. Top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 selections all make it through. Because I was thinking about Survivor, like, how do you get eliminated this week? What did you do? Because all of the pools that I'm in, it's about 2 to 3% got eliminated. In the rich people one, 4 took New England. Dumb.
Dead.
3 took Miami, and 1 person took the Bears.
Oh, how'd that go?
I kind of want to find out who it was if we know this person. Like, what the? Why would you take the Bears as a dog week 1? And I don't understand that. I don't get that at all. So stupid.
Did you do any week 2 handicapping yet for Survivor?
I started to look at it yesterday and Sunday. Yeah, I did. Baltimore seems like the obvious one. Baltimore is going to be a double digits coming off a loss, but it is a divisional matchup, but it's Cleveland on the other side. So that's the one that I think is going to be very popular. But outside of that, do you have a lot of massive point spreads? Now, San Francisco, New Orleans, as you just mentioned with that situation, who's going to play quarterback? That's going to be a concern. Arizona is a big favorite again, but they're at home where they don't play well. It's -6.5 against Carolina. I don't know. That's a Carolina fade. Will Brinson would take Detroit, it sounds like. Laying 6 against the Bears. I get that. You've got the Cowboys laying 6. A lot of 6s out there. Divisional matchup against the Giants. It is a tough week if you want to save Baltimore. Minnesota's laying 5 against Atlanta. Like, you know, these 5-6 numbers, there's a reason they're not 6-7. It's not going to be an easy week.
I think Dallas is my favorite as of now. I have time to change my mind because it's only Tuesday, but I love that they get the extra rest. Having played on Thursday, you get the extra couple days. You get time to prepare. I think that's probably my favorite, and I said this to Brinson, and I love that he backed me up. I said, I'm going to do something stupid on Sunday. I'm going to bet the Dolphins. And right away, he said, me too. I could find myself in one of the 3 Survivor entries. I could find myself on Miami in one of those 3, no doubt.
Beef Loaf really did take New England.
He did. I know.
But, I thought he was messing around. I thought he was joking because I don't believe anything he says.
He said he was going to fade me to the moon, I believe is what he said.
Yeah, I just thought that was internet BS. But you're not gonna actually
he put 10 toes down, and he lost a toe.
And he cut them all? Oh, you just lose 1 toe when you're wrong on 10 toes down?
We haven't figured out the penalty yet. Paul had brought that up. If you go 10 toes down and whiff, do we clip a toe? I don't know. I don't know the rules.
Help me out with this one. So I was really curious. I didn't see this like he saw it. The Circa Million picks, the most popular ones, how they did. Very poorly. All right, help me out. Giants +6. Loser?
Yes.
Atlanta?
Loser.
Denver +8.5. Or -8.5, sorry.
Minus.
Yeah, so that was
loser.
That was a loser. Seattle +2.5.
Loser.
Loser. Detroit +2.5. Big loser.
Loser.
So the top 5 all lose. Okay. 6 most popular was Arizona -6.5. That was a winner by a hook. 7 was Pittsburgh -3. Loser. 8 was Cincinnati -5. Loser. 9 was Miami on a pick, loser. 10 was Baltimore -1, loser. It was 9 of the top 10, all losers.
Only to be outdone by the Westgate College contest. So we've had 2 weeks of this now. The consensus plays in the Westgate College football contest are 3-10-1.
Why do we spend 15 hours a day, all this prep, talking about this? All we got to do is fade the consensus, fade the million picks. It's that simple, right?
Don't tell our bosses that.
Yeah, apparently. My God, this is what we need. We'll just wait till later in the week when we get all of this information.
And the room has been historically bad to start.
Yeah. This is something special going on there. We were talking about with Tecmo reaching out, bet_sweats with his 7-leg parlay. San Francisco being the last leg. Now that feels a little bit dicey. So let's hold off on an official answer on that one because that's concerning if you don't have Brock Purdy under center. Alex B. Smith reaches out, bet_sweats. Would you guys look to bet live unders in games that have lightning delays in both college and NFL? I cashed under 43 in the hook in Jaguars Panthers immediately when that went to a delay. We saw on Thursday there was a delay. I don't know if this is a new thing going on, but I don't ever remember seeing multiple delays on one slate. So it seems like the NFL is more concerned about weather this year, and they're not going to hesitate to put games on pause. I asked you on Thursday when we were discussing if that's a bad beat, like, does that happen without a delay? And we were both guessing that no, it probably doesn't go under the total like it did without a delay.
I have never thought about it, but now I'm thinking about it because of Alex's tweet. Granted, we don't have a big sample size, but you had 2 games that, well, at least the one on Thursday was looking to fly over the total. And then they go to break, 57-minute delay because of the weather, crushing Uncrustables and cold cuts, and then nobody can move after the delay. So maybe he's onto something. Maybe we should chart this. We have several things that we chart and track. Maybe we should start tracking weather delays and live unders.
What kind of sample do you need? That's the thing. By the time we get a large enough sample, if we're going to wait to react then the live markets will immediately react at that point, right?
Yeah, by the time we get to 100 lightning delays, I'll be dead. So you're right. Probably not going to have a big enough sample size.
We're either going to get hit by lightning or just we won't see it in our lifetime. So I think that's an interesting angle, and it makes sense. It makes sense. So moving forward, are we going to see games that go into a delay, immediate movement on those live numbers by humans? I don't know. But I agree with him with his idea because we were thinking about that after Thursday Night Football. Joe O, Sammy P, BetSweats, BetMGM Network. Let's play nickel or dime.
It's time for Nickel or Dime. Should you spend $500 or $1,000? Open up those wallets. We give you the answers on Nickel or Dime.
We bring in Jake Hassan, the host of Nickel or Dime. What's up, Jake?
Hello. No camera for me today as Sam is using my camera.
I'm hogging the camera.
Oh.
You
can go.
There's Jake.
Hi.
There he is.
There you go.
He's very close to
there.
me. By the way, Joe, would you like to take one guess at what is holding up my laptop today? What is propping my laptop up? If you guess it, you can keep the prize.
It's some sort of a book. No?
It's a Willie the Wildcat Northwestern mascot bobblehead box propping up my laptop. Meow!
So that's sitting around the office because it's so bad that nobody wants to take it.
Nobody wanted it. It was sitting in the Score locker room last year, and I asked if I could take it, and somebody said, I don't care. So
Who said that? Who did you
I'm not
ask?
squealing. I'm
Come
not
on.
squealing. Ain't happening.
As a
Nope.
host. Don't care.
Maybe
Yeah.
it was Julie DeCaro.
It wasn't.
Nope, it wasn't.
You guys did Halloween together once.
We did.
Anyways.
We were Mario and Luigi. Yep, I know. I'll never forget it.
That's my
It's
favorite.
really bad.
What year is that? What year? Is it in the book?
2014.
Man, how do you know years? Like, it all is just a blur to me. But you're very quick. You know exactly what happened in what year.
It was a traumatic experience.
I
That's why.
have a very, very good memory, believe it or not.
still
It was
going
very
through
traumatic as
therapy.
well. Julie was on the air. I'll never forget Julie was on the air. We did a show several times on long time Powerhouse, 87.7 The Game. Just a great radio station. And Corey Kluber was about to win the Cy Young.
Oh,
it was the middle of September, and she was calling him Corey Clubber. Amazing. Just amazing.
Sam would text me on a regular basis when she was hosting on The Score about some of the names that were being mispronounced. I'm like, I know. She's not really watching. I know. I understand.
No.
We all know. All right, Jake.
Cy Young.
What's going on?
Corey Clubber.
87.7
Oh, no.
The Game.
Hey.
Dude, that station was electric. You had Tim Doyle on during the day. It was phenomenal. Anyways, go ahead. What you got, Jake?
That was talking old Chicago radio stations.
Yep. Nobody cares. Nobody.
Right.
All right, we'll start with the Dolphins here, and after Mike McDaniel said after the game, after the disaster game, as it were, he said, "I would say the good news is, and the positive is, I don't see how this could be worse." So all of that being said, would you rather go the nickel on the Dolphins' fewest wins, 12-1, or the dime on the Dolphins -1 in Week 2 against the Patriots? Since it is your Patriots, Sam, we'll start with you.
Dime. Dolphins. Easy.
Really? No teams looked worse. Doesn't mean it's going to be that way all year, but I mean, Tua looked awful. And for all the Tua haters out there, you looked pretty smart as far as this game goes. Fewest wins. Who's going to have fewer wins? I mean, there probably will be. Probably. So I'm just not sure about the Dolphins -1. I'll go nickel on this one. I'll say Dolphins fewest wins. They fire McDaniel in season, and that will be fascinating just because of the price there.
All right, going to college football, would you rather go the nickel on USF, University of South Florida, for the uninitiated, to make the college football playoff +450, or the dime on Alabama to make the college football playoff +150, Joe?
Alabama's not making it. No, I don't care that it's plus money after just a couple of games. Not in that conference, not what I've seen so far. Alabama's not making it, so that's a losing proposition. You don't have the best number on South Florida, but let's say they even keep it close this week. The rest of the schedule, so soft. Let's go South Florida. They make the college football playoff. I'm getting +450. Nickel again.
It's basically a bet on them being competitive against Miami. If they can keep it within 10, they're going to be very live here. And you could see this number, even with a loss, you could see this number come in a little bit. It's +450 right now. If they lose by 7 or by 10 at Miami, you could see 350, 3.25. Even off a loss, the number could go up if they look respectable. So I agree with Joe.
Final question for nickel or dime, this riveting edition of, as it were. For the Heisman, would you rather go the nickel on Drew Aller, 20-1, or the dime on John Mateer, 8-1, Sam?
Why didn't you ask Joe first?
Because I didn't want to.
For solidarity, Joe, I'll do it for you, Mateer.
No, you want Drew. Go ahead. Take him.
No,
20, right?
I love you more than I love him.
Aw.
I get the case.
Joe, say it back.
I don't say I love you to people. Do you
I love
do you
you,
think
Joe.
they would vote it? Do you think they would vote him in if they're known for their running game and their defense more so, right? Do you think he can win it there, a Penn State quarterback? If he doesn't
The
have
only reason
numbers?
I would bet it would be for the price. I don't think he's going to win. So that's why I, on top of loving you, that's why I went with Mateer.
Thank you. Mateer. Dime. 8-1. It was a 10-1. I love
Hit
Mateer.
you with the thank you is tough.
He loves Mateer. He said he loves Mateer.
I love Mateer. I love him. I love him this year.
I love you. Thank you.
Sam, I love you.
I love you too.
I love you. Comma, John Mateer.
Show's weird. Weird show.
So weird for Tuesday.
Don't ever do another show in that studio. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't bode well when you got to start off like Dykstra's asking you if you want to sit in his lap. Lightning bets next. BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich with you. You've got Bet Sweat. Swing big on your next MLB parlay. Use this parlay boost token to score a bigger payout if your baseball parlay hits over at BetMGM. All right, I want to get to this before we get to our lightning bets on the day because I thought this one would make you laugh. Headline from the Detroit Free Press. Tigers broadcaster Jason Benetti should focus on the game. So they posted some letters that they received over at the Detroit Free Press from some fans that were upset. It was in reaction to a story about Benetti that they wrote earlier in the week. So they got a bunch of letters about Benetti. And this one was from Judy Roy. Jason Benetti may be okay for lots of folks, but I still believe that the game is the thing and should be the focus. Benetti seems to want to entertain and almost seems bored if the game isn't exciting. He and whoever else is in the booth never stop talking, or they go off track with a joke or focus on a fan in the stands. A while back, I heard a couple of minutes of an Ernie Harwell Tiger playoff game broadcast. Man, what a difference. No jokes, no constant chatter. It was beautiful. Benetti may be better with a more exciting game like football, but I think baseball may not be his thing. That was from Judy Roy. Jason Benetti, the TV broadcaster for the Detroit Tigers, the White Sox moved on from him a while back, and that made Sam Paniotovich very happy because White Sox, we know, are his favorite team, and it was painful for him to watch the broadcast. He would have to do it on disdain for one Jason Benetti. That's why I read
there are 3 buttons
every day with all the downtime that you have. I don't love it. It's too much. But for college basketball, for college football, fast-paced, where the event is the thing, there isn't time for all this other stuff that he likes to delve into. It seems like maybe he gets bored by baseball. I don't know. Maybe that's the case. But I think for other sports, he's very good. I don't like him on baseball. That's how I explain it to people.
He's good with action, no doubt. But I know some things about Benetti that, I've told you about. He also thinks he's a comedian. He thinks he's the funniest guy in the broadcast booth. And he's not. He's not funny at all. He does not make me laugh. He makes me cry.
Makes you cry? Yes.
Not really.
Well, now he's gone.
Makes me angry.
See, and you got your guy. I don't even know if your guy's any good. I know last year.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
the Hawk every day.
Yeah,
Hawk Harrelson, just to be clear.
He's old.
Okay, speaking of horrendous, before we get to our lightning bets, Jake and I have ESPN on in the corner. Why, I don't know. But Stephen A. Smith gave us his top 5 teams in the NFL. And I will give them to you in order, 1 through 5. His number 1 team is Philadelphia. Number 2 is Buffalo. Number 3 is Green Bay. Number 4, Baltimore. So Baltimore is the 4th best team in the NFL. And number 5 is the LA Chargers. So again, Stephen A. Smith, Philly, Buffalo, Green Bay, Baltimore, LA Chargers.
LA Chargers?
Smith, if he was a sports book, I would bankrupt him.
Well, he's got his bets. I saw him every commercial last night. His parlays that he throws together. Please bet with me. Yeah, I would love to as well. Okay, so 4 of the 5 won. And the only loser was Baltimore, the number 2 team, Buffalo. Green Bay's top 3 team in the NFL now, huh? That's where we're at?
Apparently.
Okay.
So I can give you my power ratings real quick.
Bet.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
On a Tuesday morning at 10:49 a.m. Chicago time, I am betting the Miami Dolphins -1 against the Patriots.
Okay. All right. And on the Dolphins bounce back. Overreaction week, that is going to be the theme. We'll talk more about that coming up throughout the week. All right. He's betting the Miami Dolphins. Okay. I'm going to bet more Mateer. I could regret this, but the numbers going in one direction over the next few weeks. They're going to be 5-0, and then he's going to be a top 3 favorite for the Heisman. So I'm going to bet Mateer again at 10-1. Yeah, we're going to lose those 10s coming up pretty soon. All right, some other futures that I was taking a look at. Comeback player of the year, I only bet quarterbacks, and the favorite right now is not a quarterback. 2 of the top 3 favorites are not quarterbacks. So let's say it's not Dak. Who's it going to be? Which quarterback?
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell!
All right, even if Darnold sucks, like JSN still has the ability to put up big numbers. He had a ton of targets in week number 1 against that San Francisco defense. I don't see any reason that changes. He's a clear-cut number 1. He was the one last year, even though people were saying that DK Metcalf was the one. JSN at 50-1. If he puts up the numbers with Darnold, yeah, he's going to be on that short list. So at 50-1, I think that's a good number. I'm looking there. Let's go to Paul Aspen. Paul, what are you thinking for lightning bets?
How do I not now? Been talking about this guy for 2 years at 50-1. I mean, not for OPOY, but now I have to. One number, so 2 NFL notes. So this Browns number, look, I'm not saying they're live necessarily, This keeps coming down. I feel like it was definitely 12.5 at some point, 11.5. Now I see a 10.5. It may have been as high as 13.5 on Sunday night. Find that very interesting. I think one thing I said before the season, they could definitely be a bet on team. They're not going to be good, but could be a bet on team with that defense. And Flacco stays upright for a while. And obviously we saw the Ravens defense. Look, it was Josh Allen, but in the past we've seen them they can be susceptible to some things, get lazy. So that'll be one to watch. But I'll say Jags plus 3.5. How long did that take for me to get back on the Jacksonville train? 2 weeks. But at plus 3.5 going into Cincinnati, I think you're getting a good number there. And I think it was Will Brinson who said as well, that number's probably going away. You see it pretty juiced. But I think that is a good one there. Jags plus 3.5 against the Bengals.
Yeah. I like it. Yeah, you're probably right. I see a 3 that's already popped. There's a few of them at some sports books. Those are going away. I think that's a good look. I like Jacksonville as well. And keep in mind, Cincinnati, it wasn't just a week 1 thing. It's also a week 2 thing that they've really struggled. Yeah. I know this past Sunday is going to go down as a victory for them, but they didn't come close to covering the point spread, and they were beat up in the box score. The turnovers ended up helping Cincinnati in that one. Jake Hassan, Lightning Bets, what you got?
So Sam mentioned I'm going to be betting baseball still because why wouldn't I? And that is my brand, so I'm going to stick to it. I'm going to be on Kyle Bradish over strikeouts today, 6.5 plus money. Like him, I like the Astros a little bit on the road as well, and I'm just going to keep doing the home run parlays with NFL awards. So whatever you like, Christian McCaffrey or JSN or whatever, I like Jacob Marcy to hit a home run today for the Marlins 6-1, and Giancarlo Stanton better than 3-1.
All right. Very good. I just saw from BetMGM, most tickets, most handle, MVP is Joe Burrow. Why? It doesn't make much sense. All right, Wednesday. We'll be back tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern. Power Rankings Wednesday. A lot of fun planned. Keep it here. Bet Sweats. We're here weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon on the BetMGM network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
to win and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here?
No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
It's a great day to be alive, and it's a great day to be a better. Welcome to another edition of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM right here on the BetMGM Network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys over the next 4 hours, where you can find us across a multitude of platforms. Make sure to watch us live 24/7 on the BetMGM Network and directly on the free Odyssey app. You can also watch us on Twitch at BetMGM Network and on YouTube at the BetMGM Network. Also check us out on YouTube TV, Roku, Fubo TV, Samsung TV Plus, and more. And if you want to listen to us, you can go ahead and do so at Sirius Channel 160 and Sirius XM 205. And throughout these 4 hours, make sure you're hitting us up on social media. You can find me on Twitter at Femi Abebefe. You can find me on Instagram, Femi_Abebefe. Check out the show on Twitter at You Better You Bet, and the entire network at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. You know, if you like our show, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Tonight, Daily Tip, all the shows that we have across the network, weekdays and weekends, at BetMGM Network is where you can go ahead and find it. We got the whole crew hanging with us here on this Tuesday. We have Tyler Morales, Jake Hassan, Bill Zimmerman, Mike Brown, Sean Ha, Addy Bates, Nick Costos. He joins us at the top of the hour with his thoughts on last night's Monday Night Football game that saw the Minnesota Vikings come from behind to beat the Chicago Bears. Was not great for yours truly as somebody who bet the Bears money line. Hey, 3 quarters in, we're feeling good. And then the fourth quarter happened, and we were no longer feeling good. We'll get into that here shortly. But as always, if you miss anything across these 4 hours, make sure you check us out in podcast form. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcast. And because we're so kind, we're putting it out there for you guys to consume in on-demand fashion. The least you could do is to subscribe, rate, and review wherever you get your podcast. We have 2 guests who will be joining us throughout these 4 hours, starting at 5 o'clock Eastern. 3-time Super Bowl champion, color commentator for NFL on Fox, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast, Mark Schlereth, joins us here for his weekly spot during the NFL season. We're going to recap all of the happenings from week 1 in the NFL. I'm betting Mark Schlereth's got some thoughts on Coach Capri Pants, who he given Mike McDaniel his nickname. Coach Capri Pants got blowed out in the game against the Indianapolis Colts. We'll talk to Schlereth about all the fun storylines from week 1 in the National Football League. And then during the Power Hour at 6:20 Eastern Time, betting analyst for NBC Sportsbet, co-host of the Deep Dive podcast, the whale capper, Drew Dinsick, will return to us to give us his thoughts on the week 2 slate. We're already turning the page to week 2 betting markets, side totals. What is he like early on in the week? What can we get ahead of that's going to move later in the week? We'll ask Whale coming up at 6:20 Eastern Time. But let's go ahead and get into last night's game, though. Monday Night Football, Vikings beat the Bears 27-24. And like I said off the top, I bet Chicago to win the game. I bet plus 105. The Bears ended up closing as a pick 'em. There was some minus 115, minus 105 on the Bears, whichever way, wherever you did your betting there. But it closed to pick 'em, and I was like, hey, you know what? Let's see what happens. J.J. McCarthy's making his first start against a good defensive coordinator, Dennis Allen, raucous environment in Chicago. Maybe the Bears, for one night only, can get it done against a really, really good team. Unfortunately, the fourth quarter collapse happened, and we did not win our bet. We did, however, win on the Caleb Williams anytime touchdown. So shout out to Caleb Williams for using his legs on the first drive. I wish I also bet first TD scorer Caleb Williams, just had the anytime, which was plus 470. So that kind of salvaged somewhat of the night. Still a small loser, but it wasn't as bad as it could have been had Caleb Williams not reached pay dirt. But let's get into the brass tacks of it all, though, because the whole handicap for me was J.J. McCarthy making his first NFL start on the road, division game, in primetime against a very good defensive mind in Dennis Allen. And I must admit, J.J. McCarthy, for at least one night, let's see how the rest of the 16 games go this regular season, but I came away very impressed by J.J. McCarthy. Now, man, my expectations were probably lower than some, like I'm not like a McCarthy hater. I just thought, hey, he's probably going to struggle early on. He didn't really get to practice a lot of last year because he was dealing with the meniscus injury. A lot of that year was spent rehabbing. So it wasn't your traditional quarterback who's kind of learning on the bench and then developing in the week in practice. No, this was a little bit different. But McCarthy came out and looked like he belonged, which is what you want for your first-year starting quarterback, to look like they belong. And I thought ultimately, after having a rocky start, McCarthy, he shined last night. He shined in his debut in a very difficult spot, because the thing that was really impressive about him was that dude hung in there and just stuck with it. I mean, think about how that game is starting off. He's like making all these changes at the line of scrimmage. I was like, JJ, just snap the ball, bro. Like, you ain't got to do all that. You ain't got to do all that window dressing, buddy. Because like it was doing it and then it was leading to nothing. Here's like an end around. Here's like a bubble screen out to Adam Thielen. Like, it's like we're not being productive here, but we got all the bells and whistles. Like, what's actually happening? He even throws the pick six, which was the Bears' second touchdown of the game, to my guy Nashawn Wright. At that point, I'm like, all right, well, this is looking like one of those games with young quarterback. It's not going well. And I know a lot of people on Twitter saying, oh, man, should have kept Sam Darnold, should have called Aaron Rodgers. I'm married to a Vikings fan. She was panicking during the game. I got buddies who are Vikings fans. Like, oh, man, did we make the right decision? I'm like, guys, it's like 2 quarters. Like, let's chill. Let's relax for a little bit. This is all part of the development. And then in the fourth quarter, you saw what Kevin O'Connell saw and what Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah saw, the general manager of the Minnesota Vikings, because J.J. McCarthy led 3 straight touchdown drives to close out the game in the fourth quarter. Now, the final stat line is not going to be super impressive. Nobody's going to send that box score off to Canton, Ohio for them to hang it up in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. But McCarthy was 13 of 20, 143 yards, 2 touchdowns, and an interception. That interception, once again, a pick six that put him up against it, down by 11 in the game. But I will say this, a couple of notes that are really, really cool for J.J. McCarthy to hang his hat on. McCarthy became the first player in NFL history to account for 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter of his NFL debut. That's the good stuff right there. First player in NFL history. This is a 100+ year history of the league. He's the first guy to do it. In the past 45 years, and shout out to Kevin Seifert, who covers the Minnesota Vikings for ESPN, for this stat that he put on Twitter. In the past 45 years, 2 quarterbacks have overcome a double-digit deficit in the fourth quarter of their NFL debuts and won the game. The first quarterback, Steve Young. Ever heard of him? Former league MVP, Hall of Famer, one of the greats of all time in league history. It's Steve Young, and it's last night, J.J. McCarthy. Now, I'm not saying he's going to turn into Steve Young. I guess there's a chance that could happen, but a very, very slim chance at that. But that's the good company that you want to be in. And what I loved the most about McCarthy is that even during the struggles, you saw his athleticism and you saw his toughness on display. Like the athleticism, we saw that early on, like trying to scramble to keep plays alive. The offensive line for the Vikings struggling without Christian Darrisaw. Like you saw all of the things that would lead an organization to say, hey, we want that guy to be the future face of our franchise. The toughness. I mean, despite the struggles, the interception on the pick six, just unafraid to throw the dart to Justin Jefferson. Tight window in the red zone. Bang. We're in there. Let's get back into this football game. Unafraid on the final drive to lower his shoulder on that touchdown where he put the game on ice. Like, this dude has it. Like, I hate those tropes of moxie and like he's a winner and all that stuff that we always say when we can't really quite describe what the guy's actually good at. But like, damn it, J.J. McCarthy has it. Like, he has it, and that team has gravitated towards him. Like, we all saw in the locker room after the game, like, those guys are fired up for J.J. McCarthy. They voted him a captain. He's 22 years old. And I know, like, we just give out the C for every quarterback that steps in as a rookie. I know Cam Ward's got one. Caleb Williams on the other side has one as well. But, like, that says a lot for McCarthy to really just kind of galvanize this team after what they saw last year with Sam Darnold, who led them to 14 wins. And why I'm bullish on McCarthy going forward the rest of this season as being a viable starting quarterback is that he has one of the best head coaches in the NFL. Kevin O'Connell's approach is just phenomenal. He's one of my favorite coaches in the league. And it's not because he won us a bunch of money last year, coach of the year, and all that stuff, which, oh, by the way, I'm going to keep reminding everybody about that one because that was a really fun hit last year. Like Kevin O'Connell, the reason why I love him the most is that when it comes to the EQ stuff, because we always talk about IQ, how smart are you? EQ, the emotional intelligence stuff, he nails it every single time. He always nails it. He builds up his players, especially his quarterbacks. Last year, how many of those videos did we see him building up Sam Darnold, saying, man, like Sam Darnold balled out, that's your quarterback. Like he was doing that in front of the whole team, uplifting Sam Darnold, who had been in the dumpster prior to arriving in Minnesota. And he was doing the same thing for J.J. McCarthy, uplifting McCarthy, telling the rest of the team, this is your commander, this is your signal caller, get on his back, follow his lead. Whether guys believed it or not prior to that, damn it, they believe it now after last night. And this coaching staff is just so buttoned up between O'Connell and Flores. You gotta like where the Minnesota Vikings sit going forward, 1-0 with a tough and gritty road win in the division. Now, on the other side, and I honestly, Nick says this all the time. I wish we didn't have hard outs. I wish we didn't have hard outs because we got a lot to say about the Chicago Bears, and we're going to fit it in here quickly because Caleb Williams, woo, buddy, we're watching you, man. We are watching you. And I think had you been living under a rock over the past couple of years and you had no knowledge of what was going on in the NFL of the last couple of years, like, would you have been able to tell which QB was making his first NFL start and which guy was entering year 2 as a starter? I don't think you'd have been able to tell. And that's not a good sign for the Chicago Bears, to put it lightly. Like that is not a good sign. And we saw some positive from Caleb Williams. We'll get into that shortly, but I want to get to the negatives first because the biggest thing that I know a lot of Bears fans are panicked about and a lot of people that were watching the game, tweeting about the game last night, the inaccuracies from last season are still there. And that can't happen. Like Bears down by 10, trying to score quickly. DJ Moore, he's not wide open. He's wide ass open. Like you got to hit that, man. Like you got to hit that touchdown. Air mails it. Just a horrendous missed pass. Cole Kmet earlier in the second half, just past his outstretched arms. Like these kinds of things, if Caleb Williams is going to be the guy that we all thought he was or could be, can't happen. He's got to make those kinds of throws. And I saw this stat over on Twitter, thanks to James Foster, who tweeted this one out. It's courtesy True Media. Over the last year and 1 week, Caleb Williams leads NFL quarterbacks with 52 incompletions due to an overthrow, 17 more than the next highest quarterback. That's brutal. And when you look at the box score, it's pretty kind to Caleb Williams. 21 of 35, 210 yards, touchdown. In fact, Caleb Williams last night had a higher QBR than J.J. McCarthy, who we just got done praising. However, when you watch the game, you see why all of this generational prospect stuff that everyone's been talking about, coming out of USC as the Heisman Trophy winner, first overall, etc., all that stuff, it needs to stop until he actually looks like it. I mean, the offensive drives after the opening 10-play touchdown drive, the opening script, here it was the drive chart for the Chicago Bears. It was punt, turnover on downs, punt, field goal, punt, missed field goal, punt, touchdown, end of game. It's way too much punting. And this Bears team let the Vikings hang around, and that cost them the game. Now, does that mean I want to sell all of my Caleb Williams stock? As somebody who didn't own a ton to begin with, no, I'm not selling. I'm still holding some Caleb Williams shares. I don't think it's time to press the panic button just yet. But if this continues, week 6, week 7, heading into Halloween, that's when I think you start to need to panic about Caleb Williams and the Bears. Because in terms of the positives of what we saw last night, like the opening script was really good, typically is, but it shows that he's taken to the coaching. I thought that the athleticism stuff was really, really strong. The way he was scrambling around, using his legs. We talked about the opening drive touchdown, 58 yards rushing last night. Like that stuff you can tap into, and I'm hoping Ben Johnson taps into more of it. But all in all, man, it looked a lot like the same old Chicago Bears, man. It really did. And I'll say this to wrap up this segment because we're coming up against the break here. Caleb Williams is going to get a lot of the blame for what happened last night and for a lot of the collapse. Man, Ben Johnson, like, he also deserves some blame as well. It fell flat. And I didn't see all the easy reads and all the stuff that he was giving Jared Goff a season ago. I didn't say, Caleb Williams missed some throws, but he didn't miss throws every single play. He was also having to use his legs to extend plays, had to use his legs on the only touchdown that they had in the first half. Everyone's crowned him as the offensive mastermind, and I get that. But last night, I think we learned that it's also going to be a work in progress for Ben Johnson. And that's before we even get to the end of game situation, which was a brutal mistake when the Bears scored their touchdown with 2:02 left in the game. Like, you needed to make sure that there were 0 seconds that went off the clock during that kickoff. Cairo Santos kicks the ball, lands in the middle of the end zone. The Vikings smartly take it out, just killing off the 2-minute warning. That can't happen. And I know after the game he said, well, the intent was for the ball to go out of the end zone. Dog, that's where like the EQ needs to be put to the side, or the IQ, needs to be put to the side, and the EQ needs to stand up. Like Ben Johnson saying that about his kicker, maybe you can do that privately. I didn't really love that publicly, blaming him for that miscue last night. All right, on the other side, we'll get to the top headlines here on a Tuesday on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
In Clemson minus 6.5 against Georgia Tech. Fade or follow?
I'll follow Clemson, but I'm going to wait, man, because this got bet down to 4.5. Money coming in on Georgia Tech. I get it.
Wow.
Clemson has not covered the spread in 4 of their last 5 games against FBS teams going back to last year. They looked terrible against Troy. They were losing by double digits. They only won 27-16. But they were also coming off a disappointing loss to LSU to kick off the year. And they were without 3 of their starters, including their stud wide receiver, Antonio Williams. We don't know if any of the 3 are going to play, but we also don't know if Georgia Tech's quarterback, Haynes King, is going to play. He didn't play last week. It didn't matter. The backup led them to 680 total yards of offense. But that was against Gardner-Webb. So I feel like, again, this is the perfect buy low on Clemson. I still think they win the ACC. I still think they win double-digit games. I'm not out on them yet. I'll take the Tigers here.
All right, you're big on Clemson, minus the now 4.5. I shaved off 2 points off the line when I put together the script this morning.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM. Coming at you guys here on a Tuesday. I'm Femi at Bet Buffet. 40 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Nick Costos with his thoughts on last night's Monday Night Football game. Vikings beat the Bears 27-24. I know Nick was on the over, so shout out to him for cashing his over bet. I was on the Bears. That did not hit, although Caleb Williams did score, so that was good to have Caleb Williams anytime TD score. Caleb Williams was a former Heisman Trophy winner. In 20 minutes, we're going to break down who could be the Heisman Trophy winner this year. Heisman Trophy betting market update coming at you in 20 minutes at 3:40. We'll break things down, top of the market, and who you need to bet heading into week 3 of the college football season. But joining us right now, like he does each and every weekday at 3:20, it's our executive producer, and most importantly on this day, Chicago Bears fan, Bill Zimmerman. Bill, I broke down what happened last night. I give my opinion. I'm not as panicked, but I'll ask you the question. As it comes to Caleb Williams, on a scale of 1 to Trubisky, how panicked are you after what you saw last night?
We are not at Mitch Trubisky levels, but we are definitely, which is probably in the upper quarter of that, we are probably at about 23 Justin Fields levels here. Like there were a lot of issues out there for me. I think you were too kind to Caleb Williams and putting some on Ben Johnson. And yeah, sure, Ben Johnson made mistakes. I'm not saying Ben Johnson was flawless, but I did get a chance to watch some of the coaches' tape this morning, and some of the things you were saying were missing. They were there, Femi. Caleb Williams missed them. Olamide Zaccheaus streaking wide open across the middle of the field. Caleb Williams doesn't see it, dumps it off. DJ Moore, beautiful post route wide open. Not the one that everyone saw at the end of the game, but a couple times in the middle of the game. And Caleb Williams misses him and ends up scrambling with the football. He was not seeing the field. He looked panicked. He looked uncertain. His accuracy has totally left him. You were talking about it like that. You didn't think that was at USC. I don't think that was at USC either. I was excited about the USC tape I saw. If I saw those kind of throws consistently in college, he would not have been the prospect he was. I don't know what has happened there. I don't know if last season mentally broke him. I don't know what's going on, but this is not the quarterback the Chicago Bears expected when they took him first overall.
Yeah, I mean, I was not grinding the all 22 like you were, but like if that's on the tape, and I believe you that it's on the tape, like that's very damning for Caleb Williams and very damning for the Chicago Bears this upcoming season. I'll ask you this though, because like with all of that happening and everything that like, okay, like Caleb Williams, if he's gonna be missing these throws, like how much do you think that he's not capable, and how much is it the whole Ty Dunn article that came out earlier last week on a Friday from I believe it's like Go Long is his Substack, what it's called. Like I know you read that. Like a lot of that was hinting at Caleb Williams might not be the first one in, last one out kind of a guy. Like the work ethic was put into question. How much of that do you think? And it's hard to get into his mind and like know exactly what's happening unless you're in the building. But you're very plugged in when it comes to the Chicago Bears. Is this simply like he's uncertain because he's not prepping, or like what the hell's happening here? Because like we mentioned, like this was not the case at USC when clearly that's college, which NFL is different. But like, man, like for it to be this bad, like I don't think anybody expected this.
Yeah, no, I don't think anyone expected this. I agree with you on that. And here's what I would say. Ben Johnson, I do think he's not going to allow that kind of slacker behavior, lazy behavior, whatever you want to call it. If Caleb Williams is going to be, Ben Johnson isn't going anywhere. I think the Bears are fully sold that Ben Johnson is this team's coach for the foreseeable future, moving forward the next 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years. I don't think they see Ben Johnson going anywhere. If anyone goes somewhere in the next couple of years, it's going to be Caleb Williams, and they're going to reset the quarterback and give Ben Johnson the guy he wants. So when I look at this, if Caleb Williams is having, issues in terms of work ethic this season, it's definitely not going to last. I'm going to assume that got better with Ben Johnson. I don't know. But yeah, is there a prep issue going on? I'm not sure. I wish I could, put my finger on exactly why Caleb Williams is falling apart here, because DJ Moore was open like every play. He was open all over the place, even more so than what they pointed out on the field. Even that 4th and 3, Caleb Williams missed him. That was a turning point if the Bears go down and score a touchdown there. I don't know what it is, Femi. If it is a work ethic issue, that's not something we heard about him at USC or even his private coach, Will Hewlett. That's not stuff they have said about him in the past. I always wondered maybe that was an immaturity issue from Caleb Williams, that he didn't get along with that coaching staff. But if it's still there, then yeah, this is not going to work out. So hopefully, Caleb Williams, these are things that are correctable, and I have pushed the panic button a little too much, but my concern level is certainly raised.
Man, it's another chapter in Chicago Bears quarterback history. Now Caleb Williams, the most recent person that's a part of the story. All right, let's get to the top stories that we have on this Tuesday. Bill, we appreciate your Bears analysis. Now let's get down to business. What's the number one thing that we need to know this afternoon?
All right, Femi. Well, the 49ers avoided a loss in week 1, but they certainly suffered some losses on the field. Now, noted Chicago Bears fan George Kittle headed to the IR with a hamstring issue, so he's going to be out at least 4 games. And Brock Purdy could miss this week's game. He's dealing with toe and shoulder injuries, according to Kyle Shanahan. So, Femi, the Niners obviously huge health issues last year that led to a rough season. And once again here in 2025, they just can't seem to stay healthy.
Yeah, this is unfortunately just the story of the Kyle Shanahan 49ers. It's why they've had some of these boomer bust seasons where it's like, all right, we go to the NFC title game or the Super Bowl, or we go like 4-12, or in last case, 6-11. Like, it's just, I don't know. These guys can't stay healthy. I don't know what the hell's going on with the training staff over there, or if this is all just a bunch of bad luck for one team in particular. But hey, it's what we got hanging out here with the 49ers. Now, Brock Purdy, let's see later on in the week, because they're going to have the practice on Wednesday. I'm assuming at most he'll be limited. Maybe he's a DNP tomorrow when we get to the first practice day of the week. We're not going to really know until Thursday or Friday. And you're probably going to see the betting market start to move before we get the injury report, because that's how these things tend to work. People who bet sometimes get the inside info, oftentimes get the inside info as to what's going to happen. And right now, the betting market has it 4.5 as the point spread, after this was about 6.5 or so yesterday prior to the news. So we're kind of hanging out in this in-between zone of, hey, maybe Purdy could play, maybe he's not going to play. We all don't know. We're all going to find out together in real time. Now, the Kittle stuff, that's a bummer for sure. I don't know what's going on with George Kittle. Obviously, that's going to be a month that they're not going to have him. Hopefully, Juwan Jennings can get back. Sounds like that shoulder injury is not going to be as bad. But the 49ers have all of this happening early on in the season. I was dying to bet New Orleans prior to all of this news happening. I just don't know if I could do it now, because I don't think anyone's going to want to deal with the 49ers or want to have that team on their betting card. So I'm going to end up probably passing the game. But in terms of all the divisional things and all the futures and all that, you need to be full stop and not be pressing forward with the San Francisco 49ers. Oh, by the way, they cut their kicker, Jake Moody, as well earlier this afternoon, something that they probably should have done in the offseason, given the fact that he was a disaster last year. I don't know why they expected to be different in the 2025 season, as he missed a kick and had another kick blocked in their win over the Seattle Seahawks. So it's not coming up great for the 49ers. If Purdy is out, maybe we get a really fun betting market to bet on Mac Jones. But if it's going to be compromised Purdy, I want no parts of San Francisco on Sunday when they take on New Orleans. Bill, hit me with the next one.
All right, Femi, the Miami Dolphins, they had a rough one on Sunday, getting crushed by the Indianapolis Colts 33-8. It was a brutal loss for Miami, but for head coach Mike McDaniel, he says things have to be looking up, right?
I would say the good news and the positive is I don't see how it could be worse. And I also believe in, the coaches and players to get it fixed, because it wasn't, it's just a shame.
Femi, can things get worse for the Dolphins?
I mean, yes, they can definitely get worse. And I'll also say, before we even get to that comment, which I think is ridiculous, Mike McDaniel says that he believes in the coaches and the players to get things corrected. Buddy, do they believe in you? Because that's the big thing. That's the big part of this. Do they believe in you? Because that team was out there on Sunday they already knew that the season was over. Oh, we're playing for a dead coach walking. He's fired, etc. All right, we're just going to lay down for Daniel Jones and the Indianapolis Colts. What was that? And you can say, all right, yeah, it's not going to get much worse than that. Dog, the Miami Dolphins once beat a team 70-0, being Denver a couple years ago. Why can't that happen to Miami this year? This is so bad for the Dolphins. I thought Mike McDaniel would get fired once they had the Madrid game overseas. I don't think he's going to make it to Spain. I think that this thing is done. Like 5 weeks from now, I'll say this. 5 weeks from now, I think we're going to have an interim head coach. Maybe Anthony Weaver, interim head coach for the Miami Dolphins. I think that's where we're going to be hanging out with this team. I don't see this ending well whatsoever. As for this week, it's a coin flip game. Probably should be a pick 'em. That's what the betting market has it, because I wasn't too impressed with what we saw from New England on Sunday against the Raiders. But man, I don't like what I'm hearing from Miami. The vibes have been terrible since like May. And there has been nothing that suggests that it should go and turn a complete 180 and go in the positive. I think this continues to be bad, and it wouldn't shock me if the New England Patriots went in there and beat them on Sunday and this team falls to 0-2. Bill, hit me with the next one.
I mean, Howie Roseman always looking to tinker with the Philadelphia Eagles roster, and he has done so again adding an RB2 behind Saquon Barkley. The Jacksonville Jaguars have had a crowded running back room, so Tank Bigsby is the guy they decide to ship, sending him to Philly for a 5th and 6th round pick. Femi, the Jaguars open up that crowded running back room, and the Eagles add some depth.
Yeah, and for Philadelphia, it's kind of interesting because I thought that they had a lot of depth to begin with. You know, like Will Shipley was pretty good Thursday night against the Cowboys. I know that's Dallas's defense, but like he was pretty good. So, and he was good in the preseason. We saw him with some productive carries. So I felt that he was going to be their RB2. And then, you know, they got A.J. Dillon, who's the only person on the planet Earth with bigger quads than Saquon Barkley. Like they got him in the backfield as well. Like I thought they had some really good running back depth. Shout out to Howie Roseman for just adding to the position and probably making sure that Saquon Barkley is healthy once we get to December, January, and where they want to end their season in February at the Super Bowl. So I think for Saquon, it's not going to be the workload that we saw last year. Saquon OPOI, I don't want any parts of that. I'd lay off of that one. That's a ship that you missed last year. But for Jacksonville, like Shaul Tootin, I know that's a guy that a lot of people like. I know Nick likes him. All you fantasy football players, you guys have liked this dude since he was drafted. That opens the door for him. Because Travis Etienne was amazing. Like Etienne, he was a stud in their win over the Carolina Panthers. I thought he was really, really good. But now that they need another running back too, it's probably going to be Tootin. Because it's no longer going to be Tank Bigsby, a guy that they're looking to get rid of here. So I think for Jacksonville, fantasy implications definitely matters. As for their team, I don't think it matters whatsoever. I still think this team is very, very flawed. And offensively, there's some things you like, but defensively, I think there's some things that you don't like. It didn't get exposed on Sunday against Carolina because that's Carolina. What happens when they now have to face Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and T. Higgins on Sunday against the Cincinnati Bengals? I think that's going to be a very, very high-scoring game, a game that I have a bet in, which we'll talk about a little bit later on in the program. But I think for Philadelphia, add some depth. For Jacksonville, open up some doors, and let's see how it works with ETN and now Tutton in the backfield. Bill, hit me with the next one.
I mean, Jabril Peppers was released by the New England Patriots just before the start of the season, but after week 1, he is now inking a deal with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Steelers lost safety Deshaun Elliott. He's going to miss several weeks with an MCL sprain, so the Steelers beef up the safety room with the signing of Peppers.
You know, it's not every day that early September you get a starting quality player, and that's what the Pittsburgh Steelers just did with this signing. You know, Deshaun Elliott is a really good player. Really good might be strong. He's like a solid player, but a guy that they would miss if he's not out there. And to bring in Jabril Peppers, Peppers also gives you some special team stuff if you want to put him back there to return some punts, like his days back at Michigan. That's also a possibility as well. But the bottom line here is this for Pittsburgh. The defense has to be better. It cannot be what we saw against the New York Jets, where I was telling Bill this during our morning call when we were trying to talk about the show and get everything set up. Like, Justin Fields was the 6th highest rated quarterback in EPA per play this past week. That can't happen. We're talking about Justin Fields, all right? not Joe Burrow, not Mahomes or Herbert or Lamar. Justin Fields was the 6th highest rated quarterback in expected points added per play. That's an indictment against the Pittsburgh Steelers defense. On paper, it looks really, really strong. I don't know what was going on. I mean, I know the Jets can run the football really well, which obviously sets you up to be able to open up the passing game, but my goodness, you'd expected a little bit more from that Pittsburgh Steelers defensive front. So the fact that they want to keep adding to that side of the ball, I think it's a good thing because the offense looks like they'll be able to be efficient and score enough to where as long as the defense isn't getting lit on fire every single week, this team should win 9-10 games. Oh, by the way, their adjusted win total after winning week 1, still 8.5. 8.5 minus 140. I know people don't want to bet Tomlin, and they don't want to bet Rodgers, but guys, Tomlin doesn't go below 500 Like 8.5 is a pretty easy win total to go for the Pittsburgh Steelers, a team that does it every single year. Bill, hit me with the next one.
All right, Femi, no time to play the audio here we're going to play, but Steve Sarkisian denied an Arch Manning injury after several people were speculating online that he might be injured based on body language and facial expressions. But according to Steve Sarkisian, Arch is healthy.
I'll say this. If Arch is completely healthy, I'm concerned about Arch. I'm praying for the people who've been hyping up Arch Manning. I'm praying he's playing through some kind of injury. Because if this is what it is at full strength, buddy, we were sold a false bill of goods here because he has not been good. I don't care. Oh, we beat San Jose State. Great. San Jose State stinks. All right? Like, let's get it together here. Arch Manning, all this stuff with the Heisman, nah, it ain't working. It ain't happening. We'll get to the Heisman Trophy on the other side. This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
It's my teaser.
Who
All right.
ruined your teaser?
All right, so let's get into it. All right, so I have some good teaser options this week. Starting off with your Commanders. And Jenks, maybe you'll have to get me not lost in the sauce in the Commanders, but I still feel like the Commanders are a very good team. You brought this to my attention. The fact that the defensive line looked really good against the Giants, I think, is a great thing. Maybe Jane Daniels, didn't have the flashy game, but some of the other high-end quarterbacks had this week, with the Bills and the Ravens. But still, the Commanders getting 9.5 of the Packers. Teaser leg number 1. I feel like the Commanders have a good chance to keep that game very competitive, so I will take the 9.5. Next up, you tell me if this is overreactionary, because sometimes this is difficult in the NFL where you see a team have one good game and people love to jump on it. But the Colts getting 8.5 against the Broncos. And this is in Indianapolis. I understand the Broncos are a very good team on paper, but Bo Nix did not look good in the first game of the season. Maybe you give some credit to the Titans' defense a little bit, but still, the Colts look like they have found something in Daniel Jones. He at least is an NFL quarterback. Colts plus 8.5 against the Broncos. Next up, this is the opposite, because the Patriots did not look good in the first week, but sometimes the NFL can be overreactionary, and I still don't really believe in the Dolphins. Like, maybe they look better at home, but still, I feel like this is an organization that does not have great culture right now. Mike McDaniel on the hot seat. Pats plus 7.5 at the Dolphins. I think I had one more. No, Bucks. That's what I forgot. Bucks plus 8.5 at the Texans. I'm a big fan of Baker Mayfield. I'm a big fan of Emeka Egbuka. And I think the Texans still have some issues on that offense. We saw a very low scoring affair between the Texans and the Rams. Texans have a great defensive line, and maybe that presents some problems for Baker Mayfield, but I do think 8.5. Bucks can keep it close. All right, so here we go. Commanders plus 9.5, Bucks plus 8.5, Colts plus 8.5, Pats plus 7.5. Jenks, Who ruins my teaser?
Oh, I don't know. I think I'm going to play this right now. I don't know if I have an answer for you.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to it here on a Tuesday on the BetMGM Network. This is You Better You Bet. I am Femi Abebefe. 20 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Nick Costos with his thoughts on the Monday Night Football game. Vikings beating the Bears 27-24. And as you heard in the last segment, Bill Zimmerman, our resident Bears fan, maybe we'll hear from Jake Hassan in this segment as well. The vibes are not high whatsoever after last night and the disappointment of the opener to the 2025 regular season for the Chicago Bears. But that's coming up in about 20 minutes with Nick Costos. Right now, I wanted to take the time and kind of take inventory and where things sit with the Heisman Trophy betting market. So let's talk some Heisman Trophy as we head into week 3 of the college football season. So the favorite over at BetMGM, we got co-favorites, 2 guys. LSU quarterback Garrett Nussmeier and Oklahoma quarterback John Mateer. They're both at plus 900. Then you have Miami's Carson Beck at 10-1. Oregon's Dante Moore, our guy. We talked about Dante Moore prior to the start of the season as a bet. Dante Moore, 22-1, 20-1. He's now 11-1 for the Ducks. He's at 11-1 of BetMGM. Texas quarterback Arch Manning, the preseason favorite, now 12-1. Perhaps a chance to buy the dip. We'll see. South Carolina's Lenora Sellers and Georgia's Gunnar Stockton, as well as Utah's Devin Dampierre, 15-1 at BetMGM. And then you have Penn State's Drew Aller at 20-1. So real quick, I'll just give the quick spiel of what we're looking for here before we get into the guys. Like, it's a quarterback award, in my opinion. I know Travis Hunter won it last year, and Derrick Henry's won it, and Devontae Smith's won it, but more often than not, it's a quarterback award. And this year, we do have a lot of quarterbacks that people are excited about. So I would not be betting any non-QBs at this point in the regular season. You need the team success. 8 of the 11 winners in the college football playoff era have won at least 10 games. The 3 other guys went 9-3. Like 9 is the bare minimum, and you better put up some 6 stats, like Jaden Daniels type stats, like Travis Hunter's type stats, if you want to win. Lamar Jackson type stats, if you can win it at 9-3. Otherwise, you need to be a double-digit win guy or more. The individual production, which I think is the biggest thing that I think people not gloss over, but sometimes lose sight of when you're talking about the quarterbacks. And here's where it really breaks down. So think about this. And I was telling Tyler this earlier this week. We were kind of talking about the Heisman Trophy and where things sit. Of the 8 quarterback winners that we've had in the CFP era, all 8 of them by the end of the season were top 5 in QBR. Like, you had to put up some 6 stats with volume, but also the efficiency as well. And those winners, most importantly, which applies to right now, because end of season is end of season. We want to know who we should be betting right now heading into week 3. Those 8 guys got off to really, really strong starts when it comes to quarterback efficiency, QBR in particular. Like Marcus Mariota, his first 2 games, QBR, which is out of 100, 95.2 and 91.1. Those are his first 2 games of the season. Lamar Jackson, 96.7, 95.7. Baker Mayfield, 96.1, 94.1. And on down the line, you see where this is going. Now, there's a couple of guys like Bryce Young, his second game, he was 34.1, which is the lowest of these quarterbacks in the first couple of weeks of the season. I will say this about Bryce Young. The fact that he had that kind of a game wasn't great, but he did it against Mercer when nobody was watching. Like, you can't have the stinker when people are watching. We got to do it when no one is watching, which some of these guys at the top of the board, like, you look at them, you say, the numbers really aren't there. Like, it's just not. We were talking about all these guys. It's like 90 point this, 90 point that. John Mateer, your co-favorite. Week 1, 79.6. Week 2, oh my God, they beat Michigan, 79.2. Okay, great. Yeah, he's really cool. And everybody like Moneyline Mateer, but like the efficiency is not really there. Even Garrett Nussmeier, who was really good week 1 against Clemson, 84.5, so a little bit lower, but not going to be a killer. Week 2, 64.6. You know, like how about Arch Manning? 56.3 against Ohio State. Oh, well, now he gets to pad his stats against San Jose State. Okay, well, he padded them to 74.4. Like, he needed that to be like a 95.2, something like that. Like, you need to have a ridiculously high QBR. Now, there have been a couple of guys that have done that. Like, I've not mentioned Carson Beck. He fits the mold. 85.3 in their win over Notre Dame, 95.1 in week 2. So Carson Beck, he's checking boxes. Makes sense as to why he's 10-1 to win the Heisman. So you need to get off to a really good start and sustain that throughout the course of the season. As we know, the Heisman Trophy, big-time statistical award, in addition to being a narrative award as well. And this week, taking a look at some of the marquee games, there's some guys that you might want to try to get ahead of, but I don't know if there's going to be any winners that come from this. Like, I would love for Dante Moore to win. Dante Moore, he's gotten off to a good start, not a great start, like 76.3 week 1, week 2, 86.0. Like, that's typically not what wins you the award. He's going to really have to crank it up and kick it into high gear. Oregon at Northwestern. You got Wisconsin at Bama, Georgia at Tennessee. Like, those are the marquee games that you can get after. But for me, there's one guy that I don't think too many people are talking about because the expectations for this team weren't to be like, oh, they're going to be a double-digit win season, like 10, 11 wins. That was not the expectations. In fact, you might even argue the head coach, not on the hot seat, but, you know, seat's starting to warm up a little bit out there in Los Angeles, and that's with USC quarterback Jayden Maiava. Now, Jayden Maiava, from a statistical standpoint, he checks all the boxes. Week 1, and they've played jabronis, so like that also has to factor in. But I'm just looking at, like, he's not the only Heisman Trophy winner who's played jabronis. I just told you Bryce Young had a 34.1 QBR performance against Mercer. Like, it's college football. Week 1, week 2, you get a lot of guys who play jabroni teams. But Maiava has taken advantage of that. Week 1, his QBR, 96.8. Week 2, QBR, 96.7. That is what you want to look for with a future Heisman Trophy winner. Now, the team success is where this could get tricky for USC. Over at BetMGM, the Trojans have an updated win total of 8.5. Now, we just got done saying you need to be on a team 10-plus wins. And if you're not winning 10, the cutoff is 9-3, and you better put up some sick stats to win the award. Maybe Maiava can put up some sick stats, man. 96.8, 96.7. We're off to a pretty good start, aren't we? Even though it was against like Georgia Southern and Montana State, we're still off to a pretty good start, must admit. I would say this, though, about USC and about Maiava's case. The thing that he has working in his favor is that when you look at past Heisman Trophy winners, not only does his production mirror what they did in weeks 1 and 2, he's also coached by a guy who's known for producing Heisman Trophy winners. How about USC head coach Lincoln Riley? Most recently, Caleb Williams, who we talked about at the top of the hour, now with the Chicago Bears. Things aren't going well, but at USC, things went pretty damn well. Caleb Williams won the Heisman Trophy playing for Lincoln Riley. His first 2 starts that year, 96.3, 97.3 with his QBR. Sound familiar? Sounds a lot like Jayden Maiava, doesn't it? How about Baker Mayfield? How about Kyler Murray? These are guys that played for now USC head coach Lincoln Riley. Whether he was the OC or the head coach, they all played for him. They developed under Lincoln Riley. Hell, Jalen Hurts had a season where he finished in the top of the Heisman Trophy vote. Like, it was like second or third in the Heisman when he played at Oklahoma for Lincoln Riley. Like, Lincoln Riley, he might not win you national titles, but he's going to win you some damn Heisman trophies. And I like backing a Lincoln Riley offense because I even saw USC tweeting about this because why wouldn't you if you run that program and you run that social media campaign? They're the number 1 offense in the country right now. Like, whether it's points per game or quarterback efficiency, like all these stats, USC is number 1 damn near across the board. They have been off to a great start. Now, the schedule can get a little bit tricky because they have some tough road games on deck. Speaking of which, September 27th at Illinois. Illinois right now a top 10 team according to the AP poll. That'll be a tough game. They also host Michigan on October 11th. At Notre Dame, October 18th. At Nebraska, November 1st. At Oregon, November 22nd. Like, if they ever beat Illinois and then held serve at home against Michigan, I think all you need is to go 1-2 in those next 3 road games with Notre Dame, Nebraska, and Oregon. If you can get to 10-2 and Mailava can produce like this, I think he's very much going to be in the conversation. Nobody's talking about him right now because USC has been playing a couple of patsies. But eventually, if he balls out and this week they take on Purdue, a team that's not very good, USC's a 21-point favorite on the road at West Lafayette with a total of 58. If he continues to do what he's been doing in the first couple of weeks, people are eventually going to have to pay attention to USC quarterback Jaden Mailava, or as Nick calls him, the people's quarterback, after his kin, Rocky Maivia. Jaden Maivia is what his name should be. Can you smell what Jaden Mailava is cooking? Like, that is exactly what we want with this Heisman Trophy market. So at 30-1 for me, Jaden Mailava is a bet heading into week 3 of the college football season. Now, there's a couple other guys that you might want to consider or keep a close eye on. Not going to really bet those guys. Florida State quarterback Tommy Castellanos, 20-1. The volume isn't there, but the efficiency really is. And Auburn's Jackson Arnold, he's a guy I'm definitely keeping my eye on because I know Auburn has some really talented wide receivers. 20-1 right now. Not going to bet it, but just kind of monitoring closely over at BetMGM. But Jaden Mailava, 30-1 to win the Heisman Trophy. But joining us right now, because we have to get the bets from the fellas. It's our baseball aficionado, also Chicago Bears fan, our guy Jake Hassan. It's Tyler Morales as well to get his thoughts on the betting card tonight. Jake, we'll start with you. Real quick, give me about 10 to 15 seconds on how you feel about what happened last night with the Chicago Bears, and also what do you like tonight in the world of sports?
On the first point of that, no thank you. Pass. As far as the bets will go, I like Houston tonight. Luis Garcia is back for the Astros. He looked really good in his first start, so I'll back him. And I like Kyle Teal over 1.5 total bases. Plus 135 is an insane price for him.
On a scale of 1 to Trubisky, how are you feeling about last night?
A pass, Femi. I'm not answering these questions.
He might be close to Trubisky. Tyler, I know you're a Caleb Williams stockholder. Like, you might have more stock than anybody outside of Caleb Williams' family. How are you feeling after last night? And also, what do you like tonight in the world of sports?
Yeah, I'm not selling. I mean, the deep balls, we got a little problem there. We got to fix that. But I'm not selling my stock. Here's a curveball, actually. Golf starts again this week. We have a tournament on Thursday.
Oh, no.
2 outright bets. JJ Spawn, 22-1, and Rico Hoey, 100-1. Orders restored. We have a golf tournament this week. Sally Scheffler's the favorite. I like JJ Spawn this week, 22-1. And let's go Caleb Williams.
Dude, I was looking at the calendar and my head started hurting just seeing that the Ryder Cup was like a couple weeks from now at Bethpage. I thought we at least had until the Ryder Cup before we had to address this nonsensical sport. JJ Spawn, huh? And Rico Hoey? That's what we're doing?
Our friends are back.
They never left. I don't know how they could be back. We can never escape these guys. Absolutely love it there. All right, that's Jake and Tyler's best bets. I'll give you my baseball bets coming up later on during the Power Hour at 6:40 Eastern. But coming up next, it's our guy Nick Costos with his thoughts on the Vikings win over the Chicago Bears last night on Monday Night Football.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Superbook opened all the NFL lines last night, Sunday night. They opened Cincinnati as a 6-point favorite.
Whoa.
6. And the market is now 3.5. So a huge, huge push on the Jacksonville Jags from +6 to +3.5.
Oh, wow. Okay. So that was immediate because last night our buddy Jeff Sherman tweeted out. When he tweeted out, it was already down to 4.5. So that was an immediate move because you know this. They post it, and then he'll tweet it out shortly after, but not too long. So it was like they saw that 6 and they took it.
Yep. Actually, you know what? The odds screen is a little wonky today. So the look-ahead number was 6. My apologies. The look-ahead that came out the day before was 6. When they reopened yesterday, they opened 4.5. So that's my apology there. The look-ahead number, though, was 6. The reopen number was 4.5. But still, we were talking about a number where Cincinnati was a 6-point favorite 5 days ago. And then you had the week 1 results. They opened 4.5, and now we're still coming in on Jacksonville. So that makes sense. Look, Liam Cohen got the game ball. You had the owner in the locker room handing them the ball. They were all celebrating. They look good. There was another sharp team from the summer. We heard a lot about the Giants and a lot about the Panthers. Egg, dead.
Yep. Before we move on to some of these other games, Jacksonville +3.5 right now. So this is the number we're working with. Question is, are you going to lose that 3.5? Is it going to go to 3? Is the move over? I know I'm going to be on Jacksonville. I will be on Jacksonville in this game. I don't know if you're there with me, but now I'm thinking, okay, are we going to get some buyback on the favorite at all? Or is this thing going to a field goal? And then you lose that hook.
Chris is at 3. Big offshore shop. Big market moving book. They are at 3.
It's going
so
to
I
3.
think you may want to take some 3.5. I mean, you'd rather have the 3.5 than the 3.
Of course.
And if Chris is at 3, that's pretty telling. Now, there may be some people that want to come in and whack the Bengals at -3. Always possible. But this will probably close, I'm going to guess 3.5 is a really good closing number guess.
The BetMGM Network presents to you the most unique show in sports.
I'm an NFL junkie. I think I like the NFL more than my wife. Don't tell her. Don't tell anybody. I love the National Football League.
A show so unapologetically original, it needs its own word to describe it. Wagertainment.
Money won is twice as sweet as money earned.
Featuring the prop king himself, Nick Costos.
Mike McDonald kicking that field goal at the end of the game at 10-10 is a loser. Young Wei Koo should be Young Wei Cut. What a loser. I hope and pray the over is the worst beat of the whole season. If that's the case, it's going to be a great year.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
What's up, everybody? Happy and merry, terrific Football Tuesday to you and yours. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the Odyssey app, on SiriusXM, on YouTube, on Twitch, on radio stations nationwide, in your hearts and in your minds, as we bring you The fastest show in all of Wagertainment. Talking all things sports betting. The show presented today and always by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. Coming up today on the show, I will bring you the inaugural 2025 NFL regular season edition of He's a Slap. We will detail the morons, fools, and losers that cost me and you money this weekend betting in the National Football League, and nobody is safe. We will also bring you NFL news and notes. We got lots of stuff happening right now. Literally moments before we came on the air, it was announced that Jalen Carter of the Eagles would not be suspended for this Sunday's Super Bowl rematch in Kansas City against the Chiefs. So we'll talk about that. Jalen Carter is going to be good to go to play in the game. We'll talk about the Eagles and the Chiefs. We will talk about injury being added to insult in South Beach for the Miami Dolphins, and a truly puzzling series of quotes coming out of Carolina that have me even more worried about the Panthers this season. We will get into what we saw this weekend, week 2 in college football. Yesterday, entirely devoted to the NFL. We will get into college football today, what we saw this past weekend, spinning it ahead to week 3 and beyond. And man, I can't wait to talk about LSU hosting Billy Napier in Florida this weekend, and whether or not Billy Napier's the seat, the chair, whatever, where he's sitting, if it just burst into flames on Saturday night in Death Valley, because that seat be hot. Femi and I will give you our early thoughts, our early bets on both college football and the National Football League. That's coming up in the power hour of the show. We very much look forward to that. And all our bets for tonight. We'll close the program in the final hour, the power hour. But we officially begin terrific football Tuesday, September 9th, in the year of our Lord, 2025, with Monday Night Football. Yet another electric late comeback in a primetime game in the NFL. Now look, 10 years from now, I guess it's possible maybe J.J. McCarthy has a stellar career, and we look back and we're like, remember that one. Remember the first game. My thought is, we'll remember Bills-Ravens, Sunday Night Football, week 1, 10, 20 years from now. No question about it. One of the best week 1 games in the history of week 1. One of the best Sunday Night Football games in the history of Sunday Night Football. I'm not sure that last night with the Bears and the Vikings, is at that level of Bills-Ravens, what we saw on Sunday night, but still a damn good football game, which heading into the fourth quarter, maybe didn't seem so great, but an electric final 15 minutes. What a story that was told on Monday night in Chicago as J.J. McCarthy and the Vikings, 21 fourth quarter points, coming back from a 17-6 deficit, winning the game 27-24. Before we get to the game, just allow me to say, as someone who got his junk kicked basically Thursday, Friday, and Sunday in the National Football League, it was awesome to get that over home last night. And it's like 43.5, 51 points are scored in the game. This was 17-6 heading into the fourth quarter. So really great to get that over home with an awesome fourth quarter. Thank you very much to the Minnesota Vikings and very much to the Chicago Bears. Now we will get to Caleb Williams. We will get to Ben Johnson. We will get to the 0-1 Chicago Bears. But today, I have decided, because I'm the one with the microphone, that to the victors go the spoils. So we will begin by discussing Kevin O'Connell. Begin by discussing J.J. McCarthy and the 1-0 Minnesota Vikings. Man, that game, that fourth quarter last night made me feel really good about my Minnesota bets from before the season. Minnesota to win the NFC North. Minnesota to make the playoffs. Minnesota over the win total. And I'm going to praise J.J. McCarthy coming up in a few moments. And I'm going to praise Kevin O'Connell coming up in a few moments. But I actually want to start here with the Minnesota Vikings with something a little bit off the beaten path. And I think this is important to say because it's something that I'm sincerely passionate about when it comes to the National Football League. Now, I'm a New York Giants fan. And I've been saying for years now, I want Brian Daboll fired as my head coach. Now, I don't think Daboll makes it to next year. Obviously, there are teams in the NFL, we see it every year, that will fire their head coach. If I could pick one candidate out there right now, one candidate that I most want to be the head coach of my team, I think he should have gotten a job this past cycle, and maybe it's because of the lawsuit, certainly could be possible. Maybe it's because he didn't play nice in the sandbox when he was the head coach in Miami for 3 years. Brian Flores absolutely needs to be a head coach in the National Football League. He is an absolute stud. Absolute stud. For my money, the single best defensive coordinator in the National Football League. I believe, based on everything that I've heard, he's learned from his mistakes in Miami, where again, didn't play nice in the sandbox, wasn't like great to deal with his coach, with his coaching staff, certainly with his players. Tua Tagovailoa bitching and moaning about him. How's that going for Tua? I think Brian Flores is the absolute best. And I think it's criminal that Brian Flores is not a head coach this year in the National Football League. And the people that are benefiting off of that in a major way are the Minnesota Vikings. Because they have this mad scientist pulling the strings, calling the defense, making life absolutely miserable for opposing offenses, like we saw last night with Caleb Williams and the Chicago Bears. All right. Now let's talk about J.J. McCarthy. J.J. McCarthy, through 3 quarters last night, I'm watching the game just like all of you are. And it's week 1, and people, myself included, we can be prone to overreaction. I'm watching the first 3 quarters of this game, and I'm thinking, oh man, this dude sucks. All my Justin Jefferson fantasy shares, are they dead? Is this Enron in the late 90s with Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison and Hawkinson? Can forget about win games. They can't win games. Can J.J. McCarthy get these guys the ball? Can they find any success? Can McCarthy even complete the forward pass? And then the fourth quarter starts. And the light switch gets flipped. And J.J. McCarthy looks like a different quarterback. 3 fourth quarter touchdowns. 2 through the air, 1 on the ground. As he leads a comeback effort on the road in his first ever start at a division rival in primetime on Monday Night Football. Super duper impressive. Now, I've been asked about McCarthy a couple just from people in the office here, the office that I'm working out of. Now, what did you think of J.J. McCarthy last night? And I do think that we have to temper the J.J. McCarthy enthusiasm a little bit. Because at the end of the show yesterday, we're talking about the injury, the final actives and inactives that come out. And the Bears are down a number of players on defense. And then Nashawn Wright, who returned a pick 6 on one of the worst throws you'll see a quarterback make, a J.J. McCarthy terrible throw to the sideline. He leaves the game as well. So the Bears are down. And not that Wright is Darrelle Revis, but just like the compound effect of all these defensive players being out obviously helps J.J. McCarthy and the Vikings offense. So this was not even like a full-strength Bears defense that he was going up against. I don't mean that to be a negative. I don't know how you walk away from this game and that fourth quarter being anything but impressed with J.J. McCarthy. But there is some important context there. Like the Bears were not playing with the full deck on defense last night on Monday Night Football. They weren't. So I'm fascinated to see how J.J. McCarthy does moving forward. But man, one start in, you're a Vikings fan. You're someone who bet Vikings futures. you got to feel awesome. Did anyone happen to catch the post-game video that got tweeted out by the Vikings official account of Kevin O'Connell hyping the team up and then introducing J.J. McCarthy to the team and ending it by saying, "That's why you guys put a C on his chest." And McCarthy loses his mind in a great way. He's going crazy. His teammates are going crazy. And McCarthy, who's like into meditating, and Bob Marley, I gotta tell you, he probably smokes a lot of weed. That's my guess. He seems like he's a really chill and cool guy. Man, like, he puts that eye black on. I mean, he looks like he should be leading like the orcs in Lord of the Rings at the Battle of Helm's Deep. Like, the guy looks like the ultimate warrior. Like, he looks like an absolute psychopath. And I have to be honest, I think I like it. I think I'm into it from J.J. McCarthy. I mean, he's like, and this is like an overused analogy here. It's not apples to apples, but it's like, this is like Clark Kent turning into Superman. Like, he's mild-mannered 99% of the time, but it's time to play a football game. Let's put the eye black on, and the guy turns into an absolute maniac. I love that from J.J. McCarthy. And I'll say this about J.J. McCarthy also. This dude's got a hose. Like, the arm is awesome for J.J. McCarthy. That touchdown pass to Justin Jefferson over the middle of the field, that is an absolute laser. The second touchdown to Aaron Jones, who? Should give him a call. His cell phone number, 281-330-8004. How about McCarthy dropping it in the bucket, right in the breadbasket of Aaron Jones for that touchdown? And then the third touchdown, which put the game over the total. My hero. A designed run called by the great Kevin O'Connell to put the Vikings up by multiple scores and basically put the game out of reach. And we'll get to Ben Johnson and the Bears coming up in the next segment. Last night should serve to everybody as a reminder of something that I have been saying this entire offseason. And I don't mean that to come across like it's an original thought by him, the only one that thinks this. I think if you are a ball knower, you're a smart NFL analyst, fan, observer, you know that what I'm about to say is true. Kevin O'Connell is a top 5 offensive coach / play caller in the National Football League, and Brian Flores is a top 5 defensive play caller, and for my money, that dude's number 1. This coaching staff is unbelievable for the Minnesota Vikings. And that's why you got to feel good. Even with what is, for all intents and purposes, a rookie quarterback, that this can be a playoff team this season. That this can be a playoff team this season for the Minnesota Vikings. Next up for Minnesota, Sunday Night Football at home against my guy, Michael Penix Jr. and the Atlanta Falcons. We don't know if Drake London's going to play. We don't know if Darnell Mooney's going to play. I'm a big Michael Penix guy. But Penix up against Brian Flores' defense with no weapons doesn't exactly seem like an advisable situation to make a bet. On the other side, we will turn our attention to last night's losers, Caleb Williams, Ben Johnson, and the Chicago Bears.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
I'm not making this up. There is no spin on it. He literally said, well, 1 elbow does not equal 2 feet. And literally all of us are going, yes, coach, it does. And you look at the NFL rule book, and like people have posted, word for word what a catch is in the NFL. And this is a catch. So this is an instance of a young head coach simply not knowing the rules. And it cost us a catch in a game, which you know how football goes and you know how sports go. Like momentum can swing, on big catches. And who knows how the game would have gone. I'm sure we would have lost it somehow, but still it would have been nice to know this, in the game. So, Jenks, do you think this is fair that Titans fans are very mad that Brian Callahan did not know the rules?
Yes. Yes, they should be upset. When you spend your time in the offseason knowing it's going to be a rough year, and there is some excitement, obviously, you have Cam Ward. Like, the last thing you need is to have a head coach not familiar with the NFL rulebook. And this is not an obscure rule. Like, every now and then, there'll be a rule. I mean, this happens to me as a fan, and I'll be like, well, that's pretty complicated. Or they'll go into the weeds, and the referees will call something. You're like, man, you never hear that. And, maybe if you're an NFL head coach, you get a pass there. But for something like this, it's pretty much common knowledge, right?
Right. Like, if casual fans are, like, checking you on this,
right,
that's not a good sign. And, like, this is somebody who's been around football for a long time. Like, I think, like, his dad, who's been around. I think he's the offensive line coach. So it's just upsetting, especially when you tack onto it, like, the other miscues that he had during the game, whether it was managing the clock, thinking that Cam Ward was, like, somehow going to turn into Joe Burrow. Because, like, the positions you put your rookie quarterback in on the road against one of the best defenses in the NFL, like, to end a half, like, maybe just run the ball out instead of, like, asking Cam Ward to throw it every single time and not running off any of the clock and giving the ball back to the Broncos. And you cost yourself a touchdown there. So things in Tennessee are not going well. Same story as last year. I will say at least Cam Ward is making some good throws. So maybe that is the silver lining.
Quick snap. Over the middle, bad throw out in front of DJ Moore and turning it over on downs for the Bears. Looked like he had him. Oh, he had him all right.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Our guy Jake Hassan, our excellent engineer. That is the perfect clip for Jake to have pulled to play coming back from break. Because it totally encapsulates the Caleb Williams experience from Monday Night Football. So just to pull the curtain back a little bit, I'm watching the opening drive, like all of us are. Caleb Williams' throw on the opening drive of this game, rolling out to his right, to the near sideline watching on TV, to Rome Odunze. This throw, I audibly gasped. Oh my God. How many quarterbacks in the National Football League can make that throw on the move, on an absolute dime to Odunze? Ridiculous physical ability and a ridiculous throw from Caleb Williams. The drive continues, and Caleb flashes more of that unbelievable athleticism that helped him win a Heisman Trophy at USC and helped make him the number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft a couple years ago with a touchdown run to put the Bears up 7-0. And in that moment, Soldier Field is an electric factory. The crowd is going absolutely ballistic. In ecstasy. They are delirious with what they've just watched. First drive of the season. New head coach / play caller, the Wonderkind, Ben Johnson. And it's an immediate touchdown against a division rival. And in that moment, I've got a bunch of different group chats going on with a bunch of different friends groups, including everybody here on You Better You Bet. And we're talking about it. Bill Zimmerman texts us. Bears are back. He's a big Bears guy. I wrote back, they actually might be. Like, we'll see. In another friend group, what I wrote was, Caleb was awesome just now. We're also in the scripted portion of the offense. The first 15 plays. Let's see how this looks when they are out of that structure and out of the opening game script. We got our answer. And it was not a great one. If you are someone like me who thought the Bears could make the playoffs this year, I've got Bears to win the NFC North tickets because I like the price, and I have a Bears ticket for them to make the postseason. Now, I don't want to fully bury Caleb Williams here, and I think that's what's happening on a lot of shows today, a lot of content today, after what happened last night with Caleb Williams and the Bears, and the offense basically goes impotent for large swaths of this game after the first drive. Just like we talked about context with J.J. McCarthy, right? Yeah, he looked great, but the Bears are also down a number of starters on defense. There has to be some context with Caleb Williams as well in this performance. The context is he's facing Brian Flores. That's the context. Is that Brian Flores, again, is an absolute mad scientist who is more than capable of messing with the head of even the most experienced quarterback. So I don't want to bury Caleb Williams yet. Start game one with Ben Johnson. But there is some stuff to be alarmed about. If you watch the all 22 of this game, which I did not do, but Bill Zimmerman did, our executive producer who hosts a Bears podcast. And if you watched the actual game, you know that this is true. Caleb Williams missed 1 billion open receivers in this game. Ben Johnson is scheming receivers open, and Caleb Williams either doesn't see them or misses them. Do you know what that tracks with? Ben Johnson's past against Flores when Ben Johnson's with the Detroit Lions. When Ben Johnson put the clown suit on Flores on multiple, all 4 times they played, the Lions and the Vikings, when Ben Johnson's coordinating the offense in Detroit. There is no debating the gap in athleticism and just sheer natural ability, physical ability, between Caleb Williams and Jared Goff. They might as not even well be the same species. Like, Caleb Williams is from Mars in this instance. Like, Caleb's an alien and Jared Goff's like a regular human. Like, they're not even we're not on the same planet as far as athletes go. Caleb Williams and Jared Goff. But Jared Goff can kind of sit in the pocket and see what's happening and make the throw. Caleb Williams right now, and I'm not saying this can't get fixed. And if it does, look out. Because the physical ability's all there. It feels like he can't do anything unless they're out of structure. Like, he starts running around like he's faster than everybody. Like, he can evade defenders. He can make sick throws across his body on the run. It won him a Heisman Trophy at USC. Like, he's great at it. I'm not saying, he can't be awesome. But at this moment in time, like right now, I don't know that he's sped up enough yet to kind of handle like what Ben Johnson's putting in front of him. And I don't think that's a hot take to say that after what we saw last night. DJ Moore should have had like 170 receiving yards in this game. Caleb's missing receivers all over the place. And if he's got to sit in the pocket, it's not going well. Also, for Chicago, we and I spent a lot of time this offseason talking about this remade, reshaped Chicago Bears offensive line. And I do some patting myself on the back when I'm right about stuff. I'm also going to tell you when I'm wrong about stuff. And there's still time for, and it is the Vikings. So that context is important. But man, this Bears offensive line, like coming into the year, the way that I talked about them, the way some people talked about them, you would have thought this is like the 93 Cowboys. That's not what this was. Jonah Jackson was a human turnstile in this game. And Drew Dahlman, who got that big money contract to come over from Atlanta, I don't know if you could be worse. Like this line was not great last night, holding up against Brian Flores and the Minnesota Vikings defense. This is a problem, big time right now for the Chicago Bears. As far as the defense is concerned, let's see Dennis Allen have a full deck to work with, right? The full deck of cards to deal with. Because last night, TJ Edwards isn't playing, and his two best corners aren't playing. Jalen Johnson's out and Kyler Gordon's out. I'm willing to give the Bears defense, and like maybe some won't, I'm willing to give them a little bit of a pass for what happened in the fourth quarter. Like you're facing one of the best offensive play callers, and you are missing multiple awesome players on defense, including your two best corners. Cluster injuries in the defensive backfield. Like, that's a problem. Like, it is. Like, let's be fair, right? So let's see how this Bears defense looks when they get everybody back. So there's one more piece of the puzzle that we need to talk about with the 0-1 Chicago Bears. And that is the head coach of this team. Game 1 for Ben Johnson. Now, the opening drive was a thing of beauty. What about from there? What about from there? Now, maybe Caleb Williams is missing receivers, and Ben Johnson actually is doing a great job calling the plays, and Caleb just couldn't get the job done. Maybe. And Caleb did miss a bunch of receivers, right? So maybe we want to say we don't want to kill Ben Johnson for the lack of offensive success once we got out of the first 15 script. But we get to the end of the game, and this was always the question with Ben Johnson. Just like it is for anyone who becomes a head coach for the first time. Because we can think and be right that Ben Johnson is going to be an awesome play caller. He was an awesome play caller with us, one of the best play callers of my life. What he did the last couple of years in Detroit with the Lions. But you never know how a head coach is going to be with game management. Aggressive on fourth downs, conservative on fourth downs. Can he manage the clock properly at the ends of halves and at the ends of games? And when it comes down to the strategy needed, when you're swimming in the deep end of the pool with a shark like Kevin O'Connell, can you make the right decisions to optimize your team's chances of winning football games? And Ben Johnson failed at the end of this game. 2 minutes and 2 seconds to go. Caleb Williams runs in for another touchdown. Deficit's cut to 27-24. The Bears are up against it from a time perspective, obviously here, without timeouts. You have to retain that 2-minute warning timeout. The Vikings have to run that first play on offense on this drive north of 2 minutes. So you get an extra timeout. That has to happen. It is the most important thing that has to happen in the football game from that point on. Nothing else matters. Field position doesn't matter. Nothing matters there except making sure that you get that extra timeout. And you do anything in your power to make sure that you get that extra timeout. You could kick the ball out of bounds. Who gives a damn they start at the 40? Again, it's not about field position. It's about the clock. Onside kick it. Do whatever you have to do, whatever it is, to make sure that the Vikings' 1st and 10 play is played at either 2:02 or 2:01 on the clock, whatever it is. What do? Kick it deep. And Ty Chandler catches the ball in the end zone and very smartly runs it out of the end zone. Because the Vikings are a really well-coached team. And he, of course, takes it under the 2-minute warning, and there goes the extra timeout for the Chicago Bears. There it goes. I feel like Keenan and Kel. Oh, that's Keenan and Kel. There it goes. Anyway, like there it went for the Chicago Bears. That is an F for Ben Johnson. And I would love for anyone to like really super duper disagree with that. That is an absolute failure. And look, like, I'm not the biggest Manning cast guy, which doesn't mean that other people can't be. But when you get Peyton Manning, who's like, I think tries to be measured in a good way. I don't mean that as an insult. In the way that he criticizes like players and coaches, starting to get a little more animated in his criticism. And I love that. When Peyton is crushing that decision, crushing it, how do you let this happen? Peyton Manning is one of the smartest football minds, quarterbacks, whatever, ever. And to be fair, you don't have to be Peyton Manning. I'm watching the game at home thinking, what the hell are they doing? So Ben Johnson, next week against Detroit, we'll talk about that game in a second, going back to his old stomping grounds, play the Lions, he could call the greatest offensive game of all time, right? That can happen. Maybe he called the greatest offensive game of all time last night. A, his quarterback can't hit open receivers. And B, when it came to game management, he flunked the test. And he had, and you hate to see this, that deer in headlights, far off glance and far off gaze in his eyes at the end of this game. Like the, oh bleep, we're about to lose. We're going to get booed off the field. And instead of Dan Campbell having to answer all the questions, now it's me. He can get it fixed. This doesn't mean Ben Johnson's going to be a failure. He can get it fixed as soon as this Sunday. But that's not a great start for game management for Ben Johnson in Chicago. As far as Sunday's game is concerned against the Lions, we have no idea if Jalen Johnson's going to play, if Kyler Gordon's going to play, if Edwards is going to play. Like, we need an injury report for Chicago. Here's what we do know. Short week, on the road, against a proud Lions team that got embarrassed on Sunday at the Packers. It should surprise no one that this game has gotten bet up to Lions -6. Because that's not what the opener was. We're now at Detroit -6. And at this point in the week, things can change. We'll see the injury report. At this point in the week, there ain't no way I'm taking those points with Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams, and the Chicago Bears. On the other side, I will hold accountable the losers that cost us money this weekend, the inaugural edition of He's a Slap.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
some college games that I would keep an eye on. What about Georgia, -4.5 against Tennessee? So much overreaction to Georgia off of how they've looked the first 2 weeks. You guys, Kirby Smart is now 0-10 against the spread against FCS opponents. He's 1-14 against the spread when he's a 38-point favorite or more against FBS teams. All Georgia's done in the first 2 weeks is what Georgia does every single year. They don't care how much they win by. They just want to get out of those games healthy. Their season begins on Saturday against Tennessee. The look-ahead line before going into week 2 was Georgia -7.5. Now it's Georgia -4.5. Why? Because, again, Georgia never covers against an FCS team, and they always roll in Knoxville under Kirby Smart. Georgia's won their last 8 games against Tennessee. They have covered in 6 straight and 8 of their last 9. I love Georgia, -4.5 against Tennessee. Wisconsin, Bama, we're going under 47.5 in that one. Wisconsin's starting quarterback Billy Edwards Jr. did not play this past week against Middle Tennessee. We'll see if he plays on Saturday against Bama. But this just feels like a 24-3 type game to me. Wisconsin's offense is abysmal. I do not think they're going to do much on the road in Tuscaloosa on Saturday. And Bama's offense put up 73 points against Louisiana Monroe. Awesome. Against Wisconsin, a team that's still solid defensively, doesn't give you much on the ground. Bama's going to have a struggle scoring points in this game. So I like under 47.5 Bama and Wisconsin. And then finally, SMU and Missouri State. Man, I love Missouri. This is my team, Missouri State. Week 1, we fade them. We take USC, easy cover. Last week, we take them plus the points, money line against Marshall. They went outright. Well, we're taking the over now against SMU. I think that's going to be a track meet on Saturday. I like over 61.5 SMU and Missouri State.
First third down of the game for Mahomes and the Chiefs is a 3rd and 6 from their own 28. Mahomes surveying over the middle, incomplete as Worthy fell down on the play and he's not getting up. He is down and they are calling out for assistance.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Rich Eisen with the call on YouTube on Friday night. Yeah, he fell down. He was like, yeah, I lost his footing. Fell down. Or, like, Travis Kelce ran into him at full speed and, like, effed his shoulder up to the point that we don't know if he's playing on Sunday against the Eagles. He fell down. I just tripped. No worries. All good. Took a little spill. He'll be fine. Or, like, Travis Kelce, like hip checked him. Whatever. We will talk about Travis Kelce and the rest of the haters and losers that cost us money week 1 in the National Football League. Actually, I'm not. You know what? No. Well, Friday night can go into slap in a second as well. But first, we want to tell you, dear listener and dear viewer, to swing big on your next Major League Baseball parlay. Imagine. I would not do this because I'm not betting baseball right now. But a lot of people are, including everybody on our show crew. Use today's Parlay Boost token to score a bigger payout if your baseball parlay hits. Just because I'm not betting baseball doesn't mean you don't have to. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and please gamble responsibly. And as always, don't forget to download and subscribe to You Better You Bet in podcast form. You can catch up on everything from today's show, including Femi's Hour from 3 to 4 p.m. Eastern, where Femi broke down the current Heisman Trophy market, reacted to today's biggest headlines, gave his takeaways from Monday Night Football, and I came on at the end in queue to listen to the end of the show. Femi's Heisman Trophy breakdown was must-listen to content, must-watch content, so if you missed it, just search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. And Tyler also gave some golf bets, whatever. I want to know who wrote that copy that I just read. Was it Tyler or Bill? Can you guys just write, like, who wrote it? It was honestly, like, it's not bad. Like, it's not great. Where he breaks, like, he didn't break, like, he broke down, like, it happened already. The Femi Hour, he broke down the current Heisman Trophy market. Okay, I'm being a pain in the ass. It's actually pretty good. It was not bad. All right. Let's say Femi's still breaking it down right now. All right. Let's hold accountable the people that cost us money in week number 1 with this edition, the inaugural 2025 NFL regular season edition of He's a Slap. You know, I mock myself pretty often on this show. And one of the things that I say the most about myself, because it's the truth, I'm like an old 42. No, I feel like I'm a young 42. I feel like I look pretty young. I act pretty young. And I think a lot of people would say that about me. But when it comes to, like, technology and, like, I don't know, like, current social trends, I don't know anything. I've never felt older in my entire life than watching this YouTube broadcast on Friday night of the Chiefs and the Chargers. I don't know who any of these people are. Like, here's the Rizzler to get... Who is the Rizzler? Speed? I thought that was a drug or a movie with Keanu Reeves. Kai something... Who are these people? Why are they on my screen while I'm trying to watch football? I mean, there's so much to say, but, like, there's other things we need to get to. So I'll focus on a player in the game. Bet Xavier Worthy over receiving yards. Here's Travis Kelce cross-checking him on the first play of the game, knocking him out. And then, later in the game, Travis Kelce has an opportunity to go over his receiving yards prop, which I bet, and also maybe, like, get the Chiefs back in this game. And he short-arms the ball at the end. Travis Kelce, too interested in his upcoming marriage to Taylor Swift. You know, I can stomach, like, when he's on the cover of a magazine, looking like a fancy boy, with his stupid long hair and these stupid poses that he's in. What the hell? I feel like Stone Cold Steve Austin in 1996 before Survivor Series. Pink tights? What the hell is that? What is that? He looks like the late great Razor Ramon. What? Oozing machismo. Say hello to the bad guy. Survey time. How many of you are here to see Travis Kelce? And how many of you are here to see the NWO? Survey says, one more for the good guys. I can stomach the magazines and the podcasts and the commercials and just the Kelce's getting shoved down our collective throats at every turn. If he's going to catch the damn ball and not injure the number 1 receiver. Travis Kelce, you might be the belle of the ball for all the Swifties. And I kind of like Taylor Swift. I got nothing against her. But for today, you are a slap. I want to talk about, for next, we're going to group a couple head coaches together. How about head coaches named Mike, Vrabel, and McDonald? 2 conservative losers. Insert political joke here. Mike Vrabel. We'll call him Tucker Carlson. Mike McDonald. We'll call him Ben Shapiro. Here we go. Critical spots in the game. Should you go for it? Of course. What do? Send in the National Guard. Punt the football. Kick a field goal. And what happens? We lose. We just lose. Seahawks lose 17-13. Jake Tonjes grabs the ball out of thin air. Mike Vrabel, surrender punt, down 10, 4th and 10 from midfield. It's okay with 5 minutes. I would just punt the ball. Good job, guys. The 2 Mikes. And then how about to close, the 2 Bryans, Dable and Callahan. There's not enough minutes in the day for me to talk about Brian Dable, who in year 4, he's an offensive coach. His team never scores points. Think about this. The Jets lost Elijah Vera Tucker 4 days before the regular season opener and scored 32 points on the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Giants didn't have Andrew Thomas on the road at Washington and kicked 2 field goals. Brian Dable, the Ozempic that he was on to lose all that weight, also took all his brain cells away. He's a loser. And Brian Callahan doesn't know the rules of professional football. And he's coaching an NFL team. Just go and read the transcript of his quotes about why he didn't challenge a contested catch by Alec Iamaner. Read those quotes and see if you think this guy's got it going on upstairs. Nepo baby, Brian Callahan, doesn't know the rules in the National Football League and is the head coach of a team. Good luck, Tennessee. And there, that can be it for Slap. All right, there you go. You bet on this Tuesday. Femi, a bet buffet with me.
I
Femi, great job on the Heisman Trophy breakdown, by the way. I don't want to spoil anything, but you know that I love like your favorite bet for the Heisman Trophy. What do you have for us here in this moment, my good sir?
Yeah, well, on the theme of he's a slap, let's go back to one of the Mikes, Mike Vrabel. I was taking a look at the adjusted NFL win total markets, and there's like 5 of them that to me feel a little bit off, and I want to get your thoughts on this.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, like it's because we're ready to overreact. Week 1's in the books, baby. Let's go out there and plant our flag heading into week 2. New England Patriots, their win total prior to the start of the season was 8.5. I believe it was juiced slightly to the under, but it was hanging out at 8.5. There's been a lot of hype about New England. I love their under right now. It's still 8.5. Now you got to pay a little bit of juice, minus 155, which is not cheap. I know not everyone is willing to do that for a season long. I mean, you're slurping on a Tuesday. It's
you're chugging a carton of juice here. You're slurping down the juice.
Exactly. You're slurping. But like, I mean, we saw this team play against the Raiders. They didn't.
Did you see the video that Jake sent us this weekend? By the way, of him at that wedding on Friday night, he was slurping down the juice. So just wanted to throw that out there.
I saw the photo. I didn't see the video. Maybe I'll look that up during the break.
I made it up. It didn't happen. There was not.
I thought I missed something.
Yeah, tell us.
I was like, I'm curious. What did this?
I made it up.
but I think the New England Patriots, who, oh, by the way, everyone, they're a freaking underdog to the Miami Dolphins. Anybody watch the Dolphins last Sunday? Like, how is this team winning 9 games? I love Vrabel. I think they're going to turn it around, but under 8.5, minus 155. We're taking all the juice, but I think that's a bet that people need to make heading into week 2.
I wish I could disagree as someone who has a Patriots over win total, but that was a distressing week 1 game. Now, no Christian Gonzalez, and I'll say this because I'll do this later in the show. I'm going to talk about some injury stuff happening in the NFL. If Christian Gonzalez plays this week, I'm betting the Patriots on Sunday against the Dolphins, but I need Christian Gonzalez to play in order to make that bet.
Hasn't practiced since July 28th. Like tomorrow's a massive day.
That doesn't feel great. And when you put it like that, yeah.
If he's not practicing tomorrow, I don't think it's happening. You're not going out there with 2 practices after not practicing for like 6-7 weeks. Another team that I think for an interesting win total. How about my squad, the Dallas Cowboys, who kind of accounted for themselves pretty well in the opener. Now, Jalen Carter was out. Of course, we know that. That's a big deal for Philadelphia. So like that's important context when you talk about the game last Thursday night. But Dallas's win total's 7.5. Plus 110 to the over. No juice there. You're getting plus money. 6-point favorite on Sunday. If Dak Prescott is what we saw on Thursday, once again, no Jalen Carter, that matters. But if with Dak and Lamb and Pickens and that offense can hum, Cowboys can go 8-9, can't they? You're getting plus 110 on that? Like, I like that bet. Like, I was a little bit cool. Like, the Parsons stuff was bad at the end of training camp, but the way they traded him, the whole thing was a disaster. But it feels like we're buying low on Dallas because everyone's making fun of them. LOL Cowboys. But, I mean, it wasn't a whole lot of laughing Thursday night when they almost beat the Eagles.
I would say that LOL Giants is way funnier than LOL Cowboys. And Dallas probably going to sweep the Giants at this point. So I agree with you on that. We have like a minute left in the segment. Quickly roll through a couple more that you like here.
Yeah, a few other win totals that I like. I am not pressing the panic button one bit. Talked about it yesterday during the show during the 3 o'clock hour. I'm still on the Detroit Lions to win 10 games. Over 9.5 at BetMGM, plus 120 on the Detroit Lions. Yes, it's an adjustment, and things are going to have to kind of be a work in progress. But once we get to the nitty gritty of this season, that team's way too talented. Also, we saw the Chicago Bears last night. Like, I don't know about that situation. I think Detroit wins 10 games and is still a playoff team this season. Also, Pittsburgh Steelers. I guess everyone's just ignoring what happened. I know they were expected to beat the Jets. Win total still 8.5, minus 140. You can't watch Aaron Rodgers play in that game on Sunday and be like, oh yeah, this team is going to be below 500. I don't buy it. The defense will get there. I like Pittsburgh. And also, we will be Oppo Taco on this one, Nick. I think the Jacksonville Jaguars, too much of an adjustment. Under 8.5, minus 110 for me. I think that was a lot more about Carolina than it was about the boys down in Duval.
Well, you know I disagree. We can talk about that later in the show. Hour 1 done, hour 2 for you. Coming up on the other side, we start the hour, an interview with Odyssey Sports NFL insider, Super Bowl champion, the great Mark Schlereth.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Hollywood Brown, option number 1, or Quentin Johnston, option number 2. Of course, they played against each other down in Brazil. Johnston had a pair of touchdowns. Hollywood Brown had 10 catches for 99 yards. Hollywood Brown, 25% rostered right now in Yahoo leagues. Quentin Johnston at 9%. So which of the two would you rather target, and for how much, Horvey?
I'll throw like $5 fab cash at Quentin Johnston, man, just because of the narrative that I think he's going to have a really good year, because I heard Justin Herbert say that that's the guy that he trusts most in this offense. And after that game, he said, Quentin Johnston's been working really hard the last couple of years. He's going to have a monster year for us. I really like the way that they used him. He's got a ton of speed. I love the skill set at TCU. He could take the top off of defense, and they're going to use him more I think some jet sweep stuff too. So I might go Quentin Johnston. You know, Hollywood Brown is just too inconsistent for me, and he struggles to stay on the field. Not that Quentin Johnston's not inconsistent, don't get me wrong, but I think he has the higher ceiling. I know Kansas City has a ton of injuries right now, but it might be Johnston for me, man. I'm a little bit higher on that offense than I thought I was going to be. I like the Chargers a lot this year.
I do too, and I think Johnson's going to have his moments. But I'm going to go with Hollywood Brown. And by the way, if you're only spending $5 on Johnson, you're not going to acquire him. There's no way. It's probably going to take, I would say, at least 10 to 15% of that $100 of fab budget for you to be in the conversation. And some idiot's probably going to go much higher that says prefer a wide receiver. I think it's a similar vicinity, expenditure-wise at 10 to 15% for Hollywood Brown. Again, this is all tied to Xavier Worthy. Again, listed as day-to-day, according to Andy Reid, but may wear that brace on the shoulder. How effective is he really going to be? Who knows? I don't know, Jim. I don't know. As Tony Romo would like to say, But you saw immediately Hollywood Brown stepped in and played the Xavier Worthy role. It was a lot of short field action with the occasional downfield streak route, and he was money. 16 targets? Are you kidding me? 10 catches, 99 yards. Might have been more of an anomalous output, but I think he'll be a busy guy if Xavier Worthy is proven ineffective or misses time. Hollywood, 2.15 yards per route run. That was number 13 in week 1. 6.78, not that great. Again, a lot of short field action. 91.1 passer rating when targeted. Johnson dwarfed him in that category with a 148.2 passer rating. I like Johnson. Again, my preference, because I think the floor is a little bit higher, is Hollywood Brown, and I would spend 10 to 15% of my fab budget.
You Bet with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Hey, this is Joe Buck, and you have done it. You have found it. You are listening to You Better You Bet. Great decision.
The great Iron Eagle.
Nick and Femi are such close friends. I would even consider getting divorced, even though I'm very happily married, just to get remarried, to have them as groomsmen. That's how much they mean to me.
Hi, this is Kevin Harlan of CBS, Westwood One, and TNT, and I'm listening as you do every day to You Better You Bet with the most handsome single man in the radio business. A man who, if I was not married for 38 years, I might consider myself the kind of guy that can electrify a listening audience and a crowd of bystanders watching him do what he does so well each and every day. Continue to listen right here on You Better You Bet.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
The terrific Football Tuesday edition of You Better You Bet rolls on. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the BetMGM Network. Coming up 20 minutes from now, injury news around the National Football League, including just like another season beginning in San Francisco with a bunch of key players either out or possibly out for the Niners heading into Sunday's game on the road at the Saints. We'll get into that. We'll talk about a couple quotes from Panthers head coach Dave Canales that have me very concerned about this season in Carolina, and a bunch of injuries adding insult to what was an atrocious start to the season for Mike McDaniel and the Miami Dolphins. College football coming up later this hour. All our bets for tonight in the Power Hour, final hour of the show. But joining us right now, and we're very pleased to have him, in his weekly spot on Tuesdays at 5 o'clock Eastern on the program, Odyssey Sports NFL insider, Super Bowl champion, the great Mark Schlereth, who is the host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. Mark, welcome back to the show. Happy week 2 in the National Football League, my friend, to you and yours.
Well, I appreciate that, Nick. A great week 1, a lot of fun. And, hey, listen, if your team got waylaid week 1, and that's the only team you watch, trust me as I tell you, there were plenty of teams that looked pretty ragged, especially on the offensive side of the ball, because we don't actually practice real football in training camp anymore. So take solace in the fact that there were a lot of teams that looked like absolute trash week 1. So you are not alone. You can misery loves company. You can hang out with a bunch of miserable people.
Mark, you spit hot fire on the Stinkin' Truth, on all the radio interviews you do around the country for Odyssey, on television, NFL on Fox. I'm excited to ask you this question here on You Better You Bet, because I can tell you watched a lot of bad football this weekend, and I'm sure some of it got under your skin. What pissed Mark Schlereth off the most week 1 in the National Football League? Could be a coaching decision, something a player did, anything that really grinded your gears and got under your skin from week 1.
Well, there's a couple things. You're Baltimore. You're on the road against Buffalo. You're up 40-25. They end up scoring. Lamar on first down scrambles for 13 yards. Right, then you give it to Derrick Henry. He fumbles. Anyhow, they get back to within 2 points, whatever it is. Right, you get the ball back. I think it's 38-40. And what do? You hand it to Derrick Henry. Good for you guys. He gets like 4 yards, 3.5 yards, right? 2nd down and 7. And then you run a jet sweep to Flowers. And I'm not talking about north and south. I'm talking about a jet sweep east to west across the formation with a guy who's not used to carrying the ball and certainly isn't interested in breaking any tackles. So he gets met close to the opposite sideline with defenders. He falls down, and now you're in 3rd down and 7+. And I'm looking at it. Then you drop back and you throw it short of the sticks. And I'm looking at those decisions by the Baltimore Ravens. Dude, you got Derrick Henry. He just fumbled. He's 250 pounds, and he can outrun any DB in the National Football League. And we give him one opportunity with the ball. And, oh, by the way, the best player on our offense is our quarterback, number 8. And he did scramble for 13 yards the drive before, and he doesn't get an opportunity with the football? What are we doing? Why do we in Baltimore forget who we are and how we're built when it's nut-cutting time? I don't understand why we take a back seat when the game is on the line, why we make decisions that don't make sense to me from a coaching standpoint. And I won't understand. Either give it to Derrick Henry 3 times, or at least give it to him another time, or at least, probably more importantly, have my quarterback, who's arguably the best quarterback in football, or at least has got a multiple MVP, and that guy is the most dynamic guy on the edge of the quarterback position, and he doesn't get to touch the ball. What do we do? What are we doing?
What did you think of the punt back to Josh Allen on 4th and 3?
Well, listen, man. I mean, you haven't stopped anybody here in the 4th quarter.
You had to go for it, right? You had to go for that, no?
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, these are the decisions that we talk about on a consistent basis when we're talking about the Baltimore Ravens. And listen, man, this is part and parcel of the Bills too. Come playoff time, we forget what we are, who we are, and how we get things done. And listen, man, I'm one of those conservative guys. I like to punt and say, hey, my defense is gonna do their job. But of course, they haven't done their job. In that
you would not have
half.
punted there, Stink. No way, right?
Well, probably not. No, but listen, man, the bottom line for me is I'm not gonna be in a position to punt because I'm gonna let my quarterback carry the ball a couple of times in that drive, right? So yeah, I think you go for it and turn that thing, end up going out there and winning that ball game. But bottom line is, I hated that whole series.
And you have to. And I bet the Baltimore Ravens. And I hated my life after that series, so I certainly agree. Mark, you were on the call of the Jaguars and Panthers this weekend on Fox. And I'm about to overreact to what we saw in week 1. I don't think it's an overreaction, though. Mark, if that's what Bryce Young is going to be this season, are the Panthers the worst team in the league? Am I overreacting to what we saw from Carolina in week 1 and what we saw from Bryce Young in week number 1?
No, because that's what we've seen. The times where he's played decent football, those are outliers. That to me is what he has been. We got excited. And I pumped it up because it's a great storyline. At the end of the last 3 games of the last season, 7 touchdowns, no interceptions, 2-1 record and all that stuff. But what I saw as I called that game is exactly what I saw last year for the majority of the time that guy played, and the year before the majority of the time that guy played. He does not look to be an NFL quarterback. He just doesn't. Sorry. And you know what? And that's tough. And listen, the Carolina Panthers didn't help him out any either. I mean, look, this is game 1 of the season, and Leggett looked like he was disinterested in playing. What's going on with that? So and I just busted his balls in the broadcast, and but like, listen, man, I was genuinely irritated. So he catches a corner route on the sideline. It's a beautifully thrown ball by a quarterback who's struggling. He gets 1 foot down and he doesn't tap the toe. He takes a big 3-foot step and his toes are out of bounds. Like, what are you doing, dude? Like, how can you not have any awareness whatsoever about the sideline? That is an easy NFL catch for a backup wide receiver, and you step out of bounds. And then a possession later, you're blocking the edge. You're in a cut split down by the line, down by the offensive tackle. Safety comes walking up on a short yardage run, and you let him run right by your face and make a tackle in the backfield. He's your guy. And you were disinterested in putting your nose in there. And listen, ultimately, that's shame on you as a player, but shame on you as a coach. Like, if that was my play, he wouldn't get a play anymore. Go sit on the bench. Go sit on the bench, because we've got a quarterback who's struggling, but at least he's trying. You're not even trying. What are you doing as a coaching staff in Carolina? If I coached that team, his ass would have been on the bench, and I know
is Canallison over his head?
I don't know that he's I think he's a good coach, and he's a good dude, man, and it's all this positivity. That's great until it's not great, and until
the quarterback throws it out of the end zone on 4th and 1.
Right, but at some point, listen to me. At some point, one of the things that makes coaches successful, and I was doing a Saints game, and one of the people in that organization that I knew forever, he was part of the NFL forever, said this to me. This is several years ago. He says to me, "Listen, Sean Payton left the building, and you know what? The fear walked out the door with him." He goes, "The players aren't afraid anymore, and the coaches aren't afraid anymore." And there has got to be, and I say this all the time, man, there are 2 types of fear in the National Football League. There is biblical fear, which is reverence, right? Like awesome respect and reverence. And you've got to have some respect and some reverence for the people in charge, because that's appropriate. But there also has to be straight up fear. If I don't do my job, I will get cut. If I don't do my job, I will get benched. That type of effort by Leggett in that game was, for me, it was disgusting. Why are you even out? Why are you even out here? What are we doing? So, yeah, if you don't address it, as Coach Herm Edwards used to say it all the time when I worked together with Herm on ESPN, you're either coaching it or allowing it to happen. It's being allowed to happen, or you're coaching not getting that block done. And I don't think they're coaching it, so you're allowing it to happen.
You better you bet on this Tuesday. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our guest, Odyssey Sports NFL insider Mark Schlereth. Insider calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Stink, from the Department of coaching it or allowing it to happen, what was your opinion on Sunday's effort from Mike McDaniel and the Miami Dolphins?
Well, Mike McDaniel lost to me. You got to know, too, Mike McDaniel was my ball boy here in Denver when I played. So, I've known him forever. But he lost me last year when he tried to say, hey, you know what we're going to do? We're going to start our meetings at 24 after the hour because we haven't won a championship here in Miami in 24 years. At that point as a player, I'm like, you're kidding me, right? That's your solve. Is we're going to start the meetings at 24 after the hour, this cutesy little BS. Right there, I'm like, I'm out. I don't, do you think that's what's going to make us tougher? You think that's what's going to make us, more physical on the line of scrimmage? You think that's what's going to, hold Tyreek Hill accountable? Is that we're going to start the meetings at 24 after the hour? As soon as he said that last year, I was like, I'm done. Listen, man, I'm done. You can't, players, listen, man, we're not the smartest creatures, I guarantee you, but players have horse sense. they have great, emotional quotient, right? They have great kind of understanding of how you operate as a person. And when that's your answer, when you say, hey, man, this is what we're going to do, and it's that cutesy little BS, dude, I'm out. And players are just out. Like, really? How about giving us some answers that actually this is how we're going to solve the issue we have with being physical? This is how we're going to solve that. Not we're going to start our meeting 24 after the hour because we're not physical enough because we haven't won a championship. Dude, I'd be out on that too. I mean, I'd totally be out. Like, this is a clown show. That's stupid.
And they got annihilated. They made Daniel Jones look like Peyton Manning in Indianapolis. Stink, final. We have like a hard 45 seconds for this answer. After what we saw on Monday Night Football, if I gave you a choice, you could start your franchise with either J.J. McCarthy or Caleb Williams. Who are you taking and why? 30 to 45 seconds, please, for the answer.
I'm taking J.J. McCarthy because he plays on schedule. Caleb Williams, this is the problem I had when everybody was, all Twitter painted over him being a generational talent. That dude never played on schedule. At USC, it was pull the ball, don't throw the first guy who's open, scramble around, and our athletes are better than your athletes. 9 times out of 10, we win. That does not win in the National Football League. It never has. It never will. And that's how that guy plays. And after that first drive last night, he completely fell apart.
One-word answer, either yes or no. Are the 2025 Bears sunk?
No.
Okay,
but
so
he's
still
going to
some
have
time
to
to figure
play
it out.
a hell of a lot better.
I think that's a totally fair answer. Mark, you're the absolute best. We love having you. This was an electric factory today. Stay well, and we'll catch up with you next week.
Sounds good. Be good.
He's the best. Odyssey Sports NFL Insider Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. The funniest line in that, and there were many, was, do you think starting meetings at 24 minutes past the hour will hold Tyreek Hill accountable? That's just is an unbelievable
No more
line.
cutesy BS.
On the other side, news and notes from around the National Football League from the betting perspective.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
USC quarterback Jaden Mayava. Now, Jaden Mayava, from a statistical standpoint, he checks all the boxes. Week 1, and they've played jabronis, so like that also has to factor in. But I'm just looking at he's not the only Heisman Trophy winner who's played jabronis. I just told you Bryce Young had a 34.1 QBR performance against Mercer. Like, it's college football. Week 1, week 2, you get a lot of guys who play jabroni teams. But Mayava has taken advantage of that. Week 1, his QBR, 96.8. Week 2, QBR, 96.7. That is what you want to look for with a future Heisman Trophy winner. Now, the team success is where this could get tricky for USC. Over at BetMGM, the Trojans have an updated win total of 8.5. Now, we just got done saying you need to be on a team 10-plus wins. And if you're not winning 10, the cutoff is 9-3, and you better put up some sick stats to win the award. Maybe Mayava can put up some sick stats, man. 96.8, 96.7. We're off to a pretty good start, aren't we? Even though it was against like Georgia Southern and Montana State, we're still off to a pretty good start, must admit. I would say this, though, about USC and about Mayava's case. The thing that he has working in his favor is that when you look at past Heisman Trophy winners, not only does his production mirror what they did in weeks 1 and 2, he's also coached by a guy who's known for producing Heisman Trophy winners. How about USC head coach Lincoln Riley? Most recently, Caleb Williams, who we talked about at the top of the hour, now with the Chicago Bears. Things aren't going well, but at USC, things went pretty damn well. Caleb Williams won the Heisman Trophy playing for Lincoln Riley. His first 2 starts that year, 96.3, 97.3 with his QBR. Sound familiar? Sounds a lot like Jaden Mayava, doesn't it? How about Baker Mayfield? How about Kyler Murray? These are guys that played for now USC head coach Lincoln Riley. Whether he was the OC or the head coach, they all played for him. They developed under Lincoln Riley. Hell, Jalen Hurts had a season where he finished in the top of the Heisman Trophy vote. Like, it was like second or third in the Heisman when he played at Oklahoma for Lincoln Riley. Like, Lincoln Riley, he might not win you national titles, but he's going to win you some damn Heisman Trophy.
Tight ends, him and Luke, and Juice picking it up. Losing Kittle in that game was big for us. I mean, it was a huge part of the game plan, as you guys saw earlier. Had to mix some guys around, and those guys just stepped up big, man, and especially to end it with the game winner.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
That's the voice of San Francisco 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan addressing the news media yesterday on the spate of injuries affecting his football team. I'm going to rip through a bunch of news and notes in the National Football League in a second, but just Femi, pop on here for just a second. I have an important question for Femi. So we're now 2 weeks into having Mark Schlereth on our show on a weekly basis. Yep. To Mark's credit, both appearances, and you were all for it last week. He was on like 5 minutes early, like way before he was like he needs to come into the call to be on video. And we are now 0 for 2 in getting his video situation figured out. Now, last week, Mike Brown was on vacation during week 1 of NFL. So we were unable to figure it out last week or this week. Set an over-under on what week we will have Mark Schlereth's video set. So he can actually join us on video, on a video show.
Ooh, over-under? I'll do this. I'll set the market on video or phone for next week. I would say that phone is minus 130, video plus 110. Yeah.
Oh, what's the limit on this bet?
It's a $500 limit. Just a nickel. We're not going too crazy.
How many times can I bet it? How many times can I limit bet it? Please.
Yeah, no reclicks.
For phone.
No, just get it once. Yeah.
So
I think we're going to be in the works. It sounds like we've found the crux of the issue. So
do you think so? What makes you think that?
Well, Mike Brown wasn't here last week. Neither was I. But he wasn't here. Now he knows, and now he's relayed that to Stink. And now we know that, hey, need to have the different browsers.
Hold on a second. Let's find out. Mike, can you have a mic? Mike Brown, if you can join us here for a second.
Let me down, Mike.
Mike, what is the crux of the issue with Mark Schlereth and his inability to hear us on video? Do you think we've diagnosed that?
If I had to guess, there's some issue with vMix, his computer, and the IFB he wears to hear his computer. So just got to troubleshoot that, work its way out. All I need is to schedule some time to sit down and really talk to him about it, because 3 minutes in break just isn't enough to cut it.
What would you say, Mike, the percent chances that he will join us on video next week?
If I can schedule some time with him to sit down, minus 300, yes, he's on video. If not, then I stand by Femi's odds making.
One of the great unacceptable answers in the history of unacceptable answers, but we can address this another time. Mike Brown does a great.
Yes,
it's a terrible answer. A terrible answer. But I have confidence we'll be able to figure this out. Okay.
Yeah, I'll take that plus money. Plus one.
Yeah, slam that limit bet. All right. News and notes from around the National Football League. So Kyle Shanahan yesterday reveals that we are once again in a season from hell for the San Francisco 49ers, at least to start the year. And we did it at the very end of the show yesterday, in the final segments, that George Kittle, hamstring injury out multiple weeks, the Niners placed him on injured reserve today, which I think is the smart move. Kittle's 32. They've got 4 games coming up in the next 23 days. Give him as much time as possible to heal. You want this to be a season that extends into January, and Kittle's a really important part of this team. And it also helps that, Jake Tonjes was look, I mean, I'm being serious. He looked like Rob Gronkowski at the end of the game. Now, limited sample size, but he looked great. So that obviously makes it easier to swallow if Kittle's going to go on IR. We don't know if Brock Purdy's playing this week. And the betting market tells you right now that there's at least some skepticism that Brock Purdy's going to play. Because this point spread was 6.5 yesterday, and it's 4.5 today. Niners at the Saints, as Purdy dealing with toe and shoulder injuries. And the scary thing about the update on Purdy is that Kyle Shanahan said the toe is worse than the shoulder. He plays quarterback. Your shoulders are pretty important. So how bad is the toe that the toe is the more serious of the two injuries? So I think this is still an in-between number if Mac Jones is going to play. So we'll see in the coming days. Like tomorrow we'll get an injury report. I doubt Purdy's going to practice. Feels like this is going to get brought into Sunday. Maybe we'll get some clarity on Brock Purdy. Also, Jawan Jennings, who, it's not going to be the worst, the fear for him with his shoulder, collarbone injury, but he's undergoing a CT scan. We don't have an update yet on Jawan Jennings. I mean, this could be the walking wounded for the Niners on Sunday. I mean, how insane is it? Think about this. The most healthy member of the 49ers is Christian McCaffrey. It's a bizarro world. He touched the ball 31 times on Sunday. Bizarro world. And then I want everybody to consider this. We talk about the San Francisco 49ers offensive line every single year. And it's kind of like a souped up version of the Giants offensive line. And hear me out. Souped up. Not the same thing, souped up. Where everybody's kind of mid, but you have Trent Williams. And he's one of the best left tackles ever. Going to waltz into the Hall of Fame 5 years after he retires. Is it possible that Trent Williams has started to fall off the cliff? Boye Mafe and a bunch of people are I've written about this and have talked about this. Brandon Thorne, who we reference sometimes on the show, who basically covers offensive line play and does a great job for Establish the Run, among others, tweeted a video of Boye Mafe wrecking Trent Williams on Sunday in the Seahawks-Niners game. Now, consider this. On Sunday, the New Orleans Saints sacked Kyler Murray 5 times. Here's my question. Would you say Kyler Murray is a mobile quarterback? You would. Of course you would. Now answer this question. Is Mac Jones a mobile quarterback? Who? Mac Jones. San Francisco is currently a 4.5-point road favorite at the Saints. I might bet New Orleans in this game. I'm not there yet, but I was pretty impressed with what we saw from Kellen Moore and the Saints last week. And I am not in love with this Niners defense from a personnel perspective, even if I'm a big fan of Robert Saleh as a defensive coordinator. I think that game, for former one-time NFC, for those of you that are too young to remember, these are former division rivals back in the day when the Saints were in the NFC West. I think it's a fascinating game. And I can't wait to find out more injury information for the Niners and the Saints. Other injury info in the National Football League here on You Better You Bet on this Tuesday. So the Miami Dolphins, obviously, you just heard Mark Schlereth rip them to shreds, and they deserve it. So they get embarrassed by the Indianapolis Colts. And insult has been compounded by injury. Because cornerback, I mean, this is just like, I can't laugh at, like, I can't say this name without laughing. It's kind of a cool name. Darkwing's nephew, Donald's grandson, Storm Duck, you know, the Hunt. He's going to miss multiple weeks. He might be Miami's best corner after the other injuries that they suffered. And guard James Daniels, who was signed to add some toughness in the interior of that offensive line. He's also out multiple weeks. Now, the Patriots have some injury concerns of their own. Most notably, star corner Christian Gonzalez. Femi said something last hour that made me laugh, just like the way he said it, because he was 100% right. Like, oh, well, is Christian Gonzalez going to play on Sunday? Well, he hasn't practiced since July 28th. It doesn't with a hammy, doesn't seem great. If Christian Gonzalez gets on the field, and I may bet the Patriots anyway, but I might not. And also, like, Miami does have, you can make a case that Miami's edge rushers and that defensive line could overwhelm this Patriots offensive line. Like, that could happen also. If Christian Gonzalez is going to play, I'm probably going to end up with a bet on the Patriots. Because Miami, like, you can't afford to lose members of the secondary that's already devastated. Like, they're going to be starting. They just signed Rasul Douglas off the scrap heap, and he's going to have to start. And now you're losing offensive linemen for what's an already bad offensive line. Not great for the Miami Dolphins. How about the Los Angeles Rams? Strong effort for the Rams on Sunday. Beat the Texans. Improved to 1-0. Stafford healthy the entire game. Puka Nacua is the best player on the field. This could be, we may look back on it, and we'll see what the severity of the injuries turns out to be. We'll find out more tomorrow, but I want to get this on everybody's radar, because yesterday I'm doing the show, and I'm like, man, like, this number feels short for the Rams at the Titans next week. Both Rams guards, Steve Avila and Kevin Dotson, are being called by Sean McVay week to week with injuries, from injuries they suffered in the win on Sunday over the Houston Texans. Week to week makes it sound like neither is playing on Sunday. We'll see what happens when the injury reports come out. But I'm going to create a scenario for people. Let's say neither plays. Here's a gargoyle quarterback who can't move in Matthew Stafford with a bad back, missing both of his guards, up against Jeffrey Simmons, who's crazy. Like, I'm a wimp anyway. If I were a quarterback, Jeffrey Simmons is one of the last people I would want chasing me, because he's nuts. And 500, and Yokozuna next to him in Devondre Sweat, who is fat, but not regular person fat, football player fat. Like, if he falls on you, you're breaking your ribs, but he also runs like a 4.9 40. I understand why the Titans are seeing some action early in the week. So just want to get that on people's radars because the Rams, look like a good bet at that number. If they're missing both their guards, going up against those two members of the Titans defensive front, that could spell big-time trouble for Matthew Stafford. And I'm a huge Cam Ward guy. I like Cam Ward a lot. Love how aggressive he is. So we'll talk more about that game when we see injury reports for the LA Rams. Last piece of news here, and we'll probably do Jalen Carter a little bit. We will make sure we get Jalen Carter in on the show. We led the show talking about Jalen Carter not going to be suspended for the Super Bowl rematch on Sunday with the Eagles and the Chiefs. But I need to get a couple quotes in from Carolina Panthers head coach Dave Canales that have me thinking this team is in big trouble this year. Mark Schlereth was so nice just now when he came on because look, read between the lines here. I go, Mark, is Dave Canales in over his head? He goes, well, Dave Canales is a really nice guy, which is a really nice way of saying, he sucks. Now, Stink didn't say that. That's my interpretation of what Stink meant. I can be wrong. I don't think I am, but Stink, those are my words, not his. My interpretation. So Dave Canales, after the Panthers get embarrassed by the Jaguars, says that he's going to push for the young defensive players to get more playing time. He's going to push for it. Hey, Dave, you're in charge. You don't need to push for anything. If you want to play Bryce Young at nose tackle, guess what? Bryce Young's lining up in the A-gap. You're in charge. He's going to go to Ejiro Evero, the defensive coordinator, and be like, excuse me, Mr. Ejiro, can you please play the youngsters? Buddy, you're the guy making the calls. You're going to push for it? You tell him what to do. God. And then he excused the 4th and 1 play he defended Bryce Young's decision to throw the ball out of the end zone on 4th and 1. Said a variety of things go into plays. How about this? You should never throw the ball out of bounds on really? Really? Can we grow up here? When did it become a sin to tell the truth? You just come out of it. Yes, it was unacceptable and the quarterback needs to be better. And then you could even say, and look, I need to do a better job putting him in a position to win, in a position to get guys open. You can correctly criticize your quarterback and also take some of the heat on yourself. This is not difficult to do. Instead, I'm going to push for the young defensive players to play. You're in charge. No big deal that the quarterback threw the ball out of bounds on 4th and 1. Or he's terrible. The Arizona Cardinals. I don't think anyone would confuse them with the Buffalo Bills. 6.5-point home favorites on Sunday at home against Carolina. My question for you, the listener and the viewer. Would you bet on Bryce Young, Dave Canales, and the Panthers? We're talking college football coming up next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Daboll was asked some very direct questions after the Giants lost to the Commanders 21-6. Is Russell Wilson your starting quarterback? He was asked repeatedly. He never answered the question. He did everything he did to evade. And the media, New York media is on him. He's like, look, man, do you understand with your response here that people are going to go and run about whether or not Russell Wilson is your quarterback moving forward? And then he would talk about everybody around Russ and how they got to be better and this and that. I know he was trying to take the pressure off of Russell Wilson, but he was never flat out saying Russell Wilson is our starting quarterback the foreseeable future. Russ is going to start this week at Dallas. Then they've got Kansas City, LA Chargers. Difficult first month. He's going to dart. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. The number dropped a little bit, 20 to 25. In my mind, Sam, what I'm thinking right now is, look, I think Dart's going to end up playing the majority of the season. Maybe I'm dead wrong on that. I think he's out there majority of the season. And with that, I'm going to want a Dart ticket. I'm just trying to figure out when do I want to get a Dart ticket.
Mateer running all the way. Gets free. Mateer. Touchdown, Oklahoma. That drive was all on the quarterback.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Chris Fowler with the call, friend of the show, and a Tim Scanlon client. This past Saturday night on ESPN and ABC as Oklahoma beat Michigan 24-13. Obviously, following week one in the National Football League, and let's be honest, right? You know, you listened to the show a couple weeks ago. Week one college football was one of the great week ones in the history of the sport. Maybe the best, at least in terms of the actual schedule of games. And then, like, it lived up into the billing until Monday Night Football with TCU and North Carolina. And we did a ton of college football on the show last week. So I think people can understand that we love college football, right? That yesterday's all NFL following week one NFL Sunday. And also, like, the games were not especially awesome, both from a quality perspective and also matchups that you get excited for this past Saturday. So college football right now, and we'll do a ton of it throughout the week because the matchups this week are way better than what we saw in week two. The highlight that you heard coming back, that was from the most exciting game of the weekend, at least before it started, right? The one that we were most excited for. Oklahoma and Michigan in Norman. Sooners won the game 24-13. Femi and I both bet Michigan in the game in different ways. The thought being that if Bryce Underwood's going to be really good, then he's going to be good enough to like win this game, if not keep it really close. Bryce Underwood, it felt like both because of the conservative Michigan play calling and also, Brent Venables is still a good defensive coach, facing a true freshman quarterback in his first career start on the road in a super hostile environment in Norman, stuffed the Michigan offense into a locker. And for the Oklahoma offense, John Mateer, one of the great nicknames in sports, Moneyline Mateer. If you don't know what I'm talking about, just Google it. John Moneyline Mateer looks awesome running the ball and makes enough plays for Oklahoma to win by margin, and to put himself right at the top of the board at BetMGM to win the Heisman Trophy. Mateer finds himself as the co-favorite right now at BetMGM with Carson Beck behind, with LSU's Garrett Nussmeier. So an electric start to the season for John Mateer and for the Oklahoma Sooners. I've got a little bit of a contrarian thought on Oklahoma, based on what I see a lot of people writing and saying and opining on. Mateer got the job done on Saturday night. Like, they won the game. He was good enough in the eyes of many to make him the co-favorite to win the Heisman Trophy. Now, I bet Michigan, and so did Femi, and I'm sure Femi agrees with me. John Mateer put a bunch of balls in harm's way, and Michigan did not make him pay the price. I'm not suggesting that Michigan was the better team, or that Michigan deserved to win, or that we deserve to win our bets. I think Oklahoma was probably the right side in the game. And I mean that sincerely. I'm not just saying that to pander. I mean that. I would say it if I felt differently. But, let's call a spade a spade. Mateer should have been picked off a couple times. I don't think that's going to come back to haunt Oklahoma this Saturday when they're on the road at Temple. Although it's worth noting, Oklahoma was a 24.5-point favorite, and now it's 23.5. So Temple did draw some betting interest in this game against Oklahoma. Now, I don't have interest in betting Temple in the game. That's not what I'm trying to say. But what I am trying to say, and I actually texted our friend Colin Wilson, who joins us all the time college football season on You Better You Bet, who power rates games, and I respect Colin's opinion. And I wanted to know, Colin, what do you think the spread will be next week? And games have to be played this week, so we're not going to hold him to the answer. What do you think the spread will be next Saturday? Not this Saturday, next Saturday, when Oklahoma hosts Auburn. Colin's answer, Oklahoma -6. And we'll see what happens after this weekend. Maybe something happens. Maybe there's an injury, which we hope does not happen. Things happen. We'll see what it is. If that's the range that this spread's going to be in, Auburn against Oklahoma, I cannot describe to you how excited I am going to be to bet Auburn. I'll take Hugh Freeze over Brent Venables. I love me some Jackson Arnold. Hayes brother. And I think Mateer will get turned over in the game. So I'm already looking ahead. This isn't even a week 3 college football take. This is a week 4 college football take. I've already got Auburn circled to bet next Saturday against Oklahoma, obviously pending results this weekend. And just to wrap up the Oklahoma-Michigan game on Michigan, in case you, the listener and viewer, didn't know this, Sharon Moore, this is just it's like a Saturday Night Live routine at this point. What games is the Michigan coach going to be suspended for this year? This is like year 16 in a row of the Michigan head coach being suspended for a couple games. So Sharon Moore is being suspended for, buying the national, cheating to win the national championship, which I would do also. Someone named Biff Poggi, and I think that's how it's spelled, Poggi. I believe it's pronounced Poggi. Poggi would be way funnier. But I think it's Biff Poggi will be coaching for Michigan this weekend as they host Central Michigan. Wolverines a 27.5-point favorite. My sense is, and I'm not going to bet the game, my sense is that you get a big-time bounce-back performance from Bryce Underwood against Central Michigan. You bet on this Tuesday. We will talk about Jalen Carter playing this week for the Eagles against the Chiefs in the Super Bowl rematch to start the Power Hour. Couple other thoughts, though, on college football from week 2, and we'll spin it into week 3. South Florida right now, one of the great stories in the young college football season. It's one thing to beat Boise State in week 1, which is like a great win for South Florida, right? That was one thing. It's another thing entirely to go on the road in the swamp and beat Billy Napier and the Florida Gators, which they did 18-16. And Billy Napier, I mean, this is weekend at Bernie's. Is this dude alive during games? Like, put the sunglasses on him, and he's like being like marionetted like Pinocchio. Is he alive? You want to talk like game management? Like, I wouldn't let Billy Napier like drive me from my office to my house in an Uber, much less manage the end of a game in a multi-million-dollar college football game. So South Florida upsets Florida. And both teams have fascinating games this weekend. South Florida will visit Carson Beck, Mario Cristobal, and the Miami Hurricanes. Miami was a 16.5-point favorite. We've now crossed through 17. The Canes 17.5-point favorites. And I agree with that move on Miami. Like Miami is, like, I'm going to call Miami like a quadruple A college football program. And I mean that as the ultimate compliment. Where they're obviously not as good as an NFL team, obviously, but feel to me like they are way better than like the average college football team. And maybe South Florida's a little bit better than the average college football team. Like Miami, I feel like is playing a different sport. So I don't have a huge appetite to take the points with South Florida. And for the Gators, as they get set to embark on one of the toughest stretches that you could possibly imagine, and I'm not joking, in a college football regular season. Just like heavy hitter in the SEC after heavy hitter in the SEC for Billy Napier and company, where his seat, like he may just like burst into flames on Saturday night at Death Valley against LSU. Now, Florida, believe it or not, has been the preferred betting side in this game early in the week, where LSU was 9.5. Now we are at LSU an 8.5-point favorite. And you can see why, right? You can kind of build that case. LSU, like the stock couldn't be lower. Nussmeier is the co-favorite to win the Heisman. Like a buy low, sell high. Buy low on Florida and DJ Lagway and Billy Napier. Sell high on Brian Kelly and LSU. Florida, I believe, is the old Yeller this week. The trendy dog that's going to get taken out behind the woodshed. Shotgun, head, blammo. Honestly, it's like really graphic. And I'm not that type. I don't even really like that, honestly. You'd stick with old Yeller. I like LSU. And I think we get a big Garrett Nussmeier performance in this game. Last note for now. And we're going to do this, these two games, a lot this week. Both Femi and myself, and with guests as the week rolls along. Two really, really, really tremendous football games, at least on paper. And two 3.5-point road favorites. Georgia laying 3.5 at Tennessee, where Joey Aguilar looks awesome for the Vols, and Josh Heupel might be like the next great head coach in college football. And he's been great for a while, but it feels like his legendary status is growing. And Gunnar Stockton, it's only 2 games in, but has not exactly been super impressive for Georgia. So Georgia laying 3.5 on the road at Tennessee, who will be without both its starting corners again in this game. And then Clemson, who lost week 1, obviously, to LSU, and then spotted Troy 17 points this past Saturday before coming back to win. A 3.5-point favorite against a Georgia Tech team that everyone is obsessed with. And I bet them in week 1 against Colorado, so I can certainly understand why. And Haynes King's got the week off last week, and he should be fresh for this game, Georgia Tech's quarterback. I think I'm going to be laying both favorites. Georgia can sleepwalk through some games early in the season. Georgia's a sleeping giant. And maybe this goes down to 3. And I'm willing to bet, and I think Georgia Tech's awesome. Again, I bet them once already this season. This to me actually feels like a low spot to buy Clemson. With the loss in week 1 and kind of an embarrassing performance and a win in week 2. I don't know if it'll be laying the 3.5, a 2-team money line parlay, but I think I'll be on both favorites in those 2 games, the road favorites. Both Georgia on the road at Tennessee and Clemson on the road at Georgia Tech. Final hour, power hour coming up next. We'll be joined by the whale capper Drew Dinsick. We'll give you all our bets for tonight. And Femi and I will start the hour talking about Jalen Carter playing this week for the Eagles in the Super Bowl rematch in KC.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Is it too late to jump on Mateer at 8-1?
I don't think it's too late, but you're certainly not getting the best bang of your buck. Obviously because he's coming off a good game against a marquee opponent where he made some really good throws. But I don't think his price is going to be going down over the weekend. Oklahoma goes on the road. Am I reading this correctly? To Temple. Doesn't feel like it should be a tough game for Oklahoma, but they do have, maybe some tough ones coming up. They play Auburn the next week, and then I think it looks like 4 weeks they play Texas. That will be obviously a huge, huge game. But maybe there's still, some logic that says, okay, you can still bet on John Mateer, because I do feel like in the public mindset, he's still definitely not won it. Even though the odds have shortened dramatically, it's still 8-1. It does feel like it is still very much a wide open race. So you're not getting the best number, but I'm not going to talk off people who are saying, hey, I can still make a case for John Mateer. There's still plenty of weeks left in the season, still plenty of big marquee games, and he has shown flashes of being a very good quarterback.
Yeah, it's pretty upsetting to me. I'm not happy with it. I was hoping to go to Oklahoma and not be good, but, credit where credit is due. He looks really good. I think the only issue with John Mateer is not his play. He looks great. And when you get a win over Michigan in the way that they did, Michigan is definitely down this year, but still, it's a big win. I think they use him so much, he gets a lot of usage. I mean, he can run the ball, too. That's the thing. He's more of a dual threat than you think. I mean, he can move. And so when you use a quarterback that much, I think you have to worry potentially about injury, which, of course, you do with every quarterback or every player that you bet on, but particularly at that position, and particularly a guy like him, because the Sooners really need him on offense. They've had issues with their offense in previous years, and so they are going to absolutely get as much run out of him as possible. And when that happens, then there's maybe a bit more of a roll of the dice there, but there's no question at 8-1, I still think there's value.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Bring it up, Jake. Final hour. Power hour. You better you bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you. All right, the Power Hour today presented to, talk for a living, sometimes you're going to screw up. The Power Hour presented today and always by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. We also want to remind our listeners and viewers, because I failed to do it last hour, to swing big on your next Major League Baseball parlay by using today's Parlay Boost token to score a bigger payout if your baseball parlay hits. Make it legendary with BetMGM by downloading the app, and please gamble responsibly. The whale capper Drew Dinsick joins us in 20 minutes. 40 minutes from now, all our bets for tonight in the world of sports. And by our bets, I mean Femi's, Jake's, and Tyler's. Because there's no football.
Wow. It's tapping
no
out.
Playoff baseball. Oh, dude. Yeah. I got a condo on my wrist. I'm tapping out. I'm happy that made you laugh. I don't know if it was.
It's good.
It's good. It was. I got a condo on my wrist, girl. I'm tapping out.
I'm tapping out. Well, also, the artist's name was Cash Out, right? Wasn't it Cash Out
yeah.
by Cash Out?
Yeah.
Yeah, just incredible nonsense.
Honestly, one of the most
underrated,
like rap songs I feel like of like this century. Is that a crazy statement?
I don't know, because he's like a one-hit wonder. So, like, was he ever even rated? I mean, like, it was played everywhere. So I feel like it was properly. I'll go properly rated on Cash Out. I don't think he's underrated because, like,
I think
he had
that
his moment.
song is underrated. That song is underrated, I think.
But it was super popular, though. Like,
Yeah,
I think people enjoyed it. Yeah. I can't go. I'll say properly rated. Especially like, looking back on it, the fact that he did like nothing else. I was like,
I had a Saturday, like 2012, where like just like drank enough to like fell a water buffalo. And like listened to that song like 500 times like that day. It was just on repeat.
It's a great song.
How old was I? That was 2012. How long, any years ago was that? I was 29.
Ooh, yeah, 13 years ago, yeah.
Yeah.
I just graduated college in 2012.
Yeah, must be nice. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll talk. This is going to get way
Is
off
it?
track. So let's let's talk sports. Super Bowl rematch coming up Sunday at Arrowhead with the Eagles and the Chiefs. We don't know if Xavier Worthy is going to play in the game. It looks like he avoided worst case scenario. Andy Reid yesterday called Worthy day to day. We'll obviously find out more tomorrow when the first injury report comes out. Femi, the Eagles getting a great piece of news. We've said it a couple times on the show today, and we'll do It Move tomorrow with all the side and total movement for all the games. Jalen Carter will not be suspended for Sunday's game. The NFL saying that Carter was basically suspended already. He missed all of last week's game, the opener against the Dallas Cowboys, and like I think that tracks. That makes sense to me. He's fined almost $60,000 for spitting on Dak Prescott, which is probably like a couple pennies for him. But just saying.
What a sentence.
What's happening here, Femi, in the betting market for this game? Where do we stand right now? And what's your opinion of this game now that we know Jalen Carter will play for Philadelphia?
Yeah, over at BetMGM and pretty much every other sports book, the Eagles are the favorites on the road, which might sound crazy when you say that Patrick Mahomes, while a short home dog, is a home dog for Sunday's game. Now, is that going to stick throughout the course of the week? Probably the Xavier Worthy injury news will determine what ends up happening with the betting market, but the total's at 47. That's pretty much everywhere. I think the Eagles should be favored based on what we saw from Kansas City Friday night against the Chargers. Like, I thought offensively, it wasn't that explosive, kind of similar to what we've seen over the last couple of years, and also defensively, too. That's where the big issues were. Like, I thought like the Chargers had whatever they wanted. They couldn't get any pressure on Herbert. Now here's the Eagles' offensive line. You going to get pressure on Jalen Hurts? Probably not. Not with those two offensive tackles with Lane Johnson and Jordan Mailata. So I understand why Philadelphia is favored. If I had to pick who's going to win the game, Boy, I would reluctantly pick the Eagles, and it sounds crazy because we know Mahomes in these coin flip games, he always gets it done. But man, I just don't like where the Kansas City Chiefs are at right now. The bet that I'll probably end up making in the game, though, is on the under. Like that's, I think, where I'm going to end up hanging out with this one because the Eagles offense, the OC, Kevin Patullo, didn't really have a great debut, especially going up against a pretty bad Dallas Cowboys defense. And I think that we see the Kansas City defense, I don't know if they'll slow down Philly that much, but I could just see it being a little bit of a lower scoring game than the betting market thinks. So like my hunch says under, but I mean, it's a hunch right now as we're still a handful of days out from kickoff.
I love the way you framed that on Mahomes being a home underdog. And I thought about that earlier today, and I looked this up. And this statistic comes courtesy of David Purdom, who does a great job covering like the business of sports betting for ESPN. Yep. And it's like, and like you should follow him on Twitter if you're not already. He does a really good job. The only time in his career, so like we don't even know if the Chiefs are going to close a dog at home. My guess is that they will, but we'll see. The only other time, if that happens, and he does close a dog, the Chiefs do, the only other time that Patrick Mahomes has been a home underdog in his entire career, Week 6 of the 2022 season at home against the Buffalo Bills. They lost that game 24-20. I think this is. Is that the Tyreek game when like he starts going like and they run the lateral to Kelsey who runs into the end zone? Was that even Tyreek Hill? Who was that?
No, it was
Tyreek was gone
Tony.
at that point.
It was your boy Tony. Yeah.
Oh,
that was offside.
I got my wrong like psychotic wide receiver. I got that screwed up. It was Kadarius Tony. You're right.
2022 was just like Buffalo was just like a juggernaut because like that was the year where Buffalo opened the season at the Rams.
That's the 13 seconds game, playoff game later that year at Arrowhead.
It was later that year. Yes, it was later that year. Yeah,
the
but
Bills
Buffalo was so highly
killed the
rated.
Rams in that season opener in Los Angeles.
Oh yeah. So like because like I think Buffalo closed a favorite in that game and they destroyed the Rams. So it's like hey like they just beat the hell out of the Super Bowl champs. And then like they were just like seen as the juggernaut. But then in January, Mahomes beat them again. But yeah,
that's the one that the Bills should have had. Like that's the game where like they actually should have won that game, and Sean McDermott screwed it up. Wow, what a surprise! Can't believe that happened. But I have that right. That's the game where like Kelsey would have scored at the end, right?
So you're talking about the Tony play because the Tony play was 23. When like Mahomes like wanted to like fight the referee or whatever and was like going crazy and like went to Josh Allen.
Okay, yes.
Like, can you believe it?
You're right. Yeah. So that was 2023. So that's the only time that Mahomes has been a home dog, and then we'll see if he closes a dog this weekend. I mean, I said yesterday on the show, I don't think, man, I'm just being real. Man, I don't think I'm going to be able to stop myself from betting the Chiefs. Even if, like, this is how sick I am, but I want to be really honest with everybody. This is really more. I actually don't even want to say this out loud. Like, let's say you took like someone I really care about and like their life was on the line. Pick the winner of the game. I think I'd pick the Eagles.
Yeah.
But I think I want to bet on the Chiefs. It's just my money on the line and no one's life.
A little bit lower stakes, definitely, definitely lower stakes. But I'll say this though.
Mahomes
to you, though,
is a dog.
Like, Mahomes is a dog, but isn't it justified?
Yes.
Like that's where I'm at.
Yes.
And just because I know you feel how you feel about Kansas City in January. This is September.
No,
it's
and
not
like
January.
And it's one thing. And look, if you told me Xavier Worthy was playing, I'd feel way better about it. If Worthy doesn't play, now here's Hollywood Brown. Okay, great. There's Quinyon Mitchell, and Cooper DeJean.
See you later.
And here's like Zach Bond and Jahad Campbell on Travis Kelce. Like they might railroad the Chiefs if Worthy doesn't play.
They could smother him. And Jalen Carter's back, so you're not going to just be able to like run the football on Philadelphia. Like he's back in the lineup. So where are the explosives coming from? Where's the efficiency coming from? That's why I kind of lean to the under. And it's like Eagles maybe. Like, it's not going to look like the Super Bowl where the Eagles, like, high-flying attack and they're just scoring points left and right. I think it's more so Eagles choke the game out. Like, it's, hey, Jalen Hurts with Barkley, they're running the football. Kansas City struggling to get pressure. Spags maybe is sending some extra heat or whatever. Maybe you get a couple of big plays there. But by and large, I think that this is going to be more so Philadelphia methodically moving the ball down the field, trying to keep Patrick Mahomes on the sidelines, and it's the Chiefs' offense struggling. Like, I think that's what ends up happening. I'm not brave enough to bet Philadelphia because I'm kind of chastising you for like why you want to bet Kansas City. But like, I'm not brave enough to do it and bet Philly, but I am brave enough to bet the under because I do think this ends up being lower scoring as we've seen all throughout the course of this NFL season with like 3 overs cashing in all of week 1. I think this is a lower scoring game, even though it's the marquee game. And I think a lot of people are going to want to see points, but I don't think we're going to see it.
Did you happen to see like what the Eagles said to Jalen Carter when he came back into the facility after like obviously like getting ejected and then obviously was away from the team for a little bit? Did you see what they said to him?
I did not know.
They said, "Hey, Mr. Carter, tell me where you..." I'm sorry.
Just he couldn't help himself.
He's been spitting. He's been asking.
They've been wondering why.
Sorry. I really do apologize. All right, you better you bet on this Tuesday. College or NFL, Femi, I want to let's talk about some bets that we like. Take the baton, my friend.
I'm going to go to a game that I think is going to be really fun in the NFL early window. And we were talking about this one during one of the breaks during yesterday's show. We have not discussed it on the air, but I'm excited to discuss it now. And that's between the Jaguars and the Cincinnati Bengals. This is the Spider-Man meme bowl, as far as I'm concerned. I think these two teams are mirror images. I think you have two dynamic offenses, probably more potential on the Jacksonville side. We've seen it with Cincinnati for many years, but Jacksonville, we're all bullish on what Trevor Lawrence and Brian Thomas Jr. and Travis Hunter can end up turning into. But then also on this other side of the football, two bad defenses. And if that's going to be the case, and it looks like we have some threes at some pretty prominent domestic sports books. I know BetMGM is still hanging 3.5. There's a 3 minus 118 that I'm seeing. There's a heavily juiced 3 minus 125. If you find a 3, I think it's a bet on Cincinnati. And I was able to find a 3 earlier today. I bet Cincinnati. I think the Bengals win this game. I'm getting Burrow at home against a bad defense, and I have to lay a field goal. I know I'm taking the terrible defense, and I know what I've said about Zach Taylor and the Bengals all throughout the summer, but I've also said the same things about Jacksonville. So in the battle of two teams I don't really like in particular, I'll go with the better quarterback in Joe Burrow and the Bengals. I'm laying the 3 with Cincy.
I think I agree with that train of thought where the Jaguars kind of feel like a trendy dog this week against, and I love the Jaguars this year. Mm-hmm. I think I agree with where your head's at with betting this game, which is wait to bet Cincinnati. I'm going to give their front office credit, which no one ever does. So right before, I think maybe it was before the third preseason game or as training camp was wrapping up, the Bengals signed Dalton Reisner, guard, right? Lucas Patrick, one of their guards, just got hurt last week. He's just placed on IR. Reisner will start at guard, and it's not ideal to lose a starting guard, but at least they have someone who's played a lot that can come in and at least be league average. I think that matters actually for Cincinnati, who's is going to lose Lucas Patrick for a number of weeks to injured reserve. Anything else that you like here, Femi, college or NFL for this weekend?
We haven't talked about Sunday Night Football. That's Falcons at the Vikings. We have seen a little bit of Falcons money coming in today, and we'll obviously do all the line move tomorrow. I kind of like Minnesota laying the 4.5. It's not a massive edge. I just feel like this should be closer to 6 in my opinion, based on Minnesota's defense and what they've been able to do at home with that home field advantage in prime time. I know McCarthy, it's only start number 2. Guess what? It's start number 5 for Michael Penix Jr. It's not like he has all these games under his belt either, and now he has to go up against a Brian Flores defense. I think the Vikings are a little bit undervalued in this particular spot. There's the injuries. Let's make sure Darisaw can play, but even if he doesn't play, not like the Falcons are the masters of pass rush. Look at how they've been rushing the passer over the past decade. I like Minnesota a little bit, laying that number. More than a field goal, yeah, it's not fun, but I think they end up winning that by a touchdown or more.
I'd like to bet Atlanta, Femi, in the game. I love Michael Penix. This is one where I have to see an injury report before I make a decision. Because if I want to bet Atlanta, and if you want to bet, is Drake London playing?
It's a very good question.
Is Darnell Mooney playing?
Darnell Mooney, too. Yeah.
If they don't play, the Falcons have no receivers. And maybe tomorrow they both practice and they're both going to be on track to play and we can have that conversation tomorrow. Yep. I'd like to bet Atlanta at a number like this, but I need to know if the receivers are playing in the game. Otherwise, as far as my bets for this weekend go, I gave out a couple things that I like in college football. Man. Arizona.
Dumpster diving?
Well, I like a dumpster dive college play. I want to bet Arkansas State plus 21 against Iowa State. I think Iowa State will win. I don't know if they're going to blow out Arkansas State with the profile of that team. So there's a dumpster dive in college. I don't know how I'm not betting the Arizona Cardinals this weekend. If this is what Bryce Young is, and Mark Schlereth just came on the show and said, like, this is what he is, and what happened at the end of last year was a mirage, and we'll talk to Brian Baldinger about it when he joins us tomorrow on the show. If this is what Bryce Young is, this spread should be 16.5.
I mean, it's hard to argue. Hard to argue against that.
Honestly, I think I need to bet Arizona like right now because I want to get it before it goes to 7. On the other side, the whale capper Drew Dinsick and his best bets for Week 2 in the NFL.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
K-State -1.5 in Tucson against the Arizona Wildcats. Fade or follow?
You said it, man. Kansas State has been one of the bigger letdowns in all of college football. They were one of the favorites to win the Big 12, and they just lost to Army on Saturday as a 17-point favorite, 24-21. They barely got by North Dakota last week. They won 38-35. They were 4 touchdown favorites and only win that game by a field goal. Week 0, they lose in Ireland 24-21 as 2-point favorites. And then Avery Johnson's dad and his brother are fist fighting on the streets of Ireland. So I should fade them, but I feel like this is the perfect buy low, man. So Arizona is 2-0, but they beat Weber State and they beat Hawaii. 15.5-point favorites, huge favorites, 31.5 in that Weber State game. I think this is a good buy low spot on Kansas State. I'm hoping the running back that got hurt on the opening kickoff, Dylan Edwards, who averaged over 6 yards per carry, is back. If not, I do like them to bounce back after losing to Army. They're embarrassed now. Last year, we saw this game, and I thought Arizona's roster was better because they had Tet McMillan. Kansas State beat them 31-7 as just a touchdown dog. So I like Kansas State in this spot, +1.5. Perfect buy low, I think.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
20 minutes from now, all our bets for tonight in the world of sports. Joining us right now is our good buddy. Fresh off a trip to Hawaii this past week. So at the very least, the week was good. Not so sure about the weekend, because I know we liked a lot of the same sides this past weekend in the NFL. It didn't go great for me. Is our good buddy, betting analyst for our friends at NBC Sports, co-host of the Deep Dive podcast with our pal Andy Molitor, the one, the only, the very handsome Drew Dinsick, on Twitter at whale_capper. My friend, welcome back to the show. I'm guessing, like me, you're happy to turn the page to week 2.
Yeah, Maui was beautiful. I had dreams of hitting it big week 1 and making an offer on a house out there. Not gonna be happening. It was that was a rough week for me. Sides in particular, I didn't have a lot of sides that I was really keen on, but I ended up pretty heavily staked on Ravens, double down at halftime, and it all went up in smoke in the blink of an eye at the end of a long day of losing. So it was didn't have a great night's sleep Sunday, and did wake up with a renewed enthusiasm to fix my numbers and get it back this week, because you know what they say, Nick, a lot of games left.
A lot of games left to be played. And we got a bunch coming up this weekend, obviously. So let's start macro, and then we can go micro. As it stands right now, what is your one favorite bet for week 2 in the NFL, and why?
Well, when I think macro, I mostly am just trying to sort through the noise that was week 1. In general, the quality of play, particularly at the end of games, really, really fell apart. So it's tough to kind of carefully ascribe how to adjust your priors. I would even liken week 1 now is basically just preseason week 4, with sort of how sloppy things were, how many penalties there were, and then just in general how poor the execution was for certain teams at the end of games. But I do think you can take one important lesson away from what we saw in week 1, and that is that the New York Jets offensive install went well. I have now rewatched that. I watched that game almost every snap, even though I had no action in it. I was just curious, what are we going to get? It was the only kind of game that I thought had drama at all in the 1 o'clock window. And so I watched it all live, and watching it live, I was like, my God, Justin Fields can ball. The game felt like it had slowed down for him appreciably, and I was not sure how the Tanner system coming over from Detroit was going to fit with his skill set. He did a much better Jared Goff with wheels impression than we saw from Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson. So whatever the passing game coordinator has brought in has really clicked well and vibed with the skill set that Justin Fields has. And the offensive line, it looks like they absolutely hit on their rookie right tackle, Membu. He was a mauler, took newly minted TJ Watt out of the game multiple times, which was stunning. And the rest of that offensive line played great. Simpson got hurt at one point, but he came back in. He looks fine. So no real expectation that there's going to be any slippage here from the Jets offense as we go into week 2. And I feel like our handicap of Ravens, which was mostly this Bills defense is extremely suspect, and the Ravens are going to be able to hit home runs consistently against them, that was proven out. I don't think the Bills defense has many answers for teams that can run competent offense, at least right now in the season. So I think the Jets are going to score on these guys. This, to me, sets up for a pretty competitive game. And the fact that you're getting 6.5 points with the Jets right now would be my one bet if you said I could only have one on the board.
Well, how about in the late afternoon window, Super Bowl rematch from last year, Eagles at the Chiefs. Right now, Philadelphia, a 1-point favorite. We're getting Mahomes as a home dog. Again, those sirens are going to be going off all throughout the week here as we lead up to the game. Jalen Carter, the news broke earlier this afternoon. He's good to go. The suspension was pretty much him missing all of opening night against Dallas. How are you betting that game side in total between the Eagles and the Chiefs?
I was completely blindsided with the market moves on both side and total. So when this happens this time of year, I usually just abstain because there must be something clear that I'm missing about this handicap. I did not think Eagles were going to flip favorite, and I really did not think we were going to see over money show up for this one. The Chiefs defense did have some limitations, but I really feel like Greg Roman just caught them by surprise with how much he was passing in that game. And then, oh, by the way, Herbert now has some weapons. I did not really feel the same way about the Eagles offense. They should have scored many more points against that Cowboys defense than they did. And it felt like what we saw in the first half from them was pretty static throughout the second half, as opposed to building on that and having layers. And the good offensive minds in the NFL in week one did some fascinating things where they set things up in the first half with their play calling, with their sequencing, with their structure, and then executed them in the second half for kind of clinching plays. You saw McVay do it. You saw, I would qualify a number of sort of the smarter guys in the NFL kind of having an arc to their game plan for week one. And I'll be honest, I didn't see it with the Eagles, and I'm worried a little bit with this new offensive coordinator that he's going to struggle going up against Spagnuolo relative to what we saw from them last year in the Super Bowl, obviously, which made it look relatively easy. And I'm kind of cautiously eyeing the Eagles, man, they're really going to the well and bringing in guys who might not be any good, might not have anything left. A lot of hope and cross your fingers that guys like Zadarius Smith and Mike Hilton, I don't know if Hilton ultimately gets signed, but the fact that they're kicking the tires on these guys is a questionable sign to me. They seem like they may be concerned about their defensive roster, which is interesting. This to me feels like a game where both of these teams would like to play ball control. Both of these teams would like to slow the game down. And I don't know that we're going to see some sort of fly high offensive affair, which, considering that Xavier Worthy's hurt and really, your ability to take the top off now is under question, as you really only have Speed and Thornton. Chiefs to me look like they're going to run a pretty conservative offense in this one, keep their defense off the field. Eagles probably try to emulate a lot of the same. So the fact that this has gone up total wise was not what I expected. And my fare is more around 45. So somebody has a strong opinion. I don't get it. I'm probably going to pass here, but my numbers say Chiefs should be small favorites. My numbers say total should be 45.
Drew Dinsick on the show with us, the Whale Capper, NBC Sports, on Twitter at Whale_Capper. You bet on a Tuesday on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe. Thursday Night Football, Drew, fascinating. I grabbed some Washington plus 3.5 earlier today. So Green Bay is hosting the Commanders. Total in the game is sitting at 48. My thought is, we'll see Green Bay's injury report. They may be down a couple offensive linemen here. I think this game's going to close 3, so kind of like a number grab for me. How do you handicap the Packers and the Commanders coming up on Thursday night?
We're in lockstep. I think this closes 3. We're in lockstep. I'm concerned about the offensive line injuries for Tom and Banks. Weirdly, the Banks injury might matter more. I know Tom is a better player and a more important player generally, but the interior pass pressure the Commanders' defense was able to get in that Giants game was stunning. Dorrance Armstrong looked like he's going to be an all-pro. His ability to generate quick pressures was amazing. And if he's kind of in the backfield putting pressure on Jordan Love, I think there's a chance we see bad Jordan Love show up in this game. This is kind of a relatively these Thursday night games early in the week fascinate me because you have virtually no time to adjust on the fly. The game plan presumably for this game was 90% done before they even played week one and have watched this tape. You can't really make many adjustments other than, well, this guy's a little banged up. We're going to have to figure something else out. The die is cast for most of these teams early in the season in these Thursday night games. And I honestly think what the Commanders did and the way they dominated in the trenches and the quality we saw from that offensive line against a better defensive line in New York than exists for the Packers is a good sign that the Commanders can basically just run it back and try to play, win in the trench football against this Packers team. And even if it is a relatively competitive game, if it's back and forth, I don't mind having the better quarterback plus a 3.5 at all. I think Jaden Daniels is clearly the better quarterback between these two. I don't think there's a huge margin, but there's certainly margin. I think the Commanders are alive to get the win. If you are listening to this and the 3.5s are gone and it's sitting at 3, that's pretty close to my fare, which is just on the high side of 2.5. And if you want any action in the game, I'd probably get involved with Commanders money line. Decent chance this team starts 2-0 in my opinion. And there's a world where the Packers should not be adjusted up based on what we saw. They kind of played the way that I thought they would play against the team replacing both coordinators. And so, nothing about Packers Lions really surprised me or made me change my number at all on either team, other than downgrading the offensive line for the Detroit Lions a bit. So Commanders offensive line gets an upgrade after Sunday. And I think they can basically run back that game plan against the Giants, and it should be successful.
5 minutes to go and want to hit a couple more games if we can. I said in the last segment, if Bryce Young's going to look like that the rest of the season, like Arizona should be 16.5 on Sunday, not 6.5. I like the Cardinals. What do you make of Cardinals and Panthers here in a minute or less?
I think, Carolina Panthers are your worst team in football. And this is a dreadful spot. Second week in a row on the road. Nothing to take positive out of that game against the Jacksonville Jaguars. The offense for the Panthers was supposed to be the potential bright spot, and it was, atrocious against the Jaguars defense that I don't really rate highly at all. So huge problem there. And maybe even more so, like the Panthers defense and their ability to generate pressure was non-existent. Trevor Lawrence made, the Panthers defense made the Jags offensive line look like a top 5 unit, and they're not. I think there's absolutely a world where Arizona Cardinals block well. Kyler Murray is never under pressure, and he absolutely picks apart this Panthers defense and chooses his numbers. So we're in agreement that the Cardinals are the right side in this one. I don't know if I would go as high as 16.5. That's a big number. But and I also don't know if you're going to see Bryce Young play this season that way, Nick, because if he plays the way he played in week 1, might be Andy Dalton time. So that was a pretty brutal performance in every way, and expecting that there was going to be some growth from Bryce Young after what we saw at the end of last season, to me now feels like a pipe dream. And I guess I just want to shout out, like, if there's one, the Arizona Cardinals defense was extremely tough to rate before the season. They do all of these funky, interesting things, but it really relies on like having good players in the secondary to execute all that. And you looked at their depth chart after a couple injuries and you're like, these guys, man, they better have hit on Will Johnson if they think this is a top 10 defense. And from what we saw in week 1, they hit on Will Johnson. He played amazingly well for a rookie cornerback. Cornerback is super hard to pick up on the fly as a young player, and he clearly has got it. And that's not a good sign for the Panthers, whose only breath of fresh air on offense was Tetairoa McMillan, excuse me. And I think this Cardinals defense is going to be rating top 10 by most everyone pretty soon. And there's a little bit of, you just played the Panthers or you just played the Dolphins whiff of looking at statistics early in the season. Hopefully we don't get fooled by that with if the Cardinals really do put up a pretty spectacular performance here. But, I like your idea of getting involved in all spreads if this is going to stick in the 6.5 minus 115 range.
How about in the early window there, the Seahawks and the Steelers? Pittsburgh right now a 3-point favorite, total sitting at 40. But we do see right now, like, Seattle's getting bet. There's a couple of 2.5s now in the market. In about 60 seconds, what are you doing with the Seahawks and Steelers?
In the same breath that every snap I watched impressed me with the Jets' install offensively, and that offense might actually be viable, I'm not being fooled by the Pittsburgh Steelers offense. They had some pretty funky, interesting wrinkles. There was a lot of fortuitous bounces that went their way. Steelers probably should have lost that game, for being honest. And the fumble, the lucky catch, a 60-yard field goal to get out of jail against that Jets team. All of those are warning signs. I worry a little bit about this Pittsburgh Steelers defense as far as, like, you have to decide, are we downgrading Steelers defense? Are you upgrading Jets offense based on that performance? I'm kind of not touching the Steelers defense, despite the fact that they have some injuries of note in the secondary, especially. But this total at 40 looks too high to me. It looks like it's been adjusted up because of the Steelers offensive result, as opposed to, two top 5 defenses and kind of bottom 10 offenses. The Seahawks offense was one of my bigger downgrades after week 1. There was no creativity. There was no interest in putting the ball in the hands of Sam Darnold until it was too late. And a lot of the positive takeaways from that running offense from the preseason just absolutely evaporated. And that was against a San Francisco defense on the road that's not very good. So Seahawks kind of getting stuck in sort of the 9-10 point range feels realistic here. And I think under 40 is the bet in that one.
Yeah, I am a little worried. I love Rodgers this year. I'm a little worried that the Seahawks defense kind of shoves them in a locker. We'll see. More on that coming up this week. Drew, you're the best. We appreciate it. At Twitter, at Whale_Capper, NBC Sports, the Deep Dive Podcast. Better luck this week, baby. Let's make it happen, my friends, and we'll catch up with you next week on the show. That was a little yacht rock for everybody. On the other side, all our bets for tonight in the world of sports.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
What are we doing in this game? Move on Miami. The market is saying, all right, enough is enough. That was a nice win to open the season against Boise State. People weren't sure what to expect without Genty. Good job. Oh, you went to Florida and you won? They helped you out a little bit, but hey, got to give you credit, right? South Florida 2-0. Now they go to Miami. Things are getting real now. What are you going to do against the Canes? Well, the market says this is when you're brought back down to earth. They are betting Miami early. I'm curious if this gets to 17. We're sitting 16.5 right now on Monday morning after opening at 15, Sammy.
That is big respect for the favorite in the game. Understand that. I'm actually lower than market. I'm 14.5. Now, to open 15, I mean, it opened right there. But again, these are bets. These moves on Sunday night, Monday morning are from respected players. These are not public pushes. The public is still figuring out what to do on Monday Night Football and what it's going to parlay tonight and who it's going to score the first touchdown with. That's what the public's doing today. Respected play is betting these college numbers. Even though the limits are low, they're getting good numbers. And that came in on Miami. They laid 15 and 15.5 and 16. Now, there would be resistance, you would think, on South Florida if it were to get to 17. The number feels a little high, but understand that is the books respecting Miami big time in this spot. They know that South Florida is going to get money. By the time we get to Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I have a feeling a lot of people are going to put USF in their slips. The books are well aware of that. And the books are looking at the early bets on Miami from respected players and saying, oh, we better move this because we don't want to write big limit bets on Miami. We'd rather write those smaller bets at the right number, get to the right market price, and then raise the limit. So that's all that's happening there. You have respected players on the Canes, and they were happy to lay the 15, 15.5, 16.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Got some thank yous to dole out before we wrap up the terrific Football Tuesday edition of You Better You Bet with all our bets for tonight in the world of sports. And we will get to those thank yous in a moment. But first, we have to remind you, our listeners and viewers, to swing big on your next Major League Baseball parlay by using today's Parlay Boost token to score a bigger payout if your baseball parlay hits. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app, and please gamble responsibly. And please don't forget to download and subscribe to You Better You Bet in podcast form. Just search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. You can catch up on everything from today's show, including Femi's spectacular breakdown of who's going to win the Heisman Trophy, and you're going to love his pick. It's a long price. I won't spoil it. Search You Bet wherever you get your podcasts. Our breakdowns of Monday Night Football, our early bets for the week, Drew Dinsick, Mark Schlereth. What a show today. Search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts and subscribe. Leave a 5-star review. Write something nice about us, please, if you'd be so kind. Our executive producer is Bill Zimmerman. Our technical director, Tyler Morales. Our engineer, Jake the Snake Hassan. Our associate producer is Addie Bates. And our video producer, Michael Brown. Coming up after us is a 4-hour live betting extravaganza known to you and yours as BetMGM Tonight, featuring our pal Ryan Horvath and our guest at this time, the one, the only, the amazing, God's perfect creation, Brad Evans. Brad, welcome back to the show. Happy Tuesday. Hola, amigo.
Hola, amigos! Only if my wife felt the same.
Brad, you're a Bears guy, a Chicago guy. What is your take off of last night's Caleb Williams performance as the Bears are 6-point dogs on the road on Sunday at Ben Johnson's old stomping grounds, Detroit, and the Lions?
Yeah, I'm going to take the Bears plus the points, no doubt about it. And a revenge game narrative there for Ben Johnson. My takeaway, just wildly erratic. Still
What's
a work
the
in
revenge?
progress.
Like he left.
Well, I mean, the revenge is, I don't know, just try to take out his former employer. So there is a revenge game factor there of some sort, some motivation, so to speak. So that's why I'm going to go with Chicago plus the points. But I will say this, wildly erratic again. I think it's the best way to describe Caleb Williams. At times, he was genius. He was absolutely brilliant, extending pocket time, making some awesome throws down the field. Then you saw the melt that he had there in the fourth quarter, missed opportunities by a wide margin, and still making some idiotic decisions. So Ben Johnson, took the blame, fell on the sword for the team. He was to be blamed for a number of miscues, especially all the penalties. That team was just undisciplined, really, is the best way to describe it. So better days are ahead. It's a one-game sample size. I'm not remotely throwing in the towel yet on Caleb Williams. And also, folks, he was still a top 10 fantasy quarterback, and honestly, it's what I care about more than anything.
I understand that. And like 30 seconds here, Brad. It's Tuesday. I had to set an alarm on my phone. I love fantasy football. You know that. The audience knows it.
Yes.
I hate Tuesday nights during football season because I have to put waiver claims in like 19 different leagues. It's the freaking worst. Brad, for all our listeners and viewers out there that have to put waiver claims in, give us like a couple guys that you think everybody should be targeting that's out there on the waiver wire in about 30 to 60 seconds, let's call it.
Yeah, numero uno has got to be Hollywood Brown, guys. We don't know the verdict on Xavier Worthy. He's technically listed as day-to-day, but he may try to play with that shoulder brace. He may not. Could be one hit away from missing the entire season. Let's be truthful. And Hollywood Brown took up the mantle and basically played the Xavier Worthy role last week. Monstrous amount of targets, 16, 10 receptions, 99 yards. I don't think it's overly fluky. I think he is going to be the guy that's going to fall into that Worthy role if he cannot get on the field. I also like Kayshon Boutte. I'm going to slap that booty, guys. I think he's a real deal Holyfield, a guy from wide receiver U. No one's out of the Ohio State. You can make the argument it's LSU, where he is a product from, and he was awesome. Over 100 yards in his first game this season with New England. Drake May, I think, is a real deal Holyfield and somebody that's certainly going to be targeting him early and often throughout the year. Great separation, high ADOT. I think he is worth an $8 to $12 bid if you have Fab Cash. And also Trey Benson in shallow leagues, guys. He was an absolute monster. Over a 50-yard run he had against the New Orleans Saints. Over 4 yards after contact per attempt. We heard 1A, 1B, Arizona backfield. Kind of what it was in terms of snap count. Yeah, James Conner's still going to be the main man, but I think it's going to be at least a 55-45 split moving forward in Arizona. Oh, my God, they got a delicious matchup this week against the Carolina Panthers.
I love the Trey Benson call. Lots of music in the air and lots of touchdowns everywhere, so give me the night. It's a little George Benson. It's more yacht rock. Brad, have a great show tonight on BetMGM tonight with Ryan, and we look forward to catching up with you tomorrow on a Wednesday.
Jaden Daniels, take the over right now on rush yards. I'm out.
He is nuts. I was gonna say that means he's gonna slap that booty.
He's gonna slap that booty, rocking everywhere, man.
That's what I always default to a little. That's Bubba Sparks, right?
Yep, Bubba Sparks. Color Park, Bubba Spark.
I found you, Miss New Booty. Get it together and bring it back to me. In the Players Club, about a month or two. I actually don't know the next line.
It's like something like, then see what it do. There's like a line before he says, then see what it do. I do not know. I'm not going to try to guess it either because it's probably inappropriate. But
I need you, and you need me. I feel like we're probably done now with like the lyrics of the song, right?
Yeah, great song though.
It's
time.
I would say it's actually a bad song.
Bad? No, that beat
bad.
When it gets into the
how about it's an iconic song, but it's bad. Like it's not good.
Get it right. Get it. Yeah,
like just as an example, what's a better song, Cashin' Out or Miss New Booty?
Miss New Booty is iconic. I'm gonna say Miss New Booty.
Cashin' Out is 500 times better.
No, Miss New Booty is iconic. It's an iconic song. Like within 2 chords, people know the song.
That's fair. Booty,
it's
booty,
iconic.
booty, booty, rocking everywhere. Booty, booty, booty. All right. I have no bets tonight. So this is gonna be you and like Jake and Tyler.
You did,
all right.
You did not find Fangraphs, huh?
I don't think I've logged on to Fangraphs in like 3 months.
If you typed fangraphs.com into your browser, would it ask you to log in again if you were ever subscribing?
Yeah. Well, hold on. Let me see. I can do it because I log on Safari because it's easier for me. Hold on. Let's see Fangraphs.
It'd be like sign in.
I'm signed out. Okay, here's the headline on Fangraphs. Juan Soto leads this pack of 30 homer, 30 steal candidates. I would rather read I would rather read coverage about horrible events going around the world than like let's talk about 30 players in me. I don't care. But I know a lot of people do, so I'm not trying to minimize it. So let's get to it now. Jake the Snake, please drop the dope ass beat. I'm going to be way into baseball for the playoffs. So everybody knows that.
The playoffs are going to be awesome. Let's go
we
Mets.
Don't need to show with it a lot.
You once said.
Yankees and Mets. Bills will be there, right, for Tyler? Astros will be there for
the Yankees off too early.
Are all our teams going to be there? Well, Bill's a White Sox fan.
Yeah.
Are all our teams going to be there?
The Mariners.
Are the Mariners making it or no?
It's touch and go with these guys. I mean, like, they're technically the final wild card spot, but they're only a game and a half up on the Cleveland Guardians. Like,
Are the Astros making
I've seen
it?
September collapses. Oh, yeah, the Astros are going to win the division.
Okay, so I'm a Yankee fan. My team's going to make it. Tyler's a Phillies fan. His team's going to make it. Femi's a Mariners fan. His team's probably going to make it. Addie's an Astro fan. Her team's going to make it. Jake's a St. Louis Cardinals fan. Sucks to be him. Bill's a White Sox fan. Yeah. Oh, I love that. Okay, so let's get to it.
White Sox been frisky, though.
Femi, you know what? Femi, you run the rest of the show here. You take over.
You should take off. How about tonight's baseball card, shall we? We got an awesome game, national TV. Detroit Tigers at the New York Yankees. Will Warren on the mound for the Bronx Bombers. And the showdown in the ATL, Cubs at the Braves. Massive game for NL Rookie of the Year implications. We got Cade Horton on the mound for Chicago. Drake Baldwin in the lineup for the Braves after Sean Murphy had season-ending hip surgery. It's a hell of a game there. This might decide who wins the NL Rookie of the Year in this big-time mid-off that we've seen all throughout this season. My bets for tonight, I have two of them. We'll get bets from Jake and Tyler coming up here shortly. I'm going to go with the over in the Cubs-Braves game. Full game over 8.5. Spencer Strider's been going for Atlanta. There's something seriously wrong with this dude. Like, he's been a mess all season. I know there's been whispers about, hey, they need to put him to the bullpen, make him a closer as opposed to being a starter. I don't know. Ever since he came back from Tommy John, he has not looked like the NL Cy Young contending Spencer Strider. And Cade Horton, I think this magical run comes to a close tonight. I'm not buying it. So give me the over 8.5 in the Cubs and the Braves. I'll also take Diamondbacks on the money line, plus 120 against the San Francisco Giants. Zach Gallen on the road doesn't feel great, but let's just call this one a hunch, because every time one of these NL chasers makes a run in this wild card race, they fall flat. I'm going with the D-backs tonight against San Francisco. Jake, we'll get to you, our baseball aficionado. What do you like tonight and why?
I said this earlier. I like the Astros tonight. I also like their team total over 3.5. Luis Garcia's back, and a fade of Shane Bieber. Handshake emoji will be there. I didn't have a second line for that. We move on. Kyle Teal over 1.5 total bases, plus 135 for the guy that's arguably been one of the best catchers in baseball in the second half. He's been unbelievable. And I like Giancarlo Stanton to hit a home run tonight because I do not trust Casey Mize in Yankee Stadium. No thanks.
Tyler, what do you like tonight in baseball?
Yeah, Femi, you said it. Like, this is like for the NL Rookie of the Year. I'm like locked into this game. I took Cubs. I took Cubs first five.
The game of all games.
This is one of the biggest games in MLB history, and I like the Cubs first five on the money line here. Cade Horton's only going to pitch like 75 pitches. He's not going to go deep into this game. So if tell me I'm going to get 5 innings of Cade Horton, I'll take them minus 105 against Spencer Strider, who can't strike out anybody. So give me the Cubs money line on the first 5.
Shaved his mustache too.
I just want to say this very quickly here. Tyler, wait, Mike, take Tyler full. Tyler looks like the Green Goblin right now with that sweatshirt.
It's a little cold in here now. It's not summer anymore.
Yeah, just wanted to say that. Sorry, Femi.
The boys of fall are here.
Yeah, you can take. Yeah, I just want to do the close. You can do the rest of the show.
Anything in the W tonight, Nick?
Yeah. My W starts with wife starts with W. I'm gonna hang out with my wife tonight because there's no football and I'd like to remain married.
There you go. Yeah, and Nafisa Collier fumbled the MVP. See you guys later.
I want to talk to Jake about the wedding he was at this weekend tomorrow. We'll do that tomorrow. And until then, dear listener and dear viewer, I'm Nick Costos wishing you minimal sweats, winning bets, the absolute very best of luck. Big ass, it moved coming up tomorrow for week 2 in the NFL.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
The Baltimore Ravens are gutless cowards. Period. Gutless cowards. That is the Baltimore Ravens. Ever since it's been John Harbaugh and Lamar Jackson, this team cannot get it done in the big spots. And I don't know when that's going to change. Maybe they just get to the dance so many times, they get so many cracks at it that things just go their way and they finally have that breakthrough moment. Guess what? Sitting here right now on September 8th, I'm not going to be the guy that bets on it. And you can hold me to that. Because this time last year, I was telling everybody, I'm not falling for it. I'm not falling for it. And then we got to December, and then like a crack addict, I went back and I had a relapse, and I fell for it, and I got my heart broken in the divisional round. It's not happening this year. I'm not doing it. Because this Ravens team, with all of the stars, with all of the talent, they have championship-level talent without championship-level toughness. You cannot tell me that's a team that we saw last night that you feel comfortable putting your hard-earned money on to win multiple playoff games. You can't do it. And if you tell me that, I think you're a liar. And I think deep down, you know you're a liar if you believe in this Baltimore Ravens team to actually win multiple playoff games. Like, these guys dominated. 8.6 yards per play. Somehow they lost the game. Derrick Henry, he damn near averaged a first down. 9.4 yards per carry. They lost the game. Lamar Jackson, 11.7 yards per carry. And somehow the Baltimore Ravens lost the game. Now, if you were living under a rock and for some reason we're not glued to the TV like I was, like many of you out there listening and watching were, the Ravens really tricked the game off once we got early into the fourth quarter. So Baltimore goes up 40-25, and it was such a beautiful sequence, by the way, too. Lamar Jackson under duress, ends up avoiding two Bills defenders, runs for like what felt like 80 yards, but ended up racking up like 20 yards in the actual box score. Like, boom, all right, Ravens cooking with gas. Next play, bang, Derrick Henry to the house, making Taylor Rapp, which I hate to throw shade to Taylor Rapp. He's from Bellingham, Washington. Hey, us Evergreen State guys, we stick together. Man looked like he was running in molasses. Derrick Henry ran right by that dude like he was standing still. And then all of a sudden you look at it, well, I guess that's good night. I guess the Ravens were just going to win this game. Have you seen them play?
It's time to bet and sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your host, the big noise, Brad Evans.
I got to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Hola, amigos! It's time to bring the noise here. Another bowling edition of BetMGM Tonight. I'm Brad the Big Noise Evans, joined by my guy, Ryan Horvat. And on this hashtag Team Wavos Tuesday, we got an action-packed program for you this evening. Of course, going to break down our bets on our cards here momentarily. Then we're going to get more bets on the board. Parlay Pete's got to strut his stuff over here and get his parlay of the day locked and loaded to the masses. So we're going to say hello to our little friend in the sled Sledgehammer special. Roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice. And working some bonus time wagers as well. Then we're going to shift gears and try to make some college cash on the college gridiron. College football week 3 on the immediate horizon. Got another 4-pack of games and a couple of big name schools. Got to be going toe-to-toe. Will Horvey fade or follow some of those selections with the favorites? You're going to find out again coming up in Seg 3. Then we're talking all things Baltimore Ravens with Cordell Woodland breaking down their impressive, though just fell short performance. And the game with a lot of shootout appeal, certainly against the Buffalo Bills, in which they lost 41-40 on Sunday night. We'll talk about Derrick Henry. We'll talk about Lamar Jackson. Should you be buying Zay Flowers possibly the WR1 this year, and who had a dud in week 1 could bounce back and storm back with a vengeance against the Cleveland Browns this week? We're going to ask Cordell Woodland all those pertinent questions, followed by Believe or Make Believe. We're going to discuss whether or not we're going to buy or sell on some players that were standouts on fantasy rosters or maybe on the waiver wire in week 1. Seeing is believing. Will they, put together back-to-back storied efforts? We're going to break those guys down in that segment, followed by the numbers nerd, looking at some of the advanced metrics that dropped earlier today, and we're going to spin it forward with those players attached and how they could perform in week 2 of the NFL season, followed by getting down with our guy Rob Brown. I'm talking all things college football, a little NFL peppered in, and we're going to do a little fantasy flames and lames along with some shocker specials at the quarterback position. Already turning the page, folks, on to week 2. And if you want to talk to us, maybe you're putting your waiver wire priorities together right now, trying to consider some fab cash, whether you're in a standard fantasy league, maybe one of those fancy schmancy guillotine leagues. You want to talk sports betting with us as well? Hey, guess what? You absolutely can. Simple way to contact Tori and I here on the program. Just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: of the week 1 standout fantasy football performances, which player are you buying most to hold value this season? Your options are Daniel Jones of the Colts, Keon Coleman of the Bills, Quentin Johnston of the Chargers, or Javonte Williams now of the Dallas Cowboys. So far, over 235 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a coming and drop us a comment, aka bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Let me bring in my esteemed colleague right now, Ryan Horvat, and let's do another edition of Choose Your Own Adventure. Here are your topics to pick from tonight, mi amigo. Topic number 1. Quinshon Judkins of the Cleveland Browns expected to practice with the team as early as tomorrow. May actually suit up, we're hearing as well, in week 2 action against the Baltimore Ravens. Your second choice, George Kittle lands on injured reserve. He's going to miss the next 4 games at least with that nettlesome hamstring injury, which is unfortunate. We still don't know what the verdict is on Brock Purdy, but the walking infirmary alive and well right now by the Bay. And option number 3, The Athletic reporting Washington wants to move the ball more downfield this year, specifically featuring Deebo Samuel at a 10-target game, 7 catches, 77 yards in week 1. Of course, they're going to be in action against your Green Bay Packers on a hashtag Tequila Thursday. So short week, and we're going to see if that is indeed going to come to fruition. So out of Quinshon Judkins, George Kittle and the repercussions in San Francisco, or The Athletic, and they're reporting that Deebo Samuel could get some deep balls maybe as soon as week 2. Horvat, choose your own adventure.
Well, the Kittle injury sucks, but we kind of figured as much, right? So I still think San Francisco will be able to survive because they play the easiest schedule in the league. For me, it's the Debo note, right? Because I kind of liked his props already against Green Bay on a short week, a team that he knows, he's really familiar with. I thought Debo didn't look all that great last year, coming off a career worst season. Looked like he had lost a step, but I think he's still going to be able to fill that number 2 role, next to Terry McLaurin. And I still think that they're going to use him as a gadget guy. That's what I wondered, man, right? Like making that pickup. I was figuring he's getting closer to 30 years old. Are you going to be able to use him the way that they used him in San Francisco, like the wide back, like Kyle Shanahan used them? I didn't think that they were going to be able to, but he's still got a little burst left in the tank, man. So I kind of like the receptions, maybe a longest reception against Green Bay. So that one did catch my eye.
Debo's prop opened at 54.5 receiving yards for the Thursday night affair against your Green Bay Packers. My favorite bet on the board, quite frankly, over 3.5 rush yards. You know what? Screw it. Daddy want, Daddy need, Daddy gotta have it. Let's break out the hardware. Let's go. Yeah, man, that is sledgehammer worthy. I looked at some of the other books and their prices, and BetMGM has the best price in the market right now. If you're buying Debo Samuel on the ground, he had 1 carry for 11 yards in the opener. I think he's going to get a carry, maybe 2 on Thursday night. All we need is a decent, not a sizable, just a fair gain, and we cash. I also like the over on the 54.5 receiving yards prop as well. So I'll ask you that question. Which one do you like? Out of 54.5 receiving yards, you going to take the over on that, or do you prefer taking the over on 3.5 rush yards, or you say, screw it, I'm betting the over on both? What do you say?
The receiving yards are actually about right, so I would go with the rush yards, man. I think that that's a really good point, especially going against this Green Bay run defense. Now, I do think the defense is obviously going to be much improved with the addition of Micah Parsons, but he's not even playing full-time, was playing on 3rd downs week 1. They really – now, I like what I saw from Krosky Merritt, obviously limited sample size. C-Rod was, for me and you, a surprise healthy scratch, so I don't think he's going to be involved. So I do like that look on Debo, man. I could see, 8 to 10 rushing yards for him. So I think that number's a little short. I like that a lot.
Yeah, again, he's a gadget guy. Could be on a jet sweep, direct handoff, maybe a pass behind the line of scrimmage. All of those count the same. By the way, just for point of reference, Green Bay right now, after week 1, they are inside the top 5, at number 5 exactly, in rush EPA defense. Yeah. But Debo Samuel is a tough man to corral. I could say that. A thick stock below the waist, to say the least. All right, it's time to get after it with our cards this evening. These are our top 3 plays. Maybe of the night. Maybe you're looking ahead. Week 2 of the NFL season. Maybe you're already looking ahead at college football week 3. Mi amigo, what you got at numero uno?
All right, we're going to look ahead to college football, man, because I usually give pick 3 for my college football show, the Tailgate Kickoff, which you could catch here on this network, 9 a.m. on Saturday again. But all 3 games got bet where the numbers are getting out of control, so I'm going to give all 3 of those out, and we got a nice little graphic. So coming early, and then I got to figure out a new pick 3. Let's go. I do like an RBI prop, though, really quick, though, tonight. Ian Happ, plus 200. Yeah. Small sample size against Strider, 2 for 3, but he's got a homer. He's got an RBI, obviously. So we'll roll with him because it's the only game I'm going to be paying attention to. But here's one we talked about last night. Kansas State, I said, bet them right now at 2.5. I think this is a little bit of an overreaction, and I think this is a perfect get-right spot. Now they're 1.5-point favorites. You could get the money line, though, minus 118 at BetMGM. I like Kansas State. I don't know that they're going to win 8 games this year and 9 games like I expected, but I do think that this is a perfect get-right spot against Arizona, who has 2 wins, but they haven't really played anybody yet like we talked about last night. And, I think Kansas State wins this game by a minimum of a field goal. So I would play this all the way to minus 2.5. I thought the wrong team was favored. So I do like the Wildcats finally on Saturday or Friday.
I'm in complete agreement with you. I think they're going to snap out of the funk on the road down there in the desert. All right, numero uno on my card tonight. You like Ian Happ? Let's correlate, synergize, and bring it all together. If you say he's going to get an RBI, I say the Cubs get a stinking win. I'll take them on the money line at a minus 110 down there in steamy Atlanta. Cade Horton, he has been dynamite. 1.48 ERA in his last 5 starts. Spencer Strider, a little bit stinky
Rocky in his last 4 starts, the 9.00 ERA. That mustache has certainly gotten shaved. Cubs 4 spots higher the last couple of weeks and WRC plus than the Bravos. The series tied up 2-2 on the year. Atlanta just 4-6 in their last 10. The Cubs have dropped 3 in a row. They're 5-5 in their last 10. But Horton already saw this team. He blanked him over 5 innings. Strider saw him. The Cubs on September the 1st and gave up 3 earned runs in just 5 innings. So give me the Cubs on the money line. Hopefully, they're going to remain comfortably up in the wild card race, up 5 games entering the night. Like that one at -110. Numero dos on your card. Horvey, serve me up.
Yeah, here's another one that we talked about last night because you were right. I was wrong. You went with your boys, Illinois. I went with Duke. Duke threw up all over themselves, but I still think they're an 8-9 win team. They won 9 games last year under Manny Diaz. I think they're a decent team. The problem is you can't turn the ball over 5 times in a football game against a top 10 team, but Mensa was solid, 22 of 34, 334 yards, 2 tutties. They couldn't really get the run game going, but I do think that they're going to get the run game going this week. They had 438 total yards. They outgained Illinois. That game still pisses me off. But let's go here with Duke. So anyway, last night they were +3, and I said that's an overreaction. Now they're a 1.5-point favorite. That's where I think it should be. Wow. I think they win this game by a field goal. So Duke from +3 last night to a pick. I like the Blue Devils to bounce back against Tulane this week.
I am the biggest Duke supporter from here on out. I will say that because that will benefit Illinois in the end in the computer metrics, to say the least. All right, numero dos on my card tonight. Slam the gavel. Give me Aaron Judge on the over 1.5 total bases against the Detroit Tigers. You look over the last 15 days, Aaron Judge, respectable, 289 batting average with 5 extra base knocks, over 1,000 OPS as well during that stretch. He's batting .455 against the Tigers this season, and he's going to see Casey Mize, a guy he's absolutely owned in his career, 5 of 7 lifetime with a pair of doubles and a 1,750 OPS. And you look at Mize as well, he's got a 5.33 ERA in his last 5 starts. Give me Aaron Judge over 1.5 total bases at an even Steven at +100 juice. Grab it every day there at BetMGM. Numero tres on your card. Harvey, finish strong.
Yeah, so this is actually my favorite bet this Saturday, and I still love it. It went from 16.5 to 17.5. I love Miami. I feel like this is finally the time to fade my South Florida Bulls. I'm going to be sad to do so, man, but we're going to talk about this game tonight. So I'll hold off on the breakdown, but I think Miami wins this game by 21 points. I've been really impressed with their defensive line. They shut down the Notre Dame run game, and, man, Carson Beck looks really good. He broke a Vinny Testaverde record on Saturday. So I like Miami. I think anything under 20 is a good number.
Miami and Vinny Testaverde, one of my all-time great favorites from back in the day. I can tell you that. How many franchises did he play for? Like 8, 9, 10,000? It was kind of ridiculous. Long story career for Vinny T. Shout out to him. All right, numero tres on my card. I'm going to go with the WNBA, put a little same-game parlay. Give me Veronica Banks, a 5+ rebounds. Give me the Golden State Valkyries on the alt spread +15.5. Put those hands together. Even Steven Juice, a +100. You look at Seattle, the Storm have given up the second most opponent rebounds per game or last 10 at 36 flat. Banks has gone over this prop 3 times this year against Seattle, and she's done this in 6 of her last 7 games. Golden State 3-0 ATS against this alt spread against the Storm, and overall Seattle 17-26 ATS on the year. Golden State, they've been covering machines at 26-15 ATS. So again, same game parlay. Veronica Banks 5+ rebounds, Golden State +15.5, +100 built there at BetMGM. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back. Bets, and more bets. That's what we do right here on BetMGM tonight, right here on the BetMGM network. Stick around.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM network live on Odyssey. Tune in and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
Is it too late to jump on Mateer at 8-1?
I don't think it's too late, but you're certainly not getting the best bang of your buck. Obviously because he's coming off a good game against a marquee opponent where he made some really good throws. But I don't think his price is going to be going down over the weekend. Oklahoma goes on the road. Am I reading this correctly? To Temple. Doesn't feel like it should be a tough game for Oklahoma, but they do have, maybe some tough ones coming up. They play Auburn the next week, and then I think it looks like 4 weeks they play Texas. That will be obviously a huge game. But maybe there's still, some logic that says, okay, you can still bet on John Mateer, because I do feel like in the public mindset, he's still definitely not won it. Even though the odds have shortened dramatically, it's still 8-1. It does feel like it is still very much a wide open race. So you're not getting the best number, but I'm not going to talk off people who are saying, hey, I can still make a case for John Mateer. There's still plenty of weeks left in the season, still plenty of big marquee games, and he has shown flashes of being a very good quarterback.
Yeah, it's pretty upsetting to me. I'm not happy with it. I was hoping to go to Oklahoma and not be good, but credit where credit is due. He looks really good. I think the only issue with John Mateer is not his play. He looks great. And when you get a win over Michigan in the way that they did, Michigan is definitely down this year, but still, it's a big win. I think they use him so much, he gets a lot of usage. I mean, he can run the ball, too. That's the thing. He's more of a dual threat than you think. I mean, he can move. And so when you use a quarterback that much, I think you have to worry potentially about injury, which, of course, you do with every quarterback or every player that you bet on, but particularly at that position, and particularly a guy like him, because the Sooners really need him on offense. They've had issues with their offense in previous years, and so they are going to absolutely get as much run out of him as possible. And when that happens, then there's maybe a bit more of a roll of the dice there, but there's no question at 8-1, I still think there's value.
Here we are, NFC North, after one game. Green Bay's the favorite. You expect Green Bay to be the favorite. Minus 125. Okay, now we got to lay a price to take the Packers to win the division. The Vikings are the second favorite. I remind you that it was Lions-Packers co-favorites before the first game. Now the Lions are third, Vikings second. Vikings are plus 300. Lions are plus 440 this morning. After one game, everybody is out, not only in on the Packers, but couple that out on the Lions after they end up playing each other. Bears are 12-1. Is that extreme overreaction? The Lions this morning plus 440 with an 0-1 record.
It is, but I also don't have any interest in betting it. I didn't get there on Lions under, but we had some sharp guys on the show during the summer that said under 10.5. And it was a look that made a ton of sense. But then you looked at the roster and thought, well, they didn't really lose a lot of talent. And I think it's very, very easy to look at that week one performance against Green Bay and say, well, they can't do it without Johnson and Glenn. Maybe. I don't want to bet the plus 440. Everything in my body says I should, but I have no interest, and I don't know why that is. You would think buying the dip would be ideal, especially on a team that was very, very good last year that went 15-2.
Now, Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath bring out their sledgehammers on BetMGM tonight. Presented by BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath along for the ride on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. We're going to get more bets on the board here momentarily. Parlay Pete's going to strut on over, get his parlay of the day out to the masses. We're going to say hello to our little friend, the Sledgehammer Special. We're going to roll the shoulders, get seduced by the juice, and work in some bonus time bets as well. Shout out to our video man, Monty. Michael Montgomery corrected me. I said Veronica Banks. That's what I wrote in the script. It's not Banks. It's Burton. Monty knows. He is our aficionado when it comes to all things WNBA. So I need Veronica Burton to get 5 or more rebounds along with the Valkyries plus 15.5 to cash in on that SGP. And also, this just in, Spencer Strider's mustache is gone. He looks like a completely different dude. Looks kind of nerdy. I'm not going to lie. He was kind of rocking the Daniel Day-Lewis, There Will Be Blood, lady tickler for his entire MLB career. And today it's gone. Amazed. I guess he's trying to change his luck with a 9.00 ERA over his last 4 starts. But guess what, folks? It ain't working. Bases jammed already for the Chicago Cubs and nobody out. PCA at the dish, though, 0-2 is the count. So, again, that's a shocker special, to say the least. Spencer Strider's mustache, it's gone. I'm kind of sad, honestly, Horvath, but didn't even look like the same guy. It looks like he's, lost about 10 years on his life. Very, very young. To say the least. All right. Friendly reminder, folks, if you want to talk a little fantasy football with us, maybe you're trying to sort out your waiver wire priorities ahead of the deadline, which will process over the night in millions of leagues nationwide. If you already are thinking about a week number 2 with the NFL, if you want to talk college football, week number 3, or bets elsewhere, hey, you absolutely can. Don't be shy. Don't be a wallflower. Just get off your butt, pick up the phone, and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire out your questions and comments on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Again, bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. And pardon me for a second, I got to yell at this moron at the bar. Hey, inebriated pirate guy, get over here! Yeah, shiver me timbers, I'm here to make some booty. Yeah, Parlay Pete is in the house, and he's looking to get some action on the diamond in Major League Baseball. So on this same gamer, Leg Numero is going to go with the LA Dodgers. Minus 1.5 on the run line at home, taking on the Colorado Pebbles. And Leg Numero is going to go with Shohei Ohtani and Konnichiwa. 2+ HRR, also known as hits plus runs plus RBI, also known as here at a plus 112 juice. Is everything there? Sorry to give you the juice, so let me give you the reason straight from the cold dead ad of on Parlay Pete. Again, leg name Maruno, Dodgers minus 1.5 of the run line. They're 6-4 ATS in their last 10 against the Colorado Rockies. LA, though, just 2-8 in their last 10 games overall ATS. Colorado, of course, is dropping games left and right. They're 3-7 ATS in their last 10. German Marquez is on the bump. He's got a frightful 13.50 ERA this season, a pair of starts against the Dodgers. Emmett Sheehan taking the ball for LAD. He's got a 2.63 ERA at Chavez Ravine. Parlay Pete says the Dodgers cover the 1.5 of the run line, meaning they got to win by 2 or more runs. Meanwhile, leg numero dos, Shohei Ohtani, 2+ HRR or her. He is 3 for 11 with a home run against German Marquez to go along with a 1,016 OPS over the last 30 days. And against Colorado this season in 38 at-bats, obscene numbers for Shohei Ohtani, batting .342 with a 1,234 OPS. So to recap, yeah, shiver me timbers, Parlay Pete. Roll with this same gamer, LA Dodgers minus 1.5 of the run line against Colorado, and Shohei Ohtani,
2+ her, also known as his plus runs plus RBI. Again, that works out to a cool plus 112 at BetMGM. All right, it's time to pivot, and once again say hello to our little friend, Ryan Horvat. What is the phrase that pays?
Daddy wants, daddy needs, daddy's got to have it. Give me the sledgehammer. I got nervous.
Ooh, fancy music.
I feel like this is like a WWE theme. Like I'm coming out right now and I got my valet next to me and I got the Intercontinental strap across my shoulder. Anyway, I'm going to do it. We're going to talk with Rob Brown later, Brad, and he's going to tell us why Georgia Tech's going to beat Clemson. I say erroneous. That's blast. It's not happening. Clemson's going to win this game. Now, you could take the 3.5. It's been bet all the way down to 3.5, and this is where I draw the line. I took the money line minus 160. BetMGM has the best price. Everywhere else is minus 175. I picked Clemson to make the college football playoff. I took a stab on them to win it all. I have them to win the ACC. I'm a little higher right now on Miami, not going to lie, and Florida State, but I think Clemson's going to get this thing right. Week 1, tough loss against LSU, who I think is going to be a really good football team this year. I think they're going to win double-digit games. So I was already high on them. Week 2 got off to a terrible start against Troy. It was a weird, fluky game. They were without 3 players, and we still don't know if any of the 3 are going to play this week, but I like them against Georgia Tech. I was thinking about maybe waiting to see if we get down to like 2.5, 3. I don't think that comes, though. I think this is as low as we go. So give me Clemson. Give me the Tigers, those scrappy underdogs.
Wow. All right. I'm going to go to Thursday Night Football. I can't wait to watch this one hopefully come through. So daddy want, daddy need, daddy gotta have it. Give it to me right now. Yeah. Step into a Slim Jim. I feel like Randy Macho Man Savage walking out of the tunnel old school, maybe WCW style. You went WWE on me. By the way, Aaron Judge is already homered, so that one's cash for your boy on the total bases already. My second best play of the night against Detroit at plus 100. Also love this one again. Hopefully going to cash with ease on Thursday. I grabbed this early today. Line's already moved. Jaden Daniels, I'm taking the over on 44.5 rush yards against your Green Bay Packers at a minus 110 juice. Honestly, I play this up to 49.5. Right now, it's 47.5. If you want to go 50 or more rush yards at BetMGM, it's at minus 105, and I think it's worth consideration. You look at what Jaden Daniels did in week 1 against a G-Man, 11 carries for 68 yards. He really wasn't under duress a whole lot. Less than 9% of his dropbacks. It was actually 7.6% to be exact. Green Bay, though, man, they brought the heat in week 1. Thank you, Micah Parsons and company. 18.6% pressure rate. Now, that's actually a good thing. And when you have such a mobile quarterback that is Jaden Daniels, he can read, react, and run. He can feel that pressure and take off opportunistically. He is cashing over on 44.5 rush yards, stretching back to last season in 5 of his last 9 games. So, again, ramped up pressure, a guy that has a propensity to run, and a nice recent history of this sucker cashing, including in week 1. Give me the over on Jaden Daniels, 44.5 rush yards on Thursday night against the Pack at minus 110. All right, it's time to get some plus money on the board and get seduced by the juice. Got to roll the shoulders and really emphasize it. Thank you there, bartender. I earned that tequila already. I really appreciate the generous añejo pour. So let's go ahead and slug back some shots. They're going to go down ultra smooth. What do you like at plus money, my man?
All right, so far I have bet 3 sides in the NFL in one money line, and 1 side and 1 money line are on the same team. I'm going to go with my Jags, man. I wasn't all that impressed with the Bengals, and weirdly enough, I actually was a little impressed with the defense. I thought it looked improved under Al Golden, but the offensive side of the ball, which I didn't think they were going to get off to a slow start this year. They played their guys in preseason. Turns out it didn't matter. Now, granted, they were going against the Browns, who really had the Bengals number, especially Joe Burrow's number here the last couple of years since he's entered the league. But I like this spot for Jacksonville, catching more than a field goal. And I like a little sprinkle on the money line at plus 150 as well. Trevor Lawrence didn't look all that great, but I do think that he's going to be much better here this week against this Bengals secondary. And I like the Jags defense from what I saw. Last year they were a mess. They tried to play a ton of man. Tyson Campbell got hurt, but I like their offseason. Jordan Lewis was a big pickup, man. He was all over the place, a really good slot corner. I think they keep this game close, so big bet on the Jags, but a little sprinkle on the money line. I think there's a good chance that they're going to beat Cincinnati, so I would avoid them in Survivor this week.
All right, I'm going to go back to WNBA and roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice on Alyssa Thomas. 11-plus rebounds, taking on the LA Sparks at plus 125. Why do I like this? Well, the Sparks over the last 10 games have allowed the most opponent rebounds per game at 36.1. And not only that, she's already done this earlier this season against LA. She's played it twice, went under once with 5 boards, but the other game, 16 rebounds, and that was the most recent effort just a couple of weeks ago. She's cashed the over on 11-plus rebounds in 3 of her last 5. So Alyssa Thomas, 7-plus boards against L.A., plus 125. Certainly getting seduced by that juice. Hey, we got a caller. Let's go out to the phone lines right now. If you want to call in, 833-732-3875. Bring the noise and your fantasy football questions. Our buddy Mike in Miami did exactly that. Mike, welcome back to BetMGM tonight.
Hey guys, I needed some advice on the waiver wire. I lost George Kittle in one of my leagues, and most likely Evan Ingram. So wanted to see who do you guys suggest getting from this pool of players that are available in my league, between Zach Ertz, Brenton Strange, the guy from Cleveland, Hannon, forgot his name, Fannin, and there was one more, maybe like I don't know about a Hunter Henry or someone, or one of the names you guys might have that you guys can suggest to pick up.
Yeah, I already got 2 that I would immediately consider. I'm going to hear Horvat's thoughts first. I'm going to see if you and I are congruent. Who is number 1 for you?
Brenton Strange for me. Yep. And I really like, and then I like Harold Fannin as well, man. I like those 2 a lot if they're available.
Yeah, those are my 1, too, immediately. It's Brenton Strange, number 1, and not in somewhat convincing fashion. I mean, it's not a great distance away from Harold Fannin Jr. It's going to be kind of a jack of all trades and then hybrid role. And, of course, Cleveland's going to be playing from behind a lot in games. But this week, Brenton Strange going against Cincinnati in the Queen City, I would take advantage of that monstrous matchup. He could have a delightful top 10 week at the tight end position. So go Brenton Strange first, but put another claim for Harold Fannin, and that is your contingency plan there, Mike, in Miami. We appreciate the phone call. Again, if you got any fantasy questions, dial in 833-732-3875. We are here to help. It's bonus time, bonus time. All I ask right now, Ryan Horvat, is for you to give me another bet, so give it to me. Give it to me.
All right, I bet the Packers minus 3.5. Not even a homer pick. Short week. They don't have to travel. I do like them in this spot. I wasn't all that impressed with the Commanders against the Giants, man. I just think that the Giants are the Giants right now on the offensive side of the ball until Jackson Dart takes over for Russ. But the defense looked all right. Washington kind of came alive there in the second half, but I think Green Bay's defense is going to finish top 10 this year. I was really impressed with them, but I'm going to go Jordan Love. I like this one a little bit more. Over 18.5 completions, minus 125. Everywhere else, it's 19.5. I think this is going to close probably 20.5. I think on a short week, they might look to limit Josh Jacobs' workload, although his carries went from 17.5 up to 19.5. I kind of like the under on that, but I love Jordan Love to have at least 20 completions. So maybe even a ladder for me, but I love the over 18.5 on Love. See what I did there? Minus 125 this Thursday night against the Commandos.
Indeed, I saw what you did there. I am also going to take some action in that Thursday night game, same game parlay. Give me Josh Jacobs anytime touchdown, and I'm going to correlate and synergize and bring it all together with the Packers on the money line. Somehow, some way, I get plus 105 on that bad boy. I know Washington number 9 rush EPAD after one game, but Jacobs, going back to last season, has scored a touchdown in 9 straight contests. Remember, he was top 5 in red zone touches last year. It's going to be more of the same. One of those maybe 15, 16 carries, I think is going to splash 6, and the Packers get the win there at plus money. I love that bet a lot. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back. College football week 3 bets, breaking out another 4-pack of games. Don't go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss out. We're heading out to the college gridiron next on BetMGM tonight.
And, of course, people are pissed in Baltimore, man, because for them to get off to the start that they did, where it looked like they would run the Bills out of the gym and blow them out, and after that playoff loss, and the offense looks so great, the defense this year, okay, it's going to be different because they got off to the horrific start first 10 games last year, then settled in. You thought they'd start fast. They added Jair Alexander. He got healthy in time for the game. He was getting burned left and right. This secondary with 17 first-round picks in it, they were getting shredded by Josh Allen. And unfortunately, that narrative of the Ravens blowing double-digit leads in the second half continues to persist. That was number 17 under John Harbaugh.
Right. That is a fact. That is not a feeling. 17 blown leads since 19, or I don't know when it's been, but like it's the most by any coach since 1991. Since 2008. Like that's a lot of blown leads. So like these fans aren't making this up. Like this is something that is a thing. So do you think this all falls on John Harbaugh?
He got to wear it. I mean, you got to be the one to wear it. And we talked about it a lot yesterday during Inside Access where we've seen – so let's just go back to 2022 because the Ravens have 6 of those 9-point, 2-score fourth-quarter leads that they have blown. The next closest team has 2. Ravens have 6. And in that time, we've seen different defensive coordinators. We've seen a Mike McDonald – to a Zach Orr now. We've seen Roquan Smith come in. We've seen the Ravens add Derrick Henry. We've seen so much personnel and coaching staff changes, but it keeps happening. Why does it keep happening? And if you're John Harbaugh, you have to wear it. And in this season in which the Ravens, depending on what odds book you're looking at, they were the favorite or one of the favorites to win the Super Bowl, the pressure's on. And the pressure's really on this football team to begin this year because 5 of their first 6 games are against teams that won their division last year.
Daboll was asked some very direct questions after the Giants lost to the Commanders 21-6. Is Russell Wilson your starting quarterback? He was asked repeatedly. He never answered the question. He did everything he did to evade. And the media, New York media is on him. He's like, look, man, do you understand with your response here that people are going to go and run about whether or not Russell Wilson is your quarterback moving forward. And then he would talk about everybody around Russ and how they got to be better and this and that. I know he was trying to take the pressure off of Russell Wilson, but he was never flat out saying Russell Wilson is our starting quarterback the foreseeable future. Russ is going to start this week at Dallas. Then they've got Kansas City, LA Chargers. Difficult first month. He's going to dart. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. The number dropped a little bit, 20 to 25. In my mind, Sam, what I'm thinking right now is, look, I think Dart's going to end up playing the majority of the season. Maybe I'm dead wrong on that. I think he's out there majority of the season. And with that, I'm going to want a Dart ticket. I'm just trying to figure out, when do I want to get a Dart ticket?
We're headed to the college gridiron right now on BetMGM Tonight.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. Indeed, we're going to be going the college gridiron here for another edition of Fade or Follow here momentarily. Friendly reminder, we have our pole dancing poll question of the day, and it's asking you this. Of the Week 1 standout fantasy football performances, which player are you buying most to hold value this season? Your options are Daniel Jones of the Indianapolis Colts, Keon Coleman of the Buffalo Bills, Quentin Johnston of the LA Chargers, or Javonte Williams of the Dallas Cowboys. So far, nearly 240 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes coming. And drop us a comment, a.k.a. Bring the Noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Hey, BetMGM account holders, you'll receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with the Parlay Boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and my personal favorite, SGP. So boost your potential winnings right now and use that Any Sport Parlay Boost token only at BetMGM. Horvat, before we go to the college gridiron, we got a couple of questions. Fantasy football related. Big day, the opening round of the waiver wire for a lot of people that are out there. Not an overwhelming Week 1 waiver wire, but some decent options that are out there. So a lot of people asking various questions. We got one from Dr. Hall on X, and Dr. Hall asks, who do you like most season long among the following quarterbacks? Aaron Rodgers, Daniel Jones, or Michael Penix? Horvat, rank them.
Michael Penix, number 1. Aaron Rodgers, number 2. I don't know, man, right? Because Daniel Jones is going to give you rushing yards. He's going to give you rushing touchdowns. I'm kind of buying in a little bit to the Colts. The Colts and the Jags, I think, are going to be the teams in the South this year, man. But, yeah, I'll go actually Rodgers, number 3. I think for fantasy purposes. We just talked about that off the air because we were talking about our survivor pools, and I was like, the only thing that scares me about Rodgers, man, is he going to get up for every week like he did Week 1, right? Like, he's always great when he's got a chip on his shoulder. But can we expect 4 touchdown passes every week? I don't know. I mean, I'm higher on the Steelers than most. I have a hidden Super Bowl ticket somewhere because, I got to do it. But I love Michael Penix. It sucks that Atlanta lost that game because I bet Atlanta and I have them winning the division. It was a typical Atlanta collapse, but it wasn't because of Penix. He was so good in the second half. And how about like him using his legs a little bit, man? And I think he's going to do that when
getting airborne.
Yeah, so for me, I love Penix. He'd be number 1 for me.
Yeah, it's same order for me. It goes Penix, Daniel Jones, really those two by a fairly wide margin over Aaron Rodgers. So I think that is the proper play there. We also got Addison, our buddy, on X chiming in. He says, "Hola, amigos." Noisy Waywell says, "The only person I know who believed in my Colts." That is true. I am in a Survivor League. There were like 100+ entries as put together by TeamRankings.com. I was the only dude, the only one that took the Colts, which I was kind of shocked by because you and I both have been harping on how bad Miami was going to be all year long, and that came to fruition. I mean, they were rubbish, straight trash, homie. And the Colts absolutely dispensed of them with ease. So, yeah, I got that one right. My other two entries, I had the Denver Broncos. Anyway, Addison chimes in also and says, as for week 2, I'm looking to run back Kyler Murray over 24.5 rush yards and Michael Penix rush yards. But he says there are no lines yet, and that is true. The lines have not surfaced yet at BetMGM. But what do you think about Kyler Murray 24.5? And what do you think the Penix rush lines are going to be in terms of his yardage?
It's a good question on Penix, man, right? I wouldn't expect it to be too high. I don't even remember what it was week 1. Under 10.5 would be my guess on Penix. I might, against Minnesota's defense, honestly, I might look at the over, though. Look at what Caleb did last night, right? I mean, Caleb, Brian Flores is going to blitz the hell out of you. So when the pocket collapses, Penix, he used his legs a lot in Indiana. He also got hurt a couple times in Indiana. So depends what the number is. Let's set it at 8.5 to 10.5. I probably would lean over. I wouldn't get too crazy with it. And then Kyler Murray, I'm going over. He's my fantasy quarterback. I would go over again on him. I'm really high on Arizona's offense. Although 25.5 is about where it should be. We got a gift week 1. I don't think we ever get anything priced 16.5 to 18.5 on the open ever again with Kyler. But yeah, I think 30 is possible, especially against that Carolina run defense, which is just horrific.
Yeah, exactly. And Gannon's already said a centerpiece of the offensive game plan is going to be Kyler Murray, the dachshund of the desert, scurrying those little legs. So I'm going to take the over on 24.5. If that Penix number is in the low, double digits, like 10.5, 11.5, maybe even low teens, I'd probably take the over as well as because you mentioned it, the aggressiveness of that Flores defense will flush him out of the pocket and give him some opportunistic run opportunities. All right, we got to move on to college football week number 3. It's time for another edition of Fade or Follow.
You fade or will you follow?
Whose car are we going to take?
On BetMGM tonight.
All right, time to blaze through 4 more games. We're going to start off tonight with Alabama laying 20.5 against the Wisconsin Badgers at a -110 juice. Again, give it to the matchup first and the line, and now the numbers there. It's going to come out and play, give you a little bit of background. Football Power Index has Bama number 4 in the country, Wisconsin at number 40. Offensive rating as determined there at Pro Football Focus. Alabama number 43 through a couple of weeks. Wisconsin a little bit higher at number 31 defensive ranking. Alabama at 58, and believe it or not, the Badgers at number 8. So the advanced analytics, I know it's a small sample size, like Bucky Badger here, but Alabama -20.5 against Wisconsin at a -110 juice. Horvey, fade or follow?
I really wanted to make the case for Wisconsin. I could make the case for them on the field to keep this game close, but Bama took more money today. They went to 21, and I get why. They're 5-1 against the number in their last 6 games at home. Wisconsin 2-5 against the number in their last 7 overall. Bama 9-3 against the number in 12 games against Big Ten teams. Not that any of those trends matter, but Bama looked more like themselves after they lost by 2 touchdowns to Florida State in the opener. They pounded UL Monroe by 73 points. Ty Simpson looked pretty good. The case, though, that I can make for Wisconsin, if I had to bet the game, it would be Bama, man, because I think they're the more talented team. Ty Simpson was 17-17 passing last week for 226 yards and 3 touchdowns. If you get that version of Bama, they're going to roll in this game. And Wisconsin's quarterback, Billy Edwards Jr., he might play. If he doesn't, it's the backup again, Danny O'Neal. But the case I would make for Wisconsin to keep this game close, if you do want to bet them, if we get like 21.5, 22, more than 3 touchdowns, Alabama's front seven has not been great. 2 games, granted, the numbers are skewed because Florida State ran the ball down their throats. Right now, 102nd against the run. They're giving up 162 yards on the ground. The Badgers are top 75 running the ball, 4.3 yards per carry. If they could eat away at the clock, I think they could keep this within 3 scores, 2 scores. But, history tells you Bama probably rolls. We saw the same game last year, and Bama was on the road, and they beat Wisconsin 42-10. So now they're at home. They probably roll here.
Yeah, more likely. Look, I think I'm going to try to drink the entire 6-pack of Spotted Cow because I'm betting on the Badgers on this one. Plus
There you
20.5. By the way, Ian Happ just got a double, buddy. You cashed at plus 120 on the over total bag, so you gave me that off the air, so congrats to you. All right, let's move on. Arguably the game of the week. Georgia laying 3.5 against Rocky Top, that being Tennessee, on the road at a minus 110. Numbers Nerd says this. Football Power Index says Georgia number 6. Tennessee at 19, offensive rating. Georgia 39. Tennessee at number 4, defensive efficiency rating. Georgia at 17. Tennessee at 28. So Georgia minus 3.5 against the Tennessee Volunteers. Fade or follow?
Yeah, the numbers, I was like, man, am I going to bet Tennessee in this game? No, I'm not. Georgia's 6-0 against the number in their last 6 games against Tennessee. They've owned them. Now, Joey Aguilar, who came over from UCLA when Nico went to UCLA, has looked pretty good. He has 5 touchdown passes, 500 yards, and 2 starts. They beat Syracuse, a Power 4 team, but they got some injuries, man. Both of their cornerbacks, Ricky Gibson and Jermod McCoy, are expected to be out in this game. And Georgia's kind of played with their food because they played Marshall and Austin Peay, but I think that they're going to be up for this game, man. And I like Georgia. I think the number's short, so I think they win it by a touchdown, 3.5. Give me the Bulldogs here. Give me Kirby.
All right, you're going to say Uga lifts his leg on Rocky Top. Impressive. All right, let's move on. I already know where you're going with this one. Pittsburgh, this line has moved. Was it 6.5? Now it's 7.5 is what they're laying against West Virginia on the road at a minus 110. Numbers Nerd says this. Football Power Index, Pitt at number 50. West Virginia number 66 at ESPN. PFF, offensive efficiency rating for Pittsburgh at 34. West Virginia is number 90. Defensive efficiency rating number 4 for Pitt. Number 38 for West Virginia. So to put all together, Pittsburgh minus 7.5 and minus 110. Horvey, fade or follow?
Yeah, this is why I had to throw it out last night, man, because we laid 4 and now we're at 7.5. I still like it. I could see Pitt winning this game by 10 points. So the reason the number moved, one, Pitt's really good. They're second in the ACC in total defense, only giving up 212 yards. And then on the offensive side of the ball, they're second in scoring, averaging 53 points per game. They've already scored 13 touchdowns. Their quarterback, Eli Holstein, is solid. Last week was 21-28 for 304 yards. Leads the ACC in passing touchdowns for the week. Desmond Reed is going to be a stud at the next level. 141 total all-purpose yards last week against Central Michigan. And Kenny Johnson leads the ACC in kick return yards, but he's also been really good, man. 142 all-purpose yards, 58 receiving. They're loaded on both sides of the ball. West Virginia, their star running back, Jaheim White, had a knee injury, so he's out for the foreseeable future. He's coming off a year where he was all Big 12, 1,687 yards and 11 touchdowns. Now they're missing him, so I like Pitt in this spot.
All right, roll with Pitt again. Alabama's going to follow minus 1.5. Georgia's going to follow minus 3.5, and he's going to follow another favorite in Pitt, minus 7.5. We'll reserve Miami and South Florida for later in the show. Right now, we got to take a break. We come back. Cordell Williams breaking down the Ravens right here at BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
I'm not making this up. There is no spin on it. He literally said, well, 1 elbow does not equal 2 feet. And literally all of us are going, yes, coach, it does. And you look at the NFL rule book, and like people have posted, word for word what a catch is in the NFL. And this is a catch. So this is an instance of a young head coach simply not knowing the rules. And it cost us a catch in a game, which you know how football goes and you know how sports go. Like momentum can swing, on big catches. And who knows how the game would have gone. I'm sure we would have lost it somehow, but still it would have been nice to know this, in the game. So, Jenks, do you think this is fair that Titans fans are very mad that Brian Callahan did not know the rules?
Yes. Yes, they should be upset. When you spend your time in the offseason knowing it's going to be a rough year, and there is some excitement, obviously, you have Cam Ward. Like, the last thing you need is to have a head coach not familiar with the NFL rule book. And this is not an obscure rule. Like, every now and then, there'll be a rule. I mean, this happens to me as a fan, and I'll be like, well, that's pretty complicated. Or they'll go into the weeds, and the referees will call something. You're like, man, you never hear that. And, maybe if you're an NFL head coach, you get a pass there. But for something like this, it's pretty much common knowledge, right?
Right. Like, if casual fans are, like, checking you on this,
right,
that's not a good sign. And, like, this is somebody who's been around football for a long time.
That's
like,
crazy.
I think, like, his dad, has been around. I think he's the offensive line coach. So it's just upsetting, especially when you tack onto it, like, the other miscues that he had during the game, whether it was managing the clock, thinking that Cam Ward was, like, somehow going to turn into Joe Burrow. Because, like, the positions you put your rookie quarterback in on the road against one of the best defenses in the NFL, like, to end a half, like, maybe just run the ball out instead of, like, asking Cam Ward to throw it every single time and not running off any of the clock and giving the ball back to the Broncos. And you cost yourself a touchdown there. So things in Tennessee are not going well. Same story as last year. I will say at least Cam Ward is making some good throws. So maybe that is the silver lining.
You brought up USF. The books are saying it's not real, at least from a number standpoint, because Miami is a 17.5-point favorite against USF. When you hear that number, what's your reaction?
It's on the CW. I might have to take that one too.
Really?
Well, you don't serve me up Gossip Girl and USF Miami for no reason. I mean, let's go. I might have to take that one. I think that is for real. I think Byron Brown is a good quarterback. Again, he also I tweeted about it. Him and Lagway have to make quicker decisions, but he started making the decision quicker. Brown, quarterback in USF. I think they've got a lot of pieces. Again, they got these high-cut guys that can just run for days. Miami, I will say this, they are way better than I thought they would be. Obviously, they've climbed up to, top 5 right now? So I think Miami probably wins the game, but I do think USF covers.
It's time to bet and sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your host, the big noise, Brad Evans.
I got to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. We're going to be talking to our buddy Cordell Woodland, all Baltimore Ravens all the time here momentarily. But a friendly reminder, folks, if you have any fantasy football questions for us, maybe trying to figure out the priorities on your waiver wire, how much fab cash you want to spend, we're here to help. Maybe you're already thinking about options. You want to insert your lineup because you start off the season on the wrong foot in week number 2. Again, pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Again, bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. All right, let's go out to the phone lines right now and talk to our guy, Cordell Woodland. He covers the Ravens for 105.7 The Fan. They're in Baltimore. Follow him on X, would you kindly, at Cordell Woodland. Again, on X, at Cordell Woodland. Cordell, welcome back to BetMGM tonight. And straight away from me, Seahole, Smashhole. Oh, the football Frankenstein, I call him, Derrick Henry. God, he was an absolute beast in that Sunday night just thriller in Western New York against the Buffalo Bills, posting monster numbers and leading all fantasy running backs in scoring. How much credit does the offensive line deserve for what Derrick Henry accomplished in the opener? And what does he do for an encore week 2 against the Cleveland Browns? Your thoughts on Derrick Henry and this Ravens offensive line?
Yeah, I mean, the Ravens wanted to run the ball, and we know that's what they want to do every week. And when you have a backfield that has Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry in it, odds are you're going to run the ball pretty successfully. And that was the case Sunday night against the Bills. I think in that regard, the Bills' defense isn't necessarily the best. Well, let me reverse that. The Ravens' offense isn't necessarily the best matchup for the Bills' defense, just simply because usually when these teams match up, the Ravens run all over them. Now, whether or not they come out with a win is a different story. But offensively, they don't seem to usually struggle against that Bills defense. And Derrick Henry, I mean, he was just a problem all night. Unfortunately, his fumble ended up being a huge impact on that game and kind of started the snowball collapse for the Ravens. But I thought the offensive line did solid in the run game. They were better run blocking than they were pass blocking for sure on Sunday night. And the good thing about Derrick Henry and Lamar, who also had a rushing touchdown, is that they don't need a lot of space. These Derrick Henry, he'll break through tackles. Lamar, he'll make guys miss in tight spaces. So that helps those guys out a lot. But I did think they did a pretty solid job for the most part Sunday night in the run blocking.
So everybody expects them, obviously, to bounce back this week. The market does, at least. They're more than double-digit favorites now, 11.5-point favorites, I should say. Lamar Jackson, though, what kind of game do you expect from him? We don't have props up yet. His anytime touchdowns, plus 125. If you are betting his props, do you think he has a bigger game staying in the pocket using his arm, or do you think this is a game where he's going to look to use his legs against Cleveland on Sunday?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't very impressed with the Ravens pass blocking Sunday night. And the Bills don't have any pass rusher that comes close to Myles Garrett. So with him out there, I would imagine Lamar probably isn't going to want to hang in the pocket very long. But, it's weird because it is a division matchup, so anything can happen. The Browns did beat the Ravens last year, albeit it was in Cleveland. But the Ravens just – I don't foresee them blowing the Browns out. I mean, you mentioned that spread. I know Vegas, they're setting it up. And you look at this matchup, you're kind of licking your chops thinking, oh, yeah, this is a no-brainer. the Ravens are going to cover this spread. They're going to blow them out. But that just it's these types of games that the Ravens don't look like the team that you expect them to. And that's not to say that they won't win. I think that they will win. I still expect them to win. But look, last year they lost at home to the Raiders in week 2. The year before that, they lost at home to the Colts in week 2 or 3. I can't remember which week it was, but very early in the season. So you just never know. You never know, and it's a division matchup. It makes it that much more wacky. I do expect the Ravens to win, but my heart doesn't tell me that they're going to blow this team out. I think Cleveland's going to hang around, and maybe the Ravens win by 10 or so, but it wouldn't shock me if they don't cover that spread.
Yeah, you said a couple things there, and that's really where I wanted to go because, even Sunday night, man, they're averaging like 10 yards per play. Derrick Henry's running all over guys. Lamar Jackson, he's not the best quarterback in the league. He's definitely top 3 right now. He's going to be in the MVP running as long as he stays healthy. The defense is looking good. And then all of a sudden, there's this epic collapse, and people, were even tweeting like, man, the Ravens look so good. Can't wait to see how they blow it in the playoffs this year. And on Sunday night, it was Jair Alexander, and I'm a Green Bay guy, so I didn't really understand letting him go, even though he hasn't really been the same player since his shoulder injury a couple years ago. He was terrible, though. He had a 29.8 PFF grade. He had that third quarter PI call on 4th down, which then leads to a touchdown, I believe 2 plays later. So he didn't look very good. Would that be your concern? Because the Ravens are still the favorites to win the Super Bowl, and I know a lot of people that like Baltimore to get over the hump and to win it this year. What is it? The defense still that concerns you a little bit? If they don't do it, what is it for you?
It's everything. It's everything. I mean, they could go out there and look like they did Sunday night offensively, look like an absolute freight train, and all of a sudden, boom, one turnover changes everything. Their offense, they're so good that it's almost a detriment. And I'm going to sound crazy in this whole answer because when you look at this Ravens team, when you try to explain why they can't get to the Super Bowl, why they haven't won a Super Bowl, it goes beyond just logic, right? I mean, because logic tells us they should have at least one by now, but they don't. As good as this offense is, they have their moments, and for whatever reason, those bad moments show up in the most important times of the game. Defensively, I think defensively they'll improve. I'm not hitting the panic button on the defense the way everybody else is. You look around the league, week 1 was very weird for a lot of defenses that we expect to be elite this year. I watched the Eagles defense get shredded by the Cowboys. I watched a couple of the Steelers defense that's supposed to be better than it looked against the Jets. I mean, it's just week 1. Struggling, tackling, coverage you could capitalize on lack of communication. So I think that played a part, but they're going to have to be better. And the concerning thing is all off season, the Ravens defense talked about forcing more turnovers. And in camp, they did. They forced a lot of turnovers in camp, but to get to Sunday night in Buffalo, no turnovers forced. Only 1 turnover in the game, and it ends up impacting the Ravens because they're on the wrong side of that. Clock management was an issue for them on Sunday night. Not being aggressive. I mean, punting the ball on 4th and 3 when your defense hasn't stopped anybody all night, that's essentially punting the game away, in my opinion. Go down on the limbs of your best players and Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry. If they don't convert it, oh well. I promise you the city of Baltimore would have felt better about that loss if they had lost with their best players on the field as opposed to letting their defense that was Swiss cheese all night go out there and get shredded again. Jair was bad. That was kind of expected. I'm surprised they let him run out there as much as they did because he missed the second half of camp, and he didn't get back to practice until the week before the game. So it was pretty evident early he didn't have it. I'm surprised they let him go as long as he did.
We're talking to Cordell Woodland right now, bringing the heat on the Baltimore Ravens, a team that he covers on 105.7 The Fan. Make sure you follow him on X, would you kindly, at Cordell Woodland. Again, on X, at Cordell Woodland. Cordell Z. Flowers was a week 1 pace setter in fantasy football production among wide receivers. Do you feel he'll be a more consistent contributor this year? Where, in your opinion, has he improved the most?
That's a good question because Zay is so good. It was good to see him. I believe he had a touchdown in that game. It was good to see him. Yeah, he did. It was good to see him get in the end zone because that's kind of what he's been missing if we're talking fantasy. Yeah. He doesn't score a lot. He's the PPR guy on this offense. He had 1,000 yards receiving last year. You like that. But he didn't get in the end zone enough. If you wanted somebody that was getting in the end zone in the Ravens offense in the pass game, you would have had to go get Rashad Bateman, who had, 12 touchdowns last year, or Mark Andrews, who led all tight ends in receiving touchdowns last year. So it was good to see Zay get in the end zone, and that's the thing that I think should give fantasy owners that optimism because he's going to get the targets. He's going to get the chunk plays. You know that. He's going to get the yak. But will he score? That's the question. And him getting in the end zone in that Sunday night game, I think that's a really good sign. Hopefully that continues.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think if he gets a magic number of 8 touchdowns, you're going to be looking at a firm top 20 wide receiver, especially as you mentioned as well in PPR formats where that dude is going to be racking points. With a consistent high floor return week in and week out. Cordell, we'll get you out of here on this. Between DeAndre Hopkins, who had an awesome one-handed catch in that game against the Bills, Rashad Bateman, or Mark Andrews, who do you feel matches up best with the Cleveland Browns secondary and overall defense this weekend?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, the Browns that defense is built to kind of go against a Ravens type of offense. So I can't trust, and look, this is no disrespect. This is where real life football meets fantasy. DeAndre Hopkins is a great receiver. He's most likely a Hall of Famer. But you saw it Sunday night. He makes the miraculous one-handed grab, and that's all you get from D-Hop. I think he had the one other catch on third down that actually set up the 4th and 3 that they didn't go for. But D-Hop's not going to give you a lot of volume. And maybe he should get more run, especially with Isaiah Likely not out there right now, and the Ravens were without Patrick Ricard. So maybe D-Hop will get a little more run. I can't trust him for fantasy purposes. I do have Mark Andrews in a fantasy league, so I'm hoping it's Mark. But a part of me thinks it's Bateman. I just wonder if they'll get some of those shot plays. Will Lamar be able to have the time to wait for some of those longer developing routes from Bateman and hit on some of those deep balls? Because for Rashad Bateman, that's how he's going to make a fantasy impact. It's going to be off those big plays down the field. And maybe they get that. But Mark Andrews has feasted against the Browns, so it would not shock me if Mark Andrews is the guy you want to have between those three, at least this week.
Yeah, for the sake of your fantasy franchise, my man, let's hope Mark Andrews gets off the schneid on that one catch effort he had on Sunday in a game with 81 stinking points. So Mark Andrews did jack and squat in that game. Cordell Woodland, we appreciate the time as always. Make sure you listen on 105.7 The Fan, where he covers the Baltimore Ravens, and give him a follow on X, folks. He's awesome at Cordell Woodland. Again, on X at Cordell Woodland. Cordell, we appreciate the time. Good luck to the Ravens, and more importantly, good luck to you in week 2 of your fantasy franchise.
I need it, man. I appreciate it.
All right, there he goes. Cordell Woodland. 105.7 The Fan. I love guys that, you just having general conversation and he drives a little, fantasy terminology and you're like, oh, yeah, he automatically gets it. He said PPR. I'm like, yeah, he's a reporter and he's a fantasy player. And a guy that rides the highs and lows just like all of us see Mark Andrews. Again, he put up 81 points and he didn't do hardly anything at all in that game. So I'll ask you the same question that I finished with Cordell on. Out of Rashad Bateman, Mark Andrews, or DeAndre Hopkins, any of those guys you think actually shows up and shows out against the Browns?
I'd go back to Mark Andrews, man. They did not get him involved whatsoever in the offense. Now, that said, they didn't really need to, right? Because the offense, minus the Derrick Henry fumble, wasn't the issue. They were in control of that game with the ground game. They were averaging like 10 yards per carry. So that's why Andrews wasn't involved. I thought he was going to be. I bet him to have the anytime touchdown using the revenge angle because he had the big drop on the 2-point conversion against Buffalo last year in the divisional round that would have tied the game at 27. But this week, I do think they're going to look to get him more involved. But man, Cleveland's defense, I watched the All-22 today. They were flying all around the ball. The defense looked damn good for the Browns. So if I had to trust anybody minus Lamar and Derrick Henry, it would be Mark Andrews to have a bounce back. I don't know what you're going to get from D-Hop. Bateman's interesting, of course, but I prefer Andrews, I think, this week.
For me, I go with Rashad Bateman, to be honest. Cleveland, middle of the pack in terms of pressure rate after one game, 14.3%. If it's kind of a similar output there, you give Lamar Jackson time. He's going to uncork down the field, and Bateman's got that long-range speed to burn you. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back. Believe or make believe. What shining stars in week one should you buy or possibly sell? Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with more bets, more sweats, and more fantasy right here on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Yeah, I think here's the part for Chicago where they really need to buckle down, because remember last year they had some good games that they strung together, and then they lost. I think it was that game against the Commanders, and then it started like a 10-game losing streak. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
So I think for the Bears, it is the important thing to keep the culture good, keep the vibes high, which I know are tough after starting the season with a loss, but you cannot let it accumulate into something much worse, because I feel like that's what happened last year.
Yeah, what was the game? What was the game where Matt Eberflus and Caleb Williams collectively just lost their minds? Was it against the Lions? Is that what it was?
There's a lot of games.
It was the Lions on Thanksgiving.
On Thanksgiving,
Just
yeah.
completely screwed up the end.
Yeah, I mean, it was every game, you mean? You mean every single game they were in last year? But yes, that Lions game in particular, where at the end of the game, they just let time run off the clock. I mean, my God, when you go into a situation like that, I think that's the thing with Ben Johnson, is that when you come into a situation where, because he was on the opposite sideline and watched that happen in real time. Like, imagine if you're Ben Johnson and you're like, I'm going to go coach that team. Oh, I got my work cut out for me because that quarterback looks awful. I hear he doesn't like to study or prepare. Who knows if that's true or not. And also, this team is an absolute mess. No discipline at all. And it takes time. And there were reports during training camp like that the Bears were sloppy, that Ben Johnson was all over Caleb Williams. Just like you can, I always say, just like you can learn to win, you can learn to lose. Like, you pick up these bad habits and they just get ingrained in the culture. So I think with Ben Johnson, because the culture has not been good for Chicago for so long, it takes a while to sort of weed out that rot.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it's going to be a test for Ben Johnson, because it's not just the X's and O's. It's not scheme things. It is culture.
If you'd like Philly to win, and I do, don't get me wrong, I don't like doing this because you're betting against Andy Reid with extra time to prepare, Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce in a big-time revenge spot, an improved Chiefs offensive line, and a Chiefs team that certainly doesn't want to start 0-2 with a loss to the team that whipped them in the Super Bowl last time. But the Eagles are just a better team right now. The Eagles are just the better team, and I think they're going to be able to run. You're going to get some squeaky wheel stuff with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. Jalen Hurts throws the ball down the field a little bit more maybe in week 2. And if you can go out there and get the Eagles at minus 108 versus minus, you see 118 on the screen, just to win outright, I think that's a pretty good bet right now.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath else on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. We're going to do a new game here on the show called Believe or Make Believe. Talking about some guys that had fantasy hot starts that you're buying or selling essentially on those hard starts. We're going to be breaking those down here momentarily. But before we dive in, a friendly reminder, we are here to help you. If you're trying to figure out some waiver wire targets, if you want to talk about maybe some trade offers you've already received or you're debating start sits already ahead of week 2 of the NFL season, don't be shy. Instead, pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. I'll go and give you the pole dancing poll question today. Also available right now on X at BetMGM Tonight. It's asking you this. Of the week 1 standout fantasy football performances, which player are you buying most to hold value this season? Your options are Daniel Jones of the Colts, Keon Coleman of the Bills, Quentin Johnston of the Chargers, or Juggernaut Javonte Williams of the Dallas Cowboys. So far, over 240 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. Bring the Noise. Again, on X, at BetMGM Tonight. On X, at BetMGM Tonight. All right, let's get into this edition of Believe or Make Believe. Guys, whether or not you're going to buy or sell their flaming hot starts to begin the 2025 campaign. Let's start off with the quarterback position, and we got to go Daniel Jones. Utterly ridiculous. Truth be told, Horvath, I was ecstatic. And I got laughed at in my own draft room. I always do an in-person draft. All my buddies at Casa de Evans. We did it early August. It's a salary cap / auction, 14-teamer. This is like the 30th, 31st year, right around there, that we've done this league. So some guys have been around the entire time. Some guys are relatively new bodies. But, we're about middle of the draft. I threw out Daniel Jones. It was a super flex, mind you. And I said $2. Going once, going twice, crickets, sold. And people then erupted in laughter. And I'm like, all right, make fun of it. I'm not kidding you. The next player that was thrown out, a dude goes, Anthony Richardson, $10. Also crickets. But he thought he got the steal of the century, thinking that Richardson was going to be the starter. And I'm like, hey, man, I'm going to tell you right now, Daniel Jones is going to win that gig. I was right, which is a rare occurrence. And, man, was he money in the bank? Of course, I didn't play him. I had him on my bench. I had Bryce Young in there at the Superflex instead, which cost me the game in week 1. But Daniel Jones, man, he really delivered. How good was he? Well, 272 passing yards, passing touchdown, 26 on the ground, and 2 rushing TDs. Quarterback 2 with over 32 fantasy points scored. Impressive 9.4 YPA, a 115.9 passer rating. Middle of the pack, number 17 adjusted completion percentage, but last year was number 10 in that category. Next 3 games, though, are tough. Really going to be a proving ground how good he really is. Get the Denver Broncos, number 2 after 1 week, and drop back EPA defense. At Tennessee, they gave Bo Nix all kinds of fits. They're number 5 and drop back EPAD. And then at the LA Rams, they're number 6. So, we'll see about those defenses. Whether they're going to be consistent. We all feel the Broncos are the best secondary in the league. But do you believe, or is it make-believe, that Daniel Jones is going to be maybe a top 15 quarterback this year?
Top 15, I'm going to go with, I need a bigger sample size, so I'll say make believe. I do think he's going to be solid, though, man, because he's going to give you some rushing yards, some rushing touchdowns, and I like the weapons, especially my guy Josh Downs after last week made me some money. Tyler Warren, I think, is going to eat in the middle of the field. You still have Jonathan Taylor, and you have Shane Steichen, who might be coaching for his job, right? And a locker room that wants to win football games. So I don't think he's going to lose his job. I think he's going to be the starter all season long. They've committed to him. The guys really like him. In fact, they don't even call him Danny Dimes anymore. They just call him Dimes. Top 15, I'll sell, but I can see him like 16, 17, 18, I think is realistic. I just need a bigger sample size only because I'm so low on that Miami team, especially the secondary. Now, I bet him this week, but that secondary is beat up right now. So I think like top 20 I'll go with.
I think he's going to be borderline top 15. I'll say believe just for the sake of argument. I think he's going to be right there at the bitter end. I mean, the proof's going to be in the pudding this week against the Broncos. If he goes out, and even if he's a top 20 performer, I would argue he is going to tuck inside the top 15 on the year because the Broncos secondary is that damn good. But it's all about the rushing stats, man. I mean, if we can get consistent returns, whether in yardage, like averaging north of 30, 35 yards per game, the occasional touchdown on the ground. Again, he had the pair of TDs. I don't think he's going to duplicate that at any point the rest of the season. I mean, he is going to have a monster return for people that draft him in the 11th hour or got him for 2 buckaroos in a 14-team Super League draft or super flex draft. So Daniel Jones, again, I think it's more believe than make believe, but he is going to be teetering on that top 15 line. Only 6% rostered right now in Yahoo. And if you're looking to, add a quarterback to your roster in a non-super flex, a standard single quarterback league, I think is worth about $2 to $5 off of Fab. And by the way, if you missed our entire waiver wire breakdown from last night, you can always listen to the BetMGM Tonight podcast, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Subscribe, download right now the BetMGM Tonight podcast. Let's move on to Juggernaut Javonte Williams. I never really lived up to the nickname that I bestowed upon him as a member of the Denver Broncos, but my God, he was outstanding in his first game as a member of the Dallas Cowboys. 15 carries, 54 yards on the ground, a pair of touchdowns. Also had a couple of receptions for 10 receiving yards, over 18 fantasy points scored. He was top 10. Actually, number 3 on the week, to be exact. The yards after contact per attempt sucked. 2.13. That was number 35 on the week. He didn't force a single missed tackle as tracked at Pro Football Focus. But you look at the schedule upcoming. You get the Giants, number 30 in rush EPAD after a game. You get the Bears, number 23 in rush EPA after 1 week. And then Green Bay, stiffer against the run, number 5 in terms of rush EPA defense. So do you believe or make believe in Javonte Williams being an RB2 in 12-team formats this year?
I think he could be a top 20 back, man. I mean, I wasn't buying coming into the season, but he's got no competition. They're going to throw the ball a lot, but he's going to get the goal line work by default, and he had, 2 touchdowns because of that. He's going to get the short yardage look. Like you said, it wasn't the most efficient night, but he looked fresh. He looked capable enough to be the guy for the majority of the season, unless he gets hurt. So, yeah, I'm kind of buying. I think Dallas is going to score a ton of points this year. They're going to be chasing every single week. So, you'll get some dink and dunks. You'll get some receptions. And, yeah, man, I think right now I'd have him like running back 24, 25. But I think there's a shot he could finish top 20, maybe even inside the top 20, as crazy as that sounds.
Yeah, there is a shot there. I think it's going to be really borderline. I'm going to say make believe. Obviously the injury imp is always lurking. I think Jaden Blue is going to have his time to shine at some point this year. He's got to improve in certain areas to see the field and be active. But at some point, maybe it's going to be after week 10. I think he is getting an opportunity. And with all of the juice that he possesses in those legs, and he's a guy that's versatile as well, he will eat into the opportunity share Javonte Williams. I just cannot get past some of the advanced analytics. Again, 2.13 yards after contact per attempt stinks. 0 missed tackles forced, inexcusable. It's one game. I understand. Small sample size. That's why I live by the rule of 3 before I really start taking away some concrete observations. If this continues, though, the next couple of weeks, man, you got to pump the brakes on Javonte Williams. So you might want to, shop him right now and see what bites. Hey, we got a caller, 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. Baron from Miami dialed those digits. Baron, How can we help your fantasy team today? Welcome to BetMGM tonight.
Okay, thank you. I took an absolute beating week one. I had Justin Herbert on the bench, Zay Flowers, and Debo Samuels on the bench. That was like 60 points collectively. So I'm trying to figure out, try not to make a knee-jerk reaction and sub out Terry McLaurin, Nico Collins, and T. Higgins, and put those guys in to try to stop the bleeding. So I'm trying to figure out what you think about that.
All right. Yeah, that stinks. You had so many opportunities missed there with Justin Herbert, Zay Flowers, and Debo Samuel. I think you got to find a way to get Debo in your lineup this week. I think Horvat's on the same page as me. So who would you sit out of Terry McLaurin? I can't sit Nico Collins. Not this week. No. Not given the matchup against Tampa Bay. That's got, I think, a bottom five secondary in the NFL. I think he's going to storm back with a vengeance. T. Higgins, I feel the same way as well. McLaurin's the guy that I maybe swap him out for Debo Samuel, but what say you, Horvey?
I'm probably gonna actually leave Debo on the bench, and if he burns us, then he burns us. But I don't know that I'm gonna sit Terry McLaurin. I mean, I did bet his under on 4.5 receptions week one. I expect a bigger game against this Green Bay secondary. Now, the Green Bay pass rush is going to be absolutely lethal with the addition of Micah Parsons. I think Rashawn Gary's going to have double-digit sacks. Van Ness look really good. But I still do have some question marks about their secondary. Turns out they let Jair Alexander walk for a reason if you watch the Baltimore game against Buffalo. But I think they could be got in the secondary, especially, if they build the lead in this game and Washington's chasing some points. Now, I do like your look on the Debo rushing yards, and I think they're going to try to use them different ways, man. But for context, his receiving yards in the game, I think, are in the low 50s. The lowest number I saw was 48.5. McLaurin's still a wide receiver number one on that roster. So, and they just paid him. I don't think I could sit Terry. What about you, though?
Yeah, look, again, I would sub out Terry and I play Debo. I think the rust accumulated is still not shaken off by McLaurin. It may take another game. I just like the variable ways that Debo can score. Zay Flowers is interesting, but, man, that Cleveland secondary, as you already pointed out, legit. So he can maybe come crashing back down to earth a little bit. So, Baron, good luck to you and whatever you decide. All right, let's get another believe or make-believe player in here. And Keon Coleman erupted in that legendary instant classic game on Sunday night against the Buffalo Bills. 11 targets, 8 receptions, 112 yards, and a touchdown, 22.4 fantasy points. He was top 5 of strong yards per route run, strong ADOT, a 135.4 passer rating when targeted. Next 3 games at the Jets, 23 in dropback EPA after a week. Miami, yes, please, number 25 in dropback EPA D, and New Orleans at number 18 in that category. So Keon Coleman, is he here to stay at least as a wide receiver 3 and 12 team leagues? Is that believe or make believe?
Oh, yeah, man. I bet him to score on Sunday night. I have him on the season on the receiving yards. I think he gets to 800 minimum. And I also went over 4.5 touchdown receptions because I think he's going to get a lot of red zone looks, former basketball player. But I was really impressed with what I saw. Had a 15% target share. Really good in that game, man. And I think he's going to be the go-to guy. So I like Keon Coleman. I buy in on Keon Coleman this season.
Yeah, it just boxes guys out. And, I was seeing some advanced metrics some sites are tracking. It's like, he had a 0% route win rate. I watched that game. He won a lot of routes in that contest. The separation, he doesn't have elite speed, but he high points balls. He's a savvy route runner, really just a smart wide receiver in finding space on the field. And when you have an accurate passer, and I can't believe I'm saying that about Josh Allen based on the unsavory things I said about him when he came out of college of Wyoming. Allen's going to find him. He's a tall, strapping dude at 6'5", really surveys the field. Coleman's got great size. And again, he just finds ways to win in mano-a-mano coverage. So, I think the good times are going to continue. Wouldn't be remotely surprised if he is one of the breakout candidates, regardless of position, in fantasy football this year. All right, last one real quick. Jawan Johnson. Are you buying or selling? Is it believe or make believe? Again, 11 targets, 8 receptions, 76 yards in week 1. Can he do it again? Will he be a tight end 1 this season?
I think he could be, man, right? 8 grabs, like you said, 76 yards, led all positions with 11 targets. And the Saints are going to be playing from behind a lot this season, whether it's Spencer Rattler later on in the season if they go with the rookie. So I'm kind of buying in.
Yeah, I'm a little bit buying in as well. I mean, you know, and I know this wholeheartedly. You know, come midseason, tight end position looks just craptastic. But I think Jawan Johnson could be a surprise sensation. That's why they backed up the truck and paid him oodles of cash in the offseason. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back. Push the glasses up. The numbers nerds coming out. Don't you go anywhere. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
On the move? Take the BetMGM network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
Is it too late to jump on Mateer at 8-1?
I don't think it's too late, but you're certainly not getting the best bang of your buck. You know, obviously because he's coming off a good game against a marquee opponent where he made some really good throws. But I don't think his price is going to be going down over the weekend. Oklahoma goes on the road. Am I reading this correctly? To Temple. Doesn't feel like it should be a tough game for Oklahoma, but they do have, you know, maybe some tough ones coming up. They play Auburn the next week, and then I think it looks like 4 weeks they play Texas. That will be obviously a huge game. But like maybe there's still, you know, some logic that says, okay, you can still bet on John Mateer, because I do feel like in the public mindset, like he's still definitely not won it. Like even though the odds have shortened dramatically, it's still 8-1. It does feel like it is still very much a wide open race. So you're not getting the best number, but I'm not going to talk off people who are saying, hey, I can still make a case for John Mateer. There's still plenty of weeks left in the season, still plenty of big marquee games, and he has shown flashes of being a very good quarterback.
Yeah, it's pretty upsetting to me. I'm not happy with it. I was hoping to go to Oklahoma and not be good, but, you know, credit where credit is due. He looks really good. I think the only issue with John Mateer is not his play. He looks great. And when you get a win over Michigan in the way that they did, Michigan is definitely down this year, but still, it's a big win. I think they use him so much, he gets a lot of usage. I mean, he can run the ball, too. That's the thing. He's more of a dual threat than you think. I mean, he can move. And so when you use a quarterback that much, I think you have to worry potentially about injury, which, of course, you do with every quarterback or every player that you bet on, but particularly at that position and particularly a guy like him, because the Sooners really need him on offense. They've had issues with their offense in previous years, and so they are going to absolutely get as much run out of him as possible. And when that happens, then, you know, there's maybe a bit more of a roll of the dice there, but there's no question at 8-1, I still think there's value.
Here we are, NFC North, after one game. Green Bay's the favorite. You expect Green Bay to be the favorite. Minus 125. Okay, now we got to lay a price to take the Packers to win the division. The Vikings are the second favorite. I remind you that it was Lions-Packers co-favorites before the first game. Now the Lions are third, Vikings second. Vikings are plus 300. Lions are plus 440 this morning. After one game, everybody is out, not only in on the Packers, but couple that out on the Lions after they end up playing each other. Bears are 12-1. How, is that extreme overreaction? The Lions this morning plus 440 with an 0-1 record.
It is, but I also don't have any interest in betting it. I didn't get there on Lions under, but we had some sharp guys on the show during the summer that said under 10.5. And it was a look that made a ton of sense. But then you looked at the roster and thought, well, they didn't really lose a lot of talent. And I think it's very, very easy to look at that week 1 performance against Green Bay and say, well, they can't do it without Johnson and Glenn. Maybe. I don't want to bet the plus 440. Everything in my body says I should, but I have no interest, and I don't know why that is. You would think buying the dip would be ideal, especially on a team that was very, very good last year that went 15-2.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat, hand in hand with your boy. Tonight is hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. We're going to be diving back more into some fantasy football conversations as the numbers nerds coming back out to play. I'll look at some of the advanced analytics and the data dump that happened overnight, especially some of the sites out there that I use regularly, like Pro Football Focus, PlayerProfiler.com, et cetera, et cetera. So we're going to be looking at some of the standout performances from week 1, and we're going to spin it forward for potential in week 2 and the rest of the season as well on a number of guys. And some of these are absolute stunners. So can't wait to hear what Horvat's got to say about it. Hey, by the way, if you want to talk fantasy football with us, already have a couple callers on the show. We're happy to help you, talk about your waiver wire. I'll talk about some of the fab cash you might want to spend, some of the start-sit decisions you may be looking at already for week 2. Maybe got a trade offer on the table that you're debating. By all means, pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Always perusing. Look at some of the questions there. If you toss out an inquiry to us on that platform, I'll notice it, I'll grab it, and I will pitch it to my buddy Ryan Horvat, and we'll have a conversation about it. So again, fire away on X at BetMGM Tonight. All right, we got to get after it. It's time for another edition of the Numbers Nerd.
When you were a baby in your crib, your father looked down at you. He had but one hope. Someday my son will grow to be a man. And look at you now.
Nerds! 7 times 13 is not 28. Yes, it is. 7 times 4 is 28. Did you ever go to school, stupid? Yes, sir. And I come out the same way.
Whether you think you're a nerd or not, why don't you just come down here and join us, okay?
Yes, indeed. All right, look, advanced analytics are all the rage in the world of sports, and I think they're useful. I mean, they don't tell the entire story, but some of those numbers out there can determine future success or future failures in the world of fantasy football. So we're going to be diving in every single Team Huevos Tuesday here on BetMGM Tonight, giving us some of the snapshots of some of those advanced analytics and giving you our perspective. So let's go ahead and dive headfirst in. I'm going to start off with a rookie who had a somewhat sensational performance, overshadowed by his dance partner, that being J.K. Dobbins, who was more fantasy relevant for the Denver Broncos. But R.J. Harvey, hold on to something, Horvat. He led all week 1 NFL running backs in yards after contact per attempt, as tracked at PFF, with an outlandish 9.67 in that category. A guy that played 7 snaps in the game, had 6 carries for 70 yards, only had 1 grab for -1 yard. I actually thought he had to have a bigger role as a pass catcher against the Tennessee Titans. It was a very highly competitive game, and hat tip to the Tennessee Titans defense. They definitely exceeded my very low expectations. Dobbins had 21 snaps in the game and 16 attempts, so again, outsnapped him 21-7. But you look at the next 3 matchups for R.J. Harvey. You get the Indianapolis Colts. You get as well the L.A. Chargers. And that third one, you get the Cincinnati Bengals, which is downright delicious. And that one being played in the Mile High City. So certainly some very attractive opponents upcoming, as all of those defenses I just listed there, Indianapolis, the Chargers, and the Bengals outside the top 20 in defensive success rate defense. That's the word I was looking for. Defense there in week 1. So what's your take on R.J. Harvey, not only in the week ahead, taking on the Indianapolis Colts, but rest of the season? Do you think he just gradually takes away, bit by bit, some of those opportunities away from J.K. Dobbins?
Yeah, pumping the brakes right now, right? It's tough to start him. Running back 3 territory for me right now, but definitely somebody that I want on my roster. Had a 31% snap share. You brought up, I thought he was going to be more involved in the passing game, man, but instead it was Tyler Batty, 26% routes on those plays, and then J.K. Dobbins. I kind of figured he was going to be the short yardage guy, so that made sense. But he did have that 50-yard run where he cut back to the outside, beat a couple defenders. He's so damn good, man. But right now, running back 3, sitting on my bench. Can't start him because don't really know how Sean Payton's going to use him. But when he does, he's going to be an absolute stud, man. Dude is so fast, and he's just got this crazy burst.
Yeah, look, I think he's going to be utilized in the pass game. Remember, there were rumblings that he was going to be used as a joker part-time. And here's the thing, like Evan Ingram is not healthy already. He's got a calf injury. We don't know if he's even going to go out there and play in week 2. He's the primary joker. So if he is out, maybe that could spring loose R.J. Harvey in some of those short to intermediate field pass route situations. I think, honestly, the breakout game will occur in week 4 against the Bengals at home. Mark it down right now. That will be the final moment. The window will slam shut on your buy low opportunity. So if you want to make a low-dollar pitch to get R.J. Harvey on your roster, you might want to do it like right stinking now. Because it could be pennies on a dollar compared to the full dollar you're going to have to spend to acquire him after week 4 in that Cincinnati breakout, again, that I feel is going to be on the horizon. Love the guy, low center of gravity. He's got the shimmy and the shake. He's got the break tackle ability and the versatility. It's only a matter of time where he is going to press and push J.K. Dobbins into a 50-50 timeshare there in the Mile High City. All right, let's move on to another numbers nerd, shocking stat of sorts. The running back that led all week 1 rushers and missed tackles forced, believe it or not, the Chubb Club. Yeah, let's get that bottle service, baby, behind the velvet rope. We passed all the health inspection tests. The Chubb Club reopened for business. He had 5 missed tackles in week 1. I only had 60 yards, did not find the end zone on the 13 rush attempts, but coaching staff said he was going to be the bell cow. Now, not really a bell cow with only 13 carries, but far and away led all the running backs on that roster. Dameon Pierce, Woody Marks, in snap share and opportunity share, had 16 snaps played in the game. They ran a lot of empty backfield. Pierce only had 4 snaps. Marks had 3. The next 3 games for the Chubb Club, you get Vita Vea and Tampa Bay this week. Godspeed to you. Number 1 in rush EPA defense. Tampa is after 1 week of action. Then on the road against the Jacksonville Jaguars, number 14 in rush EPAD. And then the Tennessee Titans at number 15. So Chubb, does he have any flex appeal in 12-team and deeper leagues here in the next few weeks? And what's your fearless forecast for him rest of the season, knowing we have no flipping idea
if and when Joe Mixon will ever be back in uniform for Houston.
Yeah, I think he could be a solid if you need him, right? Flex option. I mean, last week had a 51% snap share. Looked pretty good. Houston's offensive line is a mess, man. And he still, like you said, had the 5 missed tackles, 13 carries for 60 yards. I think that's about what you could expect from him every week, 4 to 5 yards per carry. But he's going to score some touchdowns. So, yeah, if you're really desperate at the position, I think you could do worse. He looked all right out there.
Look, I've got him in a couple of leagues, 12-team league. I have him, and you have to start like 3 flex guys. Is Chubb going to be in my lineup in week 2? Yep, he will. I mean, it's not a great matchup. I think he's going to be lucky to get to 50 yards, but maybe he trips and falls across the chalk in that Monday night doubleheader and, has a fruitful fantasy outcome. So at least he'll be serviceable these next few weeks until we get a final verdict on if and when Mixon does return for the Texans. Go to Zay Flowers. Again, we had Cordell Woodland on earlier, and, Woodland was surprised he got in the end zone, and really that's where he can make his fantasy value roar this season for the Ravens is how many touchdowns he'll have. Again, I feel the magic number is 8. If he gets there, he's probably going to be a top 20 wide receiver. Numbers Nerd says he was numero uno among all week 1 wide receivers in yards per route run. An obscene number in that category. It's 6.50. He's also WR1 in fantasy scoring, whether in standard leagues or half point or full point PPR. 9 targets, 7 catches, 143 yards, and a touchdown. Also had 8 rushing yards to pad the stats. Next 3 games, again, the Cleveland Browns this week. Even though it's at home, it's a tough matchup. Cleveland, that secondary, number 8 in dropback EPAD after week 1. Then Detroit. Talented secondary, but they do have a couple of weak links. I'm looking at you, Terry and Arnold. They are just number 29 after a week in dropback EPAD, and then Kansas City at number 26 in that category. So what's your take on Zay Flowers? Again, I feel he's got a really good shot to be a top 20 wide receiver consistently throughout the year. Do you disagree?
No, I don't disagree, man, right? I mean, he was damn good. Caught 7 of 9 targets, like you said, 143 yards, had the touchdown. I think he could score 8 to 10 touchdowns this season, maybe 6 to 8 more realistic. But, especially in PPR formats, I think he's a solid week-to-week starter moving forward. That offense wasn't the issue in that loss, and they're going to win double-digit games this season. And I think Flowers is going to have a big year. So I do like Zay.
All right, let's go out to the Bay and Ricky Pearsall. He was number 5 in week 1 and with a 21.0 ADOT. That's average depth of target. 7 targets, 4 receptions, 108 yards. Next 3 games at New Orleans, Arizona, Jacksonville. But who the heck is going to be throwing the pill? Will it be Mac Jones? What are your thoughts on Ricky Pearsall if Mac Jones is at the controls?
Mac Jones, actually going to talk about him a little bit later. He was pretty serviceable last year for Jacksonville. I think the San Francisco offense, even though it's beat the hell right now, especially with Kyle Shanahan calling the plays, is an upgrade for him. So, yeah, man, I think Ricky Pearsall is still going to be fine. Could still be, a starting wide receiver for you in fantasy.
Yeah, especially if you got to start 3 wideouts in a lot of flex positions that are out there. Ricky Pearsall needs to be in your lineup with or without Brock. Ain't he so purty under center this week? All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back getting down with Rob Brown right here. BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
And, of course, people are pissed in Baltimore, man, because for them to get off to the start that they did, where it looked like they would run the Bills out out of the gym and blow them out, and after that playoff loss, and the offense looks so great. The defense this year, okay, it's going to be different because they got off to the horrific start first 10 games last year, then settled in. You thought they'd start fast. They added Jair Alexander. He got healthy in time for the game. He was getting burned left and right. This secondary with 17 first-round picks in it, they were getting shredded by Josh Allen. And unfortunately, that narrative of the Ravens blowing double-digit leads in the second half continues to persist. That was number 17 under John Harbaugh.
Right. That is a fact. That is not a feeling. 17 blown leads since I don't know when it's been, but like it's the most by any coach since 1991. Since 2008. Like that's a lot of blown leads. So like these fans aren't making this up. Like this is something that is a thing. So do you think this all falls on John Harbaugh?
He got to wear it. I mean, you got to be the one to wear it. And we talked about it a lot yesterday during Inside Access where we've seen – so let's just go back to 2022 because the Ravens have 6 of those 9-point, two-score fourth-quarter leads that they have blown. The next closest team has 2. Ravens have 6. And in that time, we've seen different defensive coordinators. We've seen a Mike McDonald – to a Zach Orr now. We've seen Roquan Smith come in. We've seen the Ravens add Derrick Henry. We've seen so much personnel and coaching staff changes, but it keeps happening. Why does it keep happening? And if you're John Harbaugh, you have to wear it. And in this season in which the Ravens, depending on what odds book you're looking at, they were the favorite or one of the favorites to win the Super Bowl, the pressure's on. And the pressure's really on this football team to begin this year because 5 of their first 6 games are against teams that won their division last year.
Daboll was asked some very direct questions after the Giants lost to the Commanders 21-6. Is Russell Wilson your starting quarterback? He was asked repeatedly. He never answered the question. He did everything he did to evade. And the media, New York media is on him. He's like, look, man, do you understand with your response here that people are going to go and run about whether or not Russell Wilson is your quarterback moving forward? And then he would talk about everybody around Russ and how they got to be better and this and that. I know he was trying to take the pressure off of Russell Wilson, but he was never flat out saying Russell Wilson is our starting quarterback the foreseeable future. Russ is going to start this week at Dallas. Then they've got Kansas City, LA Chargers. Difficult first month. He's going to dart. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. The number dropped a little bit, 20 to 25. In my mind, Sam, what I'm thinking right now is, look, I think Dart's going to end up playing the majority of the season. Maybe I'm dead wrong on that. I think he's out there majority of the season. And with that, I'm going to want a Dart ticket. I'm just trying to figure out when do I want to get a Dart ticket.
I'm not making this up. There is no spin on it.
It's time to bet and sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your host, the big noise, Brad Evans.
I got to duplicate that. No way. I was shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge. They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brother the Big Noise Evans with it. Ryan Orban in the house on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. We're going to get after with our guy Rob Brown here momentarily, talking everything we can about college football and the National Football League. Friendly reminder, we got our pole dancing poll question of the day right now on X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. And it's asking this: of the week 1 standout fantasy football performances, which player are you buying most to hold value this season? Your options are Daniel Jones, the Colts, Keon Coleman of the Bills, Quentin Johnston of the Chargers, or Javonte Williams of them Cowboys. So far, over 240 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right to keep the votes a-coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Now, through the power of animated picture and sound, let's bring on our dude, Rob Brown. He's gorgeous, America. And then you can hear on the Fan Upstate, his show, it's called, appropriately enough, The Rob Brown Show. And follow him on X as well, at The Rob Brown Show. Again, on X, at The Rob Brown Show. Rob, welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Let's start off in college football. The SEC Center stage is set as a number of Whopper-level games are slated this weekend in college football. Zeroing in on Georgia, Tennessee. Do you buy UGA lifting a leg on old Rocky Top? Right now at BetMGM, Georgia's favored by 3.5 with a total of 49.5. What, my man, is the pick?
You know, I'm leaning Georgia. I'm in on Georgia. Also, hi boys, great to be back. I'm in on Georgia. I can't bail out on Georgia just yet. They maybe haven't looked as dominant out of the gate as we thought. But Brad, you and I were talking before we came on the air. Mondays on the Rob Brown Show, which does air at thefanupstate.com and streams live on YouTube and Twitch every single weekday morning from 6 till 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Shameless self-promotion never sleeps, boys. We talk on Mondays. We don't do Overreaction Monday like everybody else. We do, well, actually Monday, where we tell everybody to calm TF down after one game, because there is nothing that will kick your ass in the books more than overreacting from one single game, which is why my take from last night's Monday Night Football game is the Vikings aren't as good as you're all making them out to be, and the Bears aren't as bad as you're all making them out to be. And if you play the Vikings like they're an NFC contender all of the sudden, like just they've got a path to the title, you're going to get hammered. And if you play the Bears like they're going 0-17, you're going to get hammered. Relax. And that's where I am with Georgia. They bring in Gunnar Stockton. And we have talked about Gunnar Stockton because Gunnar Stockton was, you will remember, I know Harvey will, because he was a big-time Notre Dame recruit when he was on his way out of the high school ranks. Everybody and they mama wanted Gunnar Stockton, and the guy has played spare parts time, right? Like he got some time in the SEC title game. He got the playoff game last year for Georgia. But as far as just being QB1 and having an off season and time to work and figure it out, he's had a game. I'm not out on Gunnar Stockton. That being said, Tennessee looks real good. However, kind of the same thing. How bad can you look when you play East Tennessee State? Well, I don't know, Clemson. They found out playing Troy. Different story, different time. Point is, when Tennessee takes on East Tennessee State, yeah, I expect you to go put 70 up on the board. That's the expectation for that type of football game. So it's a better game than I thought we might have thought it was going to be preseason. I will bail out on Kirby Smart when they give me a reason to, and as far as I'm concerned, they haven't done that yet. I'll take Georgia lay the points.
Yeah, totally agree, dude. 6-0 against the spread in their last 6. Kirby's own Tennessee, with you on that one. What about this? I feel like we might go head-to-head, man, because Clemson is down to a 3.5-point favorite. They were missing 3 dudes last week, and I I know a lot of people like Georgia Tech this week, but not I. I'm going to buy low on the Tigers. I like the money line minus 160, although that bounced up to minus 175. What say you? Who wins the game outright, Clemson or Georgia Tech?
You know, Horvat, I said last week on this show, is it about that time? Is about that time that maybe there's a couple of coaches that we stop saying everything's a granted, a given for them, and it was Steve Sarkisian and it was Dabo Swinney. And then I said, wait a minute, maybe we hang it on Cade Klubnik a little bit. We came into the year, he's the Heisman frontrunner. He's the guy. He's football Jesus, here to resurrect the Clemson Tigers and bring them back to the mountaintop of college football. And he stank out loud on Saturday. Like I understand. And Dabo said in his press conference, he said, he was just disappointed in himself and it's going to take some time. And I would have booed us too. Dabo leaned real early into the season into the poor little old Clemson take, right? Like we got to poor little old Clemson real quick this year. And here's the thing. The question's going to be, do we get first half Clemson against Georgia Tech, in which Tech's going to win that game? Or do we get second half Clemson against that team? But here's the part that I think a lot of the Clemson folks around here were missing, because even Dabo came in the press conference and said, nobody wants to give us credit for the fact that we scored on 5 straight possessions. It was Troy, my guy. Like, respect to the Troy Trojans. But yes, that's what you were supposed to do the whole game. And oh, by the way, of course you outlasted Troy. You're a Power 5 conference championship caliber team, and they're Troy. You better have dogs that are better in the third and the fourth quarter than they do. If you are getting punched in the mouth in the fourth quarter by Troy, with all due respect to Troy, because that's a nasty little program, man. They got a lot of guys that wanted to be Alabama players, Auburn players, Florida players that either were just right there, couldn't get in, or the grades weren't good enough, whatever. Like, I've covered Troy in the past when I was a Panhandle. They're always a team full of absolute dogs and athletes, but they can't go 4 quarters with an ACC or SEC or Big Ten team. You better have outlasted them. I got to tell you, Ryan, I don't think second half Clemson was Clemson figuring it out. I think second half Clemson was Clemson just having better conditioning and stamina than the Troy Trojans do, and Troy just ran out of gas. I'm worried about Clemson. I'm not ready to commit your paycheck to Georgia Tech on the money line yet, but if that number is going to hang out at 3.5, you're damn right I'm going to take it, because Tech can absolutely be inside of a field goal with this football team.
Ooh, all right. I can't wait for that one. Game that I'm looking forward to in the NFL, maybe one that kind of flies under the radar. The Bengals did not look good week 1, but they did survive. And then you got the Jags, our Jags, who look pretty good despite a weather delay. Bryce Young didn't look so good, but I like what I saw enough to bet them plus 3.5. What say you, though? Bengals, 3.5 point favorites. Actually opened at 5.5, so it's come down a little bit. What do you think about this one?
You know, one of my favorite people on planet Earth, your friend, my friend, America's friend and America's sweetheart, PJ Glasser, has turned me on to the concept of the narrative bet, where sometimes it's a smart thing to bet the narrative because the narrative is the narrative for the reason. And I used to hate that until PJ did a couple of bet for the cycles with me, and he nailed like 4 or 5 straight narrative bets. And I'm like, son of a biscuit, like he might be onto something here. The narrative going into this was the Bengals stink in week 1. I don't know why. That's just like what they've historically done. They just stink in week 1. So I think if this was week 4 and what happened against the Browns happened in week 3, I might feel a little bit differently about it. I've been in on Jacksonville. I've got a ticket on Jacksonville to win the AFC South. And I feel a hell of a lot better today than I did last Friday about that bet coming true. At the same time, I can tell you one thing. I got some rules in the gambling world. Rule number 1, never bet on your own team. It will only lead to heartbreak. Rule number 2, never bet after 7 to 8 Jägermeisters because it will end in heartbreak. And rule number 3, never bet against effing Joe Burrow when something's on the line, boys. And I'm not doing that in this one because you know as well as I do, that defense might stink and it might give up 40 a game. But we also know that when that offense clicks for Cincinnati, Joey B might be, by carrying that team and its absolutely non-existent defense into some level of contention, Joey B is going to be in the back pocket of Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson for the MVP at the end of the year. I'm confident in that. I'm not going to touch that game, boys, because I don't know if the Bengals stinking in week 1 was the narrative bet, and we all took advantage of that, and then they're going to come out and go for 42. And I need probably 1 or 2 more games. I'm in on the Jags, but I need 1 or 2 more games before I'm ready to go. This team is legit, full real. Let's get it done.
I am praying, Rob, that the game finishes like 50-47 Cincinnati. That's what I'm hoping for. I think Jamar Chase is going to go absolutely ballistic.
We're all throwing Jamie Foxx's paycheck on the over in this game. Like, that's the one we're all going to agree on. We're all taking the over, even if it's set at 52, right?
Yes. Yes. This just in. It's going to be 99-95 Cincinnati. The numbers is going to keep going up.
No defense at all. Joey Burrow, give me the over.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. He's handsome, too, so I'm very envious. So, yeah, Joe Burrow all day for me. We're talking to Rob Brown,
I thought you meant
host
me.
of the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Up Stand. I wish I had your hair, too. Follow him on X, would you kindly, at the Rob Brown Show. Again, on X, at the Rob Brown Show. Rob, sticking in the NFL. Thursday night, we got 1-0 Washington going to Green Bay and Lambeau Field, taking on 1-0. And the Green Bay Packers, Horvat's Packers. Where would you stack your greenbacks, whether side, total, or possibly the player prop market in the #Tequila Thursday night affair?
I got to tell you, boys, like, I don't feel good about myself right now because one of the reasons that you two generous, kind, and dashingly handsome hosts bring me on these wonderful little Tuesday excursions is so that I can give you some picks that I like. And I feel like, by and large, I do an okay job. I got no clue. I got no clue how to play this game. I wish I could give you better than that. I got no clue. You know my affinity for last year's Rookie of the Year, Jaden Daniels. I don't know if I brought it up on the show before or not, but I had a ticket out for Jaden Daniels to win Rookie of the Year last year, and it cashed. You're welcome, America. You know I'm a big fanboy. Terry McLaurin, getting that paycheck. I'm expecting that team is going to tick up. I am not shocked that it is going to take them a little bit of a minute because they had all the offseason drama, whatever. Dude, that Green Bay Packer team just dominated Detroit, start to finish, left to right, top to bottom, up and down the entire game. There was never a point where it's like, okay, if Detroit gets, they get one thing here, one play there, they're right back. It never felt like they were even in the contest. And I know with Micah Parsons coming over, that I automatically hedged. I automatically went and grabbed myself a Green Bay to win the NFC North ticket. I'm like, if I break even because I had Detroit winning this thing and now I'm all in on Green Bay, like I'm just trying to cancel that bet out and not take an L at the end of the year. And Green Bay looked like that, I'm in. But again, the excitement was high. The vibes were high. Micah had been there for 6 days and they go out there and get that game going. Everything was set up for a great narrative game for Micah Parsons and the Packers. I don't know that there's not a bit of a throttle down, and that doesn't mean they can't win the game. On the flip side, Washington looked really good, but they were also playing the Giants. I don't want to overplay my hand there. Russell Wilson looked like booty cheeks, but was it because he is 47 years old, or was it because the Washington defense was just getting to him? I don't know yet. So, again, kind of a situation where I go week 5, we'd probably have a better read. There are some teams that jumped off the page. It's like, okay, 1 week, I know who this team is. We know who the Dolphins are. The Dolphins are cooked. They're burned. They're toasted. They're done. There are some teams we know. The Bills, the Ravens, they're both going to be excellent football teams this year, no question. These two teams are not in that group. I don't know what they are. I love the Commanders. I now love the Green Bay Packers. I hate to say it, fellas, because I know this isn't why you bring me here, and I hope this doesn't ruin my Tuesday evening spots. I'm going to tell you what's happening Thursday. The only bet I would take is Rob Brown over 5.5 beers on that couch watching a football game that is going to be the highlight of the weekend.
Maybe Jaden Daniels over 47.5 rush yards as well. Maybe that's a ticket I could convince you to take, my friend. All right, Rob, we'll get you out of here on this. I got a couple of minutes left. What is the sneakiest game to bet on in college football week 3?
Oh, I got to tell you, like, it's kind of hard for me. I know this is lazy. It's kind of hard for me not to go tell you to take Georgia Tech, especially if you can still find them at the 3.5, because I know Horvat thinks that he's the only loner. He's not. Like, there's a lot of folks that are expecting the bounce back for Clemson. I'm not there yet. I'll give you another one. Alabama's going to beat Wisconsin they're going to beat them by 42. The line's 21.5. I'm sorry. Like, Camp Randall coming down to Tuscaloosa with this Alabama team, as pissed off as they are about what happened to them on the road in Tallahassee, Florida against the Noles. They put up a 70-burger this past week. They are going to put 42 on Wisconsin. That feels like the layup bet of the weekend for me.
All right, you're in lockstep with Ryan Horvat on the Alabama Crimson Tide and Roll Tide indeed. Outstanding stuff from our guy, Rob Brown. Listen to him on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate and follow him on X at the Rob Brown Show. All right, we got to take a little siesta. We appreciate the time, Rob. We'll be talking to you soon. We come back. Fantasy Flames Week 2 at quarterback. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
I'm not making this up. There is no spin on it. He literally said, well, 1 elbow does not equal 2 feet. And literally all of us are going, yes, coach, it does. And you look at the NFL rule book, and like people have posted, word for word what a catch is in the NFL. And this is a catch. So this is an instance of a young head coach simply not knowing the rules. And it cost us a catch in a game, which you know how football goes and you know how sports go. Like momentum can swing, on big catches. And who knows how the game would have gone. I'm sure we would have lost it somehow, but still it would have been nice to know this, in the game. So Jenks, do you think this is fair that Titans fans are very mad that Brian Callahan did not know the rules?
Yes. Yes, I should be upset. When you spend your time in the offseason knowing it's going to be a rough year, and there is some excitement, obviously you have Cam Ward, like the last thing you need is to have a head coach not familiar with the NFL rule book. And this is not an obscure rule. Like every now and then there'll be a rule. I mean, this happens to me as a fan, and I'll be like, well, that's pretty complicated. Or they'll go into the weeds and the referees will call something. You're like, man, you never hear that. And maybe if you're an NFL head coach, you get a pass there. But for something like this, it's pretty much common knowledge, right?
Right. Like if casual fans are like checking you on this,
right?
That's not a good sign. And like this is somebody who's been around football for a long time. Like I think like his dad, has been around. I think he's the offensive line coach. So it's just upsetting, especially when you tack onto it like the other miscues that he had during the game, whether it was managing the clock, thinking that Cam Ward was like somehow going to turn into Joe Burrow. Because like the positions you put your rookie quarterback in on the road against one of the best defenses in the NFL, like to end a half, like maybe just run the ball out instead of like asking Cam Ward to throw it every single time and not running off any of the clock and giving the ball back to the Broncos. And you cost yourself a touchdown there. So things in Tennessee are not going well. Same story as last year. I will say at least Cam Ward is making some good throws, so maybe that is the silver lining.
You brought up USF. The books are saying it's not real, at least from a number standpoint, because Miami is a 17.5-point favorite against USF. When you hear that number, what's your reaction?
It's on the CW. I might have to take that one too.
Really?
Well, you don't serve me up Gossip Girl and USF Miami for no reason. I mean, let's go. I might have to take that one. I think that is for real. I think Byron Brown is a good quarterback. Again, he also I tweeted about it. Him and Lagway have to make quicker decisions, but he started making the decision quicker. Brown, quarterback in USF. I think they've got a lot of pieces. Again, they got these high cut guys that can just run for days. Miami, I will say this, they are way better than I thought they would be. Obviously, they've climbed up to top 5 right now. So I think Miami probably wins the game, but I do think USF covers.
Yeah, I think here's the part for Chicago where they really need.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Probably the big noise that minutes away there. Ryan Horvath along for the ride on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday, where we're going to get back to the fantasy football conversation. I always feel so damn exhilarated every time I talk to Rob Brown. Bringing the energy, bringing the strong opinions. Even if he doesn't really have a play in a certain game, he's got to, give you the straight scoop and be like, hey, look, here's the reason why I think I'm rather tepid on the spread, the total, some of the action in this game, because I have no flippant idea. And that's what he gave us in regards to the Thursday night affair between the Commanders and Packers. So I love the honesty. I love the truthfulness. And I love you, one Rob Brown. Again, if you miss any of the interview, you can always listen to the BetMGM Tonight podcast, wherever you get your podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Spotify. Download, subscribe right now to the BetMGM Tonight podcast. We're going to do a little fantasy flames of the quarterback position, looking ahead already to week 2. But we know some of you are deciding about how to prioritize your waiver wire submissions, whether in terms of Fab Cash, whether you should spend that top waiver priority. Who should you be targeting? Maybe you got a trade offer on the table. Maybe you're thinking about week 2 and the start-sit decisions that you got to put forth in fantasy football. Guess what? Horvath and I are here to help. So if you have a dilemma and it's racking your brain, let us push you over the edge, whether on one side or the other. Just pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, fire off your questions and comments on X at BetMGM Tonight. All right, let's talk some fantasy flames at quarterback. And here is the rule. They have to be under 60% started as of right now in Yahoo League. So that is the only requirement. So Ryan, looking at some guys that may be slightly under the radar for fantasy football purposes here in week 2. Who do you believe has a fantasy flame performance? And what I mean by that, scores at least 18 fantasy points this week. Who is it?
Dynasty League, 2-quarterback league. I'm pretty excited, and I'm rolling with Jordan Love, actually, on Thursday night against the Commanders. Now, this is more a play, to be honest, on Matt LaFleur against Dan Quinn. So Green Bay has, Matt LaFleur is head coach of the Green Bay Packers, has seen Dan Quinn defenses 3 times. 1 when he was with Atlanta, 2 when he was the defensive coordinator with the Cowboys. But Green Bay has scored 30, 31, and 48 in all 3 games. And this is why I think the Commanders take a step back. I know it looked pretty good week 1, but they were playing against Russell Wilson and the Giants. I like how Green Bay just has, every week it could be a different weapon. Christian Watson's not healthy, even though they did extend him about an hour ago so he could do his rehab. But you got Romeo Doubs, you got our guy Matthew Golden, who I do think eventually is going to see more targets here. Josh Jacobs in that run game will open things up down the field. I think Jordan Love's going to take some more shots down the field. I think Matt LaFleur is going to open up the offense a little bit more. I think it starts on Thursday night. I'm predicting at least 3 touchdowns from Jordan Love in this game, and I think Green Bay wins. So I'll go Jordan Love, under 60% started right now in every league.
I love ya with Jordan Love. All right, go a little old school Timberland and Magoo for you 90s R&B fans that are out there. I'm going to go with Trevor Lawrence. We just had Rob Brown on, and I think it's unanimous. Although I didn't get your opinion, are you betting the over on Bengals and Jaguars? I feel like this feline fracas is going to be buku points. Am I wrong?
No, I don't think you're wrong at all, man. I think Cincinnati's offense definitely bounced back. I think that they're going to score more than 17 points in this game. And Jacksonville, really the same thing. It was kind of shaky for them as well because you had the weather delay, wet conditions. I think the over hits here. I like the over as well with you guys.
All right, so this leans into my belief that Trevor Lawrence, the blonde bomber, is finally going to meet expectations. A guy, again, in a make-or-breaker year, and I think he was more break than make, honestly, in week one. I mean, look at the final output. Sure, he got the win, but for fantasy football devices, ho-hum yet again. Just $178 through the air, a touchdown, and an interception. Though he was a respectable number 13, adjusted completion percentage, 7.8, and average depth of target. That was number 16 on the week. Now, seeing that Cincinnati secondary, they were just number 22 after 1 week of play, and drop back success rate defense. And I think they're going to be near the dregs of the keg in that category for much of the year. I think they're going to really be on the struggle bus on the back end defensively. You got Travis Hunter, who actually played really well, primarily operating there in the short field. You got Brian Thomas, who only had 1 catch. That's a guy who's going to snap back, much like Jamar Chase in this same game. I'm probably going to see a lot of Jamel Dean in coverage. Thomas could go for like 75 and a touchdown. I got Trevor Lawrence as my fantasy flame subject, primary subject. Right now, thegamingjuice.com wrote about it, so if you want all the gory details or reasoning behind it, a lot of it I just gave you. By all means, go there. It's absolutely free to read all my content at thegamingjuice.com. But I'm thinking it's like 260 yards, a couple of touchdowns, maybe a pick, and makes up for that pick with like 15 rushing yards. He gets there. He's probably going to be a QB1 performer in 12-team leagues. So give me Trevor Lawrence to be my fantasy flame. Only 15% started right now in Yahoo leagues. And, of course, taking on the Cincinnati Bengals. Flip side of the coin, the fantasy lane, they got to be over 50% started. No bias baked into this opinion. Who are you saying might let you down?
All right, so we went Bo Nix, I believe, week 1, and he had a couple bad interceptions in that game. But let's go with Jaden Daniels. Now, I'm not saying don't start Jaden Daniels. You would be an absolute lunatic not to because of, his rushing ceiling, his rushing floor, his passing ceiling. So I really like Green Bay's defense, man. Not even being biased here. I just think the Micah Parsons pickup. Now, granted, right now he's not playing all the snaps, but I really like what I saw from Rashawn Gary, from Lucas Van Ness. And that was against Detroit. Granted, that's a new play caller, but Jahmyr Gibbs had 10 receptions for 32 yards. That's the lowest amount of yards ever for anybody with over 10 receptions in a game. I just think this Green Bay defense is for real. And the other thing that scares me a little bit on a short week is, and I know that Dan Quinn came out and said there's no concern for his status in the game, but he's got a wrist injury that just popped up on the report today or yesterday on Monday. So I'm going to go with Jaden Daniels. I think he's going to have a bust of a game against the Green Bay Packers, and I think their defense is for real.
He can royally suck through the air, but I didn't even get the job done on the ground. Again, because I had the over, and I grabbed it at 44.5 rush yards against your Green Bay Packers. I'm going to go with Patrick Mahomes. 91% started in Yahoo League, taking on the Philadelphia Eagles. Fly, Eagles, fly. Though that game being played in Kansas City. Philadelphia, after a week, number 5, and drop back EPA defense, and a team that has a lot of talent in that secondary. Again, you may or may not have Xavier Worthy. He's technically listed as day-to-day. I'd be stunned. I'd be shocked if he played. If he did play, is he going to play meaningful snaps? Again, I'd be stunned and shocked in that regard as well. No Rashee Rice. He's still got 5 games left on his suspension. So the expectation here for Mahomes is, can he replicate what he did on the ground south of the equator, in which he had 6 carries, 57 yards, and that rushing TD? I mean, he was just rather vanilla, rather average through the air, 258 passing yards and a passing touchdown. He was only number 22 week 1 and adjusted completion percentage. So, I think a lot of the advanced data was not all that encouraging. I think his performance was subpar with the exception of the rushing data that masked some of the inefficiencies that are out there. And now you could be down Xavier Worthy. Yeah, Juju Smith-Schuster may step up. Hollywood. Brown could have another big game. But Mahomes, I think, could finish outside the top 15 at quarterback this week. That is not crazy sauce or the crazy pills talking. I'm buying it because he just doesn't have a whole lot of healthy options to throw to, and Philadelphia's got a legit back-end defense. All right, let's go with a shocker special. Under 15% started in Yahoo leagues. What surprise player can make some serious noise here in week 2?
I'll throw 2 just in case this one guy doesn't even play. I actually kind of like Tua, who was absolutely terrible week 1. He threw for 114 yards. But you still have maybe Tyreek Hill. We'll see what's going on with him. Jalen Waddle, Achane. I think they could have a bounce-back week. And I actually like them against New England, who just got torched through the air week 1 by the Raiders. But I like Mac Jones, man. If Brock Purdy can't play, I actually picked him up in a deeper league. So I know, the Saints played hard week 1, but this is a big step up in class from the Cardinals, even if the 49ers are banged up. And Mac Jones started the final 8 games last year in Jacksonville after Trevor Lawrence got hurt and scored at least 21.2 fantasy points in 3 of his last 6 games. He's serviceable enough, especially with Christian McCaffrey and Ricky Pearsall. Even without Kittle, I think Mac Jones could ball out against the Saints. I expect their defense to take a step back from what we saw week 1. I don't know if they're going to play that hard every week. So if Purdy can't go, I think Mac Jones will be just fine.
Let me ask you a question in regards to this as a follow-up. Jake Tonjes, a guy that I think is kind of interesting, had a touchdown reception last week. No George Kittle. He's a guy that's, sipping pina coladas in like almost every fantasy league imaginable. Could he be a guy that maybe if you're a Kittle roster or owner, they could plug and play and maybe get like 40 yards and a possible touchdown out of, whether it's Mac Jones or Brock Purdy? It really doesn't matter. So what are your thoughts on Jake Tonjes?
Yeah, especially if it's Mac Jones, I feel a little bit better, right? Some shorter passes in the middle of the field. He's reliable enough from what we saw. He caught all 3 of his targets, granted for only 15 yards, but had that touchdown. With no Kittle, if he's available, I don't want to get too crazy, but I would take a stab with him, especially at that position right now.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to lie. I've ranked him inside my top 20, thegamingjuice.com, among tight ends. I think he's muy interessante. And that is one guy. I've got my eyes peeled right now on BetMGM. It'll probably be a while. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't post any player props until like Friday. Could be as late as Saturday. They're all waiting, of course, the Brock Purdy news, who is going to be under center. But whether it's Mac Jones or Purdy, Tonjes is a guy. It's a low number. Maybe it's like 11.5, 12.5, 13.5, 14.5, 15.5, whatever, within that range. And I think that's entirely realistic of what the number is going to be. Give me the over. That is one prop I can't wait to see, and hopefully BetMGM is going to post it, and please do so soon. My shocker special at quarterback, I'm a loud and proud member of Team Stroud, and he had a subpar week, much like Trevor Lawrence in week 1. Only went for $188 through the air, no TD passes, an INT, boosted the bottom line somewhat with 5 carries for 32 yards. Offensive line, though, remains a problem. You look at the Houston offensive line is rated Pro Football Focus, the 3rd worst pass blocking efficiency rate. He absorbed 3 sacks. He had the 10th worst time to throw as tracked by NFL Next Gen Stats. Those are all worrisome. I think that Houston offensive line is going to be a turnstile, much like it was last year. Taking on Tampa in game 1 of the Monday night doubleheader. Again, I believe this secondary is going to be bottom 10. They're living down to that expectation right now. Number 25 and drop back success rate defense after a week. You got Nico Collins coming off a clunker of a game. I think he is going to rebound big time in this one. We'll see if they have Christian Kirk. It's to be determined. It's undetermined whether or not he's going to be able to come back from that hamstring injury. But they're going to have to really air it out. And I think C.J. Stroud will have a tremendous amount of success through the air. Don't be shocked. It goes for like 250-plus yards, couple of touchdowns. Yeah, he might have a pick. Yeah, the sacks are going to be an issue. But he'll run. And when you got Vita Vea breathing down your neck, he's a big dude. You're going to be taking off and sprinting down the field. So any miscues, mistakes that he has, he can make up for on the ground. So don't sleep too hard
on C.J. Stroud here in week 2. Your thoughts on Stroud and this matchup against the Buccaneers?
Yeah, that's who I was going to go with as well. And then I saw in the rundown that you had Stroud. And no, I really like him in this matchup against Tampa. I like the Texans in the game. I did bet against Tampa week 1 because of that secondary and should have won the bet. I mean, Atlanta outgained them, outmanned them, outclassed them, but they just couldn't close because that's just what they do every single year. But you're going to get the dropbacks, 25-30 in this game because they're all beat up in the running back room right now. So I like him against this secondary. I like Stroud quite a bit this weekend. That would have been my pick as well.
Yeah, look, I think C.J. Stroud in general is going to have more like outside the top 15 ranks on a weekly basis. Again, that offensive line is a problem in Houston, and they don't have really a dynamite run game. I mean, you're trying out a wounded Nick Chubb who's lost a step as your primary rusher. That really sums it up. So there are some shortcomings, to say the least, right now in H-Town, but we'll see how it shows up on Monday against Tampa. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, our cards. How we doing tonight in the world of sports betting? Stick around and find out right here. BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Yeah, I think here's the part for Chicago where they really need to buckle down because remember last year they had some good games that they strung together and then they lost. I think it was that game against the Commanders. And then it started like a 10-game losing streak. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
So I think for the Bears, it is the important thing to keep the culture good, keep the vibes high, which I know are tough after starting the season with a loss. But you cannot let it accumulate into something much worse because I feel like that's what happened last year.
Yeah, what was the game? What was the game where Matt Eberflus and Caleb Williams collectively just lost their minds? Was it against the Lions? Is that what it was?
It was a lot of games.
It was the Lions on Thanksgiving.
On Thanksgiving,
just
yeah.
completely screwed up the end.
Yeah, I mean, it was every game, you mean? You mean every single game they were in last year? But yes, that Lions game in particular, where at the end of the game, they just let time run off the clock. I mean, my God, when you go into a situation like that, I think that's the thing with Ben Johnson is that when you come into a situation where, because he was on the opposite sideline and watched that happen in real time. Like, imagine if you're Ben Johnson and you're like, I'm going to go coach that team. Oh, I got my work cut out for me because that quarterback looks awful. I hear he doesn't like to study or prepare. Who knows if that's true or not. And also, this team is an absolute mess. No discipline at all. And it takes time. And there were reports during training camp like that the Bears were sloppy, that Ben Johnson was all over Caleb Williams. Just like you can – I always say, just like you can learn to win, you can learn to lose. Like, you pick up these bad habits, and they just get ingrained in the culture. So I think with Ben Johnson, because the culture has not been good for Chicago for so long, it takes a while to sort of weed out that rot.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it's going to be a test for Ben Johnson because it's not just the X's and O's. It's not scheme things. It is culture.
If you'd like Philly to win, and I do, don't get me wrong, I don't like doing this because you're betting against Andy Reid with extra time to prepare, Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce in a big-time revenge spot, an improved Chiefs offensive line, and a Chiefs team that certainly doesn't want to start 0-2 with a loss to the team that whipped them in the Super Bowl last time. But the Eagles are just a better team right now. Like, the Eagles are just a better team, and I think they're going to be able to run. You're going to get some squeaky wheel stuff with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. Jalen Hurts throws the ball down the field a little bit more maybe in week 2. And if you can go out there and get the Eagles at minus 108 versus minus, you see 118 on the screen just to win outright, I think that's a pretty good bet right now.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath hanging with your boy here on a hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. Oh, it's a final. Oh, and I got a winner on my card. We're going to review those here momentarily. But a friendly reminder, folks, if you have any fantasy football questions for us, the phone line's still wide ass open. And we're looking for your inquiries, and we're happy to help. If you have any of those, go ahead and pick up the phone and dial us right now at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Go ahead and fire off your questions and comments here in this last segment for me, and I will grab them and I will fire it off to Horvath, and we'll give you an opinion instantaneously here on the show. So again, via the X at BetMGM Tonight, or pick up the phone and dial us 833-732-3875. Bring the noise and your fantasy questions, and we will answer live right here on air. We're going to review our cards here momentarily, but we also have got to give you the pole dancing poll question results of the day. And that question is fantasy football related. And I'm trying to pull it up right now. I'm trying to find it. I got like 1 billion tweets. I think I must be tweeting out like 20 things a day right now, Ryan Horvath. So everything gets a little bit buried. There it is. It was asking you this. Of the week 1 standout fantasy football performances, which player are you buying most to hold value this season? Your options were, I'm going to go ahead and shut that down, Daniel Jones of the Colts, Keon Coleman of the Bills, Quentin Johnston of the Chargers, or Javonte Williams of them Cowboys. Who do you think led the way? We had 243 votes officially.
I'll go Keon Coleman because the Bills do need a wide receiver one.
Correct! Resoundingly, 50.2% of the vote was on Keon Coleman, and that would have been my vote as well. Second place, believe it or not, Javonte Williams at 23.5%. He would not have been one of my choices by any stretch of the imagination. My second choice probably would have been this next guy, Quentin Johnston, at 17.3%, and people were believing that Daniel Jones was a fluke in week 1, only 9.1%. Of course, Brandon Combs, our EP, and a man working the board here on BetMGM Tonight, chimed in and said Keon Coleman would be a stud for Buffalo, but people forget how good Quentin Johnston was at TCU for 2 seasons. He just wasn't in the right position, and now they finally figured out how to use him. I think he explodes this season. So Brandon obviously not worried about the case of the dropsies that plagued Quentin Johnston last year. He's not a guy you would want to hand the Halloween candy bowl over because it would go crashing on the floor. Yeah, I mean, maybe he delivers some consistent wide receiver 2, occasional wide receiver 3 performance. That outstanding 2 touchdowns he had in the opener, nearly 80 yards receiving. What are your thoughts on Quentin Johnston? Again, widely available right now. A lot of people trying to decide on their waiver wire priorities. Are you showing like 10 to 15 bucks out for him? Maybe a little bit higher. Can he keep up? And I mean, he won't be able to duplicate what he did in week 1, but can he keep up at least being a top 36? In other words, a wide receiver 3 in 12-team fantasy leagues this year.
Yeah, maybe I'd go a little bit higher than 15, right? I mean, Justin Herbert really likes him. After the game, he said for the second time this season, he's going to have a big role. The first time this season, he also said it in camp. He expects him to take on a bigger role this season. So, I mean, the issue has been drops, but I really liked him at TCU. Yeah. Has really good speed. It just comes down to consistency. Can you trust him? Can you trust throwing him the football, or is he going to drop it? So as long as he continues to hang on the ball, man, I think there'll be a role for him in this offense. So I kind of like him a little bit this year.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I still like Keenan Allen a little bit more. Keenan, not as widely available as Quentin Johnson, but Keenan, man, that guy, he's just a savvy route runner. He's so smart, always exploiting and finding those soft spots in coverage, whether against man or zone. He's never had elite speed. He's just a savvy route runner and a tactician and a guy that's a phenomenal technician at what he does. So, Keenan Allen's a guy I think consistently has got a really high floor. In PPR format's going to get you, 4 to 6 receptions pretty much every single week, including this week in the Chargers Monday night matchup against maybe the worst secondary in the league in the Las Vegas Raiders. So Allen, somebody obviously to consider for starting purposes. Clearly Quentin Johnson in as well. Let me ask you a general question, though, about the Chargers. They were one of the most run-heavy teams in the NFL last season. I believe they were number 10 and run rate, according to TeamRankings.com. That's the MO of Greg Roman. But we saw them unfurl, just bombard the Kansas City Chiefs down in Brazil in week 1. Do you think that was anomalous, that style of play, or are they going to be more liberal in their pass calling this season?
Yeah, it's a really good question, man, because historically Greg Roman is very run heavy. Every year they're going to be a top 10 run offense. But you have Justin Herbert, and that's why I bet him this year to win the MVP. Took a little stab. I thought that 25-1 was a crazy price. Last year he was excellent, and that was only year 1 in the Greg Roman offense, and it was year 1 with Harbaugh as the head coach. Had the playoff stinker, so I know a lot of people were kind of out on Harbaugh, about Herbert. But I like him a lot, man. I don't think he's just an internet quarterback. I think that they're going to have to probably drop him back 22 to 25 times minimum every single week, even if they're going to be so run heavy. But, when they travel, cold weather games a little bit later on in the season, especially if the defense does hold up, I think they're still going to be top 10. I don't think anything's really going to change, but, might dictate week by week, game plan and script for opponent rather than just the same old stuff every week. Maybe Greg Roman finally adapts, because that was the problem in some of those playoff games. I thought maybe he should have opened it up for Lamar a little bit more. That said, if they would have had him a couple of years ago against Kansas City and would have actually run the ball, they probably would have beat him. So I kind of expect it to look kind of like it did last year. But, man, Herbert's good. And hell, if you're going to have reliable options and targets like Quentin Johnson this year and guys are actually going to hang on to the ball, maybe they'll let Herbert drop back a little bit more.
Yeah, I totally agree. And take a chill pill on Amari Hampton. A lot of hot take artists out there are like, oh, man, he was so subpar. That dude is lame. Give it time, bro. Let it simmer. Just relax, right? Do the RELAX Aaron Rodgers route. Like what I saw in some of the key takeaways, volume, right? The opportunity share was massive for him. The carries are going to be there. I thought he impressed on a yak per attempt basis overall, showing that power. The offensive line could have done a better job. I mean, you're facing one of the more formidable defensive fronts in the NFL in Kansas City. He will not be facing that against Las Vegas. So I think that's going to be a real show your true colors kind of game for Amari Hampton. I'm pulling up BetMGM right now. They got a ton of player props that just dropped over the course of this show. They are ultra early this week compared to a lot of the other books out there. So way to go, BetMGM, getting them out nice and early and conveniently. And I am hopefully going to see something on this Chargers and Raiders game. And no, they don't have player props in that one, again, being on Monday night. What do you think the number is going to open at for Amari Hampton against Viva Las Vegas? I'm expecting it to be somewhere probably around 64.5, 65.5. Is that too low, too high? What do you think?
Yeah, I'm going to say, let's think here for a second. I'm going to go with Hampton. Man, that's a really good question. I'll go, 52.5. I'm pulling up the board. It looks like the longest rush is actually 13.5. That's all I could find at one sports book. So I'm going to go do the multiplication on that. Probably like 52.5 to 55.5, I would say. I'll take the over, man.
Over.
I'll take the over. Yeah. Hey, with these rookie backs, I'm never really concerned, especially with a tough matchup, like a week 1 primetime game, a lot of nerves going against Kansas City. Didn't have a whole lot of running room, but I think he's going to be an absolute stud this year, man. So I think this is probably the breakout week. And if it's in the 50s, I'll bet the over. I think he rushes closer to like 75 yards this weekend.
Yeah, totally agree. All right, we got to rock and roll through our cards this evening. Our top 3 plays. You're looking ahead to the football slate. So quick rundown of your top 3 plays. What were they?
Yeah, I love Kansas State. Bet that at plus 2.5. I still like them. They're 1.5 point favorites. I think they beat Arizona by a field goal on Friday night. We'll be here for that one. But if it gets to 3 tomorrow, I don't want to bet it anymore. Duke went from plus 3, which I loved against Tulane, to now a pick. I still like that, but not as much as I like catching a field goal, so I would bet that now if you like Duke this weekend, because they're probably going to close as a 2.5 to 3 point favorite. And then Miami. I love Miami this weekend as 17.5 point favorites against South Florida. South Florida pulls off the upset because they go into the swamp. They beat the Gators because they ran the ball down their throats. They're not going to be able to do that against Miami. Miami held Notre Dame to under 50 rushing yards with all of their running backs, including Jeremiah Love, who's a Heisman candidate. He didn't even average 2 yards per carry in that game. Carson Beck has been ridiculously good the first 2 weeks of the season. Last week, granted it was against Bethune-Cookman, he completed his first 15 passes. Nobody done that. Nobody did that at Miami ever, except for Vinny Testaverde. So he's breaking records. I think Miami rolls against South Florida.
All right, my card tonight, numero uno, the Cubs on the money line. They won 6-1. Cha-ching! Took that one to minus 110. Aaron Judge, he homered, which means I cash on the over 1.5 total bags against Detroit at plus 100. Another cha-ching! So far, 2 for 2. My third play yet to tip off the WNBA. Veronica Burton, 5+ rebounds. Golden State plus 15.5 against Seattle Storm at plus 100. Parlay Pete had the Dodgers minus 1.5 on the run line. Shohei Ohtani 2+ in the hair. That's his plus run Swiss RBI at plus 112. That one is yet to have first pitch. Sledgehammer, Jaden Daniels over 44.5 rush yards. I also had Alyssa Thomas 11+ rebounds tonight against LA at plus 125. And I think Josh Jacobs going to find the end zone. Parlay that with Green Bay on the money line. All right, I got extra stage left. Stick around for a bonus hour with Ryan Horvath. Until next time, adios, amigos. I got to get more bets in. I'm out.
BetMGM tonight will be right back on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Is it too late to jump on Mateer at 8-1?
I don't think it's too late, but you're certainly not getting the best bang of your buck. You know, obviously because he's coming off a good game against a marquee opponent where he made some really good throws. But I don't think his price is going to be going down over the weekend. Oklahoma goes on the road. Am I reading this correctly? To Temple. Doesn't feel like it should be a tough game for Oklahoma, but they do have, you know, maybe some tough ones coming up. They play Auburn the next week, and then I think it looks like 4 weeks they play Texas. That will be obviously a huge game. But like maybe there's still, you know, some logic that says, okay, you can still bet on John Mateer, because I do feel like in the public mindset, like he's still definitely not won it. Like even though the odds have shortened dramatically, it's still 8-1. It does feel like it is still very much a wide open race. So you're not getting the best number, but I'm not going to talk off people who are saying, hey, I can still make a case for John Mateer. There's still plenty of weeks left in the season, still plenty of big marquee games, and he has shown flashes of being a very good quarterback.
Yeah, it's pretty upsetting to me. I'm not happy with it. I was hoping to go to Oklahoma and not be good, but, you know, credit where credit is due. He looks really good. I think the only issue with John Mateer is not his play. He looks great. And when you get a win over Michigan in the way that they did, Michigan is definitely down this year, but still, it's a big win. I think they use him so much, he gets a lot of usage. I mean, he can run the ball, too. That's the thing. He's more of a dual threat than you think. I mean, he can move. And so when you use a quarterback that much, I think you have to worry potentially about injury, which, of course, you do with every quarterback or every player that you bet on, but particularly at that position and particularly a guy like him because the Sooners really need him on offense. They've had issues with their offense in previous years, and so they are going to absolutely get as much run out of him as possible. And when that happens, then, there's maybe a bit more of a roll of the dice there. But there's no question at 8-1, I still think there's value.
Here we are, NFC North, after one game. Green Bay's the favorite. You expect Green Bay to be the favorite. Minus 125. Okay, now we got to lay a price to take the Packers to win the division. The Vikings are the second favorite. I remind you that it was Lions-Packers co-favorites before the first game. Now the Lions are third, Vikings second. Vikings are plus 300. Lions are plus 440 this morning. After one game, everybody is out, not only in on the Packers, but couple that out on the Lions after they end up playing each other. Bears are 12-1. Is that extreme overreaction? The Lions this morning plus 440 with an 0-1 record.
It is, but I also don't have any interest in betting it. I didn't get there on Lions under, but we had some sharp guys on the show during the summer that said under 10.5. And it was a look that made a ton of sense. But then you looked at the roster and thought, well, they didn't really lose a lot of talent. And I think it's very, very easy to look at that week one performance against Green Bay and say, well, they can't do it without Johnson and Glenn. Maybe. I don't want to bet the plus 440. Everything in my body says I should, but I have no interest, and I don't know why that is. You would think buying the dip would be ideal, especially on a team that was very, very good last year that went 15-2.
Let the madness begin.
Raise up, take your shirts off, throw them around your head, spin them like a helicopter.
It's BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, with Ryan Horvat.
Some zig, I'm gonna zag. All right, the theme of the night is all dogs hopefully take us to heaven. Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy.
Presented by BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas.
BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, solo hour. Ryan Horvat with you here for the next 60 minutes, and we're going to recap what we saw on Monday Night Football to start off the hour. Then we're going to do a little overreaction or make sense, talk about week one of the NFL season, another great week of the college football season. Really excited for this upcoming weekend, man. Saturday's schedule. Now, it's not week one. Week one, we had 3 top 10 matchups. We're not going to get that coming up this Saturday, but there's some sneaky underrated games, and I have way too many bets in both the NFL and especially in college football that I'll throw out maybe this segment as well. Let's start with what's going down in Major League Baseball, because baseball is still going down. I can't wait for the postseason to get here, to be honest with you guys. Then I'll be locked in again. Cubs do get the win tonight, luckily, on the money line, minus 110 against Spencer Strider and the Braves. They win 6-1. Total goes under 8.5, barely. The Tigers, 12-2 winners over the Yankees. They were plus 134 winners. Total goes over 8.5. Phillies out in Philadelphia, 9-3 winners over the Mets. They were minus 137 tonight. The Guardians shut out the Royals 2-0 in Cleveland. They were minus 110 favorites. Total goes under 7.5. The Washington Nationals. I almost said the Washington Commanders because I got football on the brain, but the Nationals, they're still playing baseball. They are 7-5 winners today over the Miami Marlins on the road. Baltimore 3-2 winners over the Pirates. And then right now, games in progress. We got the Astros up 3-1 on the Blue Jays in the bottom of the ninth. Blue Jays, though, have the bases juiced with only one out. White Sox trail the Rays 5-4 on the south side of Chicago, top of the ninth. One on for the Rays, looking to extend their lead. Texas up 5-3 on the Brewers out in Texas. You got the Angels up 3-0 on the Twins. The Mariners trail early to St. Louis in the top of the second, 2-0. I actually kind of like the Cardinals tonight. I probably should have bet them, but I'm avoiding baseball. Reds, 2-0 winner, 2-0, I should say, in the top of the second over the Padres. And then the Giants, 3-0 right now over the Diamondbacks. Last night, we were here for Monday Night Football and won a lot of bets, won a lot of prop bets. But one bet that I lost was the Chicago Bears plus 1.5. And we got Brandon Combs producing the show out in Chicago. He's a Bears fan. So, Brando, I felt really good in the first half, obviously. And it's funny because if you go back and you look at social media, the people that didn't delete their tweets, it was Ben Johnson's the real deal. Caleb Williams is Patrick Mahomes 2.0. And that is what it is, right? I'm not ready to write off the Bears. I'm not ready to write off Caleb Williams after one bad performance or one shaky performance because like the first half, he didn't throw an incompletion. The second half was terrible. The first 3 incompletions, and then they showed the sideline cut of Ben Johnson, and he's swearing on the sidelines, and he's shaking his head in disgust. And I went back and I watched the All-22, and I watched the game, like the regular version again as well, and I get why he was pissed. And I get why today I woke up I'm in this big text thread, whatever, with a bunch of my buddies and family members back home. There's 20 of us. They're all Bears fans, and I'm the one Packer fan. But I'm not like the meathead Packer fan where it's we own you. We effing own you, man. Instead, I'm trying to help Bears fans think better of themselves and their team, because I bet you guys over 8.5 wins, and I have high hopes. So Ben Johnson, the head coach last night, struggled at times, especially in the second half when he had to go off script. The scripted stuff, you could tell Ben Johnson was preparing for that game, not only all summer long, but his entire life, dude. He had, in everything, guys were open. Caleb missed a lot of throws. He made, going back to Ben Johnson, some shaky coaching decisions, but it was his first game. And it's not like he was going against Mike McCarthy, right? Or Urban Meyer, that half a year that he spent in Jacksonville. He was going against Kevin O'Connell. In my opinion, top 3, maybe the best coach in all of football. It's tough right now because obviously Andy Reid's the best. He's got all the rings and all the hardware. I'm really high on Harbaugh, even though he hasn't won a ring yet. He has been to a Super Bowl. But I love Kevin O'Connell. Look what he did in Minnesota last year. Nobody gave them a shot, and they won 14 games with Sam Darnold. And last night, J.J. McCarthy looked terrible in the first half. And everybody was ripping J.J. McCarthy on social media. This is what I don't get about social media. If you're a football fan, if you're a fan, okay, of a team, if you're a Bear fan and you get on social media, J.J. sucks, Rodgers sucks, Jordan Love sucks, the Packers suck. That is what it is. But if you're a ball knower, right, or you do this for a living, even if you're doing a Bears podcast, right, Bears pod, Monsters of the Midway.net, come on, man, have some have some proper evaluation. I was going to say have some class, but let the 4 quarters play out and also at least let 50% of the season play out before it's J.J. McCarthy's a bust. The Vikings should have paid Sam Darnold. Now it's Caleb Williams sucks. Ben Johnson is an OC, right? He's going to miss Dan Campbell. We don't know. One game. Let's go back to what happened week 1 of the NFL last season, right? What happened, there were a bunch of upsets. The Patriots beat the Bengals. Now, granted, the Bengals weren't even a playoff team, but the Patriots were 9.5-point dogs starting Jacoby Brissett. The Commanders lost by, 21 points? They lost by 3 scores, I know, last year, week 1. They go on to play in the NFC Championship game. Let's not forget Jaden Daniels, his first game as a rookie, didn't look all that great. And last night was J.J. McCarthy's first game as a rookie. I love the way that he battled back in the second half. And I said this off air. The one thing that J.J. McCarthy has that Caleb Williams doesn't have, because Caleb Williams has all the talent in the world, right? I still worry about some of the same stuff, the deep throws, the accuracy, the accuracy was never an issue in college. I don't know what is going on right now. It was always he holds on to the ball too long, which he resorted to doing last night again in the second half, running around like a chicken with his head cut off, trying to make plays. You can't do that at this level. I like when everything was on time, but I don't know where this inaccuracy stuff popped up out of nowhere, man, because you pop on the tape. Now, there's a couple throws where he's under pressure, and that makes sense. When you got a guy like Van Ginkel or any other pass rusher that's 245 pounds that runs a 4.4 that's attempting to decapitate and murder you on national TV, you're probably going to misfire on a couple throws. But there were throws, dude, that he just straight up missed. And what worries me is he had guys open, vertical routes streaking down the field, and instead he was looking for the checkdowns, the dink and dunk stuff. So I don't know if he doesn't trust his arm. I don't know if he doesn't trust that he can make the throws in this Ben Johnson offense. He missed. He almost got DJ Moore killed. He missed some throws, like I said. Ben Johnson, the head coach, struggled at times, but I still like Ben Johnson's ceiling as a coach. Ben Johnson, the OC, scripted a hell of a game. Go back and watch that if you haven't out there yet. But, man, like Caleb was shaky. So let me ask you this. First off, give your grade, give your take of the game. You're a Bears fan. But let me give you a redo. Jaden Daniels, J.J. McCarthy, Drake May. Is Caleb going to be the worst quarterback in this class?
Well, first of all, if you're looking for a Bears podcast and you're looking for somebody who can tell you the truth on a Bears podcast, look no further than Combs and Fitz, Windy City Sports Talk. You can catch us Sundays at 11 a.m. 11 a.m. Central Time, I should say. Feel free to come check us out. We're live on YouTube, every other place you can find us, Twitter, everywhere.
There you go.
Anyway, look, Caleb's inaccuracy has been there, and I said this last year because I'm one of those freaks that watches the All-22 as soon as it comes out, and I evaluate what I'm seeing based off of that. And look, I'm no football coach, and I don't know everything and anything about the game, but I know what I'm watching, and this is something that has been there. This inaccuracy has been there. This not seeing guys down the field has been there. And I attribute a lot of it to the Eberflus era, right? Like the Eberflus coming up in Eberflus's coaching staff and not getting the proper coaching and not being shown, how to read things downfield and how to properly, look for your reads on the left and look for your reads on the right. And a lot of that also came from not having time in the pocket because you didn't have an offensive line. You had a piss poor offensive line for an NFL offensive line. So it sometimes you hear the footsteps, you hear the ghosts, and I think that Caleb still has some of that. So Bears fans have to calm down because it's going to take time to develop that. It's going to take time to get that out of him. And he's also got to undo all the things that he was doing when he was at USC and when he was at Oklahoma. All of those things that you saw him do in college were all off script. You can't just be completely off script in the NFL. It doesn't work like that. Some guys Patrick Mahomes is the like whatever, you know what I mean? Because Patrick Mahomes go off script every play and he finds a way to make it work, but 9 times out of 10 that doesn't work in the NFL. So I like some of the stuff I saw from Caleb. The throw down the sideline that we saw yesterday while he was on the run, absolutely insane throw. Awesome. He had another one between 2 defenders that he threaded a needle and Rome had to jump to catch it, hits him in the hands, and he doesn't make the grab. But that's a nice throw. That's a pinpoint throw. That's the only place you could put the ball in order to give your receiver a chance to catch it and not get picked. Great throw. But when guys are wide open, he sails it. I don't know if he gets excited. I don't know what the deal is, but that's what he is. And I tweeted it out today. With this organization, with what the Bears are, and I tried to warn you when you were telling me that the Bears are going to win the division, and my BTSD, my Bears traumatic stress disorder, would not let me get there, and this is the reason why. Yeah. Caleb is a work in progress. They drafted a work in progress at number 1. Now, if you want Bears fans to trust the process, that's going to be hard because nobody in this organization has ever given you a reason to trust their process. Now we have Ben Johnson. You have a reason to believe. You look at some of the stuff. The game plan looked great. Some of the stuff didn't work. You hope that over the next couple of weeks, by week 6, this is all figured out. It's not going to happen by week 2. Sorry, Bears fans, but it's not going to happen. You have to be patient. You have to give it time. Caleb is a talented quarterback. Now, would I take him number 1 overall again to answer your question? No, I'd take Jaden number 1 overall. But
would you take Caleb
there's
over
nothing you
JJ
can do about
McCarthy?
that. Yes, 100 times out of 100. Yes.
What about Bo Nix? Please tell me yes.
I would still take Caleb because I think Caleb's ceiling
Bo
is
Nix
still
is no
way
good.
higher than Bo's.
Yeah,
Well,
Bo is
Nix
no
is
good.
good.
I want to be the guy that told everybody that Bo Nix is not any good.
Really?
Bo Nix, Sean Payton has a controller, and Bo Nix is a video game out there, man. And what's gonna happen every year in the playoffs? The Broncos are never gonna get. The Broncos will not make the AFC Championship game with Bo Nix as their starting quarterback.
Wow.
I'll bet you $100 on that right now. You know what? You don't even have to bet me on it. If it happens, I will just give you $100. Because what's going to happen is, right, like when he has to go off script or when he has to go out and win a game, I don't think he's going to be capable of doing so. I want to believe that Caleb is, but last night I see the stuff that goes off script in the second half, and it makes me want to throw up all over myself because I spent my entire summer. I should have been talking baseball every night with Monty and you, because instead I was hyping up the Bears and I saw the same freaking Caleb Williams that I saw last year. I was going to say the last year at USC. Last year at USC, like I said, he picked up some bad habits because the defense was so bad, but he was I saw somebody on social media was like, you know, Caleb fooled the whole world. He had one good half against Texas at Oklahoma. And I thought about that for a second, and I was like, did this dude Rip Van Winkle the next year where he goes on to USC and wins the Heisman Trophy? Like, he won the Heisman, and they won.
Right.
So, but yeah, man, I mean, that's see, what scares me, though, is I don't think, like, Jared Goff, I have him in the same category as Bo Nix. I don't think Jared Goff will ever play in an NFC Championship game ever again. Now, he played in one before, and he played in a Super Bowl because of Sean McVay. But last year, 15-win season, gifted a home game against a rookie quarterback, and they get beat. We saw what they look like week 1 without Ben Johnson. They scored 6 freaking points. So I'm done with the Jared Goff stuff now. But, you know, the reason I liked Caleb so much and why I was so high on the Bears in this offense was because Jared Goff threw for 4,000 yards 3 consecutive years because Ben Johnson had the controller. Jared Goff was the video game, kind of like Bo Nix was last year when he balled out year 1 under Sean Payton. And I was like, but man, Caleb has the tools. Caleb is the former Heisman winner. Caleb can make the Aaron Rodgers-like throws. So if he could just play within the offense, and I don't know, like, I'm not really, like, I don't cover the team. So I heard people say, or hear people say, like, he's got to swallow his ego. Maybe, right? I mean, some of the stuff that came out about last year, you know, was a little scary, I would say. But I don't know, man, because I thought that what he would do is just take what's given to him, make the throws. And last night, he missed the throws. He was sailing them over people's heads and skipping them at their feet. So that's concerning because it's year 2 now. And I know it's only week 1, but this is a big year. And the other thing I'll say really quick before we move on to all the other teams is Ben Johnson, he wasn't there when they drafted Caleb, dude. He wants to win. He'll go to Bajent week 5. This is not like a 670 the score caller saying that. If Caleb struggles and doesn't run the offense and make the throws, he'll be like, screw it, dude. You're sitting on the bench. I promise you that. We'll do a little overreaction next, BetMGM Tonight.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
And, of course, people are pissed in Baltimore, man, because for them to get off to the start that they did, where it looked like they would run the Bills out of the gym and blow them out, and after that playoff loss, and the offense looks so great, the defense this year, okay, it's going to be different because they got off to the horrific start first 10 games last year, then settled in. You thought they'd start fast. They added Jair Alexander. He got healthy in time for the game. He was getting burned left and right. This secondary with 17 first-round picks in it, they were getting shredded by Josh Allen. And unfortunately, that narrative of the Ravens blowing double-digit leads in the second half continues to persist. That was number 17 under John Harbaugh.
Right. That is a fact. That is not a feeling. 17 blown leads since 19, or I don't know when it's been, but like it's the most by any coach since 1991. Since 2008. Like that's a lot of blown leads. So like these fans aren't making this up. Like this is something that is a thing. So do you think this all falls on John Harbaugh?
He got to wear it. I mean, you got to be the one to wear it. And we talked about it a lot yesterday during Inside Access where we've seen let's just go back to 2022 because the Ravens have 6 of those 9-point, 2-score fourth quarter leads that they have blown. The next closest team has 2. Ravens have 6. And in that time, we've seen different defensive coordinators. We've seen a Mike McDonald to a Zach Orr now. We've seen Roquan Smith come in. We've seen the Ravens add Derrick Henry. We've seen so much personnel and coaching staff changes, but it keeps happening. Why does it keep happening? And if you're John Harbaugh, you have to wear it. And in this season in which the Ravens, depending on what odds book you're looking at, they were the favorite or one of the favorites to win the Super Bowl, the pressure's on. And the pressure's really on this football team to begin this year because 5 of their first 6 games are against teams that won their division last year.
Daboll was asked some very direct questions after the Giants lost to the Commanders 21-6. Is Russell Wilson your starting quarterback? He was asked repeatedly. He never answered the question. He did everything he did to evade. And the media, New York media is on him. He's like, look, man, do you understand with your response here that people are going to go and run about whether or not Russell Wilson is your quarterback moving forward? And then he would talk about everybody around Russ and how they got to be better and this and that. I know he was trying to take the pressure off of Russell Wilson, but he was never flat out saying Russell Wilson is our starting quarterback the foreseeable future. Russ is going to start this week at Dallas. Then they've got Kansas City, LA Chargers. Difficult first month. He's going to dart. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. The number dropped a little bit, 20 to 25. In my mind, Sam, what I'm thinking right now is, look, I think Dart's going to end up playing the majority of the season. Maybe I'm dead wrong on that. I think he's out there majority of the season. And with that, I'm going to want a Dart ticket. I'm just trying to figure out when do I want to get a Dart ticket.
Dark with Ryan Horvat.
BetMGM the night after dark. Ryan Horvat with you here. We got 2 more segments to go, and then we're back on Wednesday on Hump Day, getting you set for fantasy football, for college football another week, and then NFL week 2. We just recap Monday Night Football. The Vikings stormed back to win that game. Still can't believe how it went down. Bears drop their home opener once again. All right, Brandon, hit me with a little overreaction or makes sense, because last night we were trying to, do this and recap week 1 of the NFL season, but we were also watching the Bears urinate down their legs. And so it was kind of hard to do. And I don't really remember even what we said on the air. So let's hit it again tonight.
It's kind of a nice way to put it. Bears urinating down their leg. All right. Let's go to college football. And this is something that I kind of feel pretty heavily on the more and more I think about it. Lenora Sellers' Heisman stock plummeted in the win versus South Carolina State this past weekend.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, I saw people were jumping on Lenora Sellers way too late. If you wanted him, you had to bet him this summer when he was better than 20-1, or even before week 1 when he was 18-1. I don't know if it plummeted, because here's the thing, dude, right? Like, I'm going to say that's a little bit of an overreaction. Now, makes sense if you're not running out to bet Lenora Sellers after you watch that game. And when you're like, oh, I could have had a better price this summer. But he's still got a lot of big games down the stretch. And this is why I didn't go over on their win total this year. And this is why I didn't go a little bit harder on the Heisman price, because I was like, I just don't know that South Carolina could win 9 to 10 games. And, that's usually the requirement to be in the running for the Heisman. That's why last year, after 5 years of hitting these things, I didn't hit Travis Hunter, because I didn't think there was any shot that Colorado would be in the running for a Big 12 championship. And even though they didn't get to the championship game, they were still pretty competitive and won more than 8 games. So that's why I didn't do it with Sellers. But he could ball out in some of these bigger games. And he's in the SEC. Everybody knows who he is. So I'm going to say that's a little bit of an overreaction. What say you, though?
I mean, I understand the fact they got big games, but I think when you look at a lot of these Heisman winners, not only do they play well in the big games, but they also, stat pad in these smaller games, right? You know what I mean? Like, you're looking at Lenora Sellers, and you're going up against South Carolina State, and you throw for 128 yards. You know what I mean? So you look at, to me, I'm looking at that, and I'm like, all right, well, look, maybe Nussmeier did this, or maybe, Klubnik did this, but they were playing against stiffer competition, and you had South Carolina State, and you threw for 128 yards. I just feel like that, I mean, that hurts you when you go up against teams like this, and you don't, just absolutely murder them, especially if you want to be a Heisman.
No, I agree, dude, but it was a weird week, right? So you see Garrett Nussmeier on top of the board right there. He's still the favorite, but, I thought that Brian Kelly would look to pad his stats against Louisiana Tech. And they only won that game 23-7. In fact, they only led 10-0 going into the half. And Nussmeier, 26 of 41, 237 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick against Louisiana Tech. Are those Heisman numbers? You know what I mean? So back in the day, that's usually when I would bet player props or hammer a team's team total. Like, oh, okay, they're going to try to get this guy back in the good graces of the Heisman voters. But I don't know, man. Yeah, maybe I would avoid both of those guys. Put it that way. Like, I told everybody, I hate to pat myself on the back, but I had the best take. I said, John Mateer, you could still get, you can't get the 25-1. That's gone. But you could get 15-1 to 13-1 right now for him to win the Heisman. They're going to beat Michigan. I was correct. They're going to beat him by more than 6 points. I was correct. Mateer's going to ball out, and he's going to use his legs a lot because Michigan plays too high on over 40% of opposing quarterback dropbacks. What happened? What happened, dude? Wink Martindale, and they drop back in the too high, and Mateer goes over the 30 rushing yards and balled out, and now everybody loves him to win the Heisman. So you got to get to these things ahead of time. So I would be looking down the board right now. But shout out to myself, self high five on that Mateer call, because now today I saw in Bet Sweats they were giving out John Mateer to win the Heisman. Should have been here last week.
That entire game, I thought about you. That entire game, I was like, man, Horvath was right about Mateer. This kid's really, really good.
And now today, everybody on the network's like, everybody's like, I got a bet for you guys. John Mateer to win the Heisman at 10-1. Imagine betting that at 10-1 when it was 25-1 2 weeks ago. But I digress. What do I know? Why I'm,
All
that's
right.
why I'm here at 11 p.m.
Let's stay in the college football. Let's stay at a game where you and I are both going to be sitting in front of our TVs with a beverage, and we are going to be enjoying ourselves on a Saturday night, probably texting one another about this game. Notre Dame must win versus Texas A&M if they want a chance at the college football playoff.
Yeah, dude, right? Okay, so they have to win this game because let's look at the rest of their schedule. I'm going to pull it up right now. I pretty much know it off the top of my head, but I want to see where these games fall because there's the other one that scares me is USC. USC is tough. So let's go, okay, A&M coming off a bye, getting embarrassed by Miami. Not really getting embarrassed. They lost by 3. Then it's Purdue, it's Arkansas, it's Boise State, who's unranked, NC State, USC, Boston College, Navy, Pitt, Syracuse, and Stanford. So let's say they go 10-2, and their losses are to A&M and Miami. Even at 10-2, are they getting in? Maybe, because you do have the wins over Arkansas, an SEC opponent, and it depends, I guess, how USC finishes. Because remember, USC started hot last year, and they beat LSU week 1, and then they completely fell off a cliff the second half of the season. If that happens again and Notre Dame beats them, and they finish with 5 wins, who gives a crap? I almost swore. But so like 10-2, I don't know if it does it. They have to win this game. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. With no ranked opponents left, like no currently ranked opponents left on the schedule after this week, you have to win this game because you have to show that you can beat a ranked opponent. Because if you're going to be 10-2 and you're going to try, because here's what's going to happen. Somebody in the MAC or somebody in the AAC or somebody somewhere is going to be undefeated and they are going to be a conference champion and they're going to have a chance to get into the college football playoff over Notre Dame, and people are going to be clamoring for it. And we know what happens when people start clamoring for that, and you're borderline, the committee starts to go with it. They don't look at realistic stuff, right? So for me personally, you have to win this game against Texas A&M. You're at home. This is a team that you beat last year in their own yard. You have to come out this week and you have to show up. You have to show that what happened against Miami was just because Miami's really, really good and you're still competitive. You are the 8th ranked team in the country. Go out there and take care of business. So, yeah, it's definitely makes sense.
I'm nervous, though. I'm not betting Notre Dame. I'm not betting against them. I'm not betting this game at all, though. I'm staying away from this game. I have no clue, dude. Like, I'm not.
Yeah.
I thought everybody was a little too high on A&M coming into the season, and I like Elko, but I'm not really there with A&M. But I'm not laying. What is it? 6, 7? It's out to 7 again. Yeah, no, I'm good on that, dude. If anything, I would play A&M here.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. If you're talking about the spread, yeah, I'm definitely playing it because I don't know that Notre Dame can run away with this one. I mean, I think that they can, and I think that they should, but I don't. I mean, I wouldn't put my money on it. I would if I had to play something, I'd play A&M plus 7. All right.
Yeah, him and
Let's go to the NFL. The Kansas City Chiefs will miss the playoffs. Overreaction or make sense?
I'm gonna say an overreaction. I was like really high on the Chiefs 2 weeks ago because everybody was so low on the Chiefs and all the, narrative, like the talking heads were saying, oh, the run's over for Kansas City. Kelsey's old. Mahomes has a dad bod. The division's only getting better, right? With Bo Nix and the Broncos and that defense and the Chargers. But man, I mean, I'm a little worried about this wide receiver room right now. Right, I liked Hollywood Brown as a number 2 or as a number 3, but Rashee Rice isn't back for 5 more weeks. Travis Kelce is a situational player now, unfortunately. Good, he's in great shape, but that doesn't help him not be close to 40 years old, unfortunately. Xavier Worthy's hurt now. They have struggled to get the ground game going, but I still think, man, at the end of the day, I don't know that they win the division, but I definitely think at worst they're a wild card team. So I'm going to say this is an overreaction. It's Andy Reid, it's Steve Spagnuolo, and it's Pat Mahomes. In fact, I still have them winning the division and winning 12 games. That said, the Chargers scare me the most in that division. I think the Chargers are legit Super Bowl contenders, and Justin Herbert is a legit MVP candidate, but I'm still picking the Chiefs. Until proven otherwise, this is like the guy that was betting against the Patriots out, or like the Bulls in the 90s, So I'm just going to stick with Andy Reid, Mahomes, and Spags. But I mean, this is the year to get him, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm going to take the cheap way out. It's an overreaction, and it makes sense. It's an overreaction because they still have Patrick Mahomes, and he can find a way to do anything. It makes sense because I told you at the beginning of the year, before the year even started, before we even saw that game on Thursday night, I didn't think the Chiefs were going to win this division. And now with the Xavier Worthy injury, which screwed me in fantasy this week, and thanks a lot, Mr. Taylor Swift. Anyway,
yeah,
you're going to look at this wide receiver core and you're like, man, Hollywood Brown is the one. You got Kelsey is going to have to step up and all of a sudden be Superman at his age and where he's at in his career. And I just don't think he has it in him. I'm worried about this team. I'm worried about this team a lot. I don't know that they're going to have enough. And if Xavier Worthy can't come back, if he has to have surgery on the shoulder, that's a huge blow to this team. I know they're talking about maybe him coming back and playing with a brace or something like that, but if he has to have surgery and he's done, and you don't have Rashee Rice until week 6, who knows what he is when he comes back. It's so much to overcome. It's almost like, we look at the Niners every year, right? With all of the injuries, they're so good and they're so talented, and they could probably just run the NFC for years if they could just stay healthy. But when you deal with that much injury and that much loss on a team, it's really hard to overcome in this league. So that's for me why that part makes sense.
Yeah, the division's really damn good, man. Again, this could be the year to get him, but I think Mahomes is going to figure it out. And still, I picked him to win the MVP, so they better figure it out.
All right, let's go to this one here. Let's go back to the college ranks. We'll save the rest for the next segment. We'll finish out the show with some of these. Sharon Moore should be on the hot seat in Michigan. Overreaction or makes sense?
No, it makes sense, man, right? I know it's only really, year 2. But not because of any of the, like the suspension or the school imposed stuff, because that's from Harbaugh, obviously. He was a part of that. But because I don't think he's a very good head coach. They did the right thing by hiring him, right? Because he deserved the job, because he filled in when Harbaugh was suspended. He filled in for some big games, and the team loves him. You see that when he runs on the sidelines, when he runs on the field with the guys, he's like headbutting the players. A real players coach, but I just think he's a better coordinator, right? Like, is he going to be able to have a top 10 recruiting class? Is he going to be able to compete in a new look Big Ten with all these new teams? I don't know, man. And we'll see, because Bryce Underwood, they did go out and get him and pay him, whatever they paid him. And I think he's an absolute stud. But the problem is, he's a freshman quarterback. So we'll see how they finish this year. I think they got to finish with, I would say 9 wins. I think 9 wins, 8 to 9 wins keeps him his job. But if they finish with like a 7-win season, he could be out already, man, because they had high hopes bringing in Bryce Underwood, a 5-star quarterback, paying him $4 million. They're going to have a top 10, top 15 defense. But I don't want to overreact too much, because that was a tough spot. That's why I liked Oklahoma in the game. You have an 18-year-old making the trip to Oklahoma, to Norman, taking on a Venables defense. Venables, it hasn't worked out for him yet as a head coach, but a really good defensive mind, as we saw when he was the defensive coordinator with Clemson for years. So I just thought that was a tough spot for a freshman. What do you think, though? Overreaction or makes sense?
I think it makes sense, man. When you look at I know it's only his second year, and we're only 1 game into, or 2 games into his second year, but you're 1-4 versus ranked opponents. 2-4 if you give them the Relia Quest Bowl win versus Bama, where 95% of their team was sitting out. 1-4 versus ranked opponents. So was USC ranked when they played them last year? No, right? They were already out of the rankings when they played them last year, weren't they? Yeah. So the 1-4 versus ranked opponents. You cannot, at Michigan, at a program like Michigan, you cannot be there like that with that type of record. It just can't be handled. So you better go out this year and you better win more games, and you better beat Ohio State again. If you beat Ohio State again, your job's probably saved, but you should absolutely be on the hot seat.
I think Ohio State's going to smoke them this year, man. I really do.
I do too.
I think Ohio State finally gets them this year, and they're going to be really good. Julian Sand, I think eventually he's going to be really good. And Turns out, man, Matt Patricia can coach a defense at the collegiate level. Who would have thunk it? All right, we wrap up the show next with more overreaction or make sense from the NFL and college football here on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
On the move? Take the BetMGM Network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
I'm not making this up. There is no spin on it. He literally said, well, one elbow does not equal 2 feet. And literally all of us are going, yes, coach, it does. And you look at the NFL rule book, and like people have posted, word for word what a catch is in the NFL. And this is a catch. So this is an instance of a young head coach simply not knowing the rules. And it cost us a catch in a game, which you know how football goes and you know how sports go. Like momentum can swing, on big catches. And who knows how the game would have gone. I'm sure we would have lost it somehow, but still, it would have been nice to know this, in the game. So, Jenks, do you think this is fair that Titans fans are very mad that Brian Callahan did not know the rules?
Yes. Yes, they should be upset. When you spend your time in the offseason knowing it's going to be a rough year, and there is some excitement, obviously, you have Cam Ward, like the last thing you need is to have a head coach not familiar with the NFL rule book. And this is not an obscure rule. Like every now and then there'll be a rule. I mean, this happens to me as a fan, and I'll be like, well, that's pretty complicated. Or they'll go into the weeds and the referees will call something. You're like, man, you never hear that. And, maybe if you're an NFL head coach, you get a pass there. But for something like this, it's pretty much common knowledge, right?
Right. Like if casual fans are like checking you on this,
right,
that's not a good sign. And like this is somebody who's been around football for a long time. Like I think like his dad, has been around. I think he's the offensive line coach. So it's just upsetting, especially when you tack onto it like the other miscues that he had during the game, whether it was managing the clock, thinking that Cam Ward was like somehow going to turn into Joe Burrow. Because like the positions you put your rookie quarterback in on the road against one of the best defenses in the NFL, like to end a half, like maybe just run the ball out instead of like asking Cam Ward to throw it every single time and not running off any of the clock and giving the ball back to the Broncos. And you cost yourself a touchdown there. So things in Tennessee are not going well. Same story as last year. I will say at least Cam Ward is making some good throws. So maybe that is the silver lining.
You brought up USF. The books are saying it's not real, at least from a number standpoint, because Miami is a 17.5-point favorite against USF. When you hear that number, what's your reaction?
It's on the CW. I might have to take that one too.
Really?
Well, you don't serve me up Gossip Girl and USF Miami for no reason. I mean, let's go. I might have to take that one. I think that is for real. I think Byron Brown is a good quarterback. Again, he also I tweeted about it. Him and Lagway have to make quicker decisions, but he started making the decision quicker. Brown, quarterback USF. I think they've got a lot of pieces. Again, they got these high cut guys that can just run for days. Miami, I will say this: they are way better than I thought they would be. Obviously, they've climbed up to top 5 right now. So I think Miami probably wins the game, but I do think USF covers.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark, wrapping up the show here on Tuesday, September 9th. Coming up tomorrow night, we'll talk some fantasy football from 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern. A little college football, sprinkle in some Week 2 NFL bets. I placed a couple for Thursday night's game. I did bet the Green Bay Packers. Now at 3.5, I stayed away, but I took a little money line, minus 170. Big price, I know, but I do think that they're going to beat the Commanders. It's a short week. Green Bay opens up with a victory, a divisional game against the Detroit Lions. And on a short week, they don't have to travel. The game's at Lambeau Field. The Commanders take care of business also week 1, but it was against the New York Football Giants. Russell Wilson didn't look all that great. Looked like Russell Wilson in the year 2025. I still have high hopes for that Giants defensive line. But I do like Green Bay in the game to win outright. And I like Jordan Love over 18.5 pass completions. Minus 138's the price on that now. It's also bounced up at most shops to 19.5. But I think he finishes with a minimum of 21 completions. So there's a couple bets for Thursday Night Football. I am excited for that game, though. The Packers, 3.5-point favorites against the Commanders. All right, Brando, before we get to week 2, hit me with a little week 1 and some college football, of course, wherever you want to go. Overreaction or makes sense from a crazy football weekend all around the globe, or whatever we say.
All right. We've talked about this team a little bit here because we have a guy on the show who went to school there, or so I've heard, once in a great moon. Illinois, who is now ranked inside the top 10, has a chance to win the Big Ten. Overreaction or make sense?
Overreaction. So, Illinois should have lost to Duke. I'm not just saying that because I bet Duke. Duke outgained them. Duke just, you want to talk about throwing up all over yourself, man? What the Bears did last night is nothing compared to what Duke did. That's one of those games, man, where you're like, it was the right bet, wrong result. But it's one that you got to throw away and you got to erase from your memory, because the rest of the day I had a really good day and I won a ton of money on the NFL the next day. I was hitting first touchdown bets, but still, as much money as I won, I can't get that Duke game out of my head. They were marching up and down the field. Mensah, strip sack, halfback, fumbles the ball, wide receiver, catches a 15-yard slant, drops the ball right in front of an Illinois defender. Now, that said, Altmaier made some nice throws. The wide receiver room stepped up. That was my concern. I'm going to say no chance to win the Big Ten. Penn State, Ohio State. Oregon is actually my new pick, by the way. Kind of out on Penn State. I know you could say that they've just been playing with their food, but man, they have not looked impressive whatsoever. Meanwhile, Oregon, remember when, I forgot who we had on that covers Oregon, but I was like, yeah, I think you guys are going to have a top 3 offense in the country again. He's like, oh, I don't know why you say that. I don't even know who our stud receiver is going to be. And I'm like, guy, it's Oregon. Every year you're just going to replace 5-star with 5-star because Dan Lanning is the best recruiter in the game. What are you talking about? And Dante Moore is awesome. Turns out Dante Moore, who was a 5-star quarterback, is just really that good. And he sat and learned for a year at Oregon behind Dylan Gabriel. So I actually really like Oregon. But no, all the way out on Illinois, dude. They're going to win 8-9 games. They're a good football team. I just don't think they're a college football playoff team or a Big Ten contender. Could be wrong.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I think that they are one of those teams where it's a great story. I think Belma's done a great job over at Illinois.
Oh, yeah.
But they're not there yet, man. They're not on the level of Penn State and Ohio State. They're a team that, like you said, they're going to be not a 9-win team, maybe even a 10-win team. If they do make the college football playoff, they're going to be that team that everybody says, and then they'll be right about it, is going to get killed once they go up against one of the big dogs inside of the college football playoff. I don't think Illinois has a chance at anything more than just having another good season. All right.
Yeah.
Go back to the NFL. The Buffalo Bills are the best team in the AFC. Overreaction or make sense?
No, I don't think that's an overreaction. I'll say it makes sense, man. Right? Now they had to come back from down 15 points in under 5 minutes, and they were gifted a Derrick Henry fumble. Derrick Henry was running the ball down their throats. So I'm still a little worried about the defense, right? And when you're betting a team to make a Super Bowl run or to win it all, right? Like, I want the best offensive and defensive line. That's why I loved the Eagles so much last year. But Josh Allen is just superhuman, man. He really is. And they're never out of games. So this could be the year they finally get over the hump, right? It looks like the year to get Kansas City finally. But I don't know that they would be my bet right now as far as value, especially when they're the favorites right now to win the AFC. My bet right now would be the Chargers. If you give me $100 and it has to be in this market in the AFC, I'll go Chargers, dude. Every other team I could find holes with. Right? The Ravens averaged 10 yards per play in that game. But they always just invent new ways to lose playoff games. It's almost like my Green Bay Packers. The Chiefs, a little concerned about that wide receiver room. And I think you can get them on defense this year, even with Spags as coordinator. But the Chargers, man, with Harbaugh coaching, and now they're opening up the pass game a little bit more for Justin Herbert, who's throwing the ball more on early downs. That would be my bet. But no, I don't think it's an overreaction to say the Bills are the best team in the league. I mean, Josh Allen's the top 3 quarterback. He's the MVP of the league. What about you? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think they proved it, right? Like they that comeback versus Baltimore, not giving up. I think I have Baltimore going to the Super Bowl. I have Baltimore winning the Super Bowl. I think that's a really good football team. And the way Buffalo just, down by 15 with less than 5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter comes back and wins that game and takes them out. I mean, I think they've proven it. I think it's not an overreaction to call them the best team in the league. Let's go over to New York State. Well, let's stay in New York because we're talking about Buffalo. Buffalo is in New York. But
this is true.
Jackson Dart should start for the Giants in week 2.
You know what? I don't know about now, man. I don't know about week 2. I think he's still right because you have veterans in that locker room, and there is a fan base. Now, the fan base wants Jackson Dart. They want to see the future. But I don't know. I think it's too soon, right? Just because that team does have talent. Now, Malik Neighbors was pissed. You want to keep him happy. You want wide receiver number 1 that caught 107 balls as a rookie happy. But there's a lot of talent on that defense. They could be competitive. And let's not act like, they got the Cowboys week 2. Let's not act like this is Dallas in 93 or 94 with Emmitt Smith and Troy Aikman and Michael Irvin and those guys. So I think it's a little too early, but week 3, week 4, if it looks the same this week, yeah, I think it's Jackson Dart time. What do you think?
Yeah, look, Russell Wilson to me is cooked. I thought he was cooked heading into the season. I didn't like him last year at Pittsburgh either. Man, it's so hard, right? Because he's a rookie. You look at the schedule, you look at the defenses that they're going to have to face, and with that offensive line, man, I don't know what you're going to be able to do. But I'm also a big fan of when you're trying to teach somebody something, you throw them into the fire and let them learn how to put it out. Throw them into the pool, the deep end, and let them learn how to swim. And I think that's what they have to do here. It just makes the most sense. I think he's their best opportunity to actually have a chance to win, and this defense is pretty damn good. So as long as you could score and you could put up points, he doesn't have to average 30 points a game. He just has to average 17 to keep you competitive. So I think Jackson Dart is the best quarterback option that they have to be able to do that. So for me, I'd be starting Jackson.
Good point, because this team's going to suck, right? Their win total's 5.5. When you have the luxury of drafting a young quarterback and developing him, when you're the Green Bay Packers and you have Aaron Rodgers and you draft Jordan Love, right? Or when you're the Kansas City Chiefs, when you're a good organization and you draft Pat Mahomes, but you also have Alex Smith and you have an 11-win season, right? But there's a reason why Cam Ward's playing right now. And there's a reason why Jaden Daniels played last year and it worked out for the Commanders. There's a reason why Caleb Williams played as a rookie for the Bears, because when you draft these quarterbacks on rookie deals, you want to evaluate them right away, because that's really, dude, when you want to try to go all in and win a Super Bowl, right? That's why the Texans, and it didn't work out because Stephon Diggs got hurt last year, but that's why they went in last year and spent all that money, because they had a quarterback on a rookie deal. So it is a good point. And you also have Brian Daboll trying to coach for his job. So if Dart gets the start, he develops them. Let's say they don't even win 8 games, but they win like 5 or 6 games. They're competitive, and he shows flashes that he could be the guy. Maybe that saves him and Mike Kafka's job, and they're back next year. So
Yeah.
they probably should just throw him out there because they're not going to be good anyway.
All right, we got one more real quick. We got about 2 minutes left. Justin Fields will thrive in New York. It's a New York theme right now.
Man. I mean, I think he's going to be like a good fantasy quarterback, and I think they might be decent against the spread, but I'm not there with the Jets. I don't think Aaron Glenn's going to be a very good head coach. I joked on Twitter, and I'm serious about this. He'll probably be like the head coach at Bowling Green in 2 years. I wouldn't hire a defensive-minded head coach. It's just not the way that I would roll. I think he's going to be a disaster. I'm actually being nice right now. I keep hearing about like this Jets defense and this secondary, right? And Sauce Gardner. They just got lit up by 55-year-old Aaron Rodgers, dude. Like, Sauce Gardner is overpaid. Sauce Gardner is overrated. His rookie year, he looked like the best corner in the league. Where's that guy at? He can't tackle. He doesn't wrap up, right? Like he's fine. I think he's overpaid. But Justin Fields, that's the question here. Yeah, he never really got a fair shake, man. That Bears offensive line was terrible. He didn't have a real play caller. He didn't have a head coach. So I could see it working out for him, maybe. It looked pretty good week 1. They went up and down the field with him against that Steelers defense. So he's not I don't think they're going to be very good. What about you?
Yeah, no, I like Justin Fields. I liked what he looked like in Pittsburgh last year. I didn't think that they should have brought Russell Wilson in when they did. And I know that they were okay under Russell Wilson after that, but they were okay under Justin Fields before that. So I think he's a guy who can score 30 points a week. He can lead an offense, and he's a guy that can just make people miss when they get into the backfield. So I think he will thrive.
Rangers just go final. They beat the Brewers. Cubs win, Brewers lose. How about that? We're back tomorrow night, BetMGM tonight, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern. Myself and Brad Evans talking fantasy football, bets, NFL, college football, all that stuff here on the BetMGM network. We are back tomorrow night.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Yeah, I think here's the part for Chicago where they really need to buckle down because remember last year they had some good games that they strung together and then they lost. I think it was that game against the Commanders. And then it started like a 10-game losing streak. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
So I think for the Bears, it is the important thing to keep the culture good, keep the vibes high, which I know are tough after starting the season with a loss. But you cannot let it accumulate into something much worse because I feel like that's what happened last year.
Yeah, what was the game? What was the game where Matt Eberflus and Caleb Williams collectively like just lost their minds? Was it against the Lions? Is that what it was?
There's a lot of games.
It was the Lions on Thanksgiving.
On Thanksgiving,
They just
yeah.
completely screwed up the end.
Yeah, I mean it was every game. You mean every single game they were in last year? But yes, that Lions game in particular, where at the end of the game they just let time run off the clock. I mean, my God, when you go into a situation like that, I think that's the thing with Ben Johnson is that when you come into a situation where, because he was on the opposite sideline and watched that happen in real time. Like, imagine if you're Ben Johnson and you're like, I'm going to go coach that team. Whew, I got my work cut out for me because that quarterback looks awful. I hear he doesn't like to study or prepare. Who knows if that's true or not. And also, this team is an absolute mess. No discipline at all. And it takes time. And there were reports during training camp like that the Bears were sloppy, that Ben Johnson was all over Caleb Williams. You know, just like you can, I always say, just like you can learn to win, you can learn to lose. Like you pick up these bad habits and they just get ingrained in the culture. So I think with Ben Johnson, because the culture has not been good for Chicago for so long, it takes a while to sort of weed out that rot.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it's going to be a test for Ben Johnson because it's not just the X's and O's. It's not scheme.